Chung Sun stared at the email on his computer screen titled Personnel Optimization, notice a faint bitterness welling up in his heart. Just a few days ago, he had been mocking a buddy who got laid off from Goose Corp, yet not even a week had passed before the boomerang struck him squarely between the eyes. That buddy from Goose Corp was already enjoying authentic tandoor barbecue with his N1 severance in hand, and Chung Sun had no idea how much compensation he himself would receive. The company has decided to fully embrace AI and therefore will be optimizing 2/3 of the developers in the R&D department. This was a piece of gossip Chung Sun had heard just yesterday. At the time, he had dismissed it with contempt, thinking that the new leader couldn't possibly be that out of touch, not when he had come from a major tech giant. Yet today, right after clocking in and sitting down at his workstation to open his inbox, Chung Sun saw his own optimization notice. What kind of idiot move is this? He muttered. Chung Sun swore out loud at his desk. Beside him, Hu Feng, sporting a shiny bald head, leaned over for a look and burst into laughter. Xuanzi, congratulations. You've just scored an N1. Let me help you calculate how much you'll get. As he spoke, the bald brother grabbed a pen and began scribbling on a scrap of paper. You joined in July 2020, and now it's October 2025, so N is 5. Chung Sun shoved Hu Feng aside and used Hu Feng's computer to log into his email. The browser had his password remembered, and right there in the inbox lay an email with exactly the same subject. Haha, brother Feng, by the way, when did you join the company? Chung Sun clapped Hu Feng's solid shoulder, gloating. What kind of idiot move is this? Hu Feng cursed even louder. Brother Feng, why are you copying my lines? Chung Sun blinked innocently at him, his face the picture of purity. Before long, the entire office was in an uproar. Chung Sun, now 26, had graduated in computer science from Huhai University and joined Xuanda Technology as a programmer straight out of school. Even when the salaries of fresh graduates had overtaken his, he had never changed jobs. The company mainly developed customized software for government and enterprise clients, and Chung Sun worked on the Java backend. A few days ago, a new technical director had arrived. Fu Ping, a so-called high-end talent exported from some mega factory in Hang City, reputed to have extraordinary enthusiasm and faith in new tech stacks. Chung Sun had thought they would finally get to play with something new and had even spent 10 yuan on a pirated Go language masterclass from an online marketplace. Instead, the new technology so highly trusted by the new leader turned out to be AI programming. 10 minutes later, HR began informing everyone one by one to go to the meeting room to sign documents, and Chung Sun was third in line. The new technical director, Fu Ping, was also seated across the table. Pushing up his glasses, he gave a formulaic smile and offered a bland assessment. You're Chung Sun, right? Still a very outstanding young man. Those who are unwilling to embrace change will eventually lose everything. Let us encourage each other in this. Even at the moment of departure, they were still playing mind game rhetoric. Impatient, Chung Sun waved his hand and asked the people across from him, who am I handing over the Smart City Exhibition Hall project to? The HR lady replied in a familiar tone, just push your code to the repository and upload the documentation to Faceu. No separate handover is needed. Chung Sun swiftly signed the severance agreement and the confidentiality agreement, then turned in his work badge and laptop. When will the compensation be credited? He asked. The HR lady gave a slight smile. Right now? Ding. An amount of 84640.00 yuan has been deposited into your account, ending in 3333. Your current balance is 1941001.04 yuan. Chung Sun gave them a thumbs up and nodded to the two of them. Straightforward. When he returned to his workstation, several people immediately gathered around. Xiao Chung, where are you planning to go next? Want me to refer you somewhere? His direct supervisor, Brother Hui, asked with concern. Brother Hui, you'd better run while you can. As for Fu Ping up here, Chung Sun tapped his own temple and lowered his voice. There's something wrong. Quite serious. How can I run? Your brother Hui has a wife, 2 kids, and 4 elderly parents to support, the older man said, helplessly spreading his hands. I know this is going to end in a huge mess. Whether code written by AI can even pass the security compliance audits is still an open question. Looking at Brother Huey's vacant eyes, Chung Sun felt a sour ache in his chest. Forget it, I won't say more. Everyone will meet again somewhere on the Jianghu. He stuffed his few personal belongings into his backpack and sauntered out of the company. Driving out of the building's underground parking lot and seeing the bright daylight, Chung Sun felt as if he had just stepped out of another lifetime. He had been in Huhai for 5 years, yet he couldn't afford an apartment and hadn't managed to save much money. Last year, he had scraped together a 30,000 yuan down payment to buy a BYD Qin Plus EV, finally escaping the crush of the subway. And now the job was gone. Was he supposed to start driving ride-hailing? Suddenly, Chung Sun realized he didn't know where to go. He had no desire at all to return to that cramped, suffocating rental room. Just as he turned from the garage exit onto the side road, he saw a delivery rider on a bike fall about 10 meters in front of his car. Chung Sun let the car roll forward another 5 meters, then got out, intending to see how badly the guy was hurt. Bro, you okay? He shouted from a distance. The rider sat on the ground and shook his head without speaking. As Chung Sun walked a few steps closer, he saw that the rider was clutching a cake box. "Are you hurt?" he asked. The rider stayed silent and only shook his head, his face hidden by the visor of his helmet. "Call the shop and report the damage. Have them make another one as soon as possible," Chung Sun suggested. "Sigh, this cake was expensive. 300 yuan," the rider said, getting to his feet and pushing the bike over to the road. Then the rider took off the helmet and lifted the visor, revealing a delicate, pretty face. "I'm fine now, big brother. You can go," she said. So it hadn't been a delivery guy at all, but a rather sweet-looking delivery girl. Her face looked so youthful that Chung Sun couldn't help asking, "Little sister, are you even of age?" "I'm already 19, big brother," she replied. Seeing the aggrieved look on the delivery girl's face, Chung Sun felt a sharp pang of empathy. Pointing at the cake, which still retained some semblance of its original shape, he said, "I happen to be hungry anyway. How about I buy it from you?" "Really? That doesn't seem right. Maybe you could pay a bit less." Her eyes lit up as she looked up at him, her expression. "Show me your QR code," Chung Sun said. He directly scanned and transferred 300 yuan to her, then carried the cake box to his car and drove off amid her effusive thanks. Back in the car, Chung Sun shook his head and gave a wry smile. "I'm just soft-hearted, can't bear to see the hardships of life. Though that little sister really was quite a beauty," he murmured. No sooner had the thought formed than a dialogue box suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him so much that he slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. "Enjoy life system activated. Dopamine bank feature activated. High purity joyful behavior, helping others detected, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, 300 yuan, 1500 yuan already deposited into host bank account. Beginner's guide, as long as you make yourself feel happy, you will receive happiness rewards. Enjoy life system. Dopamine bank. Make yourself feel happy and you'll receive happiness rewards." What kind of cliché web novel plot was this supposed to be? Ding, an amount of 150000 yuan has been deposited into your account, ending in 3333. Your current balance is 3439510.04 yuan. Chung Sun stared at the deposit message in disbelief. No way. Was the system actually real? Chung Sun rubbed his eyes. That dialogue box had long since vanished, as though it had never appeared at all. If not for the text message from the bank, he would have been convinced he was hallucinating. "We will settle the last billion within a year. To that end, we will pledge 75 million shares of Rui Airline stock to your Hengshuang Qixing company, and upon full payment Seems it isn't all that intelligent after all," Chung Sun muttered, slightly crestfallen. He took out his phone, reopened Douyin, and immersed himself in watching young women display their dance moves. "Sigh, this is really indecent. The pillar in the background is twisted like a pretzel, thumbs down. Hey, this one's..." On the screen, a bright-eyed girl followed the music, dancing a hand choreography. She wore a fitted white t-shirt, light blue high-waisted denim shorts, white casual sneakers, and little white socks. As everyone knew, a low ponytail, catfish bangs, baby fat cheeks, and peach blossom eyes together formed the very image of a cherished first love. Of course, beauty was the basic prerequisite. If she also had cool, fair skin, that impression became even more authoritative. The girl on the screen, whose nickname was Yuan Chi-Chi, checked every box without exception. Chung Sun instantly tapped like, save, and follow in succession. High purity joy behavior, artistic appreciation, detected, critical reward triggered. Critical reward, clear vision, to be deployed during sleep. Usage guide, you possess a pair of eyes adept at discovering beauty. Well, now, this was getting interesting. Chung Sun chuckled and continued swiping upward. Morningstar Technologies CEO Lu Xingyue has announced her official entry into the large-scale artificial intelligence model track. Congratulations to the AI industry on welcoming its ultimate queen of grind. My God, what kind of unstoppable female lead script is this? That fierce, beautiful, independent woman is absolutely killing me. The exaggerated pitch-shifted voice, typical of marketing accounts, drilled straight into his ears, making Chung Sun physically uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence again. Is there nothing they can hype besides AI? A few years ago, it was that ridiculous metaverse and virtual reality. Now they're hyping AI again. Just hearing AI made Chung Sun feel unsettled. He tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, cursing under his breath as he prepared to drive home. At that moment, the rear car door was suddenly pulled open. Driver plate ending in 3005. Please hurry, I'm in a rush. A female voice devoid of emotion and carrying a slight grainy texture drifted in, pulling Chung Sun's attention away from the marketing video and back into the car. Ma'am, I'm not a Didi driver, Chung Sun explained helplessly. The woman did not get out. I know. I booked you on Gouda. I'm not with Gouda either. I'm not a ride-hailing driver. Through the rearview mirror, Chung Sun stole a glance at the woman. Hiss, she looked strangely familiar. He picked up his phone again, unlocked it, and checked the screen. Well, wasn't this a coincidence? Sorry, I got into the wrong car. Lu Xingyue hurriedly apologized, then opened the door and slipped out. As she closed the door, she muttered under her breath, if you don't drive ride-hailing, why buy a BYD? It wasn't the first time. The back seat of Chung Sun's car was often randomly refreshed with fools who never bothered to check the license plate. This so-called female Sue, who didn't seem any smarter, yet she was starting a business. Were all those dabbling in AI fools like this? Chung Sun felt that something in his mindset had gone wrong, and that was not good. He shook his head and checked the time. Already close to 1130. He decided to find a place for lunch before heading back. After driving more than 10 kilometers, he arrived at a noodle shop. Yunhe Noodle House, reputedly the most expensive in Huai, and Chung Sun decided to test its seasoning. After finding a seat, Chung Sun directly ordered the priciest dish, Australian lobster noodles, with crab roe butter priced at 388. After quite a while, the waiter finally brought over a large platter and a separate bowl of noodles. On the platter lay a large Australian lobster-rich crab roe butter crab, meat crab legs, and black truffle shrimp. The noodles themselves were green spinach juice noodles. Chung Sun dumped all the crab roe butter crab, meat crab legs, and shrimp into the noodle bowl, then stirred vigorously. He picked up a heaping chopstickful and stuffed it into his mouth. Fresh, the first bite exploded with an overbearing sweet umami. The only flaw was that the toppings lacked adhesion. They simply wouldn't cling to the noodles. With each mouthful, the noodles were noodles, and the toppings were toppings. They did not truly melt. In barely over 10 minutes, Chung Sun had polished off the entire serving of Australian lobster noodles with crab roe butter. Overall, it was delicious. As for cost-effectiveness, at 388 a bowl, the shop was probably making at least 2500 in profit. Chung Sun patted his stomach, wiped his mouth, and asked silently in his heart, "System, where's my reward?" High-purity joy behavior. Eating to one's fill. Detected. Critical reward triggered. Critical reward. Comprehensive commercial pastry and noodle manual. Cloud drive address. Usage guide. Spin around in a full 360-degree circle. Seriously. I've already got a system, and it still wants me to open a shop. Don't kid me. Chung Sun realized that not every reward was actually useful. He could not be bothered to download it. With a single tap, he forwarded it to storage and promptly put it out of mind. After that satisfying meal, Chung Sun returned to his old rundown apartment that cost $4,000 a month in rent. Spring brought drowsiness and autumn brought fatigue. He changed clothes and collapsed straight onto the bed. Not having to go to work was pure bliss. Half reclining against the headboard, he scrolled through short videos while pondering how he might make himself even happier. The girls in his phone twisted their waists with tireless effort, dazzling and overwhelming to behold. Chung Sun decided that next he might as well grant himself a more direct reward. 40 minutes later, Chung Sun exhaled a long, rough breath. He had outdone himself today. He gulped down a large glass of water. That simple sense of satisfaction was the most primordial kind of joy. High-purity joy behavior. Solitary captain. Detected. Critical reward triggered. Critical reward. Tenfold tonic pill deposited into backpack. Usage guide. The threshold for joy will keep rising. Chung Sun narrowed his eyes. With a body like mine, do I really need a tenfold tonic pill? It was not arrogance. At 1.85 meters with handsome features and a pleasant voice, Chung Sun had been the idealized first love in the hearts of many girls since childhood. Unfortunately, he was a reserved, introverted sort. Aside from one relationship in college that ended upon graduation, Chung Sun had never had another romantic experience. Such advantages had nowhere to be put to use, leaving the younger Chung Sun with a vague sense of unfulfilled talent. He silently recited a command in his heart, and a pill about 1 centimeter in diameter appeared in his palm. Leaning in, he caught a whiff of herbal fragrance laced with a faint fishy tang. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, Chung Sun swallowed the pill in one go. At first he felt little difference. As time passed, a warmth slowly began to rise from his lower abdomen. The heat gradually diffused, and Chung Sun could sense this ball of energy rampaging through his body like a reckless driver utterly unaware of any safety regulations. Sweat beaded across his forehead as he lay on the bed, silently monitoring the changes within himself. Nothing much seemed different, except that he felt overwhelmingly drowsy. When Chung Sun opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Hunger, an intense gnawing hunger, was his most vivid sensation. He jumped out of bed and headed straight for the fridge where he had stashed the battered cake he had brought home yesterday. After wolfing down more than half in a flustered rush, Chung Sun wiped the cream from the corners of his mouth and revealed a contented smile. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind upon detecting the high-purity act of joy known as a dessert. Critical hit. A bonus reward was triggered. The reward was a dessert shop named Jiansong Patisserie. He was instructed to go to the main store at Wujiacheng to sign a contract. The novice guide announced that the rewards were rich and varied, urging him to explore them to his heart's content. Chung Sun drew in a sharp breath. Jiansong Patisserie. Wasn't that the brand name printed on the cake box? That meant the rewards were not limited to cash items or those seemingly useless recipes. There could even be company shares involved. In other words, a house and a car were no longer out of the question. Heavens, you do not treat me poorly, he exclaimed. He decided he would head to the dessert shop later, take a look around, sign the contract, and become its future principal manager. Humming to himself, Chung Sun made his way cheerfully to the bathroom to wash up. "Bro, who even are you?" he blurted, staring in astonishment at the man in the mirror. A handsome fellow with sword-like brows and starry eyes brimming with heroic bearing. So this was the effect of the 10-ingredient tonic pill combined with enhanced vision. Chung Sun stripped down completely and carefully examined the changes in his body. The changes were enormous, simply overwhelming. His facial features had not altered much, yet his gaze and overall aura had transformed so dramatically that he seemed like an entirely different person. The astigmatism caused by long hours staring at a computer screen had vanished without a trace, and even his mild nearsightedness had returned to normal. He no longer needed to squint to bring distant objects into focus. The faintly protruding belly he had developed from constant overtime and takeout had become taut and well-defined, its lines clean and sharp. The flab on his thighs and arms was no longer loose and sagging, but full of firm elasticity. After admiring himself for a while, Chung Sun simply took a shower. Once he had blow-dried his hair, he worked a bit of wax into it and casually styled it. At 9:30, he started up his ride-hailing car. Or rather, so he thought. At 9:30, Chung Sun drove his BYD Qin Plus EV out of the residential complex. "Hello, Shao Di, navigate to the Jinsong dessert shop at Wujiacheng," he said. Today, Chung Sun wore a light blue long-sleeved casual shirt, the cuffs rolled up carelessly to his elbows, revealing his solid, well-proportioned forearms. The car's speakers were playing the program he had recently been listening to frequently, a podcast called Remote Peace of Mind. Although the show updated every night at 11, Chung Sun preferred to listen to it on the road the following morning. The host was a psychological counselor who, with a unique, gentle voice like a warm spring and the tone of an older sister, shared various cases and reflections on the show. It was not that there was anything wrong with Chung Sun's mental state, it was simply that this older sister's voice was just too pleasant to listen to. Alright, that's all for today's episode. I hope my company can bring you a moment of peace. I'm Ming Yao, and I'll see you tomorrow, the voice concluded. Just as he found a parking space, the episode ended as well, everything aligning perfectly. After parking, Chung Sun immediately spotted Jinsong Patisserie, a standalone storefront facing the street, decorated in a French countryside style, with the fragrance of freshly baked bread wafting far into the air. The shop had 2 floors. Through the large glass panes, one could see warm-toned lights illuminating the display cases, making everything inside look bright and enticing. Even though breakfast hours had passed, there were still customers queuing to buy. Pushing the door open, Chung Sun stepped inside and swept his gaze around. The public area on the first floor was about 70 square meters, and the kitchen area behind it seemed quite spacious as well. 8 wooden dining tables were arranged in the hall, most of them occupied by customers. The clientele was predominantly young people, unsurprising given the nearby universities such as Fudan, the University of Finance and Economics, and Tongji. In addition to desserts and bread, the shop also sold coffee and other beverages. With its thoughtful decor and reasonable prices, it was a favorite among the students in the area. The young female staff members all wore green countryside-style long dresses as uniforms, with small aprons tied at their waists and French country-style triangular kerchiefs on their heads. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Not forgetting his purpose in coming, Chung Sun took out his phone and called the contact listed by the system. A woman answered the call. 5 minutes later, a woman in her 40s pushed open the door and walked straight toward him. Once she stood before Chung Sun and gave him a quick once-over, her eyes brightened noticeably. "Mr. Chung?" she asked. Chung Sun nodded. "That's me. Let's go up to the second floor," she said. She carried a Prada handbag and wore a Prada trench coat, her wynard curls bouncing lightly as she climbed the stairs, her high heels clicking crisply with each step. Chung Sun followed the Prada lady upstairs, the scent of her perfume drifting straight into his nose. The second floor was noticeably larger than the first, with not only scattered tables, but also several small private rooms. The Prada lady opened the room in the farthest corner. "This is my office, and from now on it will belong to Mr. Chung," she said. She pulled a stack of contracts from the cabinet and handed them to him, then casually passed him a pen. Chung Sun skimmed through the papers. In essence, all 3 dessert shops were being fully transferred to him at the price of 0. The party listed as A on the contract was Guomei Hui, who was presumably the Prada lady before him. "I've been running Jinsong for 5 years," she said. "To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to let it go. But since I've made my decision, I won't regret it. Once you sign your name, it will be yours. I hope you'll treat the employees here well." "All right," Chung Sun replied. He uncapped the pen and swiftly signed his name. "Congratulations, Mr. Chun. Jinsong now belongs to you. Perhaps we'll meet again someday," she said. She extended her hand, giving Chung Sun a gentle shake, then picked up a large canvas bag and left the shop. After watching the Prada lady push open the door and depart, Chung Sun casually stopped a staff member with braided hair. "Where's the store manager?" he asked. "Is there anything you need, sir?" the braided girl asked softly, bowing slightly. I'm your new boss, he said. Ask the store manager to come to the office and see me. Chung Sun gave her a warm smile and added, and bring up a few of our best-selling breads and drinks while you're at it. With that, he headed upstairs. The braided girl pursed her lips slightly, then hurried toward the bar counter. Sister Wan, there's a handsome guy saying he's our new boss and wants you to go to the office, she called. Oh, all right, replied store manager Wan, setting down the reservation list she had been checking. He also asked you to bring up some of our best-selling breads and drinks, the braided girl added. After thinking for a moment, Wan said, then make a plum Americano with geisha beans and another drink called Laurel Floating Cloud. Once they're ready, take them straight upstairs. With that, Wan picked up a bread tray and selected a sea salt butter croissant and a chicken sandwich from the warming cabinet, then took a mango cream puff from the cold case and carried the tray upstairs. After coming upstairs, Chung Sun did not head straight to the office. Instead, he walked toward a corner seat by the window. A young woman sat there wearing round silver-framed glasses and a neat bun. Her face was cool and composed, her arms crossed as she frowned slightly at the tablet in front of her. Chung Sun stepped forward and called out softly, "Senior." The young woman was startled by Chung Sun's sudden appearance. She swiftly reached out to close the tablet, then looked at him with a displeased expression. Once she clearly saw the person in front of her, her features softened slightly. "You are Chung Sun." "Yes, senior sister Wenqing, it's been a long time." Chung Sun spoke with easy familiarity and dropped himself into the seat directly opposite her. "I heard you're doing a PhD now?" Chung Sun asked. Wenqing nodded, answering in a flat, indifferent tone, "Yes, 4th year of my doctorate." Wenqing had graduated a year earlier than Chung Sun. She tested into Fudan University from Huhai University and pursued a master's degree in computer science there, then continued straight on into the doctoral program. Back in their Huhai University days, Wenqing had been the unattainable goddess of the School of Computer Science. Her gentle, yet dignified features, coupled with a cool, aloof temperament, caused countless boys to suffer crushing defeat in front of her. "How do you feel about this place? Does the food suit your taste?" Chung Sun continued to ask, paying no heed to Wenqing's frosty demeanor that kept people 3 steps away. At the mention of food, senior sister's movements grew a touch more animated. She nodded with a bit more emphasis. "It's pretty good. Their bread is delicious, especially the freshly baked sea salt croissants." Chung Sun smiled in satisfaction, catching in the corner of his eye a staff member coming up the stairs carrying a tray of bread. "Then I'll stop bothering you, senior sister. Bye." Chung Sun waved at her and headed toward the office. Seeing this overly familiar junior finally depart, Wenqing let out a long breath of relief. She set the tablet back up and resumed staring blankly at the screen, muttering under her breath, "Don't try to escape from me, woman. You can't run." "No, that doesn't sound domineering enough. The entire city belongs to me, and you can only belong to me as well." That's closer to the tone. "Ugh, it's barely 2,000 words today. Why is writing a domineering CEO so much harder than writing absurdist nonsense?" She groaned to herself. Who would have imagined that this senior sister, who on the surface seemed like a cool, imperious goddess, was secretly an author of goofy web novels with an utterly chaotic style? Moreover, she had recently opened a small side account preparing to dive into writing domineering CEO stories. Meanwhile, Chung Sun opened the office door and led Wan inside. As Wan moved to close the door, Chung Sun stopped her. "No need to shut it, let's keep the air circulating." Wan gave him a slight bow and introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Ching, I'm Wan, the store manager of the Jinsong Wujiacheng branch." Hello." Chung Sun nodded. "That lady from before, I've forgotten her name. That Prada lady, did she tell you all about me taking over Jinsong?" "She mentioned it in the group chat," Wan replied carefully. "She said the new boss's surname is Chung and that Mr. Chung wouldn't casually replace anyone, so we shouldn't worry." Chung Sun said nothing at first. He picked up a croissant from the bread tray, tore off a piece, and popped it into his The flavor really is quite good. Just as he was about to try a cream puff, the young woman with the braided pigtails came in carrying 2 drinks. "Boss, I made you a salted plum iced Americano and a special Laurel Cloud drink." The braid-haired girl carefully set the 2 drinks from the tray onto Chung Sun's desk, then stepped back to stand. Chung Sun first picked up the Laurel Cloud drink, took a small sip, and savored the taste, then followed it with a large mouthful. "This tastes nice. The hint of osmanthus coconut water. What else?" Holding the tray in her arms, the braid-haired girl answered quickly, "We use golden osmanthus oolong as the tea base, then add coconut water, finish with a layer of milk foam, and sprinkle dried osmanthus on top." Chung Sun nodded. Very good. From now on, everything in the store stays as it is. Don't worry about any major changes." Then, while eating a cream puff, he instructed store manager Wan, "Let's add each other on WeChat. You can pull me into your existing group." "Oh, I won't create a separate one." "All right. I'll scan you." Wan pulled out her phone, and the 2 of them quickly added each other on WeChat. In no time, Chung Sun appeared in 2 group chats, Jinsong Wujiacheng Store and Jinsong FA, one for all staff at the Wujiacheng branch, and one for the 3-store collective. "Everyone, please welcome our new boss, General Manager Chung." Wang Wan posted a message in the group to get everyone. Immediately a flurry of welcome General Manager Chung. Messages flooded the chat. There were 42 people in the large group, and Chung Sun didn't bother with extra words. He simply sent out 5 red packets of 40 yuan each. With that cascade of red packets, everyone could claim 500 yuan each. Stickers and auspicious phrases flew across the chat, like there was no tomorrow. Watching the messages with a broad grin, Chung Sun felt a genuine surge of happiness. A mechanical voice chimed in his mind, high-purity act of joyful money splashing. Detected, critical return bonus triggered. Investment return 210 yuan 16800 yuan already deposited into host's bank card. Usage tip, throwing money around is entry-level management, is the real art. If you want the horse to run, it needs more than grass. On my little system, how can you be this adorable? Not only do you give me money, you give me little nuggets of wisdom too. Chung Sun grinned broadly, secretly praising it in his heart. Watching their new boss stupidly grinning at his phone, Wang Wan and the braid-haired girl felt a touch of concern. They met each other's eyes, the same thought flashing through both their minds. Could he be some kind of foolish son from a landlord's family? Do we have a mini program for the store? Chung Sun suddenly asked. Are we on any food delivery platforms? Boss, we're on the Kangaroo platform, but we haven't made a mini program, Wang Wan replied. Got it. What's the order volume like on Kangaroo? What proportion of total orders does it account for? Wang Wan took out her phone, checked the backend data, and replied, Kangaroo orders make up 13% of our revenue and 24% of total order count. Chung Sun did a quick mental calculation. So that means the average ticket size for Kangaroo orders is 52, 68% lower than for dine-in customers. Before the two young women could react, he continued, when the delivery riders gather inside the store waiting for orders to be prepared, does that affect the dining experience for our in-house customers? Wang Wan nodded. It does have some effect, but we haven't received any customer complaints so far. How often do we have food damage issues? Chung Sun asked, recalling the Kangaroo rider from the day before. It happens occasionally, mostly with styled birthday cakes. There was one just yesterday, she answered. Chung Sun rubbed his chin and spoke slowly. If we handle delivery ourselves, would it be better? Shift customers from the platform to our own private channel, have them order delivery through a store mini program. Use cars instead of electric scooters for delivery. That way customers who want takeaway can still order from us. We save on platform commissions, and we can significantly raise our average ticket size. After all, they'd be our regulars. Then we can issue coupons at irregular intervals and launch free Nirexbury blind boxes to strengthen our customer base and increase stickiness. Wang Wan thought it over, then slowly nodded. Personally, I think it's worth trying because Kangaroo's commission rate really is too high. And their regional manager is always signing us up for random promotions without telling us, she added. Having heard Wang Wan's perspective, Chung Sun felt more confident. All right, I'll ask the other two store managers about it as well before making a final decision. He swept the remaining bread into his mouth in one go and said to the two women, that's it for today. I'll head out first. For now, everything continues as usual. Just keep to your existing rhythm. With that, Chung Sun picked up the salted plum iced Americano he hadn't touched yet and left the office together with the two staff members. As he went downstairs, he glanced over at where his senior sister had been sitting earlier. The seat was already empty. After greeting the busy yet idle young women behind the bar, Chung Sun pushed the door open and stepped out. A pink-haired girl who was portioning bread began stomping wildly, a sharp squeal bursting from her lips. Wow, wow, wow. The boss is so handsome. Before her voice had even faded, another drink powerhouse appeared silently behind the pink-haired girl and said in a low, languid tone, calm down a little. Don't you go harboring any crooked thoughts toward my husband. The pink-haired girl spins around and executes a perfect 90-degree bow, speaking with earnest sincerity. If possible, please be sure to let me join just once. I beg you, senior. Wang Wan looked at this group of hooligans, silently covering her face as she muttered under her breath. You Island Nation friend there, please have some self-respect. Anyone who should be eating, hurry up and go eat. Lunch service is about to start. Once outside the shop, Chung Sun decided to go shopping. A frenzied spending ought to be a kind of happiness too. When he was working at the company, Chung Sun had always been a man of very low material desire. His daily circle had been tightly closed with almost no social activities, so strolling through malls or anything of the sort had never really held much appeal for him. But now was the situation not entirely different. Glancing at the latest bank message, Chung Sun discovered his savings had suddenly soared to more than 490,000. Spend. Chung Sun resolved to spend ruthlessly to chase happiness ruthlessly. At the very least, he should hurry up and unlock that apartment, shouldn't he? Driving his little D, Chung Sun headed straight for the legendary Hunglong Plaza. After parking, he was stunned by the scene before him. As far as the eye could see, young women stood shoulder to shoulder, holding glowing boards and printed banners. Was some celebrity here for an event? Chung Sun wondered to himself in silence. Across heaven and earth, Xia Ning is the fairest. Year after year, Xia Ning is the sweetest. Chung Sun was hardly familiar with the new generation of female celebrities. The name Xia Ning was particularly unfamiliar to him. So he quietly slipped into a spot with no one around, took out his phone, and searched the name on Weibo. Hiss, an energetic, cute little idol, she really was sweet enough. Xia Ning had debuted as a singer, and was only 21 still in university. Because she had joined an original music variety show, she suddenly exploded in popularity online and later signed with her current entertainment company. After a round of careful operation and packaging, she now seemed poised to become the first singing and songwriting beauty of the post-00s generation in the mainland. After all, as long as the qualifiers are numerous enough, anyone can be called first at something. Chung Sun casually tapped the follow button, then slipped his phone back into his pocket. When he returned to the first-floor lobby, the crowd suddenly erupted into screams and waves of support chants rolled forth, as neatly as if during military training. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of commotion? With a quick sidestep, Chung Sun slipped into the heart of the crowd. He shouted slogans along with everyone else while deftly squeezing his way to the very front. Chung Sun felt his body had grown more agile, his strength greater. In the distance, a girl whose face he could not yet make out hopped down from a nanny van and waved toward the crowd. The fans seemed injected with pure adrenaline, shouting even more fervently. Chung Sun hastily raised his phone, zooming in with the telephoto lens to observe, while casually tapping the record button. Xia Ning had a short, rounded face with full, plump apple cheeks that made her look even younger. Her brows arched in a gentle crescent, and her gaze was clear and bright. Sweet, yet not cloying, naturally carrying an air of innocence and warmth. Today Xia Ning wore her hair in a high ponytail and a short off-shoulder floral dress, revealing smooth, evenly shaped legs. Youthful, lively, brimming with energy. Such wealth and generosity, Chung Sun nodded inwardly. Having enjoyed the lively spectacle, he was just about to slip away when a JK-uniformed girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, her face alight with excitement, as she asked, "Gidge, are you also a fan of Xia Ning?" Chung Sun froze for a moment, then hurriedly nodded and replied, Yes. Who doesn't like a sweet girl, ha? Then Gidge, would you like to add me on WeChat? I can keep you updated on Xia's schedule. I'll also post Xia's return trip photos in my moments." How could the kind-hearted Chung Sun possibly steel himself to reject a young, cute girl in a JK uniform, with snow-white skin and eyes that sparkled with light? They had just finished exchanging WeChat contacts when a huge cheer erupted once more from the crowd around them. "What's going on now?" Chung Sun asked the JK girl. Xia is walking over here." The JK girl shook Chung Sun's arm with all her strength. Chung Sun cried foul in his heart. "Referee, she's charging while carrying the ball." Everyone around them was pushing towards Xia Ning, and Chung Sun seized the opportunity to retreat out of the throng. The girls are really enthusiastic. He straightened his clothes and walked toward a quieter area. While signing autographs for fans, Xia Ning noticed a handsome male fan. He had just been in the front row, yet in the blink of an eye he had vanished. She had planned to take advantage of the signing to get a proper look at the handsome guy, but where had such a big fan of mine gone? Of course, none of this had anything to do with Chung Sun anymore. He had already arrived at the LV store with his 600,000 in funds. And why had his balance jumped from 490,000 to 600,000 just now? Was it not obvious? It was all from being charged with the ball. Clearly the responsibility lay entirely with the JK girl's side. "Hello, help me put together an outfit that will make me feel happy." As soon as he stepped through the door, Chung Sun stated his core demand with complete directness. The clerk's puzzled look lingered in her eyes. Was he here to find fault? Or was he some kind of walking sugar doll? "Sir, if you could tell me the style you like, I can make recommendations for you. Or you could take a look at our brand's autumn highlights. This season, the theme of our menswear line is Remember the Future." The clerk led Chung Sun to a row of mannequins and began explaining the design concept of the early autumn collection. Chung Sun, however, was not interested. Pointing to one of the models, he said, "I want to try that hoodie. Then help me match a pair of pants to go with it, all right?" The selections that followed became swift and efficient. This one, and that one. Fully aware of his limited skill in outfit coordination, Chung Sun chose only individual pieces and left the rest of the matching to the clerk. And wouldn't you know it, clothes that had seemed a bit gaudy or downright odd once paired by the clerk and worn by Chung Sun himself turned out unexpectedly harmonious and pleasing to the eye. "Okay, these 4 sets then. Ring it up." With a soft buzzing, the printer began spitting out the receipt. Chung Sun took the various sizes of shopping bags and bid farewell to the enthusiastic clerk. This single shopping trip directly slashed Chung Sun's net worth in half. His card was charged a full 36428 yuan. Even today's sugar darlings have spending power this high. He certainly looks handsome, but what a pity he's so simple-minded. The clerk felt utterly baffled by it all. High-purity happiness behavior, shopping spree, detected triggering critical reward. Investment return 36428 yuan 1821440 yuan already deposited into host bank card. Usage guidelines, neat grooming, and attire befitting one's status are the most basic form of cultivation. At the very moment he stepped out of the LV store, Cheng Sun felt he had completed a leap in social class. After all, he was now a dignified Billionaire tycoon. Cheng Sun decided to keep spending to a man out in the world, after all, needed a decent watch on his wrist. Having made up his mind, he first tossed all the shopping bags of various sizes into his car, then headed into the flagship boutique of Vacheron Constantin. "Welcome to Vacheron Constantin, sir." The sales associate greeted him with impeccable courtesy. "Hello, I'd like to choose a wristwatch. My budget is between 500,000 and 800,000 yuan. This time Cheng Sun did not pretend to be vague or indecisive. Instead, he stated his needs with precise clarity. "Of course, sir, you can take a look at our catalog," the associate replied. The sales associate led Cheng Sun to a small table and handed him a tablet so he could browse on his own. "This one looks quite good," he murmured. Cheng Sun pointed at the watch on the catalog's cover page, its dial strikingly cool, with an open-work design. "Sir, this is our overseas series skeleton ultra-thin perpetual calendar, crafted in white gold," the associate explained. "How much is it?" "This model is priced at 1.34 million yuan, sir. Could you bring one out for me to see?" "I'm sorry, sir, we currently don't have this piece in stock at our store." "You could add our sales WeChat and leave a reservation, sir. When we have stock again, we'll contact you proactively." Cheng Sun was a little taken aback. "Isn't this watch on the very first page of your catalog? If you don't have it, why do you put it on the cover?" "Sir, this skeleton ultra-thin perpetual calendar has a fully open-worked movement treated with NAC coating." Cheng Sun raised a hand to cut off the associate's lengthy spiel, nothing but empty talk in his eyes. He pointed at another model, a seemingly ordinary steel watch with 3 hands and a simple bezel. "What about this one? Do you have it in stock?" he asked. "Sir, this is actually our best-selling model, so." The sales associate kept his smile warm and professional, but still there was no stock. Cheng Sun chuckled and waved his hand. "Goodbye and thank you for the hospitality." Leaving Vacheron Constantin, he soon found a Rolex boutique. "So you could leave your contact information." The sales associate started her routine, but Cheng Sun's face, full of exasperation, gave her a playful wink. "Just tell me, how can I actually buy something that's in stock?" The associate glanced around, then leaned closer and whispered, "If you're in a hurry, you can go to a watch dealer. But the popular models may be more expensive there." Cheng Sun half reclined against the counter, lifting an eyebrow at her. "Give me a recommended place then." The saleswoman sighed theatrically, then reached into the inner pocket of her blazer and produced a business card. "It's just upstairs, Tower 2, 12th floor. They support verification at official boutiques." Cheng Sun accepted the card with one hand, gave it a quick glance, let out a dry little laugh, and left the store. Today he was determined to buy a watch. He went straight to the address on the card. Stepping out of the elevator and turning left, he immediately saw the signboard for Henry Watch House. Pushing open the heavy wood-framed glass door, Cheng Sun entered the watch dealer's interior. A sales lady greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir. Do you already have a specific model in mind?" Cheng Sun looked around. His first impression was that the place was quite large. "I've got a budget of 50 to 800,000 yuan. It's for myself, something leaning more toward casual style," he said. The sales lady guided him to a particular counter. "Please have a seat, sir. I'll bring out a few pieces for you to look at." In the end, Cheng Sun chose a Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Series Moonphase Perpetual Calendar. "Mr. Cheng, let me confirm with you the reference number of this watch is 4305T000GH135. Please verify the information on the warranty card," she said. "The total price we're giving you is 620,000 yuan. If you'd like to have it authenticated at an official boutique, we can accompany you over right now, and you can make payment afterward," she added. "I'll just pay directly. I still have things to do," Cheng Sun replied. He had no intention of running over to a boutique. A watch is the sort of thing that's real if you believe it is. Or if others believe it's real, then it is real as well. After he finished paying, the sales lady adjusted the strap for him. Cheng Sun fastened the watch onto his wrist, took the empty box in hand, and headed downstairs. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind, detected high-quality happiness behavior. Shopping spree. Critical reward triggered. Critical reward, Jing'an Tianyu Building T10 units 1801 to 1804. Please proceed to the property office to take possession. Usage guideline: old shabby apartments do not pair well with Vacheron Constantin. Cheng Sun was genuinely surprised. Jing'an Tianyu was a residential complex, which he could easily picture. It was right across the river from his own old rundown place. But what did 1801 to 1804 even mean? Had 4 entire apartments been given to him? Before he could think it through, his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. Lin Shufan. Lin Shufan was his university roommate, a native of Huhai. The two had always been very close. "Hey Xuanzi, I need help. Urgent," came the anxious voice on the other end. "Speak," Cheng Sun replied, crisp and efficient. "We're meeting an investor tomorrow. You know our technical solution was built by you, so could you come along to meet the investor?" Apparently she knows a bit about tech, Lin Shufan said. Lin Shufan spoke quickly, but his information was precise. Background, reason, timing, and necessity, all neatly laid out. He was now starting a business with a few of his brothers developing an app. He often outsourced parts of the development work to Ching Sun. That way Ching Sun could earn some extra money while Lin Shufan could save on development costs. Both sides were quite satisfied. Ching Sun had no objections and agreed readily. Sure. Send me the time and place on WeChat. Thank you so much, Xuanzi. You even have to take special leave for us. No need to take special leave. Ching Sun chuckled without going into details. Alright, I'll be there on time. Not even a minute after hanging up, a WeChat message from Lin Shufan arrived. Jing'an Carry Center, 930 M. Tomorrow. We'll meet in the lobby. The other party is Chu Yinxi VP at Jingwu Capital, an overseas returned female elite, formerly the youngest female VP for Goldman Sachs in the mainland region. She joined Jingwu Capital early this year, and people say she's difficult to deal with. She has a Douyin account. You can check her out first. Ching Sun replied with a simple got it, then drove off toward the Jing'an Tianyu residential complex. Next stop, taking possession of his property. Sir, ride-hailing cars have to stop outside. The complex doesn't allow them in. A security guard in a neatly pressed uniform enthusiastically stopped Ching Sun and saluted. Uncle, I'm an owner, Ching Sun said. The guard squinted, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Young man, do I look that easy to fool to you? If you were at least driving a Wuling Mi, I might turn a blind eye, the guard added. Ching Sun couldn't be bothered to argue over such nonsense. He backed out of the barrier lane and called the property management office. After a while, a lady with voluminous wavy hair came running over in a slightly unsteady dash and found Ching Sun, who was scrolling through short videos on his phone. Mr. Chung, I'm from the property service center. Sorry about earlier, you can go in now. At her words, Ching Sun started the car and followed her, parking outside the property service center. As he passed the barrier, there was a crisp snap as the security guard straightened and gave him a perfectly sharp salute. Ching Sun smiled and nodded back at the guard. Mr. Chung, here are the property certificates for your 4 apartments. These are the filed contracts. This is the property notice. This is the fire safety liability statement. And this is the pledge not to convert them into group rental units. Ching Sun signed furiously. Each apartment required around 10 documents, and he ended up signing his name over 40 times. Mr. Chung, there's one particular situation. I'm not sure if the previous owner told you. Our unit 1802 currently has tenants. How would you like to handle that, she asked. Ching Sun was sorting through the materials on the desk. Hearing this, he casually asked, what kind of tenants? A whole family, or just one person? 2 girls, the wavy-haired lady replied. One is a female PhD student from Fudan, and the other is her best friend. Both of them are quite nice. Oh, a female PhD from Fudan. Ching Sun couldn't help but think of senior sister Wenqing. However, several campuses of Fudan are quite far from here. Why does she have to live here? Though he didn't understand, he respected it. Then let them continue to stay. Do I need to sign a new lease? Ching Sun didn't mind at all, as he had 4 properties which he couldn't possibly occupy all at once. Yes, please. When would you be available to arrange a meeting with the tenants? Ching Sun thought for a moment and replied to the property manager. You let them sign the new contract and leave it with your property management, and then you can contact me. I can't guarantee when I will be home. No problem, Mr. Chung. Just leave us your payment account, and we will note it down in the new contract when the time comes. Ching Sun packed the property certificate, contract access card, and keys into his backpack and left the property service center with a casual air. Following the signs, he drove down to the basement and successfully found his parking space near Building 10. Ching Sun had 6 adjoining parking spaces, all of which were vacant. After swiping his card at the entrance, he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. The security is quite good, Ching Sun nodded. While waiting for the property management earlier, Ching Sun had searched for detailed information about the Jing'an Tianyu community on a short video platform. It was a high-end community, mainly featuring flat layouts. However, his Building 10 was an exception, being the only small unit in the community with a layout of 2 elevators serving 4 households. Although it was a small unit, the standard of the public area decoration remained on par with that of larger flats. The lobby and corridors were all adorned with dry-hung marble. The choice of various decorative materials was also very meticulous. The ceiling height was decent. Ching Sun estimated it to be around 3.2 meters. Ching Sun found the corner unit 1801 and took out his keys to unlock the door. As he passed by 1802, Ching Sun specifically observed, aside from a lovely carpet at the entrance, there were no other items such as messy shoe cabinets, garbage, or delivery boxes. It seemed that the 2 tenants were quite well behaved. Ching Sun despised the act of placing a shabby shoe cabinet in the corridor. Because in the old shabby unit he rented across from those tenants, the smell of their leather shoes was unbearable. Each time Ching Sun went upstairs, he had to hold his breath, starting from 2 floors below. Once when Chung Sun had ordered takeout in advance, but had not yet arrived home, the delivery guy called him. "Bro, there's a dead rat at your doorstep. I've left your meal at the security office." Just thinking about it makes Chung Sun feel nauseous. However, seeing the house in front of him, he was instantly filled with joy and immediately forgot about the stinky leather shoes of his old neighbors. The creamy wooden style was exactly the design Chung Sun favored. The light-colored solid wood multi-layer flooring, light walnut solid wood furniture and countertops, white textured cabinet doors, and smooth pristine white walls. Paired with just the right amount of fabric decorations and pops of color, the entire space was rendered comfortable. With an area of over 90 square meters, it includes a master bedroom, a guest bedroom, and an open study that connects seamlessly with the living room. After changing into slippers and strolling around, Chung Sun then went to check out 1803 and 1804 next door. Both units shared the same decoration style as Unit 01, with only differences in layout and area. After tidying up, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Chung Sun leaned back on the sofa, took out his phone, and filmed a circle around the house, then posted it in the family group chat. "I changed houses. The decoration is nice, right?" There were only 3 people in the group, his parents and him. Soon his mother's reply came, "It really is nice. Why did you suddenly decide to change houses? What's the rent?" Chung Sun didn't dare to mention it was his own house, as his parents were aware of how much money I changed jobs and my salary increased significantly, so I moved to a place closer to my new company. After saying this, Chung Sun directly sent each of his parents a transfer of 10,000. "It's the signing fee for the new company. Spend it freely. I feel like I might be on the verge of success. Ooh, just retire already. Your eldest son can support you." Chung Sun is from Luzhou in Anhui province with his family in the county. His parents run a renovation business in Luzhou, mainly focusing on custom home decoration. In recent years, business has been tough, and they have considered retirement. However, thinking about how their eldest son couldn't even buy a house in Huhai, they felt they could continue to strive for another 10 years. While Chung Sun was explaining his new job to his parents in the group chat, a reward was suddenly triggered. Detected high purity happiness state family harmony, triggering critical reward. Critical reward Mercedes-AMG S63 LE performance. Please proceed to the designated location to pick up the car. User guide: a person cannot simultaneously possess an AMG and insecurity. Finally, he could change his car. Chung Sun, who held over 100,000 in cash without going to look for a car, was waiting for this moment. Of course, he truly hadn't had the time. Look, it just popped up. Wait, what does this mean? Chung Sun felt a bit anxious. This thing, it can't be a green plate, can it? After careful inquiry, Chung Sun felt relieved that it was still a blue plate. Chung Sun thought of a business friend of his father who had received a green plate Rolls-Royce as a debt settlement and was laughed at by those around him for a year. With a green plate, it couldn't even be rented out for weddings. Chung Sun entered the model into the search box and was instantly amazed by this 4-door beast that combined luxury and sport, noticing the price was around 3.5 million. What am I waiting for? Just go pick up the car. However, glancing at the darkening sky, Chung Sun decided to call the dealership first to confirm, lest he arrive and find them closed. "Mr. Chung, we will wait for your arrival. Please don't rush, safety first." The sweet salesgirl was true. Chung Sun called a rideshare car to head to the designated dealership. "Goodbye, little D, we are not suitable. Well, I don't want the S63 to misunderstand." As he arrived at the community entrance, Chung Sun saw, "Wait, isn't that my little D? You cheated too." Checking the license plate, he chuckled. It turned out to be a false alarm. After getting in the car, Chung Sun surprisingly felt a sense of déjà vu. This made him feel a bit ashamed. His moral standards were still too high, which wasn't good. The process of car delivery was very fast. The license plate had already been issued. Chung Sun only needed to sign a few names on the documents to take little S home. Salesgirl Xiao Mei half squatted next to Chung Sun, deliberately leaning in close, and sweetly asked, "Mr. Chung, have you had dinner yet? How about I treat you to a meal?" "Oh, I've already eaten," Chung Sun told a little white lie, mainly because this sweet-voiced salesgirl was a bit too outgoing. Chung Sun didn't like being so outgoing, so he decided to make a quick escape. After rejecting Xiao Mei's WeChat request, he drove out of the delivery area and randomly chose a direction to rush out. Boys need to protect themselves when outside. In such situations, one never knows who might end up suffering. Driving this AMG S63L on a somewhat congested overpass, Chung Sun suddenly felt a long-lost joy. It was the kind of joy one felt when finding 50 cents on the way home from school and buying a pack of spicy strips. It was the joy of enjoying a rich material life without labor. It was the purest joy in the world. Chung Sun wasn't too knowledgeable about cars, but the AMG S63L beneath him truly provided an unparalleled driving experience. The 4.0 TV8 twin-turbo engine paired with the electric motor brought an extreme contrast in experience. In comfort mode, it was a smooth, quiet luxury executive sedan. Switching to sport mode, the heavy roar of the V8 combined with the torque burst from the electric motor delivered a pleasantly surprising handling sensation. There was no sluggishness, no delay, the immediate power response was exhilarating. Detected high-purity happiness behavior, driving a luxury car, triggering critical reward. Critical reward ultimate driving ability will be deployed during sleep. User guide: there are countless roads, but safety is the priority. After a casual meal, Chung Sun returned to his old dilapidated apartment, organized his luggage and documents, and then loaded them into the car. Goodbye to this place where I lived for 2.5 years. There was no reluctance, only a farewell to the past self of Chung Sun. After putting the last file containing all his documents into his backpack, Chung Sun took a deep breath and opened the front door. He sneakily glanced at the stairwell, then kicked the shabby shoe rack opposite his door with a forceful kick. Damn it, I've put up with you for 2.5 years. After toppling the shoe rack, he kicked the foul-smelling, worn-out shoes down to the door of room 302. That downstairs lady with her obnoxious fleece jacket always made a mess in the stairwell. It was time to show her what a real biochemical attack looked like. Detected high-purity joyful behavior, minor revenge, triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward silver tongue will be deployed during sleep. User guide: this is a composite skill. Chung Sun preferred skill-based rewards over direct financial ones. For instance, this silver tongue skill was quite exciting. After returning home, Chung Sun tidied up again. Once he had sorted everything into categories, it was almost midnight. He still needed to accompany Lin Shufan to meet an investor tomorrow morning, so he hurried to bed. The toiletries and bedding here were all complete and very convenient. Sleeping in a big bed was just so comfortable, he could roll around as he pleased. However, before sleeping, Chung Sun needed to deal with the messages piled up on his phone. He had done too much today, and some unimportant WeChat messages were simply left unanswered. First, there were some friend requests, most of which were from employees of the dessert shop. As for the other two store managers, Chung Sun had added them earlier in the afternoon and had created a group chat exclusively for the managers. Next were some unread messages. At 9:30 in the evening, an old colleague bald brother asked if he wanted to go out for drinks. Chung Sun casually sent a sticker and replied, "Definitely next time." At 8:40 in the evening, the three store managers in the Jiansong store manager group shared today's business data. "Thank you for your hard work. Thumbs up, Proceros." At 6 in the evening, JK girl sent a bunch of activity photos from Xianing today and commented, "Hello, I'm Su Ranxin. I'm currently studying in Huhai University. How about you, big brother?" Chung Sun replied honestly, "I'm Chung Sun running a dessert shop. I don't talk much." In the afternoon at 5, former colleague Xiao Hui invited Chung Sun to apply for a job at a company together. In response to the kindness from others, Chung Sun replied very politely, "Thank you, but I'm planning to switch careers. Let's collaborate again if there's a chance in the future." After sorting that out, Chung Sun opened up a short video app and searched for the overseas returnee female VP he was meeting tomorrow. He directly searched for the 3 characters Chu Yin Ci and smoothly found the account. The name of Chu Yin Ci's short video account was Yin Ci Bushan Yin Ci. After watching a few videos, Chung Sun's first impression of her was that she was beautiful and radiant. Chu Yin Ci, 28 years old, studied abroad in America, and joined Goldman Sachs after returning home, quickly rising to the VP level. She then rapidly switched to a local Huhai venture capital firm focusing on internet industry investments. In terms of appearance, Chu Yin Ci had an oval face, a clear jawline, and a striking bone structure. In today's trendy terms, she was a stunning beauty. With thick eyebrows, large double eyelids, and slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, her full lips were beautifully shaped, and she liked to wear bold-colored lipstick. With her shoulder-length chestnut wavy hair, tall stature, and semi-permanent smile, it was easy to feel a sense of closeness to her. After forming that first impression, Chung Sun attempted to delve deeper. In the videos, Chu Yin Ci always maintained an elegant demeanor. However, regardless of the occasion, she was accustomed to adding a splash of color to her formal attire. This probably indicated a woman who valued personal freedom and might not be very interested in those who like to follow rules and projects. However, her uniqueness operated within a restrained and regulated framework, which likely meant she would be very averse to those who were excessively casual or nonconformist. When she spoke, she endeavored to present a knowledgeable and approachable side, but her eyes occasionally revealed fleeting disdain and contempt. Overall, she was a contradictory person. Chung Sun didn't know when he fell asleep again, but when he woke up, his phone. That night, Chung Sun had a series of dreams: driving, off-roading, racing, repairing, debating, giving speeches, doing stand-up comedy, kissing. Even so, when the alarm woke him up in the morning, Chung Sun still felt incredibly energetic. He wondered if this was a small benefit from the deployed skill or a lasting buff from a great supplement. However, Chung Sun found it strange that the silver tongue skill seemed a bit inappropriate. This opened an interesting door for Chung Sun. After washing up, he put on a white shirt and trousers, then threw on a slightly stylish casual blazer. He bought this blazer yesterday at LV, and it was just right to wear today. Along the way, he continued to listen to the warm podcast, sending hearts peace. Teacher Ming Yao's voice remained as gentle and powerful as ever, carrying a healing effect. Moreover, after continuous practice in his dreams last night, Chung Sun felt as if he had reached a state of unity with his vehicle while driving. He drove skillfully, as if he was a fish in water, reaching his destination successfully. He parked his little S in the garage and happened to see Lin Chufan getting out of another car. Xuanzi. Without waiting for Chung Sun to wave back, Lin Chufan shouted from a distance and jogged over. Lin Chufan glanced at Chung Sun's AMG S63 and pointed at the key Chung Sun was holding. "Is this yours?" Chung Sun smiled shyly, "Yes." Lin Chufan stared at Chung Sun's face for a while, then reached out to pinch Chung Sun's cheek. "Xuanzi, have you had cosmetic surgery? Are you planning to switch careers to modeling?" Then he patted his head, looking as if he had just realized something. "Is this car from your wealthy big sister?" Before Chung Sun could explain, Lin Chufan threw an arm around Chung Sun's shoulder with a cheeky grin. "Brother Sun, introduce me to her too. When I make it big, it'll definitely repay you." Chung Sun disdainfully shrugged off Lin Chufan's arm, scoffed, and flashed a charming smile. "You have quite the imagination, huh? Can't I have gotten rich on my own?" Lin Chufan playfully patted Chung Sun's chest muscle with the back of his hand, looking as if he understood everything. "Come on, Brother Sun, after so many years, who doesn't know who? Don't worry, bro, I promise to keep it a secret." Without listening to Chung Sun's explanation, Lin Chufan dragged him towards the elevator. "Let's find a place in the lobby to review the PPT first." Lin Chufan is currently working on a pet community application called Paw Diary. It initially started as a small community for sharing beautiful pet photos, gradually adding modules for pet self-operated e-commerce and pet lifestyle services. The first version of this application was outsourced to Chung Sun, and subsequent major feature upgrades were also structured and guided by him. Recently, Lin Chufan's team wanted to follow the trend of integrating artificial intelligence capabilities to create an AI pet consultation feature. With Chung Sun's help, they quickly completed the model construction and validation. Now this application has 180 highly engaged vertical users and has partnered with 42 merchants around Huai, developing dozens of self-operated SKU categories such as dog food, cat food, and pet toys through a branded approach. Lin Chufan and the other two partners felt it was time to seek investment. They created a beautiful proposal and sent it out to numerous investment institutions. Today's meeting with Jingwu Capital is the first institution to enter the interview stage. Chung Sun quickly went over the details with the three bosses, then utilized the eloquent skills he acquired last night to help them refine their speech before all four entered the elevator. After the four arrived at Jingwu Capital's office floor, they reported their names at the front desk. The receptionist then led them to a conference room, providing a few bottles of water and informing them that General Chu would arrive soon. The four sat for nearly an hour before encountering the tardy Chu Yanxi. Upon seeing Chu Yanxi in person, Chung Sun's first impression was that she looked even more stunning than on video. The words radiant and elegant seemed custom-made for her, evoking the vibe of a Hong Kong star, yet Chung Sun had never been one to let his perspective be swayed by mere appearances. Despite being an hour late, Chu Yanxi offered no apology, which made Chung Sun feel somewhat uncomfortable. After Chu Yanxi entered with two investment managers, she calmly took her seat at the head of the table, quickly assessing the four gentlemen across from her, then nodded slightly at them. "Let's get straight to the point, Lin. Please introduce your project." It seemed as if she had become more perceptive after taking a powerful supplement, as Chung Sun clearly sensed that Chu Yanxi lingered on him longer than the average duration of the other three. Chung Sun felt that this might be due to the clever details he had incorporated, or perhaps it was his charm that captivated. Indeed, compared to the others, Chu Yanxi seemed to pay more attention to Chung Sun. Wearing a mismatched LV casual suit from the current season, paired with an ordinary dress shirt, her fashion sense was disastrous, bordering on an insult to the designer. A glance at her wrist revealed a Vacheron Constantine watch with a moon phase function, likely from the Traditionnel series, priced between 600 to 900. While Chung Sun was still pleased with his clever details, he was unaware that he had been labeled a new money individual. In a certain sense, Chu Yanxi was indeed perceptive. Chung Sun was just a nouveau riche with his knowledge and taste not yet matching his wealth. Lin Chufan projected his computer screen onto the large display and began to systematically introduce. Initially, Chu Yanxi nodded occasionally, but gradually, she began to frequently interrupt Lin Chufan's explanation, raising various pointed and pragmatic questions. Are you looking to compete directly with major companies in local pet service group buying? Do you know the current data on Douyin group buying? On what basis do you believe your vertical community's conversion rate can surpass that of a national app like Douyin? How does your AI consultation solve dispute issues? If a pet dies or a medical condition worsens, will you take responsibility? Where is the moat for your branded dog food and toys? Is there patented design or a special formula? Why not open up cooperation with brands for distribution instead of building your own brand? The barrage of questions left Lin Chufan somewhat dazed. However, none of this concerned Chung Sun, as he was only responsible for the technical aspects here. Just as he was about to drift off, Chu Yinsi temporarily released Lin Chufan and turned her attention to Chung Sun. Mr. Chung, I was informed that you are responsible for the technical side. May I ask if your AI consultation uses a model that you trained yourself, or if it utilizes other models for fine-tuning? Is it pre-trained or RAG? Chung Sun was somewhat surprised by the professionalism. He answered truthfully, we fine-tuned it using other models. What dataset did you use? The data from the VetQA website, the PubMed veterinary literature subset dog and cat clinical case datasets, and diagnostic imaging datasets in veterinary medicine. Chung Sun's answers were very clear. How effective is it? Chung Sun took a breath, appearing very confident. The effectiveness is quite good. Our accuracy in prevention and treatment methods is over 99. However, in terms of diagnosis, due to objective issues like unclear user descriptions, the effectiveness has not yet met expectations. But as the user base grows, the number of samples increases and new datasets are introduced, I believe this accuracy will see significant improvement. Our next step will be to collaborate with some universities to work on this subject to achieve a safer and more reliable user experience. Actually, everyone in the team felt that this project was of little use. However, in such an environment, how can one attract investors' money without adding AI? After all, investors like Chu Yinsi who understand AI are rare. Most investors do not grasp the principles and cannot distinguish between pre-training and fine-tuning. The small-scale roadshow continued until after 11 o'clock, with Chu Yinsi asking very detailed and in-depth questions. Lin Chufan felt that he had obviously not achieved the expected results. However, Chung Sun did not share the same sentiment. If the investors were not interested in your project, they would not waste time talking with you for over an hour. However, Chung Sun did not share the same sentiment. If the investors were not interested in your project, they would not waste time talking with you for over an hour. To dismiss. All right, General Chu, I apologize for taking up your time. Thank you for this opportunity. Lin Chufan lowered his. Chung Sun, however, did not hold such respect for the tardy VP. He met Chu Yinsi's gaze directly and extended his hand, saying, General Chu, until we meet again. Surprised by the brightness in this nouveau rich's eyes, Chu Yinsi held Chung Sun's gaze for just a moment before quickly regaining her composure, smiling as she extended her hand for a light handshake, softly saying, Mr. Chung, there will be opportunities. After saying this, Chu Yinsi leaned in slightly and whispered, to be honest, you are more suited to be a leader. Chung Sun, not understanding the logic behind Chu Yinsi's words, did not respond. A group of people descended the stairs to the garage, and Chung Sun did not go to eat with Lin Chufan and the others. He planned to visit 2 other branches today, so he opted for a quick bite of bread at the store. As he walked towards the area where his beloved little S was parked, Chung Sun caught a glimpse of Chu Yinsi following closely behind him. He took out his key and pressed the unlock button, causing the sleek black S63 to flash its lights. Just as he was about to open the car door, Chu Yinsi suddenly spoke up, Mr. Chung, would you mind if we added each other? Chung Sun was somewhat taken aback. He turned to look at Chu Yinsi and offered a polite smile. Sure, why don't you? As the two stood in front of the car, operating their phones, Chu Yinsi suddenly remarked, Mr. Chung, I might be a bit forward, but your jacket and white shirt don't quite match. Chung Sun's expression faltered. He glanced up at Chu Yinsi and discerned a mix of teasing and serious. Chung Sun continued to look down at his phone, adding a note to Chu Yinsi's WeChat, and casually asked, So what suggestions do you have, Miss Chu? Without answering verbally, Chu Yinsi reached out and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of Chung Sun's shirt. Then she adjusted the collar, stepped back 2 paces, and scanned him from top to bottom, nodding slightly with a bright smile. This is much more comfortable. Before Chung Sun could respond, she continued, Next time you buy clothes, let the sales associate help you coordinate. Don't just improvise. I'm off by. After saying this, Chu Yinsi turned and walked towards her car, waving her hand without looking back. All that remained was the sound of her high heels clicking, leaving Chung Sun standing there dumbfounded and with flushed ears. No, sister, you were the one being too forward. Meanwhile, in a car not far away, Lin Chufan was grinning widely and excitedly banging on the steering wheel. Chuanzi. Huh. It's still you. Lin Chufan quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture of Chung Sun and Chu Yinsi. In the photo, Chu Yinsi was adjusting Chung Sun's collar. Although her expression wasn't clear, the action alone conveyed an intimate atmosphere. Lin Chufan sent the photo directly to Chung Sun. Sun Gu, your entrepreneurial journey relies on you. Keep it up. Chung Sun, still in a daze after getting in the car, saw the photo Lin Chufan sent and furrowed his brows deeper. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't analyze Chu Yinsi's motives behind her actions, so he casually tossed his phone aside and started the car, heading towards the other 2 branches of Jinsong. The first stop was the Wukong Road branch near Wukong Building. This area had the densest concentration of artistic youth and small-scale tourists in all of Huhai. Therefore, the Wukong Road branch reduced its dessert offerings and increased the ratio of freshly baked bread and coffee. Indeed, artistic youth do not consume desserts. They prefer bread, and it must be bread packed in craft paper. To accommodate the high mobility of its clientele, the store not only reduced the number of dining tables, but also replaced all the four-person tables with large bar tables, adding some public space outside for photo opportunities. With the already limited dessert supply and the adjustment of tables and chairs, the time tourists spent in the store was significantly shortened. Even more remarkable, it seemed that the store intentionally made some minor adjustments to the kitchen's ventilation, allowing the rich aroma of bread and freshly roasted coffee beans to waft out onto the street. As the young women visiting for photos began to feel a bit hungry while strolling down the street, they caught a whiff of the enticing scents coming from the store. Seeing that the decor was also quite appealing, they inevitably decided to step in and sample some savory treats. In the past year on Schaufenburg, as long as the location was in Huai, one could frequently see numerous young women checking in with photos in front of the store. They wore French dresses, cradled craft paper bags emblazoned with the Jinsong Patisserie logo, and showed infectious smiles. An increasing number of check-in tourists were drawn here. In response, a seasoned local on Schaufenburg angrily scolded, "Don't let the impatient check-in trend tarnish our local treasure shops. Please leave some bread for the neighbors. How did something I grew up with suddenly become so popular?" Chung Sun couldn't help but laugh. A Lady Prada only opened this branch on Wukong Road 3 years ago. How could it have been something he grew up with? After observing outside for more than 10 minutes, he finally entered the store. This was definitely not just to check out the young women. No. After entering, Chung Sun directly bypassed the queue and approached the bar. First, he spotted the blue plaid headscarf that indicated the store manager's identity, then waved to the manager. "I am Chung Sun, here to check on the store." "Boss, you're here." "Hee, you really are handsome." The round-faced manager's eyes crinkled into crescents when he smiled. "Cough, not bad. Is there anything in the store that needs my attention?" The round-faced manager nodded vigorously after hearing Chung Sun's question. "Yes, boss, definitely." The manager immediately emerged from behind the bar and pulled Chung Sun into a small break room in the store. "The workload in our store is too heavy. I don't know if you noticed yesterday's data, but on weekdays our Wukong Road branch had 5 times more orders than the Wujiacheng branch. However, the number of staff and bakers is nearly the same. I need 3 more staff members, 2 bakers, 1 dedicated barista, and 1 water bar operator." After 5 minutes of rapid-fire complaints, the round-faced manager finally paused. Chung Sun listened intently, nodding occasionally. "All right, I've noted everything down and will resolve it as soon as possible. Today, I mainly came to assess the situation. If there are any issues, communicate with me in a timely manner via WeChat. I will take my leave now as I still need to check on the Jingon Temple store. By the way, I haven't had lunch yet. Please pack me a lunch." Upon hearing that the boss hadn't eaten, the round-faced manager immediately stood up and hurried to the bar. Wow, Chung Sun marveled. This manager's energy level is off the charts. But a manager like this is exactly what the store needs to motivate the other employees. Chung Sun was very satisfied with him. By the time Chung Sun casually made it to the bar, the round-faced manager was already waiting there with a heavy bag of takeout. "Boss, we have freshly baked sea salt croissants, bagels, coconut milk toast, and garlic baguettes. I've also included some other items for you to try. Would you like an iced Americano or a latte?" Chung Sun thought for a moment and replied, "Make me that osmanthus oolong milk cap." "Sure, boss. It's the bay laurel floating cloud." Chung Sun took the bag from the manager, opened it, and thought, wow, this could last for 2 days. "Hey, why isn't that guy in line?" A boy with a tinfoil perm accompanying his girlfriend for a check-in pointed at Chung Sun and asked loudly. Before Chung Sun could react, the manager quickly rushed over to explain to the two. The surrounding customers waiting in line and checking in turned their gazes towards the boy with the tinfoil perm. Chung Sun noticed that his girlfriend immediately shrank back, her face full of embarrassment. Oh, so he wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, huh? What a simple-minded young man. Delivery staff don't stand in line either. Why don't you shout at the delivery guy? It's just that you feel unbalanced inside, and coupled with standing next to a beautiful girlfriend, you want to showcase your masculinity. We're all men. Who doesn't know who? Chung Sun flashed a fresh and polite smile at the girl in the strapped dress beside the boy with the tinfoil perm, nodded slightly, and said in a voice tinged with magnetism, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a rush. They'll treat you to some bread later. Oh, and your boyfriend too." After saying this, he took the osmanthus oolong milk cap handed to him by another staff member and left the store, getting into the parked AMG S63 by the roadside. With a smooth series of moves, this couple would inevitably break up in a few days. As Chung Sun settled into the car, he suddenly realized that perhaps he had a bit of a dark sense of humor. But it was quite amusing. Sporting a flashy hairstyle, he looked like a typical scoundrel. After wandering around the Jingon Temple store and chatting with the manager, Chung Sun headed straight home. With a system in place, one must enjoy life. Chung Sun had been working since early morning, yet he still hadn't triggered any rewards. This wouldn't do. After parking the car back in the garage, Chung Sun first went to the property management to collect the signed lease contract from the neighboring tenant, then carried the unfinished bread back to Building 10. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl ahead looked somewhat familiar. Chung Sun jogged a few steps to stand beside her. Indeed, it was Wenqing. Could she be the doctoral tenant next door? Senior. What a coincidence. Today, the senior was dressed in a gray and white sports outfit, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a Fudan University canvas bag. Wenqing seemed to be in deep thought and was startled by Chung Sun's sudden appearance. Chung Sun. Chung Sun offered a warm smile, appearing harmless, and asked, Senior, you don't happen to live in Building 10, do you? Wenqing was somewhat surprised and blurted out, How did you know? 1802. Wenqing stopped in her tracks and didn't continue walking. A hint of panic crossed her face and her voice trembled slightly. If you keep following me, did she really think he was some kind of pervert? Chung Sun felt a bit awkward. He quickly took a step back, waved the contract in his hand, and explained, I'm the landlord. This is your new contract, right? This Wang Ruiqi is your friend, isn't she? Upon hearing Chung Sun's initial explanation, Wenqing remained tense until he mentioned the name of her housemate, which made her slightly believe him. Let me see the contract, Wenqing said coldly. Here you go. Chung Sun handed the contract over from Wenqing flipped through it, and upon finding the signature was indeed Wang Ruiqi's, as well as the property management seal, she finally believed that Chung Sun was truly their new landlord. Senior, now you can relax, right? Chung Sun took back the contract she handed over and continued, It's quite far from Fudan. Why did you choose to live here? My friend chose this place. Which campus do you usually go to? I saw you at Jiansong yesterday. Is it the Wujiacheng campus? At the Zhangjiang campus. Then why did you go to Wujiacheng's Jiansong? I also teach undergraduate public courses in computer science at Wujiacheng sometimes. After a brief pause, Wenqing added, And their food is quite good. Did you just finish exercising, Senior? No, I don't have classes tomorrow and the day after, so I'm just back to stay for a few days. The two engaged in awkward small talk, with Chung Sun asking and Wenqing answering. As the elevator reached the 18th floor, Wenqing stepped out first with Chung Sun following behind. Turning to the door, Wenqing pressed her fingerprint to unlock it, only to hear Chung Sun ask from behind, Do you want some bread? I just brought it back from Jiansong. Wenqing hesitated for a moment, her eyes brightening slightly. It seemed impolite to directly refuse the landlord's kindness, especially when it was soft and fragrant little breads. Is that okay? They'll just take a small one then. Chung Sun directly stuffed a whole bag of bread into Wenqing's arms. Don't mention it. I forgot to tell you, Jiansong is my shop. If you ever want bread, just let me know. We added each other on WeChat a while ago. My name is just Chung Sun, my real name. Wenqing stood at the door holding a heavy bag of bread, watching Chung Sun unlock the door. Qingzi, why are you standing at the door and not coming in? A voice from inside the room pulled Wenqing back to reality. I'm coming. Why did you go buy bread again? I want to eat. Wang Ruiqi bounced over and grabbed the paper bag from Wenqing's arms. Why did you buy so much? Wenqing tossed her canvas bag onto the entrance cabinet, answering while changing her shoes. It was given by the landlord. Landlord? Did you meet the new landlord? Yes, they live next door. This new landlord signed the contract without even meeting the tenants, which made Wang Ruiqi very curious and continued to ask, How old are they? What are they like? Are they hard to deal with? 1 year younger than me, and as for their personality, a bit chatty and talkative, overall they're quite fine. Wang Ruiqi set down the paper bag and hugged Wenqing's arm with a mischievous grin. Wow, why did the landlord give you so much bread? A younger brother 1 year younger than you. Does he have a crush on you? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Spill the beans. Why don't you just knock on the door and see for yourself? Wenqing found her crazy friend a bit speechless, leaving Wang Ruiqi in the living room while she went into her room to change clothes. Makes sense. Wang Ruiqi slapped her forehead. She took out the fruit she had just bought from the fridge, chopped a large plate of fruit in the kitchen, and then left the room with the plate. Wenqing had just finished changing her clothes when she saw Wang Ruiqi stepping out. Wait, are you serious? Chung Sun was lying on the sofa enjoying a short video of a girl showcasing her outfit. He had finally triggered a reward, and the system had given him a cash reward of several tens of thousands. After saving this girl to his favorites, he heard the doorbell ring. When the door opened, he saw a tall girl with Japanese-style short hair, wearing a loose white t-shirt. Hello, I'm Wang Ruiqi from next door. You must be our new landlord. Wang Ruiqi had an infectious smile, her voice clear and her eyes bright. Hello, I'm Chung Sun. Is there something you need? Just wanted to thank you for the bread and offer you some fruit. It's fresh, I just cut it. Wang Ruiqi handed the fruit plate to Chung Sun with both hands. Thank you. I won't be polite then. Chung Sun accepted the plate and asked, Should I wash it and return it to you after I finish? Yes, no rush. Wang Ruiqi took out her phone and shook it. Can I add you on WeChat, landlord? After sending off the enthusiastic Wang Ruiqi, Chung Sun happily enjoyed a plate of fruit. The cantaloupe was so sweet. Chung Sun usually didn't consciously buy fruits as they were indeed a bit pricey. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, he just felt the cost-performance ratio was a bit low. Moreover, his fruit intake relied mainly on the afternoon tea provided by the company every Monday, Wednesday. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the introduction of an abstract factory leader, the previous company was quite a warm and friendly one. The fact that the severance compensation was received instantly speaks volumes. What a pity. After finishing the fruit, Chung Sun felt a bit drowsy and decided to take an afternoon nap in his room. Once Wang Weiqi returned to room 1802, she was as excited as a big monkey bouncing around. So handsome. I love it, I love it. Wang Weiqi tried to send Chung Sun's WeChat to Wenqing, but Wenqing said she had already added him. After some questioning, it turned out that these two were direct senior-junior siblings and had known each other for a long time. Xiao Qing, draw your sword. For the sake of the landlord, I've decided to duel with you. Wenqing sighed, putting down her tablet, and seriously explained once again. I've said it many times, we only have a very ordinary classmate relationship. Wang Weiqi raised an eyebrow at Wenqing, a teasing smile on her face. Just fool yourself, don't let your friends be fooled too. The handsome junior chases after his crush from thousands of miles away, specifically moving next door to silently protect her. To prevent other men from approaching her, he bought the entire floor. Learning that his crush loves bread, he invested in the best bakery in Shanghai. Oh my god, how romantic. Xiao Qing, marry him, he's worth it. Wenqing silently rolled her eyes and returned to her room with the tablet. Sitting at her desk, Wenqing's hands moved swiftly, leaving behind traces of shadows. Inspiration flowed like a fountain. Woman, stop struggling. This entire building belongs to me, and you cannot escape. My woman deserves the best bread in the world. I shall name this cake, which represents love, after you. My woman, no other man is allowed within 100 kilometers except for me. Wenqing wrote a somewhat awkward piece while her mind began analyzing Chung Sun, the junior student. Chung Sun was indeed quite handsome, but in Wenqing's memory, he seemed like a rather ordinary person during their university days. As for now, he seemed like a completely different person, especially with those eyes that stirred emotions within her. But was it really just coincidence to encounter him 2 days in a row? Wenqing was the teaching assistant for Chung Sun's C language course, responsible for answering questions after class. During school, they could only be considered acquaintances. However, what truly made Wenqing remember Chung Sun to the point of recognizing him years later was actually due to Chung Sun's ex-girlfriend. His girlfriend back then was quite enchanting, even other girls envied her figure. She graduated a year earlier than them and wondered if they were still together now. Why am I even thinking about these? Wenqing shook her head vigorously, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and her attention returned to the text. Chung Sun, waking from his nap, felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since he had properly changed into sleepwear and covered himself with a blanket for an afternoon nap during the day. For someone like him burdened with work, this was a luxury. Chung Sun, not wanting to get out of bed, took out his phone, opened the Qijian Chinese website, and found the book, Rebirth 08. Big Feast, Soft and Cute Plum Blossom, Please Be Cautious. After a week of updates, he was ready to enjoy it all at once. The absurd rebirth story he was following suited his taste, and the dense jokes always brought a smile to Chung Sun's face. After spending half an hour finishing the updates, Chung Sun felt a sense of loss. Why couldn't the author step up? Suddenly Chung Sun realized, hey, I have money now, why not use it to solve my problems? Having suddenly come into wealth, Chung Sun still hadn't fully adapted to the habit of using money to solve issues. Without hesitation, he directly gave the author Qing Tian de Qing a Silver Alliance membership, spending just 10,000 yuan. Detected high purity, joyful behavior, rewarding, triggering critical bonus. Critical bonus, advanced aesthetic skill, will be deployed during sleep. User guide, there are golden houses in books. Reading will randomly grant advanced abilities. This reward was rather good. Chung Sun nodded to himself. He recalled how Chu Yanci had teased him about his outfit that morning, and even now it felt a bit awkward. Wenqing in the next room saw the reward prompt, feeling ecstatic. This was her first Silver Alliance membership. More updates. She needed to update vigorously. Switching the writing software to this book, Wenqing discovered she only had 10 chapters saved. She directly uploaded all 10 chapters and specially marked in the title for the Silver Alliance Master 3 extra updates. After finishing the updates, Wenqing felt a twinge of regret. Now she had no saved chapters left, and she felt a bit anxious. At that moment, Wang Weiqi knocked on Wenqing's door, calling out loudly, Xiao Qing, let's go shopping. Wenqing, lacking the mood to shop, sat at her desk, without moving, only responding towards the door. Not going, I need to write. Wang Weiqi, however, persisted, continuing to knock on the door. Come on, you have saved chapters, let's go. Wenqing stood up, opened the door with a face full of despair. All gone, it's all gone. What? You lost your chapters? Wenqing pouted, looking regretful, as she gently bumped her head against the door frame. I sent everything out. A reader made a big reward, and in a moment of excitement, I sent everything out. Wang Ruiqi looked at the pitiful Wen Qing, ruffled her hair, and comforted her. Xiao Qing is amazing. We must celebrate. Tell me what you want to eat tonight. I'll go buy groceries. Wen Qing's eyes brightened. I want to eat sweet and sour spare ribs. Is that okay? Sure. You just love sweet things. Go right, I'll call you for dinner. Wang Ruiqi changed clothes, preparing to go out to buy groceries. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Cheng Sun waiting for the elevator. Cheng Sun glanced at Wang Ruiqi, nodded, and asked, going out? Yes, going to buy groceries. Oh, you cook for yourselves at home? Wang Ruiqi nodded vigorously, smiling as she replied. Yes, cooking for ourselves is hygienic and saves. That's good. Is it far? Do you want me to drive you there? Wang Ruiqi's eyes lit up, looking at Cheng Sun with delight. Is that okay? It is a bit far. I was planning to scan for a small blue car. Cheng Sun looked at Wang Ruiqi and inexplicably thought of a small dog squatting under the dining table, their expressions quite similar. He walked into the elevator, waved his hand. Let's go, it's no trouble. Cheng Sun was also heading out for a meal. Lin Shufan had just called, inviting several university classmates to eat barbecue together. They were all close friends, and Cheng Sun happily agreed. Wang Ruiqi followed Cheng Sun to the front of a sleek black Mercedes, its glossy surface shining. Wow, is this car yours? Cheng Sun opened the car door, nodded. Yes, isn't it cool? Super cool. Can I take a picture? Cheng Sun nodded casually, saying sure, then climbed into the driver's seat. Wang Ruiqi took out her phone and snapped 2 pictures, then jogged to the passenger side, opening the door to sit. Oh, I forgot to ask. Can I sit in the passenger seat? Cheng Sun fastened his seatbelt, pressed the start button, and casually asked, why not? Wang Ruiqi chuckled. Didn't they say the passenger seat is exclusive for girlfriends? Cheng Sun shivered. Why did it feel like this female tenant was a bit too cheeky? Cheng Sun shrugged. Sitting in the back seat feels like being a boss. Sitting in the front makes me afraid of being misunderstood, so I might as well get stuffed in the trunk. Wang Ruiqi covered her mouth, giggling. How does that song go? She laughed and began to sing. I should be underneath the car and not inside the car. As the car left the community, Wang Ruiqi pointed the way to Cheng Sun, while chatting subtly, trying to inquire about his relationship with Wen Qing. Cheng Sun turned to ask, how did you and the senior know each other? You both seem quite close. Wang Ruiqi tilted her head, proudly answering, of course. We are like iron sisters who grew up together without clothes. We've been neighbors since kindergarten. So are you the same age? Not really, I'm 2 years younger than Wen Qing. After saying that, Wang Ruiqi quickly added, but I can fight better than her, so Wen Qing has to call me sister. Cheng Sun smirked, so you're not older than me. I shouldn't have called you sister just now. Oh, I should have called you sister. Wang Ruiqi shook her head in disgust. No way. That sounds terrible, like a foot-washing little sister. Hey, that's wrong. Foot-washing little sisters don't call themselves that. Then how do you call them? Cheng Sun cleared his throat and imitated. Hello, boss. I'm technician number 66. Boss, want to extend the time. Wang Ruiqi grimaced, punching Cheng Sun's arm, who was waiting at a red light twice. Really not serious. How can you go to that kind of place? Cheng Sun shrugged seriously, saying, what's wrong with that? It's all about earning a living with your hands. Oh, what's the difference in value? What is that for washing feet? Those are the mud of the world. What's being kneaded away are the edges worn down by time and misfortune. After dropping Wang Ruiqi off at the market entrance, Cheng Sun continued towards the restaurant Lin Shufan. In college, Cheng Sun's dormitory had 4 people in total besides Cheng Sun from Huizhou and the local Lin Shufan. There was also Su Chao from Yunnan and Meng Wei from northeast China. After graduation, Meng Wei and Cheng Sun stayed in Huai for work, while Su Chao took the civil service exam back in his hometown. Besides a few dorm mates, there was also Su Wenhe from the adjacent dormitory, who had a good relationship with several of them. Su Wenhe's family owned a factory in Hangzhou, and his parents arranged for him to stay in Huai for market work after graduation. Meng Wei worked at a mid-sized company as a front-end developer, creating activity landing pages, and he rarely had to work overtime, living a pretty good life. When Cheng Sun parked and arrived at the barbecue restaurant, the other 3 had already arrived. The moment Lin Shufan saw Cheng Sun, a scene flashed in his mind of Chu Yinzi helping Cheng Sun with his buttons in the parking lot. He raised an eyebrow at Cheng Sun with a mischievous smile, his gaze holding a mix of mockery and curiosity, with the remaining 95% filled with respect for a strong individual. What's wrong with your eyes, Lao Lan? Are they inflamed? Cheng Sun pretended to be oblivious and intentionally. Cut it out, are you playing dumb with me? Meng Wei's ears perked up. Oh, is there some gossip? Cheng Sun shrugged helplessly. No gossip, it's just that Lao Lin's mentality isn't healthy. Su Wenhe, who had been silent, stared intently at Cheng Sun and suddenly said, Xuanzi, something seems off with you. How come you look even more handsome? Cheng Sun laughed heartily. I love hearing Wenhe say that. Meng Wei also stared at Cheng Sun for a while. It really is different, your eyes have changed. Cheng Sun chuckled and explained, I got laid off so I don't have to go to work anymore. Maybe not working makes a person automatically more handsome. Lin Shufan gasped. What? You got laid off? Chung Sun took a sip of cola and casually replied. That's great. Come help me out, I'll give you shares. Lin Shufan set down the skewer in his hand, looked Chung Sun in the eye, and said earnestly. Chung Sun shook his head and disdainfully said, I won't go am too familiar with your project. Just fool the investors, don't fool yourself. Tisk such unpleasant words. Lin Shufan patted Chung Sun on the shoulder, his tone full of lament. By the way, I've always been curious about something. While eating a greasy snack, Su Wenha asked Chung Sun, your conditions aren't bad, why aren't you dating? Could it be that you were too deeply hurt by Utian back then? It's been so many years, so that shouldn't be the case. Lin Shufan and Meng Wei nodded in agreement, expressing their curiosity. Chung Sun sighed and slowly explained, these past few years I haven't figured out whether to stay in Huhai or return to Luzhou. So I thought I'd wait until I make a decision before dating. And now, have you decided? Just going with the flow? Chung Sun casually replied, not having an answer in his heart. Since having the system where I live has become a situation that can change at any moment. Chung Sun then turned to another single friend. What about Meng Wei? Don't you also not have a girlfriend? Old Lin changes girls every month, and Wenha has a childhood sweetheart. It's just the two of us struggling here. Meng Wei laughed nonchalantly. As for me, I feel more carefree alone, and I don't have to worry about food and drink, nor do I need to buy a house. Chung Sun wore an expression of lament. If everyone were like you, how would we boost the economy? How would consumption rise? How would housing prices stabilize? How would technology progress? You're a sinner in history. Meng Wei scoffed. And you? Chung Sun slapped the car keys from his pocket onto the table, raised an eyebrow, and said in a sarcastic tone, is it the same? Finally, he managed to show off. He finally put on a grand act in front of this group of poor friends. Chung Sun felt completely at ease. Detected high-purity happiness behavior, showing off, triggering crit reward. Crit reward 1000 yuan has been deposited into the host's bank account. Usage guide showing off leads to progress. Finally, there was cash reward again. Although Chung Sun now had both a car and a house without debts, the cash in hand felt a bit lacking compared to the quality of his car. Thus, Chung Sun still felt a lack of security. Nonsense, open your eyes and take a good look. Chung Sun slapped his phone onto the table, revealing a photo of the green book. The name, Chung Sun, was clearly written in the header, while the transfer registration summary was completely blank. Nonsense, open your eyes and take a good look. Chung Sun slapped his phone onto the table, revealing a photo of the green book. The name, Chung Sun, was clearly written in the header, while the transfer registration summary was completely blank. The others leaned in to take a closer look. Chung Sun, however, concealed his accomplishments, raised his cup, and took a sip of soda, deliberately making slurping sounds. These were the only three people. If there had been anyone else, Chung Sun wouldn't have bothered to show off. After 4 years of college and 5 years after graduation, the character of these people had been tested by time. They were all decent individuals. Xuanzi, what model is this? I don't understand the code on it at all. It's a Mercedes-Benz AMG S63 E-Performance. Chung Sun casually answered as if it were a trivial matter. Want to take it for a spin later? Meng Wei looked at Chung. Absolutely. The group quickly finished off the remaining skewers, then settled the bill and left. Tonight, Lin Shufan had arranged everything so no one would argue with him about paying or splitting the bill. As they walked outside, Su Wenha and Chung Sun were the last to follow. Upon reaching the corner, Chung Sun patted Su Wenha on the shoulder. What's been bothering you all night? Chung Sun scrutinized his face. Is something wrong? Nothing, Su Wenha. Speak up. Chung Sun fixed his gaze on him. No need to be wishy-washy. Su Wenha showed a hesitant expression, hesitated for a long time, then pulled Chung Sun aside, and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. My girlfriend is still studying in Hangzhou. He licked his lips and continued. A friend of mine told me that she has been going to hotels every night lately, and he even sent me a photo, just a photo of her entering the hotel. Upon hearing this, Chung Sun was alarmed. Did you ask her about it? Su Wenha stammered, his eyes looking at the floor. I call her every night, and she says she's in the dormitory. Can you tolerate this? Little green turtle. Chung Sun did not hold back in his words. I've known her since we were kids. Su Wenyi's voice grew quieter. She's not that kind of person. Chung Sun slapped Su Wenyi's back hard, angrily scolding. You idiot, go straight to Hangzhou and confront. After saying that, he didn't give Su Wenha time to react and pushed him forward. Lin Shufan and Meng Wei were already waiting by the car, and seeing their expressions, Lin Shufan spoke first. What were you two whispering about back there? Chung Sun cleared his throat and said seriously, big trouble. Wenha has been cheated on. What a... Meng Wei and Lin Shufan exclaimed almost simultaneously. What do we do now? Meng Wei's brows knitted tightly. At this moment, Chung Sun had already opened the driver's door of the car. Get in now, let's find her directly. We must seek justice for Wenha. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down. Pressing the start button, the engine roared to life with a deep and powerful sound emanating from the exhaust. The low rumble of the engine ignited the blood of the two. Su Wenha hesitated by the car, while Meng Wei quickly opened the back door and Lin Shufan pushed Su Wenha in. Meng Wei squeezed in right after sitting next to Su Wenha. Lin Shufan then circled to the front, opened the passenger door, and shouted loudly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the S63 in sport mode suddenly unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, speeding out. Chung Sun now had extreme driving skills and handled the car with ease. Lin Shufan in the passenger seat asked casually, "By the way, where are we going to find her?" Chung Sun calmly replied, "Hangzhou." What the heck? It was 9:30 in the evening. Four individuals were speeding southwest from Huhai in a car. For nearly half an hour, silence filled the vehicle. Finally, Su Wenha broke the silence, his voice faintly drifting from the back seat. "Wait, aren't we not working tomorrow?" Chung Sun kept his eyes fixed on the road, gripping the steering wheel firmly. With the wife gone, who would go to work? Anyway, I have no job to return to. Meng Wei leaned back against his seat, hands behind his head. With everything in disarray, who would still go to work? Anyway, I've taken a leave. Lin Shufan, sitting in the passenger seat, casually added, "Becoming a father soon, and you think about work. After all, I'm the boss." Su Wenha opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The car traced a straight line through the night, speeding on without pause. Youthful spirits can certainly hold back. It was 11:30 at night. The four of them arrived at the bottom of the Quanjing Hotel featured in the photo. The newly renovated hotel felt warm and inviting under the golden glow of the night lights. Chung Sun was the first to get out of the car, stretching his back after standing still, hands behind him slightly, tilting his head to look at the building before him. The other three followed suit, getting out and stretching their arms and legs in front of the car. Lin Shufan, take note, I'm making the following arrangements. Lin Shufan reflexively pulled out his phone to record. Su Wenha, pull up a picture of your girlfriend for backup. Old Lin, go into the hotel and say the car got scratched and call a receptionist out. Meng Wei, make sure to film the whole process. We need solid evidence. Chung Sun scanned each person's face. Old Lin, repeat that. Lin Shufan, holding his phone, suddenly blurted out, "Wait, Ching, why are you so experienced at this?" Chung Sun rolled his eyes dramatically. "Is that the question you should be asking? Just act first and get a receptionist out." Lin Shufan complied, jogging into the lobby. Before long, he emerged with a short-haired girl in a uniform. The girl was quite tall, somewhat sturdy, and had an appearance rated around 6 out of 10. She looked bewildered as Lin Shufan led her, glancing around as she walked. "Whose car got scratched?" Chung Sun pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket and swiftly slipped them into the receptionist's hand under the cover of night. The motion was as quick as a magic trick. The money transferred in an instant. With his other hand, he gestured for Su Wenha to show the photo on his phone to the receptionist. "Miss, do you recognize this person?" The receptionist was clearly startled by the sudden intensity, holding the money as her eyes darted among the 4 faces. "What are you all doing?" Chung Sun pulled out a note with Su Wenha's girlfriend's name, Wang Qian, written on it softly and steadily, saying, "No need to make it difficult for you. Just checking the room number will suffice. If you find it, I'll give you 200. The short-haired girl glanced at him. In just a second, she folded the note, clutched it in her palm, and turned back. As she walked away, she left a parting remark, "Come back in 5 minutes." The 4 waited outside, the night breeze blowing, and no one spoke. It felt like a tranquil and serious train station on the morning before a grand battle. After 5 minutes, the 4 entered the lobby, booking 2 twin rooms at the front desk. The receptionist placed 2 room cards in envelopes and blinked as she handed them to Chung Sun. Chung Sun opened the room card envelope, revealing the small note from earlier with a few added words after Wang Qian's name, 310, long stay room. "What kind of room is 310? "A deluxe twin room," the short-haired girl replied cheerfully. "It's right next to your room." Chung Sun folded the note back and put it in his pocket, suddenly saying, with a wet and dry separation, "It shows attention to hygiene." He placed the promised 200 on the front desk, pushing it toward the girl with his palm. The short-haired girl glanced down at the 2 bills, but didn't reach for them. She pulled out her phone, the screen lit up, and pushed it toward Chung Sun, her eyes glistening. "Handsome, how about you add me on WeChat to transfer it?" Chung Sun simply left the money on the table and withdrew his hand. "Miss, we're here to catch someone cheating. Can we be a bit more serious?" The elevator made a muffled sound above before the door slid open. The 4 of them filed in, with Meng Wei standing at the back, his phone already raised, aimed at the elevator entrance. Ding, the 3rd floor arrived. The moment the elevator doors opened, Meng Wei pressed the recording button and a small red dot lit up on the phone screen. The corridor was carpeted in beige, the lighting warm. Upon reaching the door of room 310, Chung Sun signaled for everyone to stop. He leaned against the door, ear pressed against the door panel, listening intently for nearly 10 seconds. It was very quiet, and even the sound of the television was absent from inside. He straightened up and lowered his voice to begin the arrangements. "It seems to be in a state of truce. I'll knock on the door." The The photographer will go in first, capturing full views and close-ups of faces, and make sure to get a clear shot of the trash can. Old Lin, you'll go in second, make sure to protect the photographer. For now, you all spread out and don't stand at the door. He glanced at Su Wenhe, who was standing at the back, and cautioned, Wenhe, you stay out for now. The three nodded. Meng Wei and Lin Shufan moved to either side of the door, leaning against the wall. Su Wenhe simply shifted to the door next door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from inside. Cheng Sun knocked 3 more times, this time a bit harder. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, flash delivery. After a long pause, a voice came from within. Who? Kangaroo flash delivery. We didn't order takeout. It's a pharmacy order. Last 4 digits, 7,960. With a click, the sound of the security chain being unlatched echoed, and Cheng Sun turned to signal the 2 members of the ambush team. The door opened a crack, and Cheng Sun used a shoulder charge to widen the gap. Without needing further instruction, Meng Wei held up his phone, and Lin Shufan grabbed a toilet plunger he had casually taken from the laundry room, both rushing inside. Once inside, Meng Wei first pointed the camera at the girl who opened the door, filming for 2 seconds, then he quickly moved deeper into the room. The phone scanned across the person on the bed, stabilizing for 2 seconds before the lens shifted as he began to search the room for a trash can. Lin Shufan raised the plunger at the person on the bed and scolded, So it's you, huh? Playing the artist, huh? And growing long hair. The person on the bed suddenly let out a high-pitched scream, the sound sharp and frantic, erupting in the small room. Lin Shufan reacted astonishingly quickly. He flipped the plunger, pressing it directly against the person's face, the rubber cup snugly covering their mouth, instantly muffling the scream. The room fell silent. Cheng Sun was stepping into the room, 1 foot just crossing the threshold. He halted. This sound, something wasn't right. In room 308 next door, Wang Qian sat in a chair, arms crossed, her face calm. Su Wenhe crouched beside her, gently shaking her little legs, his tone tinged with grievance. Babe, this is how it went down. It's all a misunderstanding. In room 309 next door, Cheng Sun stood by the window, his gaze crossing the frame and settling on the campus not far away. The night cast a faint outline of the teaching building with streetlights glowing in a row. Meng Wei sighed. Who would have thought she came out to take care of her sick best friend? Lin Shufan was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone, and upon hearing this, he snorted, his thumb still swiping the screen. Anyway, deceiving people is wrong. He didn't even lift his eyelids, adding, Is it really that hard to speak up? Why couldn't she tell Wenhe the truth? After saying this, he flipped over, laying on the bed with his chin resting on the pillow, looking towards Cheng Sun by the window. After a pause of 2 seconds, he added softly, By the way, I'm really curious, Xuanzi, how come you're so familiar with this? Cheng Sun remained in his position, responding in a low voice. Old Lin makes a valid point. This isn't something shameful. Lying is just lying. I don't think it's that simple. After half a minute, he added, Unless that girl secretly went to the hospital for an abortion. Wang Qian must have been hiding it from Wenhe to protect her friend's privacy. Lin Shufan nodded. That makes sense, then it's understandable. Meng Wei also ran over to Cheng Sun's side, mimicking his posture, arms crossed, as he stared out the window. Going back to it, you still haven't said why you're so knowledgeable about this. Cheng Sun turned his head to look at the 2 of them, squeezing out a smile. I learned it all online. Before he could finish his laughter, there was a loud knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent and heavy. Lin Shufan sprang up from the bed barefoot and rushed to open the door. When he pulled it open, the person outside was neither Su Wenhe nor Wang Qian. It was the girl who had been lying in bed next door. She had changed into a new outfit, her mouth surrounded by a ring of red, quite comical. As soon as the girl saw Lin Shufan, without uttering a word, she threw a punch. I'm going to kill you. You actually used a toilet plunger to suction my face. Look at this mark. Lin Shufan reacted quickly, grabbing her arm, easing the force as he turned it behind her. Having practiced Sanda since childhood, he wasn't just playing around. The girl was subdued, facing away from Lin Shufan, but her movements didn't stop, twisting her body, still trying to break free to hit him. Hey, don't move too much. You shouldn't be doing strenuous activities after an abortion, Lin Shufan blurted out. The girl froze. In the next second, Lin Shufan slowly loosened his grip, then completely released her. She turned around, her face reddening, her eyes filled with anger. What are you talking about? Who the hell had an abortion? You better explain yourself. Lin Shufan immediately realized he had overstepped, inadvertently touching on a sore spot, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped, I absolutely won't let it slip. Seeing the situation was off, Cheng Sun hurriedly ran out of the room, calling Su Wenhe and Wang Qian, who were still staring at each other in the opposite room. Now 6 people were crammed into room 309, the atmosphere tense and stifling. Cheng Sun could only take the lead and say, All right, now that everyone is here, it's time to explain and apologize. Who's first? What illness did you have? The girl shot him a fierce glare. What illness I have is none of your business. If you don't say anything, we'll just assume you went for an abortion. Cheng Sun directly played the rogue, spreading his hands and continuing, Otherwise, why would Wang Qian keep sneaking over here, even making up lies to deceive Su Wenhe? He turned to Wang Qian, his tone slightly softened, but still probing. And you, Wang Qian, explain your reason for deceiving Su Wenhe. Now others are saying you go to hotels every night for secret meetings. You might want to think about how to clear your reputation. You both are locals from Hangzhou, you should understand this logic. Wang Qian remained silent, standing there wiping her tears. As a result, the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, her hand turning wet. The girl with the sausage lips saw Wang Qian like this, and stepped in front of her, shielding her. She glared at Su Wenhe, her voice sharp and aggressive. Su Wenhe, are you still a man? Just watching your girlfriend being bullied. How am I not a man? Su Wenhe retorted angrily, but he seemed to lack confidence. You softy. The girl raised her voice even higher. You can't even satisfy Xiao Qian's normal needs. In the end, it's still me who ends up cheapening myself. You all get lost. Get lost. Su Wenhe's face turned pale, as if he had been suddenly hit by something. He turned around and ran out without looking back. Cheng Sun, Meng Wei, and Lin Shufan exchanged glances, unable to respond. After a few seconds, Cheng Sun sighed and silently exited the room. Meng Wei followed him out. Lin Shufan was the last to leave. Glancing back at the two girls before exiting, he threw out a line. After all this, isn't it just cheating? As for you, getting slapped in the face by a toilet plunger is no injustice. In the parking lot, Su Wenhe pulled out a pack of black cigarettes from somewhere, squatting next to a tree by the car, silently smoking. The red glow of the cigarette but flickered in the night. Cheng Sun walked over, patting his shoulder. This situation is quite a mess. Try to take it easy, it can all be resolved. Half an hour later, the lights of SBS bar were dazzling and a bit blinding. The rhythm of the drums shook the floor, and a slight tremor was felt beneath their feet. On the DJ stage, two identical short-haired girls kept twisting, making it hard to look away. Even though it was a weekday, the atmosphere in the bar remained lively, with the dance floor packed with people releasing their energy to the dynamic music. Cheng Sun had little experience in bars. However, he had read enough wealthy novels. According to online stories, everyone used some kind of dragon suit to show off, so he waved his hand and ordered 2 sets. The 4 of them sat in the booth, the table in front already filled with various drinks and fruit platters, the bottles shining brightly in a row. The clinking of the drinks drew the attention of all the big shots in the bar, who rushed over to Cheng Sun and the others' booth. Su Wenhe remained silent, drinking steadily, downing glass after glass. A cold, fair-skinned beauty approached, swaying right in front of his eyes, yet he didn't even glance at her, not lifting. However, Lin Shufan was in his element, wrapping an arm around a girl, pouring drinks, nearly burying his head in her bosom. Cheng Sun waved his hand, and a marketing manager in a vest immediately bent over to come closer. Cheng Sun's line of thought was simple: use alcohol to give Su Wenhe a mild drunken therapy. Once he was tipsy, his emotions would lighten up. My brother likes gentle older sisters, arrange that for him. The marketing manager crouched beside Cheng Sun, readily agreeing. Sure, I'll arrange it right away. Is there anything? Cheng Sun pointed at the various characters around them, adding, find a couple of security guards to keep an eye on us. Why are all sorts of strange people allowed to come over and steal our drinks? Get some pretty girls over here. Got it, I'll arrange it right away. After the marketing manager left, Cheng Sun subtly smiled silently, letting out a sigh of relief. It seems that reading more novels has its benefits. A look, it's coming in handy now. Meng Wei watched Cheng Sun's effortless demeanor beside him, somewhat surprised. I say, Xuanzi, you seem quite skilled at this. Cheng Sun chuckled. It's just a small affair. Cheng Sun leaned over with a glass in hand, putting an arm around Su Wenhe's shoulder, and shouted into his ear, Wenhe, don't lose heart. They'll find an old Chinese doctor for you. He will definitely cure you. Su Wenhe immediately covered Cheng Sun's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Can you keep it down a bit? Cheng Sun pushed Su Wenhe's hand away and grinned, saying, all right, I won't say anything more. Su Wenhe took a big gulp from his glass and hesitated for a while before speaking. Actually, it's not entirely. Oh, there was a time when I was really getting into it with her, and suddenly her mom came back, which scared me. Ever since then, I can't help but think of her mom every time and then. Cheng Sun really wanted to laugh, but his friend's plight was somewhat tragic, so he forced himself to hold it in. He slapped his thigh vigorously, exclaiming, I understand. This is a psychological issue, not a pathological one. After reaching this conclusion, Cheng Sun was quite excited. Tonight, I must arrange some psychological therapy for you, don't worry. After a while, a marketing staff member in a vest led several charming ladies to the table where Cheng Sun and his friends were sitting. It seemed that the marketing team had informed them in advance, as 2 glamorous ladies immediately sat on either side of Su Wenhe, beginning their conversation therapy. They are all good girls, not random people. The rest is up to you, bro, the vest-clad salesperson continued to crouch beside Cheng Sun, enthusiastically explaining. Sure. Book 4 rooms at a nearby hotel for me. If I get drunk later, you have to take us to our rooms. How much will it cost? They'll transfer the money to you now. The marketing guy nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, bro, I will definitely arrange it well. After sending off the marketing team, Chung Sun leaned over to check on the status of the three good friends. Meng Wei's face turned red from the teasing of the ladies, and Su Wenha was also immersed in the gentle therapy of the older sister. As for Lin Shufan, no need to mention. Seeing Chung Sun looking at him, Meng Wei hurriedly raised his glass and squeezed over to Chung Sun's side. What are you doing? Why are you squeezing over here? Meng Wei's face was still red as he whispered to Chung Sun, Sun Gu, I'm nervous. Chung Sun patted Meng Wei's shoulder, raised his glass, and clinked it with his. What are you nervous about? Wenha is receiving psychological therapy, and old Lin is encountering love. How romantic is that? Why are you nervous? Stay alert, don't lose face. Seizing the opportunity during the therapy session, Su Wenha noticed Meng Wei and Chung Sun whispering and asked for a break from the teacher, squeezing over to Chung Sun's side. To Chung Sun's left was a lady, and to his right was the squeezed-in Meng Wei. Su Wenha directly sat down between Chung Sun and Meng Wei. What are you doing here again? Not paying attention in class. Su Wenha took a sip of his drink and said to Chung Sun, Xuanzi, how much are we going to have tonight? He'll transfer it to you later. After all, it's for my matter that you ran over here in the middle of the night. Chung Sun waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Who knows, the next reward might just drop, and you shouldn't hold yourself back then. He explained with a serious face, I came into some unexpected wealth these days, and I went to find a master to calculate it for me. The master said that I must spend a large sum to dissolve the calamity brought by the unexpected wealth. Su Wenha looked suspicious. Do you think the master's meaning is for you to buy something from him? Oh, it's all the same. Chung Sun patted the delicate thigh of the lady beside him, seriously saying to the two, we are saving so many confused ladies tonight. Doesn't that count as doing good deeds? Then he turned to the lady, asking, aren't you confused? The lady nodded, her eyes full of playfulness. Confused. Very confused. Chung Sun pointed at the pink-haired girl beside Meng Wei. What about you? I'm also very confused, brother. Chung Sun leaned back against the sofa, crossed his legs, took a shallow sip from his glass, and continued to ask the two, doing good deeds is about accumulating great virtue. What about doing two good deeds? After thinking for a long time, Su Wenha and Meng Wei shook their heads. Doing two good deeds accumulates great virtue. After hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, and the lady beside Chung Sun burst into laughter. Oh my, you're such a bad brother. Chung Sun raised his glass, signaling to the lady beside him, toasting to the tacit understanding we share. Brother, I have a low tolerance for alcohol, so I can only sip it. No problem, just go with the flow. Detected high purity of joyful state, doing two good deeds, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, unparalleled musical theory will be deployed during sleep. User guide, no matter the reason, as long as you're happy. Chung Sun finally had the time to take a good look at this girl. She looked about 21 or 22 tall and slender, wearing a little daisy spaghetti strap dress, white thigh-high lace stockings, and small black leather shoes, her skin glowing white with long hair draping over her shoulders and her eyes glistening. Chung Sun casually placed his hand on the little daisy's leg, and the girl did not shy away, gently placing her small hand over Chung Sun's large hand. Where are you from, little sister? Little Daisy replied while holding Chung Sun's hand. I'm from Xiangnan, brother. Chung Sun smiled upon hearing this and leaned closer to little Daisy. Oh, then say spicy pepper stir-fried meat with noodles for me to hear. Oh, that's all exaggerated online, we say it quite normally. Little Daisy lightly punched Chung Sun's shoulder and then leaned her head on Chung Sun's shoulder. Chung Sun's hand quietly climbed onto little Daisy's shoulder, gently stroking. Aren't you Xiangnan people all going south to Guangdong? How come you're here? Little Daisy covered her mouth and giggled. I'm studying at university in Hangzhou, brother. Oh. Chung Sun became interested and leaned in closer. Where do you study? At the normal university, majoring in early childhood education, brother. Upon hearing this, Chung Sun immediately sat up straight, saluted, and shouted, hello, teacher. Meng Wei, who had just prepared himself psychologically, was startled and reflexively straightened his back, looking left and right. Chung Sun and little Daisy, the teacher, burst into laughter, hugging each other. Can the teacher teach me to sing? Sure, the teacher will accompany you to learn. Are you ready, little friend? From today on, I will go to the toilet by myself. At 2 in the morning, in the luxurious big bed of the Hangzhou Zhongzhou Hotel, Chung Sun sat up, gasping for breath. Detected high purity of singing bliss, triggering critical reward. Critical reward 90 equity in Hangzhou Zhongzhou International Hotel. Please proceed to claim. Beginner's guide, let's all do re me together, and then once more 1 2 3. Singing is great, and we should learn to sing more. At 10 o'clock the next day, Chung Sun slowly awoke on the big bed. Could this be the true power of the nourishing pill? The effects were indeed quite overwhelming. After casually washing up, Chung Sun glanced at the sleeping Xiao Chuju, shook his head, and left the room. Just a passerby in life. Su Wenha arranged a luncheon in the hotel restaurant, planning to return to Huhai after finishing the meal. He ordered over a dozen dishes in one go, and everyone was quite hungry, devouring the food like a whirlwind. Chung Sun suddenly put down his chopsticks, looked at Su Wenhe, and asked how was the psychological therapy last night. Su Wenhe continued eating, without looking up, casually replying, pretty good. That's good. That Wang Qian, let the past be the past, oh, life is still beautiful. Su Wenhe nodded. After finishing the meal, Chung Sun wiped his mouth. They'll take you to the high-speed rail station. You all need to head back. I still have to stay in Hangzhou for a few days to handle some matters. Last night, I suddenly received shares in a hotel which I need to accept. Chung Sun was a bit puzzled. He had only come to Hangzhou for a casual outing, so how did he end up with a business? Hangzhou and Huhai are neither too close nor too far an awkward distance. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Are we fighting? Lin Shufan had a look that suggested he was ready for a brawl. No, who has nothing better to do than to fight here. Chung Sun said with a smirk, explaining, it's a business matter. Alright, if it's not on the way, we can take a taxi ourselves. I see the East Station seems quite close. No worries. After dropping a few people off at Hangzhou East Station, Chung Sun went to a mall to buy a few new outfits. He had come out in such a hurry that he hadn't brought a change of clothes. After a complete makeover, Chung Sun drove towards the Hangzhou Zhongzhou International Hotel again. Following the system's prompt, Chung Sun first called the original major shareholder from the car. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? There was a pause on the other end. This is Zhao Jian. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chung. I have arrived at the hotel. Is it convenient for me to find you now? It's convenient, Mr. Chung. Oh, please wait for me in the lobby. They'll be there shortly. After confirming, Chung Sun got out of the car and returned to the hotel lobby. The lobby manager, dressed in a suit, smiled and greeted Chung Sun. Mr. Chung, did you leave something behind? Hearing this, Chung Sun felt a bit surprised. Oh, you remember me? The lobby manager bent slightly, replying, I can remember almost all the guests staying here, especially someone as charismatic as you. Oh, is it because business is so poor and there are too few guests? Chung Sun felt like he was intentional. The lobby manager's smile froze for a second, but quickly returned to normal, still wearing a polite smile, as he replied, you're joking, Mr. Chung. Our business is quite good. The lobby manager did not dwell on the quality of the business and switched topics. May I ask, Mr. Chung, how was your experience staying with us last night? The experience was quite good. How many rooms do you have in total? That's good. Zhongzhou International Hotel has a total of 271 rooms, including 7 types of rooms, such as family rooms and suites. Chung Sun nodded in response, and was about to continue the conversation when he suddenly noticed that the lobby manager's attention had already been diverted halfway. It turned out that Mr. Zhao had arrived at the lobby and was walking towards Chung Sun. Mr. Zhao. Hello. Chung Sun stepped forward and extended his hand for a handshake. Mr. Chung. We finally meet after a long time. Let's go to the office for some tea. Chung Sun was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Jian's phrase after a long time, as he realized he had no prior interaction with him. After a few seconds, he realized it must be the system's doing. On the way to the office, Zhao Jian briefly introduced the situation of Zhongzhou International Hotel to Chung Sun. Mr. Chung, our hotel opened in 2017, but we underwent a renovation last year in 2024. The new decor style focuses on light luxury with a national flair, and guest feedback has been quite positive. Chung Sun listened while walking, occasionally nodding. Zhao Jian's office had a sign reading Chairman President and was quite spacious. The office was very clean with no documents on the desk, and the cabinets were all empty. It seemed Zhao Jian had already tidied up, ready to leave the company at any moment. Zhao Jian arranged for a secretary to come in and brew tea while he and Chung Sun sat down on the sofa. Chung Sun had no real understanding of this hotel, only knowing that he had been rewarded with 90 of the shares, but he had no idea who owned the remaining shares. He couldn't directly ask Zhao Jian, as that would only expose his ignorance. Mr. Zhao, my time is quite— Oh, I understand. In that case, let's sign the contract first, and then I'll introduce you to the remaining shareholders. After saying this, Zhao Jian stood up, walked behind the desk, opened a drawer, and took out 2 copies of the share transfer contract. These have been reviewed by lawyers and have not been altered. Chung Sun took a glance at the documents, noticing that the transfers were Zhao Jian himself and a hotel investment company. Both contracts had already been signed and stamped. Chung Sun couldn't quite understand the specific content, but he trusted that the system wouldn't lead him astray and readily signed his name. After wrapping things up, Chung Sun shook hands with Zhao Jian. At that moment, he sensed a complex emotion in Zhao Jian's eyes, hard to describe, as either relief or something else. Chung Sun recalled that he had been merely a visitor here last night, and today he had become the owner, which felt somewhat unreal. He casually asked, Mr. Zhao, what are your next plans? Zhao Jian looked out the window, paused for a moment before saying, let's go out and have some fun first. I'm not young anymore and too lazy to stir up trouble. After signing the contract, Zhao Jian immediately summoned the hotel's senior management and shareholder members to the large conference room. Now the equity structure of Zhongzhou Hotel was very clear. Chung Sun, as the major shareholder accounted for 90%, while the remaining 4 executives held between 2 to 3% each. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce our new boss of Zhongzhou Hotel, Mr. Cheng Sun. Zhao Jian proactively stood beside Cheng Sun, introducing the new owner's identity. Cheng Sun smiled and nodded at Zhao Jian, standing behind the central table in the conference room. He lightly tapped the microphone with his hand and began to speak. First, let's all thank Mr. Zhao for his creation and contributions to Zhongzhou Hotel over the years. After finishing, he was the first to applaud. Others followed suit, clapping vigorously. Once the applause subsided, Cheng Sun sat down and the meeting officially began. The first step was for the attendees to introduce themselves in turn. General Manager Hu Feihua, Deputy General Manager and Director of the Rooms Division Rui Hui, Deputy General Manager and Head of Marketing Guan Ping. Along with the Director of the Catering Department, these 4 were the remaining minor shareholders. There was also a Financial Director Peng Lei, who held no shares. As a hotel primarily engaged in conference receptions, Zhongzhou International Hotel only displays a 4-star rating. This was deliberately adjusted to circumvent certain regulations and does not reflect its actual level. Some rules are best circumvented for everyone's convenience. In terms of facilities, service, and environment, Zhongzhou International is comparable to Marriott and Sheraton. After the executive meeting concluded, Zhao Jian promptly exited, officially handing over Zhongzhou International Hotel to Cheng Sun. Subsequently, a few shareholders held a shareholders meeting to appoint Cheng Sun to the hotel board and elect him as chairman. During the meeting, Cheng Sun reassured the attending shareholders and executives. He candidly stated that the future management of the hotel primarily relies on those present, particularly on General Manager Hu Feihua. This time, Cheng Sun accepted only the position of chairman and did not take on the role of president. The position of president is a carrot left for Hu Feihua. As for the position of general manager beneath Hu Feihua, it has naturally become a second carrot prepared for the directors below. Cheng Sun cannot frequently travel from Huhai to Hangqing just to oversee this hotel. As long as there are no major issues with operations, he is willing to trust the people before him. As the saying goes, do not doubt those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. He possesses this level of decisiveness. After the meeting, Hu Feihua, accompanied by a group of executives, began a tour of the hotel with Cheng Sun. From guest rooms to banquets, from dining to the front hall, even including recreation and administration, they inspected every area. Along the way, the directors from various departments stepped forward one by one to report on their work, while sincerely expressing their determination. While everyone spoke without a hitch, each person internally felt anxious, uncertain about what kind of person this young new boss truly was. When they reached the front hall, the lobby manager, as the business head, was responsible for the report. The lobby manager, Qin Shu, saw the commotion from a distance. A group of the hotel's highest-level individuals was tightly surrounding the young man in the center. Her mind buzzed as she instantly recognized the situation. The rumors of a change in ownership were evidently true. And this Mr. Chung should be the new owner. Qin Shu's heart raced as she quickly replayed in her mind whether she had said anything inappropriate or neglected any guests from yesterday to today. She steadied herself and walked up briskly. Hello, Chairman Chung. I am Qin Shu, the lobby manager. Cheng Sun smiled slightly upon seeing her manager. Qin, it's good to see you again. After Qin Shu clearly reported her work, Cheng Sun did not provide feedback, but instead turned to Hu Feihua beside him, his voice not loud, yet clearly audible to those around. I have personally experienced Manager Qin's service. I heard she can remember all the guests checking in that day. To be honest, I was quite touched. Firstly, as a guest, I was touched. Last night, I stayed at the hotel, and when I returned in the afternoon, as soon as Manager Qin saw me, she directly asked, Mr. Qing, did you forget something? Cheng Sun glanced around at the people present, his tone becoming earnest. This detail is a warm little surprise for me. This is also a reflection of our hotel's high-quality service. I hope everyone can follow Manager Qin's example. Everyone nodded in agreement, quietly acknowledging. In Qin Shu's eyes, a hint of brightness emerged. Cheng Sun continued, extending his words from Qin Shu to everyone. The second aspect of my admiration is for the work attitude of our middle and lower-level staff. Representing Manager Qin, I am very satisfied with the service attitude and work ability of employees from the front hall, guest rooms, dining, and various departments. They truly embody the phrase service first, customer foremost. I am deeply gratified. With this statement leveraging Qin Shu as a starting point, he appropriately praised the entire hotel working team from top to bottom. Everyone could tell that the new boss was expressing his stance, showing trust, and setting the tone. This also indicated that he did not plan to make any changes in the short term. Cheng Sun felt the timing was right, and added, I believe we should reward employees like Manager Qin Shu. General Manager, who after you go down, take the lead on this matter and come up with a set of regulations. We need a systematic way to reward outstanding employees, not just once-off, but long-term and standardized. General Manager, who quickly nodded discreetly, pulling out a small notebook Yes, Chairman Chung, I will remember. As everyone was chatting and laughing, the atmosphere was amicable. While preparing to move to the linen supply center, the lobby suddenly erupted in commotion. Chung Sun glanced over, turning his gaze to Qin Shu with a questioning look. Qin Shu immediately understood, quietly explaining, Chairman Chung, there has been a variety show crew staying at our hotel for the past few days. It should be the artists returning now. Chung Sun nodded, not saying more. A few days ago, he had personally experienced the energy of star-chasing fans at Huhai Hang Lung Plaza and knew how astonishing this group of young people could be. He simply stopped, curiously looking towards the entrance, casually asking, who is it? Sounds interesting. Just as he finished speaking, a girl with pigtails bounced into the hotel entrance. The fans' shouts surged into the lobby almost simultaneously. Xia Xia. Xia Xia. After entering, Xia Ning instinctively scanned the surroundings for her assistant, but her gaze froze when it swept past the lobby pillar. There stood a young man surrounded by several individuals in hotel uniforms, tall and upright, conversing with someone beside him. A thought popped into Xia Ning's mind. He looks familiar. She quickly rifled through her memory bank, but couldn't match the face to anyone. Chung Sun also noticed Xia Ning staring at him. He did not avoid her gaze, politely smiled and nodded. Then he turned his head back, leading the group behind him and walking in another direction, quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Xia Ning remained standing there, somewhat dazed. Her assistant Dudu suddenly appeared, waving her hand in front of her eyes. Xia Xia. What are you looking at? Who? Xia Ning secretly pointed in the direction where Chung Sun disappeared, her eyes filled with curiosity. He seems pretty impressive, right? I don't know, but those around him are all hotel executives. They were just over there having a meeting. I guess he might be their boss. While Xia Ning's eyes instantly widened, her envy flowing out unabashedly. A boss so young. How much could this hotel be worth? The little assistant helped Xia Ning adjust her clothes, patted her back, and nudged her forward. Come on, I ordered salad and light snacks for you. Xia Ning's face instantly dimmed, her expression drooping as she twisted her body, her voice tinged with a whine. I want to eat meat. Did I have you betrayed me? You weren't like this before. That night, the hotel's banquet hall, no. One was brightly lit with 5 tables set up, neither more nor less. Chung Sun hosted a banquet for all the mid to high-level management of the hotel. Everyone, let's work hard together. His voice was not loud, but firmly commanded the room. Let's aim to elevate our hotel to a new level this year. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone came to toast, and Chung Sun drank Sprite, which was quite filling, leaving him unable to eat much. Thus, after taking a shower and lying on the bed, he felt hungry. Chung Sun took out his phone, opened the local channel, and began browsing. Tisk, why is it all foot massages? Oh, this no. 88 has some interesting options. In the end, Chung Sun found a fried skewer shop highly recommended by locals. As everyone knows, Hangqing is a culinary desert, so choosing a skewer shop is relatively safe. As long as the ingredients are fresh, it's hard to go wrong. Changing into a more casual outfit, Chung Sun grabbed his car keys and stepped out. Following the navigation, in less than 10 minutes, he was seated at a table in that fried skewer shop. The shop was surprisingly busy. Chung Sun found the last empty table in a corner and hurriedly marked a long list on the menu. After handing the menu to the waiter, she patiently waited. With a ding, the bell hanging at the door rang crisply. A girl wearing a baseball cap and black mask dashed in. She stood at the entrance, quickly scanning the room, only to find that every seat was taken, not a single empty one. She hesitated for a moment, her toes slightly turning toward the door. Chung Sun had just occupied the last empty table. The owner poked his head out from the kitchen, calling out in a Hangzhou accent, "Little girl, you can share a table for now. An empty seat will be available very soon." The girl hesitated a bit, scanned the room again, and then spotted Chung Sun, who looked somewhat familiar. Good food cannot be wasted. It's you. The girl headed straight for Chung Sun and sat down opposite him. Chung Sun sensed someone had taken a seat across from him and lifted his gaze. He had no objections. Sharing a table while eating out was perfectly normal. He was just a bit curious about what this girl who was wrapped up so tightly would look like without her mask. Xia Ning didn't care about what the person across from her was thinking. She grabbed a pen and quickly checked off items on the menu, finishing in less than a minute before handing it to the owner. After settling down, she realized this person really knew how to choose a spot. This corner was the darkest and most secluded in the entire shop, seemingly prepared for those who didn't want to be recognized. She confidently reached up, took off her mask, tidied her slightly messy bangs, and then looked up, smiling broadly. Chung Sun had been observing the girl with his peripheral vision. Of course, he wasn't staring outright, but rather watching from the side. Upon seeing her face, he was startled enough to almost exclaim, "Ah, Xia Ning. You know me. Have we met before?" Xia Ning folded her mask in half and slipped it into her pocket. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Chung Sun's face, her mind racing through fragmented memories. Chung Sun nodded and replied, "Perhaps in Huhai. I saw you there the day before yesterday, hosting an event near Plaza 66 while I was shopping." He paused, then added, "Aside from that, I only saw you again this afternoon in the hotel lobby. nowhere else. At his prompting, Xia Ning instantly matched the man before her with the handsome fan she remembered. She clapped her hands, her voice rising half a tone. You were right at the front, but you vanished the moment I started signing. Oh, so you've been watching me closely. A playful smirk curled Chung Sun's lips. Hee. Maybe you're just— The moment the words left her mouth, Xia Ning realized how odd they sounded, and hastily lowered her head to take a sip of water. Too striking. It sounded as though she'd been stealing glances at him all along. Flustered, she rubbed the rim of her cup, and quickly changed the subject. What's your name? Do you work at the hotel? How do you shuttle between Hangzhou and Huai? Chung Sun. Hardly had he uttered his name when the shop owner arrived, balancing a large platter of skewered golden brown fried rice cakes glistened under a glossy layer of sauce. Chung Sun's eyes lit up. He seized one skewer without hesitation, blew gently on it, and took a hearty bite. As he chewed, his peripheral vision caught Xia Ning's throat moving. She stared fixedly at the platter, eyes wide and lips pressed tightly together. Chung Sun promptly slid the platter toward the center of the table. Go ahead. Help yourself. I ordered plenty. Hee. Then I won't hold back. Xia Ning swiftly picked a skewer of flat cabbage and nibbled it, delicately chewing each morsel thoroughly before swallowing. Her expression radiated quiet, long-suppressed satisfaction, as if a dam had finally broken. After swallowing the last bite of rice cake, Chung Sun resumed their earlier thread. The hotel belongs to me, though I usually reside in Huai. This is merely an occasional visit. By the way, Chung Sun leaned forward slightly. What happens if you're caught sneaking out for street snacks late at night? Aren't entertainers tightly supervised? At that question, Xia Ning's face instantly fell. They feed me nothing but grass every single day. She set her skewer aside and gestured emphatically with both hands, sketching an enormous bowl in midair. A whole basin vividly green with barely a drizzle of salad dressing. I'm a carnivore. How can I survive on grass alone? Why are you forbidden from eating meat? They say my cheeks are a little too plump, she huffed, biting fiercely into her hot dog sausage, cheeks puffing out as she spoke through a mouthful. That's just baby fat. It'll fade as I grow taller. Yet her voice lacked conviction. Truth be told, even she wasn't certain. Her manager pinched her cheeks every time they met. So much so that she now scrutinized her reflection with mounting existential doubt. Oh, that does sound rather taxing. Chung Sun watched her pout with amused tenderness. Oh well, it's not that bad really. Xia Ning sighed, poking the oil-licked iron plate tofu with her skewer stick. I dare not eat too freely. I rely on my voice for my livelihood. Spicy food is off limits, icy drinks are forbidden, greasy fare is permitted only as rare indulgence. The two grew increasingly at ease as they chatted in that humble roadside eatery. Xia Ning confessed she'd never truly had friends. Classmates in school thought her aloof and pretentious. After debuting, everyone around her remained strictly colleagues. Rarely did she encounter someone with whom conversation flowed so naturally. Once begun, her words tumbled forth unbidden. Chung Sun, with nothing pressing to attend to, leaned back in his chair and listened, his gaze lingering on her animated expressions, eyebrows dancing, eyes widening, lips shaping each syllable, hands clapping instinctively at moments of delight. Right now my voice is what draws fans. She propped her chin on her palm, her tone softening. My compositional skills are rather ordinary. I grasp only basic chord progressions with no breakthrough in sight. Every song sounds the same, so much so that even I grow weary listening to them. And yet the company insists on marketing me as a songwriting prodigy, burdening me with unbearable pressure. At those words, Chung Sun's hands stilled mid-skewer. He hadn't yet applied the music theory knowledge he'd acquired. When Xia Ning admitted her reliance on predictable progressions, several refined harmonic alternatives surged into his mind, spontaneous, inevitable, impossible to suppress. Wiping his mouth, he sipped sweetened osmanthus tea, rolled his neck, and prepared to demonstrate. I have a few suggestions. Would you like to hear them? Xia Ning regarded him casually and nodded. Sure. I'm listening. She didn't take it seriously. Not a hotel owner surely could command deep musical theory. Yet since he'd offered, she resolved to listen politely. How's your grasp of music theory? Pretty average, she grinned sheepishly. Pick up a guitar, and it's always IV. Sit at the piano, and it's root position left hand, triads right hand, as if nothing else exists. Do you do the same? Xia Ning blinked, her large eyes pursed her lips, and nodded earnestly. Having been called out precisely where it hurt, she admitted her limitation. Each time she attempted novelty, her fingers defaulted instinctively to those familiar progressions. Let's begin with IV. Chung Sun snatched a napkin from the table, and using the restaurant's order pen, began sketching diagrams as he spoke. In C major, this progression reads FGMMDMGC, but subtle modifications can transform its character entirely. Replace F with Fad9, A G with Sus4, resolving to G M with E7, and the emotional texture shifts instantly. He sketched chord diagrams onto the napkin, his pen tapping rhythmically against the tabletop as concepts tumbled forth. This employs inversions to deepen emotional resonance and narrative flow. No longer a monotonous straight line, but a breathing, undulating arc where chords converse with one another. Xia Ning began relaxed, but by the third sentence her spine had straightened involuntarily. By this point her eyes were wide with astonishment. This wasn't idle chatter, he knew. Chung Sun continued uninterrupted, outlining 6 concise techniques to break free from cliched progressions, from inversions and borrowed chords to descending bass lines and secondary dominant applications. Napkins piled up across the table, densely annotated. That's enough for now. Without instruments, theory remains abstract. He set down the pen. Take these notes home, practice them alongside your instrument, and you'll find tangible growth. Xia Ning felt mentally overwhelmed. This, Professor Chung taught with zero dilution. Pure dense insight delivered at rapid pace, each new concept arriving before the last had settled. She stared at the symbol-strewn napkins, feeling as though a concentrated flood of knowledge had been poured directly into her skull, leaving her breathless and dazzled. Professor, you're incredible. She folded the napkins carefully, her voice thick with genuine awe. May I formally become your disciple? I lack the time for formal instruction. Chung Sun waved a hand. Message me on WeChat if anything arises. I'll reply when I see it. Xia Ning instantly displayed her QR code, blinking rapidly and adopting the textbook posture of an obedient student, her phone already poised, as if anticipating this very moment. Scan. Add contact. Approval granted. In one seamless motion. Xia Ning typed strict Professor Chung in the contact note field, then after brief hesitation added a tiny sun emoji before it. Meanwhile, Chung Sun opened WeChat to find multiple unread messages. Su Ranqin had sent several more. Xia Ning's adorable Jake fan who'd approached him at Plaza 66. The girl messaged relentlessly, often sending strings of consecutive texts. Chung Sun suddenly felt intrigued and glanced up at Xia Ning, still absorbed in her phone. May I take a photo? Off. Yes, absolutely. Assuming he meant a selfie, Xia Ning shifted her chair closer to his, smoothed her bangs, and adjusted her expression with practiced care. But the moment she lifted her head, a flash erupted directly into her eyes. Oof, no fair. An ambush. The shutter captured her perfectly, eyes half-closed, mouth slightly agape, face frozen in pure, unguarded bewilderment. Chung Sun burst into laughter at the image of a dazed, endearingly foolish Xia Ning on his screen. Oh no, Professor Chung, I wasn't ready yet. Retake it, please. She reached immediately for his phone screen, intent on deleting the photo, but her arm fell short. Chung Sun leaned back, just enough to keep it out of reach. Oh no, retake it, please. Her voice softened into a honeyed plea, the final syllable lingering like a held breath. Sweet girl charm, full effect. Chung Sun surrendered instantly. Setting his phone down, he sat upright and snapped several photos of Xia Ning, who now posed with deliberate precision. This time she struck her signature pose, scissor hands framing a radiant smile, bathed in warm amber light that caressed her profile with flawless, gentle definition. Chung Sun showed her the results. Enhanced by refined aesthetic intuition, every frame was impeccably composed. Color, light, shadow, and split-second expression harmonized flawlessly. Oh, send them all. Professor Cheng's photography is stunning. He selected 9 masterfully composed shots and forwarded them in full resolution to Xia Ning. Then, choosing 2 at random, he opened Su Ranqin's chat and sent them. Fresh, exclusive shots, straight from the source. Scarcely had he hit send than he looked up, to find Xia Ning seated across from him, fingers knotted together, lips parting and closing repeatedly, her entire demeanor flustered and hesitant. What's wrong? Need the restroom? Chung Sun asked solicitously. What restroom? Xia Ning's cheeks flushed crimson. She drew a deep breath, gathering courage. Could we take a photo together? You're the most musically knowledgeable person I've ever met. Chung Sun smiled. Oh, that's all. I thought you were about to ask for a loan. Xia Ning facepalmed, speechless. How does Professor Cheng's mind even work? His logic operates on an entirely different frequency. Yet the teasing had eased her embarrassment. She sprang up, dragged her chair beside him, and leaned close. Professor Cheng, you take the photo. You're brilliant at it. She tilted toward him, raised her classic scissor hands, and flashed her sweetest smile. Their shoulders hovered mere centimeters apart beneath the warm yellow glow of the snack shop's lights, while the air carried the savory scent of fried skewers and sweet savory sauce. Click. The shutter froze. This serendipitous encounter, 2 kindred souls united by shared quiet discontent, immortalized within the humble confines of a street food stall. A notification shimmered faintly in the periphery. High purity joy state detected. Sweet impact. Critical hit activated. Reward 1000 deposited into host's bank account. Usage note: a seed has been sown. When will it bloom? Chung Sun checked the time, slipped his phone into his pocket, and suggested, It's growing late. Shall we head back? Yes, indeed it's quite late. Xia Ning nodded, eagerly retrieved her folded mask, and donned her baseball cap, pulling the brim low. Cheng Sun, by contrast, walked unhurriedly toward his car, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Ride with me. I'll drop you straight into the underground garage. Otherwise you'd have to walk through the lobby. The car glided smoothly into Zhongzhou Hotel's subterranean parking level. Tires hummed softly over speed bumps, jostling the chassis just once. Xia Ning unbuckled her seatbelt and reached for the door handle. Cheng Sun gently grasped her wrist. Xia Ning froze completely. Her heartbeat surged upward, from chest to throat, then pounding violently against her temples. Professor Cheng, what are you doing? Teacher Cheng, what are you doing? Cheng Sun raised his index finger to his lips, signaling Xia Ning to stay silent. Then he slowly released her hand. Cool. Smooth. Cheng Sun suddenly wondered if his fans found out he had touched Xia Ning's hand, would they come? Damn, I dare not think about it. It seems someone is there, hold on. He gestured with his chin towards a silver commercial vehicle not far away, tilting his head slightly to indicate Xia Ning to look in that direction. Xia Ning followed his gaze and immediately held her breath. Reporters. Paparazzi. Cheng Sun said nothing, just spread his hands. He pulled out his phone, found the front desk number, and dialed. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Hello, this is Cheng Sun. Hello, Mr. Cheng Yim Wenqian, the supervisor on duty tonight. The voice on the other end was crisp and clear, carrying professional enthusiasm. Cheng Sun lowered his voice, send a few security guards to the basement zone A number 10. Reliable ones. All right, Mr. Cheng, you'll notify them right away. Wenqian hung up, grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table, and switched directly to the security channel. Security, this is the duty desk. Security here, go ahead, duty desk. Send a few sharp and tough guys to the lobby. Also have some people guard the garage exit. Over. Roger that, lobby and garage exit on it. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie faded, leaving only a faint hum of static. In the car, Cheng Sun and Xia Ning both remained silent. Her face was still flushed. The suddenness of the moment had left her heart racing. Cheng Sun had seen what seemed to be a flash of light, but he only suspected paparazzi. He couldn't be certain. Even though he had taken the great tonic and become much more agile, no matter how formidable he was, he couldn't see through things. Do you want to inform your agent and assistant, just in case? Cheng Sun turned his head, his voice very soft. Xia Ning bit her lip, her voice growing softer with each word. No need, right? It should be fine, right? They definitely couldn't have captured us, right? Cheng Sun didn't press further. He was just offering a suggestion, since Xia Ning thought it unnecessary. They would wait and see. He leaned back against the seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering, while twice his gaze never leaving the commercial vehicle. 2 minutes later, when Qian arrived at the basement with the security captain and 5 or 6 young men in suits and vests, Cheng Sun flashed his car lights once, and the team immediately changed direction, hurrying towards him. Cheng Sun lowered the window halfway and gestured with his chin towards Wenqian, that silver GL8 over their plate, ending in 522. Get the people inside out. Search the camera to see if they captured us. Wenqian bent down, peeking through the window gap at the passenger seat. Her gaze landed, and she visibly paused. Damn, isn't that the actress? The boss has some moves. The security team received their orders and turned to surround the GL8. All the windows of that car were covered with dark tint, pitch black. From the outside, nothing could be seen. The captain knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. He tried the handle again, it was locked. However, despite the dark tint, a careful look revealed a faint glow like a phone screen flickering, indicating someone was indeed inside. This meant someone was in the car, and they needed to prevent them from alerting the police in desperation. He flipped his hand, and a set of hooks appeared in his grasp. His movements were as fast as a magician's. In less than 3 seconds, with a click, the door swung open. Cheng Sun sat in his car, watching from a distance, seeing everything clearly. Damn, this hotel was full of talents. The security guards immediately blocked the car door, looked inside, and collectively froze. Damn, why the hell aren't you wearing any clothes? Inside the car, a man and a woman were clinging to each other, their faces filled with terror, completely frozen. The captain didn't give them time to react. He reached in and confiscated both their phones. The man's phone screen was still on, and it was recording. The captain opened the photo album, swiping rapidly with his thumb, flipping through one picture after another, examining them meticulously. Cheng Sun sat in the car, his view obstructed, unable to see what was happening inside. He could only see the backs and profiles of the security guards, their expressions shifting from shock to complexity, then to a subtle, eager curiosity. After a while, the captain walked back quickly with the phone, shaking his head at Cheng Sun. Not paparazzi. Cheng Sun breathed a slight sigh of relief. He instructed Xia Ning to stay in the car and not move, then opened the door and got out. What's the situation? A couple filming a porno. Cheng Sun raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Is it the kind of porno I'm thinking of? The captain handed him the phone, the screen frozen on the album interface. Cheng Sun glanced at it, his mouth twitching. Wow, they're quite adventurous. He scrolled through the apps on the phone to confirm it wasn't a paparazzi pretending to be a pervert, then returned the phone to the captain and walked towards the commercial vehicle. The man and woman in the car had hastily thrown on their clothes and were huddled in their seats trembling. "Why are you engaging in illegal activities under my hotel?" Hearing this, the man quickly retorted, "Boss, we were just seeking some thrill. Besides, we didn't exceed the number of people, and we weren't selling for profit. It's not a crime, right?" Season Pro. Chung Sun couldn't be bothered to argue with him and took the woman's phone. The team had already unlocked it using some undisclosed method. He thoroughly scrolled through it, as well confirming there were no hidden folders, no third-party cameras, and no other suspicious storage paths. "Has the car been searched? Any cameras, memory cards, or anything like that?" "We did a rough search, need to do a more thorough one." "Safety first, do a thorough check." Chung Sun lowered his voice, glancing into the car. "These two aren't a couple. She has a husband, and he has a wife. Get it?" The captain straightened his back, snapped a salute, "Understood." After giving instructions, Chung Sun returned to the car and signaled Xia Ning that she could get out. As soon as she got out, Xia Ning wanted to go see the commotion, but Chung Sun stopped her. "What just happened?" Chung Sun patted Xia Ning's head, putting on a serious face. "Kids shouldn't ask. Let's just say it was explosive." Xia Ning pouted and muttered softly, "You talk as if you're so old." They entered the elevator. Chung Sun pressed for the 12th floor, while Xia Ning pressed for the 8th. Xia Ning suddenly asked, "Teacher Chung, how many days will you be staying in Hangzhou?" Chung Sun thought for a moment and replied that he planned to return to Shanghai tomorrow. His main purpose for coming to Hangzhou this time was to resolve Su Winnie's cuckoldry issue. It was only because of the hotel share reward triggered during his PK with little Daisy that he stayed an extra day. Now that the hotel had been taken over and the meeting with executives and middle management was done staying here, so Chung Sun decided to return to Shanghai tomorrow. After hearing this, a vague sense of disappointment washed over Xia Ning. It was a light, inexplicable feeling, but it weighed heavily on her chest. "Oh, my show here still needs a few more days of filming." "Is that so? Then good luck." Ding. Xia Ning looked up at Chung Sun, then waved her hand and said softly, "Goodbye, Teacher Chung." Chung Sun's lips curled up, his gaze tender, and he waved back. "Go ahead. If you have any problems, message me." He watched Xia Ning step out of the elevator until her slender figure disappeared around the corner at the end of the corridor. Only then did he release the door open button and let out a soft sigh. Who could resist the sweet assault of a Baijit cutie? Chung Sun admitted he couldn't remain unmoved. But compared to a celebrity, he felt his senior was more appealing. Back in his room, Chung Sun left a message for the lobby manager from the afternoon, asking him to prepare some local specialties from Hangzhou, like pastries and tea. After that, he took a quick shower, lay down on the bed, and scrolled through his phone. Su Ranqin had sent a ton of messages. "Wow. Xia Xia looks so beautiful. Where did you get this from? I've never seen these photos before. Where did little brother Ching go again? Oh my god. Xia Xia used this set of pictures for her Weibo post. Is little brother Chung asleep? This girl sure talks a lot." Chung Sun shook his head after reading the messages. "So good looking, right? I took them, thinking she wouldn't reply at midnight." Just as he switched to a short video app, a WeChat notification popped up. "Do you think I believe that?" Chung Sun chuckled. Telling the truth and not being believed. What could he do? However, when Su Ranqin mentioned that Xia Ning had posted this set of pictures on Weibo, Chung Sun felt a bit curious and opened Weibo, suddenly realizing that there is still much room for improvement, but I will work hard. Good night. Below the text were the 9 pictures that Chung Sun selected and sent to Xia Ning after taking them. Each picture was directly from the original, without any editing, indicating that it was uploaded immediately upon returning to her room. In just half an hour since posting, the likes had already exceeded 100,000, and the comments had accumulated to several tens of thousands. "Xia Xia, you are so beautiful. She is the most beautiful Xia Xia in the world. Incredible atmosphere. The photographer deserves a high score." The last comment even received a like from Xia Ning. Chung Sun felt somewhat amazed that he would have such an interaction with a star. This was something he wouldn't have even contemplated just a few days ago. Chung Sun placed his phone on the bedside table and closed his eyes. The direction of fate indeed held some intrigue. With this thought, he turned over and soon drifted into slumber. The next day around 9 o'clock, Chung Sun finished washing up and wandered to the dining area for breakfast. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, the vice president of the dining department approached him, evidently waiting there since early morning. Chung Sun said nothing, but walked around the food area scanning the dishes. "How often do we update the breakfast menu?" "We change the menu every 2 months, and we also update some seasonal dishes irregularly." Chung Sun nodded and said no more. He picked up a plate and began to select his food, taking only a small amount of each dish, ensuring that his plate nearly covered all varieties. By the time he sat down, the waiter had already arranged the utensils and drinks neatly. Each drink was served in a small cup lined up before him. After a while, several freshly prepared dishes from the noodle station were also brought out steaming hot, and filling. Chung Sun glanced up at the vice president of dining and the buffet manager standing beside him, nodding towards the chair across from him. Please sit down and chat. The two then pulled out their chairs and opened small notebooks on their laps, gripping their pens tightly. After saying this, Chung Sun officially began to enjoy his breakfast, nodding at the delicious items while leaving the less favorable ones untouched. Without him needing to say a word, others naturally interpreted his meaning. After eating until he was about 7 or 8 parts full, he wiped his mouth and spoke. Let's discuss a few obvious issues. He leaned back in his chair. First of all, the supplier for the pastries is not satisfactory. The taste is too poor. I'm not asking you to match freshly baked items, but at the very least they shouldn't be worse than the packaged bread sold in supermarkets. The directors and managers sitting opposite Chung Sun nodded in agreement and quickly noted down his comments. Chung Sun pointed out 3 or 4 areas of dissatisfaction, speaking at a measured pace. After finishing, he picked up his cup and took a sip of water, marking the end of his remarks. On the first day of taking over the hotel, he could play the good guy, smiling and accommodating. But today was the second day, and as the highest manager it was time to voice criticisms. Otherwise he would truly be seen as a nice guy, and others would take advantage of that without any mercy. Not intervening in the original team's management did not mean that Chung Sun was indifferent. At the mid-level team dinner yesterday, he made it clear that he would come and stay for a few days irregularly, and would also invite friends to experience the hotel. If there were issues with the service, he would hold them accountable. Having stated this, his critical remarks regarding the buffet today were the first signal. After breakfast, Chung Sun returned to his office. The lobby manager Qin Shu had already placed the prepared souvenirs on the coffee table next to the sofa. Chung Sun directly used Zhao Jian's former office, the only change being that he removed the CEO's sign from the door and left only the chairman's sign. At that time, he held the CEO's sign and told the 4 general managers and vice presidents that whoever performed well would have this sign affixed to their door. Chung Sun jokingly added, "I hope that the next time I come to Hangzhou, it will be to personally help you nail the door sign." Everyone laughed on the surface, but internally they had already felt the pressure. Chung Sun sat on the sofa flipping through the gifts prepared by Qin Shu: snacks, pastries, Longjing tea, and some cultural products featuring Hangzhou characteristics such as bookmarks and fridge magnets. Qin Shu, standing beside him, asked, "Mr. Chung, I prepared a gift box. Do you want it wrapped?" "No need." Chung Sun waved his hand. "This is just fine. It's just a casual gift. Oh, wrapping it up would be awkward." He thought for a moment and added, "Please let the housekeeping know that my room only needs to be cleaned every 2 days. I have left clothes in there, so it needs to be ventilated often." "Understood, Mr. Chung." Chung Sun paused and asked another question. "Have those 2 who were filming last night been dealt with?" Qin Shu nodded, saying that everything had been handled and that no cameras or similar devices had been found. They had also carefully checked the phones and found no photos of Chung Sun or Xiaoning. Upon hearing this, Chung Sun did not ask further. He stood up, pointed at the pile of items on the coffee table, and said to Qin Shu, "Prepare a set for Xiaoning and send it to her room in my name. As for the rest, have someone help me move them to the car. I am heading back to Huhai first." At 10:30, Chung Sun drove out of the hotel garage, and no sooner had he gotten on the highway than his phone began to ring. Chung Sun glanced at the screen. It was a colleague from his previous company, so he immediately answered and switched to speaker mode. "We go. Hey Xiaocheng, what are you up to?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat hoarse. "I'm just out and about. What's up?" Huigo was not one to call casual. There was a high probability that something had happened at the company, and most likely it was related to a project. As expected, Huigo informed him over the phone that a Tog Smart City exhibition project he had been responsible for had encountered issues, and Fu Ping had been scolded severely by the client. Everyone was watching Fu Ping's embarrassment. However, Fu Ping insisted that the problems arose because Chung Sun had not communicated clearly during the handover. After listening to the details, Chung Sun was momentarily stunned, then laughed in anger. "Fu Ping can't just pin the blame on me. I already received my severance pay. What can he do to me? This guy is too abstract. Who can argue with that?" Huiga sighed on the other end. "I'm just worried that he'll suddenly lose it and get me laid off too." Chung Sun chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a carefree ease. "I'm serious, Huiga. If you get laid off, getting a severance of over 100,000 is better than staying there, right?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Brother, you're too optimistic. At my age, other companies wouldn't want me anymore. Once I'm laid off, I'm done." Chung Sun's smile faded. He gripped the steering wheel, gazing at the straight highway ahead, and pondered for a while. He thought about how Jiansong's small program was in need of someone to work on it, and he still trusted Huiga's technical skills and character. In this day and age, small companies developing software usually take on some side gigs. Of the few people in the company, Huiga did the side projects most impressively, with not a single bad review. He spoke up, his tone considerably more serious than before. "I have a small outsourced program here for online ordering. I'll leave it to you to handle it." "Aren't you doing it yourself?" Huiga's voice, clearly startled for a moment, tinged with surprise. "I'm not doing it. I want to enjoy life. Chung Sun stated matter-of-factly. Let's go out tonight, they'll fill you in on the details. The two discussed and decided to go to a restaurant they often visited during previous gatherings. Before hanging up, Chung Sun reminded Hui Ge to bring his wife along. However, Hui Ge mentioned that his wife was taking their child to see her grandmother, so he would be going alone. After ending the call, Chung Sun drove comfortably, returning home to Jinggan Tianyu by 12:30. He felt a bit hungry, but the fridge at home was empty, so he had to order takeout. After that, he divided the snacks and small souvenirs he had brought back into several portions, with one portion hanging on the door handle of room 1802 next door. After hanging it up, he took a photo and sent it to his senior sister. I brought back some snacks for you all from my business trip to Hangzhou. Remember to pick them up. In the afternoon, Chung Sun stayed at home without going anywhere. He recalled that a small guide from a previous reward mentioned that reading would randomly yield skills. Thus, Chung Sun decided to read more when he had the time to expand his knowledge base. The study in his house already had many books, and he casually picked a beginner's book on management. He sat in an ergonomic chair in the open study, letting go of distractions and immersing himself in reading. When he focused on the book, time passed swiftly. At 5 o'clock, Chung Sun was pulled out of his immersion by the alarm he had set. Rubbing his eyes, he reached for his phone and found that his bald friend, Hu Feng, had called him twice. Feng Ge, is something wrong? Hu Feng's voice on the other end sounded a bit muffled. Let's go out and chat. What's wrong? Having trouble finding a job? Hu Feng sighed deeply, his tone filled with melancholy. Sigh, how about having a drink tonight? From this, Chung Sun felt that Hu Feng must be going through something, so he replied, I happen to have plans with Hui Ge tonight. Why don't you join us? I'm heading to Lingnan Impression now. With a few old colleagues who had a decent relationship, Chung Sun thought it was perfectly fine to meet up. Alright, I still have 2 bottles of Qinghua 30 here, let's drink that. Okay, see you later. After hanging up with Hu Feng, Chung Sun turned to look at the reward notification he had just received. Detected high purity joy of reading, triggering critical reward. Critical reward 50000 yuan already deposited into the host bank account. Beginner's guide, there are golden houses within books. Wasn't it said that skills would drop randomly? Why is this still a cash reward? However, Chung Sun was not disappointed. After all, he had still gained something. With this reward included, he already had a balance of 4 million in his bank account. Chung Sun thought it might be a good idea to visit his hometown to see his parents and perhaps give them a little financial help. Otherwise, if he suddenly became rich, he wondered if his elderly parents would be able to handle it. Since it wasn't that outrageous, yet he needed to give his parents a heads up. Changing into some clothes for going out, Chung Sun prepared to set off. Since he would be drinking tonight, Chung Sun didn't plan to drive. It wasn't too far, so he decided to borrow a bicycle to get there. When he went out, the items hanging at the entrance of room 1802 had already been taken inside. Wang Weiqi and Wenqing had sent thank you messages on WeChat saying the food was delicious. Chung Sun packed some for Hu Feng and Hui Ge, letting them take it back for their families to try. Riding the small blue bicycle across the river, Chung Sun wobbled for 20 minutes before finally arriving at Lingnan Impression Restaurant. When he was at his previous company, a few people in the group liked to gather here for meals because the food was good and the prices were reasonable. Chung Sun was the first to arrive and ordered a private room. He then sat in the room ordering dishes while waiting for the other two. Hu Feng arrived a bit earlier, but it was already 6:30 when Hui Ge finished work and joined them. It was Friday and the roads were a bit congested. Before eating, Chung Sun distributed 2 portions of snacks. I just returned from Hangxing at noon. I brought some food for you, 1 portion, each, don't complain if it's small. Hui Ge's eyes lit up as he took it, repeatedly saying, wow, you're too generous. Hu Feng, who had a bit of PTSD from the words Hangxing, exclaimed, what the heck, why did you go to Hangzhou? You weren't there for an interview with Abba, were you? Chung Sun didn't elaborate, simply saying he went there for tourism. Hu Feng pouted and brought out 2 bottles of 30-year Qinghua, filling 3 glasses and handing one to Chung Sun and Hui Ge. Hu Feng, why are you bringing such good wine? Hui Ge's tone carried a hint of complaint. Hu Feng slapped the table, his tone a bit stern. In preparing to leave, Hu Hai, this is probably our last meal together. What's wrong with drinking something good? The room fell silent for a moment. Hui Ge was stunned, unable to believe it. Why are you suddenly leaving, Hu Hai? When a few outsiders came to the group back then, Hu Feng was the most eager to buy a house, constantly calculating down payments and checking neighborhoods. Who would have thought he would be the first to leave? Hu Feng raised his glass and toasted the 2, downing half of it in one go. Chung Sun and Hui Ge quickly raised their glasses in return. After drinking, Hu Feng picked up a chopstick full of cold mixed fungus, crunching a few times before speaking. I'm going home to get married. His tone carried an infinite sense of loneliness. Was it arranged by your family? Hu Feng nodded, from the same village. Chung Sun continued to ask, have you been married before? Are you planning to find a job in your hometown? I plan to open a small restaurant in my hometown. Hui Ge patted Hu Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. That's good too. Better than staying in Hu Hai. Damn, how did it all end up being for nothing? Hu Feng's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of tears. Chung Sun secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't driven his little S over today. Otherwise, if Hu Feng saw it, he would probably feel unbalanced. Chung Sun thought to himself, if he had not gained the system, would he have also ended up, like Hu Feng, returning to Luzhou, marrying a woman he met through a blind date, and living a plain life? Chung Sun didn't actually mind such a mundane life, he just had concerns. He feared that in old age he would suddenly recall these days, and regret why he hadn't persisted a little longer. He was afraid that his son would come home from a regular middle school and mention that Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui from the neighboring class were caught by their parents at a small hotel, suddenly asking him, "Dad, are the schools in Huhai this chaotic too?" He didn't know if Hu Feng would later resent his current self, but all of this had nothing to do with Chung Sun. Everyone's choices are their own responsibility. Chung Sun would not advise Hu Feng on anything. All he could do was drink, with Hu Feng one cup after another. Hu Feng got drunk quickly, already slumped over the table snoring. This was when Chung Sun had the chance to talk to Hui Gu about the Jiansong mini program. Hui Gu, it's actually very simple. It's a mini program similar to Ruishing for ordering for a chain bakery. Besides that, we also need a cashier terminal to tag items and integrate with the ERP interface. Just buy a ready-made system for secondary development. Oh, no need to do it manually. Huiga nodded while listening. After Chung Sun finished speaking, Huiga said this wasn't difficult, and then asked, what about the UI? They'll find someone to design the UI. Just copy the style of Ruishing, it'll package the entire system for you, and I won't interfere with how you outsource it. Huiga nodded seriously and said to Chung Sun, okay, no problem. Chung Sun took a bite of food and smiled, asking, aren't you going to ask about the price? You can just decide. Chung Sun didn't like mixing personal feelings with business, so he agreed with Hui Gu on the price in advance. He counted on his fingers and said, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Let me calculate for you. Buying a restaurant system source code authorization is about 300 yuan. Mini program development is 200 yuan. Secondary development of the management backend and cash register POS is 300 yuan, and subsequent deployment and maintenance for 2 years is 200 yuan. They'll give you 100 yuan directly divided into 3 payments of 442. How does that sound? Huiga smiled upon hearing the price and said to Chung Sun, this price is already very good. I will return 15 to you later. Chung Sun shook his head. No need to return anything. They'll take you to the store one day to see the process and then sign a contract. But you have to issue an invoice and you bear the tax yourself. Seeing that Chung Sun didn't want a rebate, Huiga was clearly taken aback. He lowered his voice and asked, Xuanzi, is this your own store? Chung Sun smiled lightly, keeping his tone airy. Oh, it's just a small business. Chung Sun called a ride-hailing car, first sending Hu Feng home before instructing the driver to head towards Jinggantianyu. The streetlights outside the window flickered past, and he leaned back in the rear seat, still feeling the effects of the alcohol. His entire demeanor languid. As Chung Sun casually dried his hair with a towel, he walked over to open the door. When he pulled the door open, he paused for a moment. Standing at the door was Wenqing. She was dressed in a pink floral pajama set, her hair casually tied up in a bun, and she was holding a golden hami melon in her arms. Senior sister, what brings you here so late? Chung Sun instinctively took a half step back, making way at the doorway. Wenqing did not step inside, but merely extended the hami melon towards him, her expression slightly awkward. Would you like some fruit? Chung Sun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reached out to take the melon. It was heavy and cool to the touch, freshly taken from the refrigerator. Thanks. I just had some drinks, so this will quench my thirst, he said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Seeing that Wenqing had no intention of leaving, Chung Sun felt a bit puzzled. Oh, the plate, right. They'll get it for you in a moment. Having been out for 2 days, he had forgotten the plate that Wang Weiqi had brought to hold the fruit. Chung Sun cradled the hami melon in one hand and turned to walk into the room. He first placed the melon on the kitchen counter, then bent down to rummage through the cupboard for the clean plate. Just as he found the plate, he turned around and was startled. Wenqing had somehow followed him into the kitchen and was standing just 2 steps behind him. Wow, senior sister, how do you walk so quietly? Wenqing smiled lightly. Her eyes and brows were naturally cold, but this smile softened her aloof aura considerably, and combined with her pink floral pajamas, she exuded an indescribable, adorable charm. You just had some drinks, right? Let me cut the melon for you. Before Chung Sun could respond, Wenqing had already taken the plate from his hands. Chung Sun stood at the kitchen door watching as Wenqing picked up a knife and swiftly cut the hami melon in half. The knife fell, and the melon split with a crisp sound. She placed one half on the cutting board, quickly peeled off the skin, and then cut it into small, neat pieces, arranging them tidily in the plate. After cutting those, she pulled out a fresh-keeping bag from the drawer, stuffed the other half of the hami melon inside, pinched the seal tightly, and opened the fridge to place it inside. The fridge was quite empty, and the hami melon looked particularly eye-catching. Finally, she took a fork from the box where knives and forks were kept, placed it beside the fruit plate, and walked over to the sofa, bending down to set it on the coffee table. She straightened up and turned to Chung Sun, who was still standing at the kitchen door. Come eat, she said. Chung Sun suddenly felt something lightly brush against his chest. He was unexpectedly enveloped in a long-forgotten warmth. Thank you, senior sister, he said, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Chung Sun walked over to the coffee table, too lazy to sit on the sofa, and simply plopped down on the floor, crossing his legs, and using the fork to spear a piece of hammy melon before popping it into his mouth. The melon was crisp and sweet, its juice bursting in his mouth. So sweet. Wenqing chuckled and pulled up a small chair to sit down. She still hadn't left, seeming to plan to stay for a while. The things here are pretty much the same as those over there, and they are quite handy to use. Chung Sun nodded as he ate the fruit, replying, yes, the 4 sets are all exactly the same in decoration, only the layouts are a bit different. I noticed that your fridge is empty. Wenqing tilted her head, her tone curious. Do you usually eat takeout? Well, I just moved in not long ago, and then went on a business trip to Hangzhou, Chung Sun said, poking at the pieces of melon on his plate with the fork. I haven't had the chance to fill the fridge yet. By the way, where are you working now? Chung Sun was still immersed in the serene atmosphere when Wenqing had cut the melon for him, answering whatever she asked. I was at an outsourcing company that dealt with government and enterprise projects, but I was laid off on Monday. Also, I opened a dessert shop called Jian Song. Chung Sun chewed the melon casually. This time in Hangzhou was mainly to check out the hotel. Oh, I have a hotel in Hangzhou as well. He explained briefly, not intending to hide anything, but the way these ventures came into his hands was quite bizarre, and he himself didn't know where to start if he had to explain. Wenqing's eyes lit up with strong interest. She had come to chat with Chung Sun tonight to gather material for her bossy CEO novel. A hotel? Is it that sort of super luxurious 5-star hotel? Wenqing leaned forward slightly, raising her voice a bit. Chung Sun waved his hand. It's just a 4-star establishment. Our hotel is near Hangzhou East Station, mainly for reception and conferences. Getting a higher rating would complicate things. Wenqing tilted her head, looking puzzled. Why would that be complicated? Isn't a higher star rating better? Chung Sun put down the fork and explained, organizations and some enterprises have strict standards for reimbursement on accommodation, reception, and conferences. 5-star hotels are explicitly prohibited for reimbursement. If we were to go for a 5-star rating, we would actually block off a large portion of stable clientele. Oh, I see. Wenqing silently added a note in her material notebook, gaining useful knowledge. So do you often have to run between Shanghai and Hangzhou? Mainly in Shanghai. Chung Sun leaned against the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position. Hangzhou is mostly left to the management team. My executives each hold 2 to 3% of the shares, so they are fairly attentive to the company. Wenqing asked a string of questions, and Chung Sun answered them one by one, until the door was knocked on again. Oh, it must be Ruiqi. Wenqing quickly stood up, scampering over in her slippers from 1802 to open the door. The community's property management was quite diligent, cleaning the hallway 5 times a day. Moreover, only 3 people lived on this floor, making the hallway even cleaner than at home. That's why Wenqing had come over directly in her slippers. When the door opened, Wang Ruiqi stood outside, a look of grievance on her face. What's up? Have you started living the good life without me? What a heartless girl. Wenqing was quick on her feet, covering Wang Ruiqi's mouth with a slap. She glared, lowering her voice as she warned, don't talk nonsense. Chung Sun had now leisurely followed to the door, waving at Wang Ruiqi with a bright smile. Hello, Chimei. Wang Ruiqi pushed Wenqing's hand away and showed her claws at Chung Sun. Don't call me. Okay, Chimei. Wang Ruiqi huffed heavily, turning her head away. Wenqing tried to take the opportunity to pull Wang Ruiqi back to 1802, tugging at her arm, but failing. Wang Ruiqi stood her ground, smiling slightly at Chung Sun, her smile polite, yet assertive. Xiaoqing hasn't come back yet, so I came to check on her. Can I come in? Chung Sun shrugged and stepped aside. Come on in, as if I wouldn't let you in. After receiving permission, Wang Ruiqi walked in casually, pulling Wenqing back with her. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Ruiqi leaned over to whisper in Wenqing's ear, what were you doing just now? It took you half an hour just to deliver fruit. We were just chatting for a bit, Wenqing replied quietly. Xiaoqing, you're not being honest. Wang Ruiqi squinted, extending her hand to tickle Wenqing. The 2 girls with completely different styles were making a ruckus on the sofa, creating a visually pleasing scene. Wenqing with her bun appeared aloof and regal, but after a few interactions, Chung Sun felt she was actually soft and cute inside. Wang Ruiqi sported a neat short haircut, appearing carefree on the surface, but Chung Sun sensed a bit of a tomboy vibe from her. Chung Sun sat on the floor watching the 2 chatter away and tapped the edge of the plate with his fork, producing a couple of sounds. What are you doing sneaking around to gossip? Wang Ruiqi retracted her hand, looking up at Chung Sun with a grin. Just interrogating our Xiaoqing. Doesn't she may have to work? I see you at home all day. Wang Ruiqi's smile suddenly froze, her expression turning bitter. I was working at a bank, but the pressure was too much, so I quit. Oh, so you're one of those flexible workers. Chung Sun nodded, his tone teasing. I heard that you have to buy deposits for the opening of business every year. Wang Ruiqi immediately waved her hands frantically in the air, her face displaying the words, "Please don't say anymore. Don't say it. Don't say it. Just hearing those keywords makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh, it's PTSD. I'm just taking a break at home for a while, and then I'm learning to write web literature from our Xiao Qing." Before she could finish, when Qing had once again covered Wang Ruiqi's mouth. "Oh, writing web literature." Cheng Sun looked at Wen Qing with great interest. Wen Qing, feeling shy and embarrassed, quickly shook her head vigorously. "She's just talking nonsense." "I'm not. I didn't." Cheng Sun nodded, understanding in his heart, realizing that she was quite embarrassed, indicating she was likely a minor author. Fearing that Cheng Sun would ask her about writing web novels, Wen Qing quickly grabbed Wang Ruiqi's arm and slipped back to room 1802. The moment the door closed, she glanced nervously toward the corridor. Cheng Sun stood still, his gaze falling on the empty plates on the table, mumbling to himself, "Wasn't I just here to get the plates?" He picked up a plate, rinsed off the fork as well, shook off the water, and placed it on the drying rack. After tidying up, Cheng Sun lay back on the bed. He had barely closed his eyes for a few seconds when Cheng Sun suddenly opened them wide. He sat up abruptly, his back straightening. Damn, she wouldn't be looking for material, would she? The next day, Cheng Sun woke up at 10 o'clock, having had a bit of insomnia the night before. The image of Wen Qing slicing fruit for him in the kitchen kept flashing in his mind. Then suddenly Xia Ning jumped out again, calling herself Cheng Laosher. Chu Yanci also appeared, joining in the fun and unbuttoning his shirt. Detected high-purity joyful behavior, without a trace, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, complete coffee techniques, deploying now. User guide: make your sister a cup of cappuccino. After getting up, Cheng Sun first took a shower. He carried the laundry basket to the balcony. As he pushed open the glass door leading to the balcony, a cold wind rushed in, causing him to shrink his neck. It had gotten colder. After hanging the last t-shirt, Cheng Sun rubbed his hands together as a brewing method from the coffee techniques suddenly flashed through his mind. At this temperature, a steaming hand-brewed coffee sounded so comforting. He remembered that there seemed to be a few bags of drip coffee in his suitcase and hurried back inside to find them. The few bags of coffee were packed in a small white box, each sealed tightly with aluminum foil. A sticky label was affixed, handwritten with the type of beans. Ethiopian Guji, sun-dried processing. Strawberry, passion fruit, citrus with a hint of fermentation. In the past, Cheng Sun only thought these flavor descriptions were somewhat mystical. He could only vaguely identify three tastes: sour, bitter, and neither sour nor bitter. But things were different now. He stared at the few lines, his mind automatically matching them with corresponding flavor memories. Drip brewing was actually very simple. Just hang it on the cup and pour water in. Some are 8 brews, relying entirely on feel. But now Cheng Sun had mastered professional brewing techniques. He tore open the packaging and propped the drip bag on the rim of the cup. His hands moved without any conscious thought, steaming it for 30 seconds using a 3-part water pour with his wrist, guiding the flow of water stable and light. Unfortunately, he only had a largemouth thermos at hand. It would have been better to use a narrow-necked pour-over kettle. 2 minutes later, Cheng Sun stood back on the balcony with his cup. The steam from the hot coffee dispersed as the cold wind blew, and he took a small sip. The sweetness of berries and the acidity of citrus hit almost simultaneously, interspersed with a faint hint of fermentation, the layers clean and crisp. Not bad at all. The only regret was that these bags of drip coffee had been stored for too long. The pre-ground beans had lost some flavor intensity compared to freshly ground coffee. Cheng Sun continued to sip a few more times, finding this quite interesting. So he took out his phone and opened a shopping app, his fingers flying across the screen. Acacia Pearl S scale, Brewista temperature control, kettle C40, hand grinder, Hario ceramic filter cup, and coffee pot. The whole set cost nearly 5,000 yuan. Then he bought 6 or 7 different types of beans: Guizhou, pink, bourbon, Bancha, Sidamo. Cheng Sun didn't deliberately choose the expensive ones, he just picked a few according to his taste. He didn't buy too much of each, just small jars of 100 grams. After all, roasted coffee beans have a shelf life, and if not consumed in time, they lose their freshness. After placing the order, Cheng Sun suddenly thought, doesn't his dessert shop sell coffee? Why does he need to buy it himself? But looking at the exquisite equipment on the order list, Cheng Sun felt they would look great in his home. Detected high-purity joyful behavior, I want what I get, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, 5,430 yuan, 543,000 yuan, already deposited into the host's bank card. User guide: your spending is never a waste. Cheng Sun looked at the balance on his bank card, which had officially surpassed 5 million. Unfortunately, now that he had a car and a house, aside from daily expenses for food and entertainment, he couldn't find any other place to spend money. Cheng Sun felt a bit troubled. Start a business. Don't joke around with a system. There's no need to engage in trivial matters. If there's something he wants, he could just pray to the system. Maybe it would drop it on his head when he woke up tomorrow. How about going on a trip? Cheng Sun thought this idea was quite good. A spontaneous trip is often a wonderful. He searched for autumn travel destinations on Douyin, swiping a few times on the screen before stopping. Going to Western Sichuan. Starting from Huhai heading west, through Jiangxing the Three Gorges, Shenangjia Yuzhou, and Shidu directly reaching Four Girls Mountain, then continuing through Danba and Xian Duqiao, arriving at the world's highest city Litong. On the return trip, he would circle back to Shidu from Kongding, leave the car with a transport company, and fly back, with just a plane ticket, which would be hassle-free. Or there was an even simpler plan: directly fly to Shidu, rent a car upon landing, and drive deeper into Western Sichuan. Shorter travel time and more relaxing. After mentally going through both plans a few times, Chung Sun felt either would work. The only remaining question was go alone or find a partner. He briefly listed the pros and cons. Driving alone would be entirely on paved roads, without venturing into uninhabited areas, plus, he had excellent driving skills, so safety was completely assured. After taking a powerful supplement, his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, and the likelihood of altitude sickness was low. Most importantly, traveling alone meant he could stop or go as he pleased without having to consult anyone about the itinerary. In contrast, finding a partner would mean even deciding what to have for lunch could take ages. Flexibility would drop to zero. Traveling alone, it's decided. After making the decision, Chung Sun began to list out supplies. Now that it was winter in Western Sichuan, and with the high altitude, he needed to prepare some warm clothing, such as down jackets and windbreakers. As for the car, he would choose one from the rental company on-site in Shidu. Professional photography equipment was also necessary. After all, he wanted to record his adventures. He remembered the DJI Pocket 3 sports camera he had seen frequently on Douyin lately. It's small, but the image quality is excellent, so he needed to buy one. Then he would pair it with a Sony A7M IV mirrorless camera capable of taking both photos and videos. As for the lens configuration, he needed to ask Meng Wei. This guy was an old master. It should be noted that when Chung Sun had Meng Wei film him that night in Hangzhou, it wasn't just a casual arrangement. He was a professional. Although Chung Sun himself had yet to acquire any skills of a photography master, he was confident that with his current aesthetic standards, he could compensate for some of the technical gaps. That series, titled Xia Ning in the Skewered Food Shop, had directly shot up to the top 10 on Weibo's trending list, becoming Xia Ning's most liked and shared post, perfectly capturing the atmosphere. He called Meng Wei's voice message. After ringing several times, it was finally answered, the voice on the other end sounding groggy. Hey Sun Gu. Aren't you up yet? MHM. What's up? I need a set of professional travel shooting equipment using the A7M IV as the body. Can you help me pick out a set of lenses? Wait 5 minutes, let me get out of bed first, Meng Wei said. 5 minutes later, he returned the voice message, fully awake, firing questions one after another. Are you shooting portraits? Do you prefer photos or videos? Are you sensitive to weight? Is there a budget limit? Chung Sun thought for a moment and gave a straightforward answer. Weight doesn't matter, budget has no limit. After listening, Meng Wei took only 3 minutes to send Chung Sun a list: a standard zoom lens, the 2470mm f2. 8GM2 primarily for handheld video recording. 2 large aperture prime lenses, the 24mm f1. 4GM and 50mm f1. 2GM dedicated to portrait photography. Among them, the 24mm lens is nicknamed the Eye of the Boudoir, a testament to its esteem. The 70,200mm f2. 8GM2 and the 1635mm f2. 8GM2. These two zoom lenses specialize in telephoto and wide-angle shots. The extreme compression brought by telephoto lenses is indispensable for capturing mountains, forests, and skylines. Wide-angle lenses, on the other hand, are used for landscapes, starry skies, architecture, and grand scenes. You may not use these two lenses, but you cannot afford to be without them. Finally, there is also a Tamron 28,200mm f2. 85. 6 third-party zoom lens. This lens emphasizes lightweight design. When you are hiking, bringing only this one lens ensures usability in most situations. That's about it. Pick a few based on your needs, Meng Wei instructed over the phone. Got it, thanks. Chung Sun expressed his gratitude. Chung Sun thanked him and opened the e-commerce app. Pick a few. Only children make choices. Chung Sun, of course, wanted them all. Seeing 6 lenses, he realized buying just one camera body might be troublesome. Worried about missing a shot due to the time spent changing lenses, he added a Sony A1M2 to the cart, which photography bloggers claimed had superior image quality. With lenses and body sorted, what about memory cards? A card failure would be a disaster. Too lazy to compare brands and specs, he simply added 5 Sony original 240GB CF Express Type A cards and an original card reader. A good camera also needs a good laptop for editing videos. There was no other choice. He directly maxed out the configuration on a MacBook Pro. For other accessories like tripods and camera bags, Chung Sun, lacking expertise, simply bought the most expensive ones. He also needed to buy several SSD portable hard drives specifically for storing footage. After a round of selection, the total in the shopping cart had already exceeded 19,000 yuan. Without rushing to pay, Chung-sun continued to buy a DJI Pocket 3 action camera and a Mavic 4 drone, along with various miscellaneous accessories like wrist straps, UV filters, and polarizers. The final settlement came to 23,000 yuan. Just as Chung-sun entered the payment password, the reward arrived. Detected high-purity joyful behavior by the expensive not the right, triggering a critical hit reward. Critical hit reward, master photography deploying. Oh, right on time. As this message faded, a second one immediately popped up. Detected high-purity joyful behavior by triggering a critical hit return. Critical hit return 231540 yuan, 231540 yuan credited to host bank account. 23000 turned into 31 million plus a free master level photography skill. This time it was hitting two birds with one stone. With the gear settled, clothes and a backpack were still needed. Pocketing his phone, he drove out, heading straight to the nearest Arc'teryx flagship museum store he found online. As soon as he parked, he spotted an acquaintance. That person waved at him and smiled. Mr. Chung, what a coincidence. Chu Yanci was wearing a khaki trench coat today, paired with a light beige cross-collar shirt, dark gray checkered suit pants, and latte-colored stiletto ankle boots. Her wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a lazy yet refined aura, perfectly capturing a vintage vibe. Since acquiring his advanced aesthetic sense, Chung-sun could instantly deconstruct anyone's outfit with a single glance. He silently gave a high score. This woman truly knew how to dress. President Chu, hello, out shopping. Chu Yanci held a cup of coffee, nodded, and flashed an aggressive smile. Yes, Mr. Cheng's outfit today is quite nice. Did you put it together yourself? Just threw something on. Does it meet President Chu's standards? It's passable. Mr. Cheng here to shop. Chung-sun nodded, pointing towards the massive Arc'teryx store not far away, explaining, yeah, I'm preparing for a trip, need to buy some outdoor clothes. Come on, I'll keep you company while you browse. Chu Yanci finished her coffee in one gulp and tossed the cup into the trash bin. Chung-sun twitched the corner of his mouth. Sis, what are you doing? We're not that close yet, are we? I wouldn't want to take up President Chu's time. I'm quite bored too, so consider it keeping me company while I shop. Hearing this, Chung-sun could never refuse a beautiful woman. All right, then I'll trouble President Chu with my time. Chu Yanci said nothing, handed her bag to Chung-sun, and with a slight curl of her lips spoke with a hint of coquettish arrogance. I'll help you pick clothes, and you treat me to lunch. Deal. This Arc'teryx store was the largest, most comprehensive, and offered the best service in Shanghai. With Chu Yanci's guidance, Chung-sun quickly bought several sets of clothing suitable for different scenarios. This included outfits for self-driving low-altitude hiking and high-altitude snow mountain trekking. Chung-sun also selected an outdoor backpack large enough to hold all his spare clothes for the trip. After stuffing everything into the trunk of his small S-Class, Chung-sun started the car and took Chu Yanci to lunch. What do you feel like eating? He asked after getting in. Without a second thought, Chu Yanci blurted out, let's go to Bao Li Xian at the Bulgari Hotel. It's a 2 Michelin-star Cantonese restaurant. Chung-sun set the navigation on his phone, then suddenly thought of something. Don't they require reservations? Will they take walk-ins? Chu Yanci smiled, lifting her chin slightly, revealing a smooth stretch of neck, and said airily, well, get in when we get there. What's there to worry about? Chung-sun chuckled. All right, if we can't get in, well, figure something out. They chatted idly along the way. President Chu, will Jingwu Capital invest in Paw Diary? Chu Yanci turned her head to look at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Hard to say. If you go full-time, I might consider investing for your sake. Chung-sun gave an awkward laugh. Haha, President Chu sure knows how to joke. Gripping the steering wheel, he stared straight ahead, feeling Chu Yanci's gaze on him. I've always been curious, Mr. Chung, what exactly do you do? Your demeanor doesn't seem like a programmer's. Chung-sun continued to play dumb. Oh, programmers can have good taste too, right? I think my development skills are decent enough. Programmers don't drive 3 million yuan cars. Chu Yanci raised an eyebrow, her gaze unwavering. Mr. Chung, why not be a bit more honest? Chung-sun glanced sideways. The color of her lips was truly captivating. A vivid red, full and plump lips, moist and sensual. A scene from last night's dream suddenly surfaced in his mind. He quickly yanked his gaze back to the front and cleared his throat. I run a chain of bakery and dessert shops and a small hotel in Hangzhou. That's all. Oh, which hotel? The Zhongzhou International Hotel, near the East Station. It has just over 270 rooms, rated 4 stars. It's passable. Chu Yanci let out a soft snort, her tone laced with a hint of teasing, a half smile playing on her lips. CEO Chung is quite strict with his definitions. You call that a small hotel? Hey, it's better to be humble when you're out and about. The car quickly stopped at the Bulgari parking lot, and the two of them got out and walked towards the Palais de la Paix restaurant. This is a standalone red brick building in Art Deco style, said to be a century-old structure. At the restaurant entrance before Chung Sun could say anything, Chu Yinsi directly provided her reservation information. You made a reservation in advance. As Chu Yinsi walked towards the reserved table, she replied, I booked it a week ago. I was originally planning to bring my little brother here, but he flaked on me. Chung Sun sensed a hint of loneliness in her tone. Being stood up does indeed feel a bit disheartening, which is quite normal. What do you want to eat? Taking the menu from the waiter, Chung Sun and Chu Yinsi began browsing through it. Chu Yinsi quickly decided on a few dishes: rose soy sauce chicken, huadiao egg white steamed crab claw, and pan-seared black pepper wagyu bun. These will be fine for me, you can take a look again. Chung Sun had only glanced through half of the menu, so after a quick look he added a few more dishes: honey glazed char, shu stir-fried, M9 wagyu with shrimp sauce, and shrimp dumpling supreme. After placing the order, Chung Sun then took the time to observe the restaurant. The space was quite spacious, with turquoise wallpaper paired with a checkered ceiling clearly reflecting Bulgari style. Seeing Chung Sun looking around, Chu Yinsi asked, You bought so many outdoor clothes, where are you planning to go? Chung Sun shifted his attention back and replied, I plan to go for a self-driving trip, it's too boring. Self-driving? Where to? It's tentatively decided for Western Sichuan, but I haven't figured out yet whether to drive from Huhai or fly to Shudu and then rent a car. Chu Yinsi sighed and sincerely said, I envy your life, Chung, so carefree. This was the first time Chung Sun sensed sincerity from Chu Yinsi. Whether it was when she helped him unbutton his shirt or accompanied him shopping, he always felt a hint of utilitarianism and detachment. Yes, detachment, a psychological sense of distance. You have few friends, right? Chung Sun asked directly. Chu Yinsi's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly adjusted and returned to her semi-permanent smiling mode. Could it be that you can read faces, Chung? Can you tell if I have fortune or misfortune recently? Chung Sun shook his head. Chu, we have no vested interests, and when we meet we just greet each other. I wouldn't reach out otherwise. He took a small sip of tea and continued, so using your previous words as a gift back to you, you could be a bit more. Chu Yinsi remained expressionless, staring blankly at Chung Sun without moving. After a long while she suddenly spoke. What does your family do, Chung? My family runs a small business. We take on minor projects to make a living. To be fair, Chung Sun was not. However, Chu Yinsi did not think so. In the morning, Chung Sun mentioned that his hotel had over 270 rooms, and now he was saying his family only takes on minor projects to make a living. Based on Chu Yinsi's reasonable deduction, he was probably a big shot in the real estate industry. The exquisite dishes were soon served, and Chung Sun had already picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Eating passively shows a problem with your brain. Let's chat while eating. This rose soy sauce chicken is indeed quite good. Seeing that Chung Sun was eating well, Chu Yinsi inexplicably felt a sense of joy. She picked up her chopsticks and took a shrimp dumpling, eating it slowly. While eating, Chung Sun asked, What about you, Chu? Your family must be doing well too. Chu Yinsi let out a light scoff, a hint of self-deprecation appearing on her face, and said with some resentment, Mine is much more complicated. If you want to know, you might need to get me drunk. Chung Sun pulled the corner of his mouth. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Boring. What's the name of your bakery? How many branches do you have? Chu Yinsi proactively changed the subject. It's called Jian Song, with 3 branches in Wujiacheng Wukong Road, and Carey Center. Before she finished speaking, Chung Sun suddenly remembered something. Hey, isn't your company located in Carey Center? Chu Yinsi looked somewhat surprised. Really? Jian Song is yours. Chung Sun picked up a shrimp ball, just about to take a bite, when he noticed Chu Yinsi's expression. What's wrong? What kind of expression is that? You don't have any complaints, do you? What complaints? I just find it quite amazing. I spend around $1,000 at Jian Song every month. Every now and then I even order afternoon tea to share with my colleagues in the team. Upon hearing this, Chung Sun quickly wiped his hands and jokingly saluted Chu Yinsi across the table. Oh, a big client. Once our new membership system is up, it'll give you a 30% off membership. Chu Yinsi covered her face internally, complaining, how can this guy be so shameless? The conversation turned back to the self-driving trip. Chu Yinsi asked, What car are you planning to drive? I don't know, actually. All the roads on this route are paved, so driving my S63 shouldn't be a problem. But for a self-driving trip, it would be more appropriate to drive an SUV. Do you have any recommendations? After hearing this, Chu Yinsi suggested, just don't drive a G63, it can be tiring on long paved roads. If you want a recommendation, get an LC76. Chung Sun had heard of this model, Toyota LC76. That car requires parallel import, right? I think so. When I was in America, a friend of mine drove this car. Although the interior was rather worn out, it was very stable out in the wild. Alright, I'll see if I can rent one then. After more than an hour of dining, Chung Sun mentally rated this restaurant 4.2 out of 5. The taste was decent, the prices were not outrageous, and the place wasn't crowded. Overall, the experience was quite. As for the downsides, parking needed to be done at the hotel's parking lot from where one had to walk here. The flavors were not particularly stunning, merely standard Cantonese cuisine. After settling the bill, Chung Sun walked back to the hotel's parking lot with Chu Yanxi. He dropped her off at the parking lot near Carey Center since her car was still there. Chu Yanxi asked Chung Sun to wait for her for a moment, then went to her car to retrieve a rather hefty box and stuffed it into the back seat of Chung Sun's car. Standing by the car door, she said to Chung Sun, "I was originally planning to send this to my brother, but since he stood me up, you get it instead." After saying this, Chu Yanxi waved her hand and walked away without looking back. Watching Chu Yanxi's back, Chung Sun felt that this woman definitely had some stories behind her. Should he find a time to get her drunk and see? Chung Sun got out of the car and went to the back seat, opened the box, and exclaimed, "Wow. ROG Astral RTX 5090 032G White Night God, 5090. 32 gigabytes memory. This thing costs about 25,000. Sister is quite generous." Detected high purity happy behavior receiving gifts triggering critical reward. Critical reward Toyota Land Cruiser LC76 modified. Please go to Ihue Automotive Modification Company to receive. Seeing this reward, Chung Sun smiled even more happily. This system is ruthless and concise. It sends what you lack without any unnecessary words. At this moment, Chung Sun was holding the 5090 graphics card and suddenly thought of a question: can an ordinary desktop match the prestigious 5090 Supreme God? After driving back to Jinggan Tianyu, Chung Sun made 2 trips to deliver the clothes and graphics card home. Just as he was about to head to the modification company to pick up the LC76, he received a call from the delivery person from Dog East saying they were on their way to deliver. It seemed that the camera lens he purchased in the morning had arrived. The same-day delivery experience from Dog East was pleasant, but the price was almost at full retail with no discounts at all. If Chung Sun hadn't been in such a hurry, he could have saved over 100 yuan by finding an offline Sony-authorized store. After more than 20 minutes, the delivery person knocked on the door with a small cart. While scanning the packages one by one with a handheld terminal, he said to Chung Sun, "Mr. Chung, this is the first batch, and there are 2 more batches. This place has not only photography equipment, but also tools for hand-brewed coffee. Haha, there's quite a lot of stuff. Thank you for your hard work." The delivery person smiled sincerely, saying, "It's no trouble. This order makes it easy for me. My entire tricycle is filled with your goods." After he left, Chung Sun began unpacking. He first opened all the delivery boxes and took out the items inside. Then he stacked the empty boxes together. At this moment, he took out his phone and snapped a family photo of the 2 camera bodies and 6 lenses, casually forwarding it to Meng Wei. He decided to tidy up the rest of the evening and first go pick up the LC76. Just as he stepped out, Chung Sun received a reply from Meng Wei in the elevator. "What I meant was for you to choose a few, not to buy them all. Why did you buy 2 cameras? And another A1M2? Chung Sun chuckled and replied, "It's just a case of choice paralysis." He called a ride-hailing car on his phone, set the location to the modification company, and leaned back in the rear seat while watching videos of the LC76 on his phone. This Ihue modification company was somewhat similar to a 4S dealership with a showroom near the street and a modification workshop in the back. "Hello, I am Chung Sun. I have an LC76 here with you." After entering, Chung Sun explained his purpose to the front desk. The front desk staff checked the records on the computer and enthusiastically said to Chung Sun, "Hello, Mr. Chung, your vehicle has been prepared. I will arrange for a technician to take you to pick it up." After saying this, the staff member took out a walkie-talkie and called over a young man named Ashing. Ashing was dressed in a neat uniform with blonde hair. "Mr. Chung, please follow me." Ashing led Chung Sun through the showroom to the delivery area. "Are the cars in your showroom for sale as well?" "Yes, Mr. Chung, all the cars in the showroom are for sale. However, a significant portion has already been." Chung Sun nodded, remaining silent as he carefully glanced at the vehicles in the showroom. Most were off-road vehicles with some rally cars sporting decals. These vehicles are said to be modified, but in reality domestic laws and regulations are quite restrictive, allowing only cosmetic changes. Changing a wheel, applying a car wrap, or adding a roof rack are basic modifications. For a more advanced upgrade, one might change to red brake calipers or a new set of shocks. Want to increase power? Unless you're off the road using a flatbed truck or racing on a track. Upon reaching the delivery area, Chung Sun saw the special LC76 from a distance. This vehicle was customized in a matte desert yellow finish with clean and robust lines, and the prominent plum blossom headlights were striking. Ashing held the modification details sheet, introducing and demonstrating them to Chung Sun. "Let me introduce you to the modifications. In addition to the winch, dual spare tire mount, bull bar, and roof rack, we also installed a 2.7-degree battery that can discharge externally. We also installed a fridge and air pump, upgraded the entire sound system, and moved the rear seats back for a more spacious and comfortable seating experience. Additionally, we installed a 270-degree side awning which can be opened for camping underneath. In the trunk, we've added storage compartments for you. Moreover, we are giving you a full set of camping supplies, all from the Snow Peak brand, including folding tables and chairs, a tent, cooking equipment, and tableware. The chosen color matches this vehicle's sand color perfectly. Xing took Cheng Sun around the vehicle, thoroughly introducing all the modifications. Cheng Sun pointed to the bull bar and climbing rack, asking, will I need to remove these for inspections in the future? No, they have been registered for appearance modifications, so you can rest assured, Mr. Cheng. This vehicle is a 2.8L diesel version. Cheng Sun was curious why he didn't go for the top-tier 4.5T V8. So he asked Xing about the performance difference between this engine and the 4.5T diesel. To his surprise, Xing replied, without tuning this 2.8 performs better. Cheng Sun was a bit shocked. With a full 2L displacement difference, how could the smaller engine perform better? Xing explained the 4.5T engine is an older model while the 2.8T is newer with updated technology. Both engines have a maximum power output of 204 horsepower. Furthermore, the V8 engine is only available with a manual transmission while your engine has an automatic transmission. Also, regarding fuel consumption, your vehicle averages about 8 liters, while the V8 requires at least 12 liters. Most importantly, the V8 experiences significant power loss at high altitudes. You mentioned you plan to go to Western Sichuan, which has a relatively high elevation. So overall, for your type of long-distance travel that doesn't involve heavy off-roading, the 2.8T is the most suitable choice. After this explanation, Cheng Sun understood. After signing the handover document, Cheng Sun got into the car and started the engine. It was 2025, yet he still had to twist the key to start it, and the interior felt quite simple, resembling that of a large delivery van. Sitting in the car and driving on the road, the first feeling was height. The seating position was high, the visibility was great, and it felt completely different from driving a sedan. Before heading home, Cheng Sun needed to stop by the Jiansong store in Wujiacheng. He could leave at any moment, so he had to confirm the Jiansong mini-program details with Brother Hui before departing. Upon arriving at the store, Cheng Sun directly introduced the store manager Wang Wan to Brother Hui, telling him to coordinate specific needs with Wang Wan in the future. Then he and Wang Wan detailed the functional requirements of the mini-program to Brother Hui, demonstrating the ERP system and POS payment system they were currently using. Finally, Cheng Sun signed a development contract with Brother Hui on behalf of the company and transferred 400 yuan as the initial payment. Before leaving, Cheng Sun said to Brother Hui, you start with the functionality, and he'll handle the UI when I return in a while. We should aim to wrap everything up within a month and a half. If you can't manage it alone, feel free to bring in a couple more people. There are several talented individuals in the company. You can start mentoring them on this project. Alright, I understand. Brother Hui put the contract into his backpack, looking at Cheng Sun and saying, you are quite carefree, leaving at a moment's notice. Cheng Sun chuckled, putting his arm around Brother Hui's shoulder, and said, I'm just a single dog, so why not enjoy life while I'm young? Returning home, Cheng Sun began to unbox with fervor. The new computer needed configuration and software installation, the lens required a UV filter, and the camera bag needed organization. After thoroughly sorting all the equipment, Cheng Sun realized it was already late. Detection of high-purity joyful behavior box opening maniac triggered a critical reward. Critical reward: a batch of energy potions has been stored in the system backpack. User guide excellent for refreshing and awakening the mind. Cheng Sun sighed, this is perfect for driving. Especially in the first few days after departing from Huhai, he was mostly in a rush, and with this energy potion, he wouldn't fear fatigue while driving. Lying on the bed, Cheng Sun pondered if there was anything he had forgotten to do. After confirming he could depart at any moment, he slipped into a deep sleep. Waking up at 9 the next day, Cheng Sun began packing his luggage into the LC-76. 2 backpacks of clothes were prepared for high-altitude cold regions and low-altitude commuting. 2 camera bags, a large box of batteries, chargers, and similar accessories, a tripod, a laptop bag, a medicine kit, and a commuting waste bag. Camping supplies and repair tools were already packed in the car. The trunk wasn't large enough, so Cheng Sun tied some items that could withstand sun and rain to the roof rack. After finishing, Cheng Sun knocked on the door of 1802. As expected, Wang Ruiqi was home. Morning, Chi-mei. I'm heading out on a long trip, just wanted to say goodbye. Wang Ruiqi looked like she hadn't fully woken up, dressed in a loose nightgown, rubbing her eyes. Cheng Sun caught a glimpse of endless scenery from beneath her raised arm, feeling a stir in his heart. Where are you going? Her voice was slightly nasal soft. Going to Sichuan, probably for half a month. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruiqi immediately became alert, her big eyes wide open as she asked, what? You're going on a trip, eh? Cheng Sun nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Wang Ruiqi pouted, looking pitiful. Why didn't you ask us if we wanted to go? I want to have some fun too. Cheng Sun rolled his eyes disdainfully, saying, a lone man with 2 women, that's inappropriate. Besides, the drive is exhausting, you 2 girls wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm still a staunch feudal warrior, huh? With 2 beauties like us accompanying you in the car, you're not even tempted. Wang Ruiqi clutched her chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Alright then, I'm sad now. Go ahead and have a safe trip. Alright, I'll bring back some good food for you. I'm leaving and I'll let my senior sister know. I'll make sure to tell your senior sister too, Wang Weiqi repeated playfully, then pushed Chung Sun away and closed the door with a snap. What's wrong with her? Chung Sun was puzzled. Before getting in the car, he took out his pocket recorder and walked around the LC-76. Chung Sun prepared to document this journey as a keepsake. After getting in the car, he left a message for Xia Ning, sharing his general itinerary with her. Chung Sun didn't know why he suddenly had this urge to share. For the past few days, Xia Ning had been sending him most of them were inquiries and suggestions regarding her ongoing creative work. Some were just her musings. Teacher Chung, another day of eating grass crying. Teacher Chung, I was praised by a big shot today. I'm so awesome. Teacher Chung, here's today's OED super cute. After sending the message, Chung Sun didn't wait for a reply as it would likely take a long time. Xia Ning couldn't use her phone while recording a show recently, so he estimated she wouldn't receive his message until the evening. He plugged in his phone to charge and set the navigation. At 1030, Chung Sun officially set off. First stop, Luzhou. The total distance was 470 kilometers, about a 5-hour drive home. He planned to make a detour to see home first, stay a night, and then head towards Jiangxing. Chung Sun connected his Bluetooth, played a resignation playlist, and the first song was Sue Weiss, the you of the past. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming the world to witness the splendor of life. Once the girl who made you heartache has now vanished without a trace. Chung Sun gently hummed along, his memories flooding back like scenes from a film. When he graduated from university, Chung Sun had told that girl, I will definitely succeed. Now he had 4 houses, 2 cars, and 7 million in cash. Chung Sun wasn't sure if this counted as success, but he knew it wasn't his endpoint. Thank you, Tongzi. Chung Sun shouted out loud, his smile sincere and unguarded. At that moment, the car parked in the garage, covered in a layer of light gray dust, was silently shedding tears. Indeed, you don't love me anymore, you bastard. Have 3 cars. At noon, Chung Sun didn't eat fast food at the service area, but instead dug out the bread he had taken back from Jiansong yesterday from the trunk. Though not freshly baked, it still tasted delicious. The rich aroma of milk and butter quickly soothed his hunger. The journey was rather unremarkable. Although Chung Sun possessed advanced driving skills, he didn't speed, maintaining a steady pace of 120 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the LC-76 wasn't a car that encouraged reckless driving. At 4 p.m., Chung Sun drove directly to the furniture plaza where his family shop was located. Today, Chung Sun hadn't changed into outdoor clothing like a windbreaker. He was wearing a sweatshirt, cargo pants, and big yellow boots, along with a pair of Ray-Ban polarized sunglasses. After getting out of the car, Chung Sun walked toward the store with his waist bag on. Wow, who is this? His mother Xin Yu spotted Chung Sun from a distance and excitedly patted Lao Cheng's shoulder next to her. Chung Aijuan looked up and said, oh, this must be Chung Sun, right? Why has he suddenly come back? Seeing that his mom recognized him, Chung Sun waved to them and jogged over to hug her. Why didn't you say a word before coming back? Chung Sun grabbed a cup and filled it with water from the dispenser, explaining, after drinking, I'm on a business trip to Sichuan, thought I'd swing by to take a look. How did you come back? By high-speed train. I drove. Xin Yu was taken aback. You drove to Sichuan. Chung Sun wouldn't dare to admit, so he told a little white lie. Of course not, there are 2 people in Jinling. We are setting off together tomorrow. Oh, Xin Yu finally relaxed, turning to Chung Aijuan, old man, hurry up and pack up, close the shop. We need to buy groceries. We have nothing at home. Chung Aijuan didn't dare to argue, quickly closing the shop and locking the door. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he immediately spotted the LC-76 with Shanghai plates and asked Chung Sun, did you drive this car here? Chung Sun nodded, affirming it. He took out the key, unlocked it, and handed the key to his father. The tacit understanding between the father and son was remarkable. As soon as Chung Aijuan spoke, Chung Sun knew his father wanted to take the car for a test drive. This car doesn't even look good, it's all messy, and what's with that big black tube? Xin Yu disdainfully clicked her tongue. That tube is a snorkel, it won't stall when driving in water. Chung Sun took the car key from Lao Cheng and found Lao Cheng's Neo ES8. Lao Cheng was someone who loved to tinker. Even before electric cars became mainstream, he was among the first batch of Neo owners, enjoying lifetime free battery swaps. Since switching to an electric car, Lao Cheng would drive, even to throw out the trash. With free battery swapping, he had driven 2600 kilometers in 5 years, even more than a ride-hailing driver. The 2 cars drove out of the parking lot with Chung Sun first taking his mother to the market to buy groceries. As it turned out, Xun Yu had already stewed sweet and sour ribs, and Lao Cheng hadn't returned yet. It wasn't until nearly 7 o'clock that old Chung returned home. Xin Yu scolded him, Old Chung, I really want to hit you. Your son comes home for a visit, and you run off somewhere again. Old Chung gave an awkward smile, returning the car keys to Chung Sun, and explained, I took it for a spin to test its off-road capabilities. What's wrong with you? It's not even your son's car. Why take it off-roading? If something happened, how would you explain it? Old Cheng's eyes widened. Who says it's not his? Your son is doing well now. He bought a car without even informing us at home. This was a move to confuse the issue. Chung Sun remained silent, focusing on serving the dishes. What do you mean? This car belongs to your son. Didn't he just buy that BYD last year during the new year? His driving license and the ownership documents are in the car, and he paid in full. Stop playing dumb, Chung Sun. Chung Sun grinned. I made some money, Dad. Do you like it? If you do, I can leave it for you to drive after I come back. This was a move called confusing the issue. Old Cheng's eyes lit up, but he was quickly suppressed by Shinyu. How much did this car cost? How much money do you have? How did you earn it? It's not a legal right. What's your current credit score? Why don't we pool together and buy a house? Chung Sun hurriedly interrupted. Let's eat first. I'm starving. Oh, let's eat. It's all your dad's fault for coming back so late. The family of three sat down in the dining room, where 5 dishes were served: braised pork ribs, shrimp paste, fried edamame, and 2 vegetable dishes. This shrimp paste is delicious, Chung Sun commented while eating. Shinyu smiled and served him another bowl, saying, You've loved this shrimp paste since you were little, and even after 20 years you still enjoy it. Old Chung curled his lip. Can you get tired of delicious food? If you can, it means it's not that good. Shrimp paste is a specialty dish from Luzhou made with White River shrimp, rice noodles, and water, exuding a fragrant aroma. The sweetness of the river shrimp blends with the chewy texture of the rice noodles, warming the stomach with each bowl. Luzhou's rice noodles also differ slightly from those in other places, made from fried rice flour, mixed with star anise, ginger, and chili, giving it a savory taste. This paste is a special method, a model of rice noodles' main ingredient, which can be used not only for shrimp, but also for meat and pork ribs. Old Chung poured a glass of wine and asked while drinking, Is your son dating anyone recently? Chung Sun shook his head. Nope. Old Chung smacked his lips. It's not good to never date. Is it an economic issue or a psychological one? Chung Sun remained silent, and Old Chung continued. I'm not anxious, it's just that I see your mother's relatives gathering together, either talking about grandchildren or daughters-in-law. Your mother has no common topics to discuss with your uncles and aunts anymore when she visits her family. Chung Sun cleared his throat and said, Mainly there are just too many choices, I haven't decided yet. Shinyu slapped Chung Sun on the back, making a loud sound. Are you kidding me? You still don't know whom to choose. Just pick one and bring her back for me to see. Chung Sun huffed, pulled out his phone, and flipped through his album to find the picture with Xia Ning, slapping it down on the table. How about this one? Just as Old Chung was about to lean in to take a look, Shinyu snatched the phone from him and began examining it closely. Oh, this girl looks lovely. Son, she's the one. Oh, I think she's great. Just try dating her. Old Chung stood up and rushed to Shunya's side, peering at the phone. She does look good, but she seems quite young. What does she do for a living? Chung Sun smiled slightly without answering, secretly thinking, Sorry, Xia Ning, I'll borrow your photo for now. Oh, he'll make it up to you with a few extra classes next time. After a few bites, Chung Sun slowly began to speak. She hasn't graduated from college yet. Once she does, I'll bring her back to meet you. Don't rush, it's fine to wait a couple more years. Shinyu looked at the photo and had no doubts about Chung Sun's words. After all, her son was not bad looking, had a decent job, and had bought a car, so the conditions were good. Shinyu picked up a piece of braised ribs and advised, Then just date well, don't think about unnecessary things, and don't keep saying you don't know whom to choose, you just don't learn to brag from your dad. Old Chung didn't dare to speak, quietly taking a sip of wine. After the meal, Chung Sun accompanied them for a stroll downstairs. Chung Sun, do you remember that chubby girl named Lu Yu from your high school class? Chung Sun searched his memory and seemed to have some impression. I have a bit of an impression. Oh, what's up? Shinyu said, I ran into her a while ago, and you won't believe it, as she's now tall and slim, speaking very gracefully with a lot of charm. Really? How did you recognize her? How could I recognize her? That kid recognized me and took the initiative. Chung Sun was a little surprised, really. It's been over a decade. It's rare she still remembers you. Who would have thought? I didn't even remember her until she mentioned it. He truly had no strong impression of her, only vaguely recalling her as a chubby little girl with fair skin who had no friends and was always alone. Aside from that, he had no other memories. The topic of Lu Yu quickly passed, and Shinyu brought up her cousin Shinfeng. Little Feng recently got into trouble with online loans, and we've received messages from debt collectors. They say they want to sue him. Chung Sun had no good impression of Shinfeng. He was someone who drank too much, acted recklessly after drinking, and was not at all carefree. He was no good at anything due to his bad drinking habits. He's been hiding in Beijing for the past few years and didn't come back last New Year. So he owes money on online loans. How much does he owe? Old Chung picked up the conversation. According to your uncle, the principal is a total of 24000, and the interest is still being negotiated. Borrowing so much money without buying a car or a house, and doing no business. He must have been gambling. Old Chung snorted. Not just gambling, but he's into drinking and other vices as well. Did your uncle ask you for money? Shinyu shook her head. How could your uncle ask us for money? He's too proud. In Chung Sun's memory, his uncle always had a serious demeanor, valuing rules above all else. He had 3 wives in his lifetime and 4 children. His 2 daughters went with their mother and do not recognize him as their father. His eldest son was sentenced to 12 years for serious injury and is still in jail. The youngest son has always lived with him but hasn't turned out well either. His entire life, he valued his face above all else, yet he was repeatedly embarrassed by his own family. Chung Sun sighed and said to his parents, "If your uncle asks to borrow money, just lend him a little. But if it's Shin Feng, then not a dime should be given." "Oh, so now you're in charge of your parents." Chung Sun pulled out his phone, opened his mobile banking app, and transferred 500 to each parent. "I transferred some money to your accounts. Help me save it for a bit." Detected high-purity happiness behavior retribution, triggering critical reward. Critical reward 100 yuan, 200 yuan, already deposited into the host's bank card. Soon both of them received text messages from the bank. Old Chung frowned and asked, "How much did you really earn?" Shin Yu said, "You need to save some money for buying a house." Chung Sun smiled slightly. "I still have money for a house. Don't worry, it's all from legitimate sources." On the second day, as dawn broke, Chung Sun got out of bed. Today his goal was to drive straight to Sanxia City, covering a distance of 700 kilometers with the navigation estimating an 8-hour journey. Including breaks along the way, it would take at least 10 hours. He calculated the time in his mind and quickly packed his luggage. Shin Yu knew Chung Sun needed to leave early and had already bought breakfast in advance. With sand soup and pan-fried buns as the base, glutinous rice cakes and rice dumplings to provide energy, and finally a bowl of tofu pudding to round it off. Isn't that a well-planned meal by mom? Chung Sun looked at the breakfast that filled the table and felt a bit apprehensive. If he ate it all, he would surely feel sick. Breakfast in Luzhou is all about carbohydrate bombs, glutinous rice cakes pressed into square shapes, deep fried until golden brown with a crispy exterior. Rice dumplings are made with rice flour filled with a starchy paste mixed with small river shrimp and then fried until golden. A bite reveals a crispy outer layer that crumbles. Pan-fried buns and dumplings are even more straightforward. They are simply laid in a frying pan needing to be cooked in canola oil until the bottoms are crispy. If you miss out on that fragrant oil, it loses its essence. The ritual of sand soup lies in the pouring. An egg is cracked into the bottom of the bowl, and the hot chicken broth mixed with a thickening agent is poured over top with cilantro and a drizzle of sesame oil, instantly releasing an aromatic fragrance that is utterly delightful. However, what Chung Sun was most looking forward to was Luzhou's chicken broth tofu pudding. Soft and tender tofu pudding is served in a bowl drenched in a rich sauce, made from chicken broth accompanied by diced pickled vegetables, crushed peanuts, wood ear mushrooms, and cilantro. If he could handle spicy food, he would definitely add a spoonful of homemade chili oil. Scooping a mouthful of soup and tofu into his mouth, the salty, fresh, fragrant, smooth, and spicy flavors burst on his tongue. Chung Sun worked hard for 20 minutes and barely finished half. He really didn't dare to eat more, fearing he would feel stuffed while driving on the highway. "I'm off now, I'll come back when I have time." Chung Sun slung his small waist bag over his shoulder, gave Shin Yu a solid hug, and turned to head out. Once on the highway, he sped along. Passing through the Dabi Mountains, he arrived in Hubei province. Around noon, Chung Sun exited the highway and turned into Jiangcheng's Huangpi district, casually choosing a roadside Sichuan restaurant. He ordered a plate of water-boiled fish and a serving of twice-cooked pork, savoring the spicy, fragrant flavors that made him sweat lightly on his forehead, instantly revitalizing him. After a satisfying meal, he pulled out a bottle of energy potion from his system, twisted the cap, opened, took a whiff, and downed a mouthful. Chung Sun smacked his lips, looking skeptical. Isn't this just the taste of Dongpeng's special drink? Can this thing really be useful, eh? With a skeptical attitude, Chung Sun re-entered the highway, heading straight for Sanxia City. As he drove, he discovered the potion's remarkable effects. Not tired at all. His waist wasn't sore, nor were his legs swollen. Chung Sun felt he could drive all the way to Yushu in one go. Of course he wouldn't rush like that. Driving himself was all about enjoying the scenery along the way. Why hurry? Exiting Jiangxing, the Jianghan plain suddenly unfolded before him. Flat and vast, the numerous rivers crisscrossed the land, forming a shimmering water network. The autumn rice fields had already been harvested, leaving behind a sea of golden stubble. The poplar trees on both sides of the highway began to shed their leaves in droves. When the wind blew, the dry leaves fluttered forward. In such beautiful scenery, Chung Sun immediately found an exit to leave the highway, ready to take some photos. Chung Sun was glad he had bought 2 camera bodies, otherwise it would have been troublesome to keep switching them. Detected high-purity, joyful behaviors, sightseeing, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, master post-production skills currently deploying. User guide, no post-processing for photos, sell the camera early after taking pictures. He continued driving. By 4 p.m., Chung Sun finally arrived at the designated location, the winding mountain road. The road spiraled up along the steep mountain slopes with a continuous series of curves. In late autumn, the forests were a riot of colors. Red maple leaves, bright yellow trees, and lush green pines layered upon one another, spreading along the ridges and across the valleys. Chung Sun parked at the viewpoint, quickly took out his drone to capture some aerial footage. With the afternoon sunlight, the road and colorful forest looked even more vibrant and beautiful. After flying the drone, Chung Sun recorded some videos and photos before continuing to drive. His car wove between the colorful trees with branches and leaves swaying on both sides. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the car window. Throughout this journey, Chung Sun kept his pocket camera fixed, capturing the driving perspective, confident that the footage would be stunning. As he rounded a sharp bend, the view suddenly opened up. The magnificent expanse of the Three Gorges River came into view, clear and vast, shimmering under the sunlight. In the distance, the dam stood majestically, gazing across at the rolling autumn mountains, a perfect blend of strength and gentleness, exuding a magnificent aura. The higher he drove, the fresher the mountain breeze became. The wind carried with it the unique crispness of the mountain forest, something that could not be found in Huai. Looking far and wide, the mountains were adorned like brocade, and the valleys flowed with colorful hues. The Yangtze River sprawled across the earth, with winding mountain roads leading deep into the landscape. With green mountains as companions and the river breeze accompanying him, the splendid scenery expanded his heart. Chung Sun stood by the roadside, took a deep breath, and felt much clearer in his mind. He took out his phone and filmed a short video to send to Wenqing. Since Wenqing sent one, Wang Weiqi should, Xiaoning would definitely send one too. She specifically told Chung Sun last night to share more beautiful photos. Then he might as well send one to Chu Yanci as well. After all, he gifted Chung Sun a 300 yuan graphics card, and social etiquette must be considered. Su Ranxin also sent him a message, so he might as well send one to her too. After sending everything, Chung Sun frowned, feeling a bit like a jerk. Hey, they are all good sisters, just simply sharing beautiful scenery, nothing more. Quickly, he gave himself a psychological pep talk and continued to take out his professional equipment to snap more photos. It wasn't until the sun set that Chung Sun descended the mountain, preparing to check into a hotel. That night, he stayed in the city, planning to set off early the next morning. According to his plan, he would head to Jimiao Highway to experience the sunrise over the sea of clouds and the Red Leaf Corridor. Next, he would drive along Provincial Road 255 towards Xingshan County, take a break, and then enter the Shenangjia Forest area. After arriving at the hotel, Chung Sun first charged all his electronic devices, including the camera, Pocket 3 drone, and so on. Waking up early tomorrow, there wouldn't be time to send his clothes to the laundry, so Chung Sun found a dirty clothes bag to put them in, deciding to wash them all at the next stop. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Chung Sun felt no sleepiness at all. The effect of the energy potion hadn't worn off, and since the system didn't specify how long it would last, he could only rely on trial and error. Chung Sun simply got up, opened his computer, and began to back up the materials from today. After backing everything up, he still wasn't tired, so he decided to edit some photos. The effects brought by masterful photography and advanced aesthetics were unparalleled, with almost no discarded shots and an extremely high success rate. Coupled with the master post-production skills acquired in the afternoon, there were no shortcomings in both the front and back ends. Each camera angle and theme was carefully selected to leave only the best shot, resulting in dozens of photos that required color correction and fine-tuning. After finishing the photos, Chung Sun began organizing the video materials. He planned to edit just one long video for the entire trip over the past half-month, while other scattered video clips would just be simply color-graded and posted. By the time he finished organizing the videos, it was already 2 a.m. And he still felt no fatigue. Chung Sun opened the DaVinci software and imported several clips of aerial shots from the winding mountain road and other video segments. He quickly cut and edited the clips, then worked on color grading. Ultimately, he exported a stunning 40-second short video. At the beginning of the video, there is a wide aerial shot showcasing a sea of colorful autumn foliage. The background music begins to play, featuring Liang Boss, Sunset Avenue. The scene transitions to follow an LC-76 speeding along a winding mountain road through the forest. A large number of fallen leaves are lifted and fluttered by the rush of the car. I always dream of flying over the meridian above the clouds. The perspective shifts to a first-person view of driving, with dappled sunlight streaming through the car window, creating a dreamlike effect. I can't tell if it's day or night. The view returns to outside the car, where a drone flies low, capturing a level shot from the rear of the vehicle, emphasizing the neatly arranged items on the roof rack. Rushing here with expectations too big to contain. As the lyric ends, the perspective shifts again, with the drone pushing forward from Chung Sun's back, revealing a magnificent reservoir and dam in the distance. By now it is sunset, and at the end of the short film, the camera captures Chung Sun driving from the view of the path. Chung Sun, wearing sunglasses, is bathed in golden mottled sunlight. His left hand rests on the window, propping up his head, while his right hand casually steers the wheel. I think about it again and again. The atmosphere becomes intense. The 45-second video concludes abruptly in sync with the intro of the song. After posting it to his social circle, Chung Sun feels it's a bit of a waste to have such beautiful scenery and artistic light and shadow go unnoticed. Do the tech-savvy friends in his circle even appreciate it? They will only comment beneath, Sun Ge has become handsome again. It's too perfunctory, merely complimenting his appearance without grasping the essence of the film. After careful consideration, Chung Sun registered a new account on Douyin and uploaded the short clip. The account is named The Journey of San Sun. After finishing, Chung Sun checked the time. It was 4 o'clock. No time to waste, he set off right away. Still energetic, he packed everything and checked out, finding a breakfast shop downstairs. A bowl of spicy red oil noodles with a serving of beef and braised tofu, along with a steamer basket of red oil buns. The red oil noodles from the Three Gorges use alkaline noodles and belong to the same category as the hot dry noodles from Jiangxing and the beef noodles from Xiangqing. The noodles are chewy and not mushy. Topped with a spoonful of secret red oil along with minced garlic, crushed peanuts, and bean sprouts, they are savory and slightly spicy, awakening the appetite. Chung Sun looks forward to the red oil buns, which are steamed on pine needles in a bamboo steamer, releasing a fragrant aroma. The owner places the buns into an enamel dish and serves them. The dough has fermented, resulting in thin skin and ample filling soaked in red oil. Taking a bite, the spicy oil flows out, providing immense satisfaction. Feeling full and satisfied, Chung Sun bought a case of mineral water at the supermarket and tossed it into the back seat of his car before officially setting off. He took the Fanba Expressway directly to Zigui County, bypassing the county town and heading straight onto Jimao Road. Feeling full and satisfied, Chung Sun bought a case of mineral water at the supermarket and tossed it into the back seat of his car before officially setting off. He took the Fanba Expressway directly to Zigui County, bypassing the county town. Glancing at the date, Chung Sun smiles knowingly. It seems there are quite a few other idle people like him. He listens to a podcast called Sending Peace from Afar while driving slowly. The winding mountain road snakes through the night. Chung Sun rolls down the window, allowing the cool mountain breeze to flow into the car. Upon reaching Zhuangyuantai, he finds the road already filled with parked cars. Chung Sun arrives at just the right moment, finding a spot not too far away. The space is rather narrow, perhaps others couldn't park there due to their skills, but Chung Sun is unperturbed. It is now exactly 6 o'clock with 50 minutes until sunrise. Chung Sun needs to find a good position. The observation deck is already populated with many people, including several photographers setting up tripods, bundled up in thick coats, gathered in small groups, quietly waiting. Chung Sun, carrying his photography bag and tripod, finds a relatively secluded spot, wondering why such a good location is unoccupied. The wind is a bit chilly. Chung Sun rubs his hands together, sets up the tripod, and mounts his A7M4, still equipped with the 24-70 lens. He plans to use this camera to shoot a time-lapse of the sunrise. He sets the camera to aperture priority mode with a constant aperture of f8, 1 exposure ISO 100 and disables automatic white balance while locking the focus. Using a 20mm focal length for the panoramic shot, making it easier for cropping in post-production. He sets the interval to 2 seconds for a total duration of 40 minutes, planning to start shooting around 6:30. After the setup is complete, Chung Sun begins to wait. At this moment, an old mage wearing a vest approaches with a tripod and nods towards Chung Sun. Chung Sun, being a polite kid, nods back. "Young man, are you shooting a time-lapse?" Chung Sun smiles and nods. "Yes, sir." "Do you know why they all dislike shooting here?" Chung Sun curiously asks. "Why?" The old man pulls out a pack of white rabbit candies and gestures towards Chung Sun. Chung Sun shakes his head as the old man lights one for himself. "At my age, I can't handle getting up early without smoking." He continues, "Although the angle here is good, the fog can be thick, and if luck is bad, it'll just be a white blur. Since it's your first time here, I suggest you find a safer spot to avoid wasting a trip." Chung Sun lightly shakes his head. "Just go with the flow, life is long. You're quite carefree, huh?" The old man chuckles. Just then, 2 young girls in jackets and baseball caps. One girl in a dark green jacket looks at Chung Sun and the old man surrounded by equipment and exclaims, "Wow, your gear is so professional." The old man waves his hand, dismissively, uninterested in engaging. Chung Sun quickly glances at the 2 girls. They are quite attractive and have great figures. "It's alright, I can also take photos with my phone." The other girl in a pink jacket approaches Chung Sun, sweetly asking, "Little brother, can you take a picture of us? The sun hasn't even come out yet, do you want to take pictures now?" The girl in pink nods, showing a pleading look. Everyone knows Chung Sun can never refuse a pretty girl. "Give me your phone." The girl giggles. "Use yours, just send it to me on WeChat later." Now I understand the girl's intention isn't just the photo. Chung Sun takes out his A1M2, swaps in a 50mm f1.2 lens, finds a rock and gestures for the 2 girls to stand there. Perfect for trying out portrait shots, and now he has 2 free models. The girls position themselves, and the girl in pink immediately pulls off her jacket, revealing a snug tank top underneath. Whoa, hidden talent indeed. Chung Sun is momentarily stunned but quickly regains his composure and curiously asks, "Aren't you cold like that?" "A bit cold, but I'm willing to suffer for good shots." The sky gradually brightens, reaching the blue hour. Chung Sun doesn't use a flash, but opts for a large aperture to increase light intake. This 50mm f1. 2 GM lens wide open still produces sharp, creamy images quite suitable for the scene. After finishing the group photo, Chung Sun checks the time and presses the shutter on the camera mounted on the tripod, starting to capture time-lapse photos. Chung Sun guides the two girls to take more individual photos. He expertly instructs them on how to pose and control their expressions. "Brother, can I see how it turned out?" The girl in pink shakes Chung Sun's arm, asking earnestly. Chung Sun, however, firmly refuses to let them see the instant images on the camera because the Sony screen is too poor. "They'll show you on the computer later. The screen is too small to see the effect now." At this moment, the valley beneath began to surge with a sea of clouds enveloping it in a blanket of white. In the distance, the peaks of the mountains barely jutted out, resembling rocks floating upon the ocean. The old man pointed at the mist and said to Chung Sun, "Look, the fog is coming." Chung Sun, however, was too busy taking portraits to care about the fog. At 6:45, the horizon lightened with a fishbelly white, then transformed into an orangered hue, slowly spreading and dyeing the edges of the clouds. Suddenly the sun leapt into view, bathing the entire world in golden light. "Quick, stand here for the shot, look cool, strike a pose, pay attention to your movements." Chung Sun hurriedly adjusted the model, fearing he would miss the golden moment. Golden sunlight poured down, painting the sea of clouds a fiery red, rolling like waves. Suddenly a gust of wind arose, parting the sea of clouds to reveal a winding road. The mountains were ablaze with red, leaves glowing even more intensely in the sunlight, burning from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, leaving behind sacred golden rays, as if time had frozen. Chung Sun had no time to change lenses, quickly pulling out his phone to capture this breathtaking moment. Just after he finished, the clouds swiftly closed again, as if they had never parted. Chung Sun flipped through the album, gazing at the image, feeling a long-lasting calmness within. He looked at the old man, who was leisurely sitting on a rock smoking a cigarette and smiling at him. "Old man, did you get the shot?" The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied leisurely, "No, seeing it with my own eyes is enough." Goodness, the elder truly is wise more than just a show. Chung Sun gave the old man a thumbs up and continued to focus on taking portraits. Seeing that Chung Sun was no longer looking at him, the old man took a deep breath, slowly sat up, and stomped his feet vigorously. "Damn it, my feet are numb. Crap, I'm so frustrated." At 7:30, Chung Sun packed up his equipment, and along with Xiao Fun and Xiao Lu headed to his car. Xiao Fun pointed at Chung Sun's license plate and asked, "Wow, did you drive all the way from Huhai?" Chung Sun, while grabbing his laptop, nodded and replied, "Yeah, just out for a little fun." "Wow, you're so amazing." Chung Sun smiled slightly, enjoying the compliment and encouraging more conversation. As he transferred the photos to his computer, he chatted with them. Xiao Fun asked, "Where's your next stop, brother?" Chung Sun replied, "I'm heading to Shenangjia, then staying in Yuqing for a couple of days before going to Shudu and finally to Western Sichuan." "While you're going back to Yuqing, we can meet up for a meal there." Xiao Fen's eyes sparkled. "Oh, you're also Xiao Fen explained, "We study in Yuqing, but we brought my friend out to relax for a few days. We'll head back to Yuqing the day after tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I can't say for sure right now. I might suddenly head in another direction." Chung Sun had no particular thoughts about those who lived far away. "Alright, if you make it to Yuqing, be sure to look for us." After all the photos were uploaded, Chung Sun opened Lightroom and showed Xiao Fun and Xiao Lu the original. "Wow, love it. It's stunning. Hurry and send it. I want to post it on my moments." Detected high purity, joyful behavior compliments from beautiful women, triggering critical reward. Critical reward 1,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's bank card. Usage guide compliments make people happy, especially from beautiful women. Chung Sun smiled. "I still need to do some post-processing. They'll send it to you once it's done." "How long will it take?" "A day or two, depending on the situation." After exchanging WeChat IDs with the two girls, Chung Sun prepared to set off again. His original intention was to drive west to the end of the Jimai Road, and then turn north onto Provincial Road 255. However, the old man had just pointed out a more scenic route, suggesting he turn back from Zigawei County and take National Road 348 upstream against the river. He would continue until Guojiaoba, then turn onto Provincial Road 255 to cross the river. The entire distance was 100 kilometers, arriving in Xingshan County for lunch. The two girls headed east back to the county town, taking the Fanba Expressway to connect to the Huyu Expressway, stopping for a night in Inchi before returning to Yuqing. Before parting, Xiao Fen grabbed a large box of snacks from their car and placed it in the passenger seat of Chung Sun's vehicle. "Snacking on the road won't make it too lonely. Bye. We'll meet again if fate allows." Chung Sun truly had nothing suitable to give in return, so he waved his hand and watched as their pink BJ40 drove off first. The old man was indeed correct. The route he recommended was truly picturesque. Along the way, the red leaves of the canyon and the azure waters of the mountains made it feel like traversing through a landscape painting. After crossing the Zigui Yangtze River Bridge, he left the main channel of the Yangtze and turned to follow the fragrant creek upstream, shifting from grand majesty to gentle warmth. The water of the Xiangxi River was clearer and greener compared to the Yangtze, with colorful forests reflected on both banks, the water changing colors, a sight to behold. After stopping occasionally along the way, Chung Sun finally arrived in Xingshan County at 1130. He casually found a restaurant, ordered 3 dishes, which tasted mediocre, only passable. In the county town, Chung Sun needed to carefully plan his upcoming itinerary. The Shenangjia Scenic Area is an extensive region with numerous attractions that are quite far apart. After consulting Xiao Fen's book and asking local shop owners, Chung Sun confirmed his route. He planned to set off from Xingshan in the afternoon, then enter the Shenangjia Scenic Area for a hike, arriving at Daeju Lake for camping in the evening. The next morning, he would tour the Daeju Lake Scenic Area and afterward travel from Daeju Lake along the Dangyang Grand Canyon to the expressway heading to Yuching. The plan was perfect. After replenishing some supplies in the county town, Chung Sun set off. The scenery along the way was undoubtedly excellent. At Daeju Lake, he found a camping base, a paid campsite that provided water and electricity, mainly because it was busy, ensuring that it wouldn't be too quiet at night. Since it was Chung Sun's first time camping outside, he preferred to choose a relatively safer spot. He parked the car and began setting up the equipment. He first set up the 270-degree side awning on the car roof, then climbed up to unload all the camping tools. After setting up the tent and arranging the tables and chairs, Chung Sun prepared to brew a pot of coffee. Indeed, he brought an entire set of hand brew coffee equipment. He connected a power strip to the car's battery, then poured Waha purified water into the temperature control kettle, setting it to 91 degrees to start boiling water. He chose a lightly roasted pink bourbon coffee bean that had been washed, weighed 15 grams, and poured it into the grinder to begin grinding. The campsite was beside a stream with the sunset and the gentle sound of flowing water. Leaning back in his chair while grinding the beans, Chung Sun hummed a tune, secretly sighing, "This is what life is." He folded the filter paper and placed it on the V60 dripper, thoroughly wetting it with water before adding the coffee grounds. He reset the scale, started timing, and slowly poured 30 grams of hot water in a circular motion to bloom for 30 seconds, allowing the flavors to release. Then he gradually poured 100 grams of water in a larger circle to extract the main flavors. After 40 seconds, he continued to add 95 grams of water to balance the aftertaste. Thus, a cup of hand-brewed coffee, made using the standard 3-stage brewing method, was completed. Chung Sun picked up the sharing pot, gave it a shake, and poured half of the coffee liquid into his outdoor titanium cup. As for the other half, it had already caught someone else's eye. A girl with pink hair, dressed in jeans and a white sweatshirt, stands beside with a cup in her hand. "Hee, can you share half with me?" "Thank you." Chung Sun first sniffed the aroma, then took a sip and asked, "Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep at night after drinking this?" "Drinking it makes me sleep better. I haven't added anything to it. Pour it yourself." "Thanks." The girl smiled brightly, poured the remaining coffee from the sharing pot into her own mug, and took a small sip. "Can you taste any flavors?" The girl took another sip, closed her eyes, and savored it. White peach, guava, raspberry, and a hint of floral fragrance. "How about that? Pretty close, right?" Chung Sun was somewhat surprised this girl had some skills. "You're amazing. Not a word off." The girl giggled, covering her mouth, and explained, I read it off the coffee bean packaging. Who can tell the color of the flowers just by drinking?" Chung Sun slowly closed his eyes, his fingertips pressing against his temples, left with a sense of powerless silence. The girl sat down directly and asked, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Huai, a person from Hui province." "Your car is really cool. Not many have this in the country." Chung Sun's eyes brightened. He asked playfully, "Do you know it?" The girl nodded proudly. "It's the LC76. Yours is the Saudi version, modified after being brought back. It's pretty well done, looks good. Don't you have a job?" Chung Sun leaned against the chair, tapping his leg against another chair. "Me?" The girl pouted. "That's pretty unfortunate for you. What about you?" "Oh, I'm in high school," she replied casually. "You?" Chung Sun was taken aback and straightened up, exclaiming, "What's wrong?" "Haha, seems like Chris had it tough too back then. You should head back to find your dad. It's getting dark." Chung Sun waved his hand and reluctantly sent the girl away. "TCH, such a fake serious person. Bye. Thank you for the coffee." After cooking a luxurious instant noodle meal, Chung Sun began to sleep. At this time, the energy potion was gradually losing its effect, and waves of drowsiness surged over him. He set an alarm for 11 p.m. to wake up and photograph the starry sky. After being awakened by the alarm, Chung Sun still felt very sleepy, so he downed another bottle of energy potion. Carrying his equipment, Chung Sun arrived at the lakeside. He set the position according to the AR stargazing app on his phone, preparing to capture the reflection of the Milky Way in the water. The weather was clear tonight, and the Milky Way was visible to the naked eye. After shooting for over 2 hours, Chung-sun finally returned to the campsite. Since he couldn't sleep after drinking the potion, he directly turned on a camping lamp and started editing photos. After a busy session until 7 a.m., the campsite began to awaken, and Chung-sun's second short video was also completed. Only then did he remember to switch to the newly registered Douyin account to check the data on his first video. 40k likes, 8k comments. That was pretty good data, and Chung-sun felt a bit pleased with himself. Detected high-purity joyful behavior opinion leader triggering critical reward. Critical reward 1000 yuan deposited into the host's bank card. Usage guide: listen to the sounds from all directions. Keep your heart peaceful. After uploading the second video, Chung-sun shared yesterday's beautiful photos with a few good sisters. After that, he sent the edited photos to Xiao Fun and Xiao Lu. Wen Xing was the fastest to reply, and her response was the simplest: so beautiful, wish you a safe journey, drive carefully. Wang Weiqi probably was still asleep, no reply. Xia Ning was unusually quick today, replying instantly. Teacher Ching's skills are still amazing. Today's breakfast: image. Teacher Ching, I'm going back to Huhai tomorrow. When are you coming back? After chatting casually with Xia Ning, Chung-sun began to make breakfast. Today's breakfast consisted of coffee and a simple sandwich. The toast he bought in the county was lightly toasted in a small frying pan along with 2 eggs and ham slices. Everything was put together without any sauce needed, and he just ate it directly. The taste was average, but quite filling. This morning the girl with pink hair didn't come, and Chung-sun enjoyed a whole pot of coffee on his own. After eating and drinking enough, he tidied up his campsite, putting everything back in place. Onwards. In the morning, Chung-sun entered the Jiudao Lake scenic area for a visit, taking a lot of material. After leaving the scenic area, he directly navigated to Wushan County, officially entering the territory of Yushu. He had lunch in Wushan County and then headed directly onto the highway towards Yuzhou City, planning to rest for 2 nights there. At 7 p.m., Chung-sun checked into the Raffles Hotel. Taking advantage of the energy potion not expiring, yet he grabbed his camera and prepared to shoot the night view of Yushu. However, before taking photos, having a hot pot was the most important. Without contacting Xiao Fun and Xiao Lu, Chung-sun found a bomb shelter hot pot by himself and ordered a pot of spicy broth. In the noisy hot pot restaurant, the steamy atmosphere made Chung-sun feel somewhat out of place as he sat alone. The guy at the next table frequently glanced at Chung-sun and finally said to him, "You're alone." "Yeah, what's up?" The guy raised his glass towards Chung-sun and suggested, "Want to have a drink together?" Chung-sun smiled politely and explained, "I'm driving later, so I can't drink." "Then no problem, take your time to eat." Yuzhou City has a unique charm. It is neither elegant nor refined, and even somewhat rough around the edges. Yet it possesses a wild vitality squeezed out from the crevices of stones. Having set off from Huhai on Monday, it was now Thursday, and after 4 consecutive days of driving, even with the help of the energy potion, Chung-sun felt some soreness in his back. After finishing the night shots, Chung-sun searched for Yuzhou foot massage on Douyin and decided to go to the nearby Fuqiao foot massage for a session. First foot massage, then a spa with an ear cleaning session in between. It might be due to the expiration of the energy potion or the comfort of the massage, but Chung-sun ended up sleeping through the night in the room. After returning to the hotel, Chung-sun took a shower and sent all the dirty clothes he hadn't washed on the way to the laundry room. Today, he mainly planned to stroll around the urban streets, capturing some cultural landscapes. Then it was time to eat and explore. Should he call a couple of local guides? Ultimately, Chung-sun decided to contact Xiao Fun and Xiao Lu. Today, Xiao Fun wore a cream-colored knitted vest, an orange long-sleeve shirt underneath high-waisted straight-leg jeans, and white sneakers. With straight bangs and shoulder-length hair, she looked like a well-behaved girl next door, fresh and healing. "Hello. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Shi, and this is my roommate Lu Xiaowei." Lu Xiaowei had a different style. She wore a light, gray hoodie, caramel-colored jogger pants, vintage hiking shoes, and a functional crossbody bag, with a baseball cap hanging from the strap. Her overall style was lazy and relaxed. She had long hair with a side part that naturally curved, and her expression was cool. "Hello, I'm Chung-sun." Remembering how the two had appeared in tight tank tops at the observation deck 2 days ago, they now seemed like completely different people. Xiao Funo no Lu, she bounced over to Chung-sun's side and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about?" Chung-sun smiled and replied, "I almost didn't recognize you in a different outfit." Lu Shi punched Chung-sun on the shoulder, saying, "Magical cloak, take my punch." Lu Xiaowei brushed her hair and said, "Let's go, we'll show you around." The 3 of them got into Chung-sun's car, with Lu Shi sliding into the passenger seat and Lu Xiaowei sitting in the back. "I see you brought so much equipment. Are you filming a vlog?" Lu Shi asked. "Just for fun, documenting life," Chung-sun replied. "Do you have a Douyin account?" At a red light, Ching Sun pulled out his phone, opened the account named 3 Seasons of Human Travel, and handed it to Lu Shi. I haven't posted vlogs, just a few short clips you can take a look. Lu Shi took the phone and glanced at the account's data. The number of likes is pretty good. You only posted 2 videos and already have 5,000 followers. Lu Shi exclaimed. Haha, just lucky, she added, opening the videos and watching them twice. The filming looks like an advertisement. It's indeed beautiful. But you didn't say a word in the commentary, so the conversion rate will be quite low. Ching Sun chuckled, casually explaining, I don't rely on the internet for a living. I just want to share some beautiful scenes. Lu Shi continued to ask, so what do you do for work? You seem so free usually. Ching Sun replied, I'm a freelancer running a dessert shop. Wow, that sounds romantic. Lu Shi said. Romantic? Ching Sun responded. Desserts sound romantic just by themselves. Lu Shi grinned, and Ching Sun chuckled without responding. The 3 of them first went to Shanxing Alley in the old town, immersing themselves in the local atmosphere. Near noon, they found a noodle shop, and each ordered a bowl of pea noodles. After eating, they continued to explore. When they got tired, they ate some more, keeping their mouths and legs busy. Besides capturing street scenes, Ching Sun also took quite a few portraits of Lu Shi and Lu Xiaowei. In the evening, they began discussing what to eat for dinner. I just had hot pot last night. Can we switch it up? Let's get some stir-fried dishes instead. Oh, don't worry, what I take you to eat will definitely be different from what you would find on your own. The places you find are probably all trendy spots, and the taste is likely average. Lu Shi grabbed Ching Sun's arm and dragged him into a hot pot restaurant in a residential building. She picked up a menu and started jotting down notes. Are there any foods you can't eat? Ching Sun quickly replied, I don't eat pig brain. Oh, everything else is fine. What about spice level? Ching Sun, thinking about his delicate stomach, weakly asked, could we maybe have a inyang pot? Lu Shi clicked her tongue, giving him a disdainful glance. Seeing the eager look in Ching Sun's eyes, she reluctantly agreed, saying, all right, I'll go with what you want. After the hot pot arrived, Ching Sun found it quite tasty, hoping he wouldn't regret it later. Lu Shi enjoyed her meal even more, wearing a little apron and eating bite after bite without stopping. In comparison, Lu Xiaowei was much more delicate, tying her hair into a bun with a scrunchie, bending over and holding her chest, eating small bites. After finishing everything they ordered, Ching Sun prepared to pay, but Lu Shi stopped him. I've already paid. You came to visit our Shanxing, so of course I treat you. Ching Sun didn't insist and thanked her, thinking of finding a chance to give the 2 girls he met some small gifts. What are we doing next? Lu Shi asked again. Ching Sun glanced at the time and said, I'm taking you back to school. Lu Shi shook Ching Sun's arm, saying, huh? It's only 8 p.m. Ching Sun swatted Lu Xi's hand away. What's wrong with 8 p.m.? It's unsafe for young girls to be out late with strange men. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi leaned in front of Ching Sun with a mischievous smile. Oh, are you hiding something? Are you captivated by my beauty? As she said this, she flicked her hair and winked. Detected high purity, happy behavior being flirted with, triggering critical rewards. Critical reward, master singing skills deploying now. User guide, sing as you wish. And the loudest. Ching Sun never expected that Lu Xi's playful move would actually grant him a master skill. Alright, it seems this gift needs to be chosen carefully. He reached out and pushed Lu Shi away, asking, how about singing? How do you 2 feel about singing? Lu Shi chuckled, tilting her head with a teasing expression. Do you know the prestige of Deng Ziki at Xijing? Ching Sun squinted. Just you. Lu Shi patted her chest, declaring, just me. Ching Sun nodded. Shall we go? Lu Shi slapped the table, saying, let's go. The 3 of them stood up and found a nice KTV. Ching Sun walked ahead while Lu Shi and Lu Xiaowei held hands and walked behind. Lu Shi suddenly leaned forward with a smile and said, I forgot to tell you, Xiaowei sings super well too. She's nicknamed the Liang Jingru of Xijing. The waiter opened a private room for them, and Ching Sun ordered some snacks, soft drinks, and fruits. Lu Shi then waved her hand dramatically, shouting, Corona, 2 dozen. Then she started crazily selecting songs. It turned out Lu Xi's words were true. Both girls sang exceptionally well. Ching Sun casually picked a few hits from the charts to see how well this master could sing. After 1 song each from the 2 girls, the song Ching Sun picked was pushed forward by Lu Shi. It was Seagull by Escape Plan, of moderate difficulty, not high notes, and the rhythm was easy to catch. I hope the sea breeze rises again. The seagull lands on that reef. I finally shouted your name to the sea. After finishing the song, Lu Shi was full of surprise, and Lu Xiaoru, it gently clapped beside her. Lu Shi shouted, wait a minute, are you Mao Chuan? Ching Sun chuckled without responding, and directly sang the next song, A Song for No One by Lin Junjia. This song was much more difficult, with rapid, key changes requiring strong vocal control. After finishing another song, Lu Shi was completely stunned. Lu Shi held her head, exaggerating her expression as she exclaimed, this isn't fair. Ching Sun sipped his drink to soothe his throat, replying, this is quite fair. Lu Shi turned to Lu Xiaowei, asking, Xiaowei, is this fair? Lu Xiaowei shook her head with a gentle smile, saying, this isn't fair. Surrounding the debate of fairness, the three quickly finished 24 Coronas. Lu Shi waved her hand again, calling for another dozen. Chung Sun felt a bit scared and turned to Lu Xiaorui for help. She calmly replied, she can drink a lot. Fine, let's drink, then, who's afraid of whom? By 11 at night, Chung Sun was genuinely scared. Lu Shi had thrown up quite a lot. Chung Sun turned to look at Lu Xiaorui again. This girl remained calm, her eyelids barely fluttering, her face clean, showing no signs of intoxication. Didn't you say she could drink? Lu Xiaorui shrank her neck, not offering an explanation, and softly said, I booked a hotel. Please help me get Shishi back. So the two of them dragged the unconscious Lu Shi to a nearby hotel. Once inside, Lu Xiaorui began to get busy taking off Lu's eyes, shoes, wiping her face, and removing her makeup, all with gentle movements. Chung Sun was too lazy to return to Fusher, so he simply went downstairs and booked a king-sized room right next door. After taking a shower, he picked up his phone to scroll through some news, when suddenly Lu Zuri's voice call popped up. Are you gone? Not yet, I booked a room next to yours. Oh. All that remained in the receiver was an extended. After waiting for a moment, Chung Sun couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Did something happen? Still there was no response. Just as he was about to open the door to check, he saw Lu Xiaorui leaning against the corridor wall, her head bowed. Seeing him come out, Lu Xiaorui hurriedly lowered her head, trying to retreat back to her room. What's going on? Chung Sun reached out and tugged at her arm. When Lu Xiaorui was pulled like that, she looked up at him, then suddenly dashed into Chung Sun's room. Chung Sun's mind exploded with questions. What was this girl trying to do? Surely she wasn't planning something illicit. He quickly opened the voice recorder on his phone and then followed her in, shutting the door behind him. As soon as the door closed, Lu Xiaorui was already standing in front of him, her face full of tears. You're making me a bit scared like this. Can we talk properly? Chung Sun, can I ask you for a favor? Chung Sun frowned at her words, his tone instantly turning cold. How much do you need? Lu Xiaorui looked as if she had been pricked by something sharp, staring wide-eyed at Chung Sun. My mother is seriously ill and needs a large sum of money. I believe you can help me. Chung Sun took a step back. Why? Because you have money. I can see that. Chung Sun scanned her from head to toe, his scrutiny unabashed. Lu Xiaorui felt stiff under his gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her phone. After about half a minute, Chung Sun spoke up. How much do you need? Does Lu Shi know? What can you offer in return? Lu Xiaorui took out her phone and found a diagnosis certificate from her album. My mother has severe aplastic anemia and needs a stem cell transplant. Our family sold our house in the county to gather over 200,000, but after deducting medical insurance, we still lack 100,000. The doctor also said that even if the surgery is done, she will need to take medication continuously, costing 1,000 a month after insurance. We really can't hold on any longer. She took a breath and continued, I can't tell Shishi. If she finds out, she will certainly do everything to help me, but her family is just a working-class household, and I can't drag her down. I see your clothing and the car you drive, and I believe you should be able to help me. If you are willing to help me, I can offer you something in return. I'm clean. Lu Xiaorui rushed through her words, then looked up at Chung Sun, her inner turmoil pushing aside her embarrassment, making her ears flush. Chung Sun didn't respond. He reached out to take her phone, examining the certificate, closely noticing it was from Huaxi Hospital. Your mother is hospitalized in Huaxi. Lu Xiaorui quickly nodded, her voice tinged with sobs. Yes, my hometown is Amei. My mother is hospitalized in Huaxi, and my father has already resigned to take care of her. I have to go to school and work part-time. Oh, I really can't go back to Shuda to take care of her. Chung Sun furrowed his brows again. Your mother is in the hospital, and you still have the mood to go on a road trip. Lu Xiaorui's expression changed, her voice rising a bit. No. Recently I've been feeling down because of this, and I didn't want to tell Shishi, so I made up a reason about feeling unwell. When she heard this, she pulled me out to relax, not giving me a chance to refuse. Who does that pink BJ40 belong to? It's her family's. Oh, Shishi is from Yuqing. Chung Sun nodded, recalling Lu Ziyi's demeanor throughout the day. She had indeed said very little. He had thought she was just naturally shy, but it turned out she was burdened with such a huge issue. How are your grades? Do you work part-time often? Upon mentioning her grades, Lu Xiaorui seemed to gain a bit more confidence. She took back her phone, logged into her academic portal, and showed him her report card. I'm always in the top 5 of my law program, and I get a first-class scholarship every year. I work part-time at the cafeteria and KFC. After looking at her grades, Chung Sun was almost certain that Lu Ziyi's situation was mostly true. However, Chung Sun still decided to see for himself. He said, I plan to go to Shuda tomorrow. You should come with me. Ooh, I want to see it with my own eyes. If what you said is true, I can lend you the money. Lu Ziyi's eyes instantly lit up, asking in surprise, really? Then how do I explain this to Shishi? Tomorrow morning, I'll take you both back to the dormitory. I'll drop hints along the way, and you just need to follow along. Lu Xiaorui quietly nodded and softly replied, okay, sure. Then she asked in an even lower voice, so, do you want it tonight? As soon as those words were spoken, her entire face turned bright red. Chung Sun shook his head. Tonight was definitely not a good time. There was still a drunken person lying next door. Not tonight. You should keep an eye on Lu Shi and make sure she doesn't choke. Can someone actually choke on alcohol? Lu Xiaorui was startled and hurriedly turned to go back to her room. Huh. Oh, okay. I'll wait for your contact. I'm leaving now. She bowed slightly to Chung Sun. Thank you. You're a good person. Chung Sun quickly reached out and pulled her hand, which was cold and smooth. His heart fluttered, and he simply brought her closer, lowering his head to press a kiss on her lips. This is just a little interest. And I'm not a good person, don't say that. Lu Xiaorui was stunned. The sensation on her lips was unfamiliar, yet soft, her mind blank, as she found the experience rather wonderful. What's wrong, still wanting more? Chung Sun's words had barely faded when he leaned down to kiss her again. This time Lu Xiaorui finally reacted. Her face, neck, and ears flushed bright red as she looked so cute that Chung Sun nearly couldn't help himself. Unfortunately, before he could reach out, Lu Xiaorui had already turned and dashed out the door. Back in her room, Lu Xiaorui closed the door, leaned against the wall, and slowly slid down to the floor. She buried her head in her knees and cried silently. She couldn't tell if it was joy or panic. The joy was that her mother seemed to really have hope. The panic was about having rashly given herself away, which she regretted in the future. In the darkness, she bit her lip, carefully questioning herself again. Regarding Chung Sun, she didn't feel repulsed. In fact, she had a faint fondness for him. Perhaps this wasn't the worst outcome. At that moment, Lu Shi coughed from the bed, mumbling that she wanted water. Lu Xiaorui quickly wiped her tears, got up to pour water, and carefully fed it to her. Watching Lu Shi settle back into a peaceful sleep, Lu Xiaorui whispered, I'm sorry, Shishi, I really have no... Being alone in the room was somewhat uncomfortable for Chung Sun. After being stirred up, his heart burned with... Lu Xiaorui's appearance was neither as stunning as Chu Yansis, nor as sweet as Xia Ning's, nor as gentle. She possessed a subtle charm with harmonious proportions and an inherent softness reminiscent of scholarly grace, her looks lacking any aggression. When she smiled, a soothing sense of tranquility washed over, akin to the warm sunlight of autumn, utterly comforting. Moreover, her lips were soft and plump. Ultimately, Chung Sun was compelled to resort to ancient methods to cool down. Unfortunately, this time no rewards were obtained. The next day, Chung Sun woke up relatively early. He left a message for both girls on his phone stating that he had to run some errands and would return to drive them back to school. First, he located the car parked at the KTV downstairs, and then navigated to the Vientiane city, intending to buy a gift to thank the two girls for their hospitality. Last night's hot pot and KTV expenses were all covered by Lu Shi. In terms of reciprocity and social etiquette, Chung Sun understood the importance. After considering, he thought that girls generally liked sparkly things, so he decided to choose a piece of jewelry, which seemed like a safer bet. Necklaces and earrings carried too strong a symbolic meaning, so he ultimately decided to buy 2 brooches, subtle yet not cheap. Upon entering a Cartier store and inquiring about the prices, he was taken aback. The brooches, worth hundreds of thousands, were not beyond Chung Sun's means, but they felt disproportionate. Such inequality wouldn't elevate one's status in others' eyes, so instead it would make one seem a bit unwell. In the end, Chung Sun finally found an appropriate style in a boutique designer store: a golden brooch shaped like a lily of the valley and a platinum brooch in the form of a cat's head. The 2 brooches cost a total of 2,300 yuan, making them presentable but not overly extravagant. Since they were studying law, they often dressed formally, making these brooches quite practical. The cat brooch was for Lu Shi, as Chung Sun felt she resembled a mischievous kitten, lively and cute with a touch of naughtiness. The lily of the valley was for Lu Xiaorui, symbolizing hidden love and fateful connections. Regardless of whether this was a transaction, Chung Sun thought that since he was preparing to accept it, he might as well treat it well. Back at the hotel where he stayed last night, Chung Sun sent Lu Xiaorui a voice message. Have you gotten up yet? Yes, I'm awake. Her voice over the phone carried a hint of soft allure. Chung Sun, unsure if it was just his imagination, continued to ask, Are you ready? I'm ready. Just that I have no clothes to change into. I feel a bit smelly, confirmed her speech, resembling a playful pout. You're too easy to expose, Chung Sun silently complained. Then come downstairs, be him in the parking lot. He'll drive you back to school. Okay, I'll be right there. After a while, the listless Lu Shi and the spirited Lu Xiaorui got into the car. Both girls sat in the back seat, with Lu Shi feeling unwell and Lu Xiaorui having spent the previous... Seeing Lu Shi's droopy demeanor, Chung Sun joked in a high-pitched voice. Oh, isn't this the dang Ziki of Xijing? Why do you look so down after just one night? Lu Shi pouted. Don't bother me. Ooh, I'm just off my game. Chung Sun burst into laughter and then picked up 2 beautifully colored gift bags from the passenger seat, handing them to the girls in the back. Thank you for your hospitality. The pink one is Lu Zai's and the green one is for Xiaorui. Wow, there are gifts too. Can I open it? You can open whatever is yours, Chung Sun replied casually. Lu Shi instantly perked up and began to unwrap the gift. Opening the velvet box revealed a sparkling cat brooch, and she was immediately captivated. How did you know I love cats? Oh, it's so cute. Thank you. Chung Sun cracked a smile and glanced at Zuri's expression in the rearview mirror. Nothing seemed to have changed. Chung Sun fabricated a casual lie. Xiaowei told me last night, so I picked a cat for you. Oh, Xiaowei, you're so nice. Let's hug. I want to see yours. Hearing Chung Sun's explanation, Xiaowei felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Is he considering my feelings? Under Luxi's continuous hugs, Xiaowei quickly snapped back to reality and opened her box. Inside was a golden plant branch with a diamond-studded lily of the valley flower. What kind of flower is this? Luxi asked. Xiaowei recognized it, saying, it should be a lily of the valley. Chung Sun interjected, looking at Xiaowei in the rearview mirror. It's a lily of the valley. I noticed Xiaowei hasn't been in a good mood these past few days, so I specifically chose this design. The lily of the valley brooch symbolizes placing happiness close to your heart. I hope you can be happy. Thank you. Xiaowei softly expressed her gratitude, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is something wrong? You can tell me about it, or maybe I can help. Chung Sun said deliberately. After some contemplation last night, Chung Sun felt it was better not to hide Xiaowei's mother's illness from Luxi, as it might cause issues between the two sisters later. Xiaowei, while crying intermittently, replied, my mom is hospitalized, and I want to go see her. Then I'll accompany you. He'll inform the instructor, and then buy a ticket. Luxi immediately pulled out her phone, preparing to contact the instructor. Chung Sun hurriedly asked, where is your mom hospitalized? In Huaxishidu. Chung Sun replied. Then it's on my way. How about you ride with me? I'll set off at noon and arrive by evening. Luxi suddenly interjected. Then we should go together. We'll first go back to school to grab a couple of clothes. Chung Sun exchanged a glance with Xiaowei in the rearview mirror, unsure if she caught it. No, we've already skipped 3 days of class. I can ask for a personal leave, but you should stay at school and not risk failing your courses. Luxi was adamant. If it means failing, then let it be. This is a serious matter. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't accompany you? Chung Sun smirked, saying, is your sister not trusting me? I'm hurt. Xiaowei reassured Luxi. Don't worry, I just want to take a quick look. If it's not serious, I'll be back soon. If it's serious, I can't afford to worry about you too. It's very convenient for me to ride with Chung Sun. After hearing Xiaowei's words, she finally relented. Indeed, if she goes back alone, she will also have to worry about her own food and lodging. After dropping them off near their dormitory, Chung Sun drove back to the hotel to check out and grab some clothes. It felt somewhat unfortunate. He had booked 2 nights, but ended up not staying a single one, only letting the laundry service clean a few clothes. The few items could easily be replaced with new ones. After sorting everything out, he returned to the school entrance, waiting for Xiaowei. She had changed into a pair of jeans and a white hoodie, still carrying that small bag, but now also holding a larger backpack. She first placed the backpack in the back seat, and then sat in the passenger seat. Come on, let's stamp it again. Chung Sun had grown fond of the feeling of stamping Xiaowei's lips. Along the way, a considerate beauty accompanied him in the passenger seat, making the journey far from dull. With the aid of his silver tongue, Chung Sun had managed to extract Zuri's life experiences from her childhood to the present. A typical small-town student, she escaped her small city through diligent study. While her middle school classmates were on the brink of having second children, she was fortunate enough to pursue higher education, not thanks to her family, but through her own efforts. It is foreseeable that in her future employment her family will likely still weigh her down, which is both cruel and realistic. Chung Sun sighed, and suddenly said, come to Huhai in your senior year. I can't keep an eye on you in the southwest. Xiaowei remained silent as Huhai was too far from her mother, and she felt a twinge of worry. Chung Sun continued, your family can't provide the support you need, but I can. This was not Chung Sun boasting based on the speed of his asset appreciation system. By the time Xiaowei needed an internship a year later, he would certainly be able to arrange something. Xiaowei was taken aback. Chung Sun's words were so domineering, yet also reassuring. In fact, given Zuri's situation, securing a government job in May would be quite good. But how would Chung Sun be able to control her thoroughly then? Last night, faced with Zuri's pleading eyes, Chung Sun seemed to have suddenly awakened to something strange. Okay. Xiaowei replied softly. 3.5 hours passed quickly, and Chung Sun had booked a suite at the Wanda Ruihua near Huaxi. After asking the bellboy to help bring the valuable equipment into the room, Chung Sun walked with Xiaowei to the hospital. In the hematology ward, Zuri's mother was in an isolation room, and it was not visiting hours. Chung Sun met Zuri's father. Lu Peng, a lean and upright middle-aged man, had graying hair at his temples. Dad, this is my friend surnamed Chung. Uncle Lu, hello, I'm Chung Sun. Xiaowei and I are good friends. I heard that Auntie is hospitalized. So, oh, Xiaowei, you too. Lu Peng initially shot a disapproving glance at his daughter, then turned to Chung Sun, extending his hand. Thank you for coming. Cheng Sun grasped Lu Peng's hand with both of his. It was a hand calloused from hard work. Lu Xiaorui mentioned that her father was uneducated and had learned to repair cars on his own working at a car repair shop. Not a trouble at all. I happened to be on a business trip to Shidu. Uncle, you rest first. I'll accompany Xiaorui to see the chief doctor. Cheng Sun took Lu Xiaorui to find the attending physician and asked the doctor to take them to see the chief. The chief provided a comprehensive overview of the disease's principles, risks, treatment methods, and estimated costs. That's about it. Optimistically, medication for 3 to 5 years will suffice, but pessimistically, lifelong medication may be required. Cheng Sun asked what about the quality of life. The chief adjusted his glasses and replied, normal life, avoid infections, and refrain from strenuous labor. Most can live to their natural lifespan. What about the donor for the stem cell transplant? Haven't you found one? The patient's sister, the matching has been done. In plain terms, it all comes down to money now. Cheng Sun stood up and said to the chief, okay, thank you, doctor. I'm going to pay now. Please arrange for the treatment as quickly as possible. Thank you. The chief stood up and escorted Cheng Sun and Lu Xiaorui out of the office, turning to the attending physician. Finally, we have a good outcome. You arrange it. The donor needs to be admitted too. Understood, chief. Lu Xiaorui followed behind Cheng Sun, suddenly feeling utterly useless. Even the conversation with the doctor was led by Cheng Sun, and she couldn't muster a single question. Cheng Sun glanced at the girl behind him, sensing her emotional fluctuation, reached out and gently squeezed her hand. It's okay, trust the doctor. At the payment window, Cheng Sun reported the hospitalization number and directly deposited 200 yuan. Sun, good, that's too much. It's fine, just in case. Lu Zuri's eyes were red, and only after the payment receipt was printed did her heart finally settle. At the hospital entrance, Lu Xiaorui leaned against Cheng Sun's chest and whispered, I'll come find you tonight. Cheng Sun straightened the girl in his arms, gazing into her eyes. Have you thought it through? No regrets now. The girl met his gaze without flinching. I've thought it through. Good, first settle things at home. I still need to visit my aunt. Cheng Sun ruffled Lu Zuri's hair and instructed, go ahead, I've transferred 500 yuan to you. Buy some nicer gifts to take home so your uncle and cousins can see your sincerity. Lu Xiaorui looked at Cheng Sun in surprise. Huh? You transferred money again? Yes, not much, just for emergencies. Go on, I'll rest at the hotel for a bit. Detected an ultra-high purity happy behavior contract triggering critical reward. Critical reward 25000, 25 million yuan has been deposited into the host's bank card. User guide in the name of the contract. Let me control you fiercely. Back at the hotel, Cheng Sun took out his phone, glanced at the bank text message, and felt a wave of comfort. This wave is a golden legend. Cheng Sun's account already had 34 million. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lu Xiaorui was undergoing questioning from Lu Peng. Is this your boyfriend? Lu Xiaorui hesitated for a moment before nodding. He treats me very well. I borrowed 200 from him to pay for the hospitalization. Lu Peng's face froze and he exclaimed, what? You. Lu Peng pointed at Lu Xiaorui, unable to articulate his thoughts. He's very good. I did it willingly. Lu Peng could hardly guess the underlying reason anymore. His eyes widened and tears streamed down his cheeks, unstoppable. This man who had stood tall all his life suddenly bent his back. He felt as if his spine could never straighten again. Lu Peng waved his hand, clutching the handrail of the corridor, and staggered away. Lu Xiaorui watched her father's retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions, but none of them included regret. Half an hour later, Lu Peng returned. Let's go, it's visiting time. Put on the isolation gown. Don't tell your mother yet. Just say it was borrowed from me. I'm sorry, old man, for dragging you down. Lu Xiaorui choked. Old man, don't say that. She wiped her tears, took Lu Peng's arm, and said earnestly, Cheng Sun is really good. Please don't think badly of him. I really like him. Lu Peng stared into his children's eyes for a long time before nodding. He's our benefactor. How could I have bad thoughts? You two take care of each other. The family can't provide any support, but we absolutely won't hold you back. In the afternoon, Cheng Sun went to the panda base. He originally planned to just stroll around and take some materials before leaving. However, those round black and white creatures sprawled on the ground, munching on bamboo with crisp sounds, and he found himself crouching with his camera for 2 hours. Fluffy cubs rolled down from the wooden frame, landing in a pile of leaves without crying or fussing, flipping over to continue gnawing at their paws, utterly adorable. After leaving the park, he turned into a souvenir shop, and his shopping desire was completely unleashed. He grabbed several panda hats, picked out a whole box of fridge magnets, and dumped keychains, plush toys, canvas bags, and panda-shaped keychains into his shopping basket, hardly missing anything with black and white colors. Then he arranged for the hotel concierge to help him purchase some other slightly more expensive souvenirs to bring back for gifts. Dinner was taken care of in the room. Cheng Sun finished eating, quickly took a shower, slipped on a loose t-shirt, and settled into the sofa to start. The glow from the laptop screen illuminated his face as images of pandas passed through his fingertips, but he couldn't help glancing at the time in the upper right corner every few minutes. 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock. His efficiency in editing decreased, and eventually he simply stopped. Leaning back, he stared at the ceiling in a daze, tapping his fingers idly on the sofa arm. At 10:30, there was finally a knock on the door. Chung Sun opened the door, and the warm yellow light from the hallway enveloped Liu Xiaowei. Her gaze met Chung Sun's for a moment before quickly shifting to the patterns on the carpet behind him. Chung Sun said nothing, reaching out to grasp her wrist, his fingertip brushing against her rapidly beating pulse. He pulled her inside, casually locking the door, and led her through the entrance to the living room sofa, pressing her down to sit. Chung Sun gave Liu Xiaowei a careful once-over. She wore a white hoodie on top, layered with a light gray oversized jacket. On the bottom, she had black and gray gradient wide-leg jeans. Her beige low-top canvas shoes looked a bit worn. Her hair was styled in a playful bun, perfectly matching her casual and relaxed outfit. Chung Sun turned sideways next to her, an arm draped over the back of the sofa, relaxed in posture, his voice low and gentle. "Have you eaten?" Liu Xiaowei clutched the bag strap, nodded, her lips moving. "I ate at my aunt's house." "What did your dad say?" She looked up, confusion written on her face. "What did he say?" "You stayed out overnight." Chung Sun's tone was light, as if asking about the weather, but his eyes remained fixed on her. The girl blinked, and once the confusion faded, a hint of guilt emerged, as if she had done something wrong. She said, I told him you were my boyfriend. You won't blame me, right?" Chung Sun raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward, curiosity practically written on his face. "Oh." What was his reaction? "He won't come at me with a knife, will he?" Liu Xiaowei playfully punched his arm, not hard, more like a reflex. She lowered her eyes, her voice much softer. "No, I told him I really like you." The air fell silent for a moment. Chung Sun narrowed his eyes, slowly leaning closer. His lips were almost touching her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin. "Say it again." "I didn't catch that." Liu Xiaowei's ears visibly reddened. She didn't pull away. Oh, instead she pressed her chin down slightly, her voice faint, as if squeezed from her throat. "I said, I really like." Before she could finish, Chung Sun had already pulled her into his arms. Chung Sun first quickly sealed her lips with a kiss, followed by a passionate and lingering deep kiss. As the girl became increasingly limp, Chung Sun's hands began to wander. "Let's take a shower." Chung Sun picked Liu Xiaowei up in a bridal carry, and she let out a short, surprised gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Detection of high purity joyful behavior red flower triggered a critical reward. User guide: accelerate forward, young man. In another room of the suite, Chung Sun leaned against the headboard, one arm wrapped around Liu Xiaowei's neck, his palm resting on her smooth shoulder, his fingertip unconsciously rubbing her collarbone. As for why it was another room, there must be a reason. Perhaps Liu Xiaowei drank too much water that evening. The blush on Liu Xiaowei's face hadn't faded, her voice soft and sticky. "It's not quite what I imagined." Chung Sun lowered his head, the curve of his lips already somewhat mischievous. "What did you imagine it to be like?" Liu Xiaowei bit her lip, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally said, "The movies she showed me were real." "What was so scary about them?" he asked, his tone filled with curiosity. "Using whips and such." Chung Sun's eyes visibly lit up. His fingers resting on her shoulder applied a bit more pressure, not heavy, but suddenly very noticeable. He lowered his head, his chin resting on her head, his voice laced with laughter. "Then let's try it next time." Liu Xiaowei let out a soft grunt, playfully nudging his chest with her forehead, muttering, "Bad person." "Do you remember that night when Lucy got drunk at KTV and vomited everywhere?" You were taller than her." The next morning, Chung Sun ordered breakfast to the room. The tray was set on the dining table, the aroma of coffee mingling with the crispy scent of bacon. Liu Xiaowei was already dressed, standing in front of the full-length mirror, examining herself as she slowly walked around the living room. After completing a circle, she turned to Chung Sun, her expression serious. "I walk normally, right?" Chung Sun held his coffee cup, earnestly studying her for 2 seconds, and offered his diagnosis. "I can't tell. It was just twice. How could it be that exaggerated?" Liu Xiaowei rolled her eyes, dramatically lowering her head to tug at her shirt hem, her mouth not stopping. "And you still say? For so long it was really something. I was in so much pain." Chung Sun didn't respond, smiling as he took a sip of coffee, watching her grab her bag and head towards the door. Liu Xiaowei mentioned she was heading back to the hospital. The door closed behind her, and her footsteps gradually faded down the hallway. Only Chung Sun was left in the room, preparing to look into the reward from last night. He had casually glanced at it then, and it seemed quite impressive. 100 million shares from Minqing Bank. How much is it worth? Chung Sun checked the closing price of the stock on Friday in the Shanghai shares. It was only $3.34 per share. 100 million shares amounted to a value of 334 million. He divided 100 million by the total shares, discovering it only accounted for 0.228, which seemed insignificant. Chung Sun pursed his lips, planning to find a good time to sell it after he got his hands on it. He was not too confident about the price trend of this stock. At the very least, he couldn't afford to lose money. Lying on the sofa, Chung Sun reminisced about the events of last night, chuckling to himself. Liu Xiaowei's luck was quite high. She managed to explode with a 25 million hospital fee for his mother. Last night, he also made a windfall of 334 million from stocks. Quite interesting. After tidying up, Chung Sun prepared to head out. He had already spoken with Liu Xiaowei, and today they would set off for Siguniang Mountain and Litong, returning to Shidu in 5 days. After wandering around the city of Shidu for the entire morning and buying some supplies, Chung Sun officially set off. His main purpose this morning was to find 2 medical oxygen tanks to keep in the car. It is known that the altitude in the latter half of the journey is relatively high, especially in Litong. Chung Sun had never been to a plateau, so it was wise to be cautious. The distance from Shidu to the town of Siguniang Mountain is about 210 kilometers, and Chung Sun took a full 4.5 hours to drive there. The road was not difficult to navigate, it was just slow, and he couldn't speed up. The Panda Avenue passed through Dujianjian Inxiu and Wulong. The road conditions were excellent, but there were many curves and cars. After passing Wulong, he began to cross Balong Mountain with the altitude rising from 500 meters to 3,800 meters. For every 100 meters he ascended, the temperature would drop by 6 degrees. Chung Sun rolled down the car window, feeling the wind turn from cool to cold, finally carrying a hint of sharpness. The vegetation by the roadside was also continuously changing. At the foot of the mountain, the broadleaf forest was shedding its leaves, while halfway up the mountain it had already turned into a dark coniferous forest. Continuing upward, the trees gradually disappeared, replaced by low shrubs and meadows, all covered with a thick layer of snow. Chung Sun reached out to grab a handful. It was hard ice fragments, not soft at all. At 3 in the afternoon, Chung Sun arrived at the Cat Nose Ridge viewing platform. He opened the car door, stepped onto the ground, and froze for 2 seconds. There were 4 snow-capped peaks connected together, arranged from low to high, with the highest one, named Yaomei Peak, standing at an altitude of 6,247. 8 meters, the second highest peak in Sichuan province. It is the second highest peak in Sichuan province. The sunlight in October slanted through the side peaks, casting a cold glow on the 4 peaks against the brilliantly blue sky. The white was so pure that staring at it for a few more seconds would make one's eyes ache. At the foot of the mountain, there were patches of colorful forests, orange, red, yellow, and green mixed together. The mountainside was clean, with only gray, naked rocks remaining. Looking further up, glaciers and accumulated snow piled up, white and unmoving. Chung Sun set up his tripod and began to wait. He was waiting for light, for the last ray of sunlight on the summit of Yaomei Peak. The process of the sun descending was visible. The light gradually gathered on the mountain top, and the shadows of the mountain crept up from below like a slowly rising tide. Chung Sun focused on the viewfinder, his finger resting on the shutter, breathing lightly. He dared not let his mind wander. Missing this moment would mean losing it forever, and tomorrow might not bring the same light. At 6:17, Chung Sun finally reached that moment. The last beam of light before sunset accurately landed on the peak of Yaomei. The snow peak began to change from white, first tinged with a faint pink. Then the pink deepened, transforming into a warm red. In just a few minutes, the entire peak shifted from a cold, icy white to a shyer hue, a moment that seasoned travelers would call Yaomei Shy Red. The red glow lasted less than 2 minutes before the peak suddenly darkened. All colors were swiftly drawn away, leaving one unprepared. Chung Sun lifted his head from the viewfinder, blinking. The warm red still imprinted on his retina, but the mountain before him had transformed into a row of silent gray-blue silhouettes. After resting for a night in the town, Chung Sun dove into Shuangqiao Valley early in the morning. This was the most developed valley of Siguniang Mountain, where a sightseeing bus directly took people to the redwood forest at an altitude of 3,800 meters. Chung Sun did not linger at the top. He slowly walked back along the wooden plank road, starting from the redwood forest. The sightseeing bus took him all the way to the redwood forest at an altitude of 3,800 meters, and then he began to hike back slowly. At the end of October in Shuangqiao Valley, it was perfectly positioned at a delicate juncture, half the mountain in colorful foliage and half in snow. Above the halfway mark, snow had already covered the ground, a fluffy white layer, not too thick, but enough to make the entire mountain resemble a layer of frosting. Below the halfway mark, the slopes and valleys were full of colorful forests with golden yellows and dark reds overlapping, occasionally interrupted by a few fir trees that hadn't had time to change color, stubbornly green. The snow line lay across the halfway mark. Above it was winter, and below it was autumn. With just a few steps, one could easily leap back and forth between the 2 seasons. Chung Sun walked slowly. He carried his camera, stopping and going, sometimes flying a drone for aerial shots, sometimes squatting down to take a picture of a fallen leaf, and sometimes simply sitting by the edge of the plank road, hands tucked in the pockets of his jacket, doing nothing but staring blankly at the mountains across. The air was cold and clean. Each breath felt like chewing on a mint leaf. His phone had no signal, and throughout the day, no one could reach him. Returning to the hotel in the town, it was already pitch black. As soon as his phone connected to a signal, it buzzed several times with a flood of notifications and unread messages. He replied to a few messages from good sisters, reassured his parents, and chatted with Liu Xiaorui about her. After that, he logged into his stock account, and indeed the 100 million shares of Minxing Bank's common stock were lying in his account. Cheng Sun glanced at it and didn't bother with it further. He inwardly thought, if it dares to fall, I will sell it immediately. On October 29th, Cheng Sun arrived at the world's highest town, Litong. The city gate displayed these large characters, golden letters on a blue background, quite grand. Cheng Sun parked directly under the city gate, climbed onto the roof of the car, leaned against the luggage rack, and set his tripod to take a timed photo. The photo uploaded to his phone, and without adding any filters, he just slightly adjusted the curve to make the blue sky clearer. In 10 days, I have traveled 3,072. 6 kilometers at an altitude of 4,014 meters, and I have arrived. A brand new post for his social media was published. Sitting on the roof of the car, Cheng Sun felt a twinge of regret at this moment. I should take a puff of e-cigarette to pay tribute to the king of Litong. When he got off the car and walked into the street, something felt off. Walking on the streets of Litong, Cheng Sun felt a dull pain at his temples. After managing to capture some footage, he decided to retreat. After sitting in the car for a while, he felt better. The large oxygen tank continued to release gas, and the oxygen content in the car was nearly as high as that in the Shenangjia forest area. Taking his time to walk and shoot, exiting Litong, crossing the Yajiang River, and climbing over Zhidua Mountain, Cheng Sun wasn't in a hurry. He stopped whenever he saw a scene worth capturing, resting enough before continuing on. By the time he returned to Shidu, it was already October 30th. He drove into the city, looking at the streetlights and overpasses, suddenly feeling that the 3,000 kilometers he had traveled over the past 10 days felt like a long dream. On this journey to Siguniang Mountain and Litong, Cheng Sun gained another 4 million in cash and a little Huandan pill to restore bodily health. Just now, Cheng Sun had taken that small spirit pill. A refreshing chill slid down his throat, and the fatigue that enveloped his body seemed to be completely drained away. Cheng Sun couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was an unparalleled lightness from head to toe. Every muscle and bone relaxed to perfection, and he felt so clear-headed that he could immediately run 5 kilometers. Liu Xiaorui lay limply on Cheng Sun's abdomen. Her breath had yet to stabilize, and her face was flushed, the warmth radiating through her skin. She could barely muster the strength to move a finger, wanting nothing more than to stay like this forever. I really miss you. Her voice was sticky, laced with a languid tone, muffled as it floated up from his chest. Cheng Sun traced the curve of her back with his fingertip, savoring the weight of her complete reliance. I have to return to Huhai in a couple of days. The warm body in his arms tensed imperceptibly for a moment. Liu Xiaorui did not look up, but buried her face deeper into him. After a muffled sound, the room fell into a prolonged silence. You can quit those part-time jobs, I won't treat you unfairly. He continued to caress down her spine, his tone steady. Focus on your studies. In a year, you'll come to Huhai. She responded just as before, but her tone was somewhat wilted. It was both a reluctance for the impending separation and a silent lament for the life that had been planned for her. If you have time, come visit me in Huhai. She really wanted to ask what counted as having time from so far away, but unfortunately the words crumbled before they could leave her lips. The successive MHMs made Cheng Sun unable to resist the urge to curve his lips upward. He moved his palm downwards, suddenly feeling mischievous, leaning close to her ear and whispering once more. The girl indeed let out another her mind still trapped in the melancholy of parting. It wasn't until her body was flipped over that she suddenly reacted, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Ah!" The tone of her voice changed instantly, a mix of anger and panic, but it was already too late. The next day, Cheng Sun stepped out to wash his car until it gleamed, then deftly drove it to the transport company to arrange the shipping. After finishing his business, he returned to the hotel and did not step out again. Liu Xiaorui was jolted awake by the aroma of the food being delivered. She groggily wrapped herself in a bathrobe and moved to the table where Cheng Sun had already opened his laptop, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to work. The rest of the day followed a remarkably mechanical schedule: eat, edit footage, and do it all over again. Cheng Sun, you really are a monster. Cheng Sun's lips curled up, his eyes revealing a lazy pride as he said, "What is this? I'm just reluctant to part with you, you know." Before Liu Xiaorui could respond, he spoke again, shifting the topic without warning. "How long is your leave approved for?" The girl replied softly, 12 days. "Oh, then you still have 5 days left in Shidu. If you need more money, just tell me." Cheng Sun stared at the timeline on the screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard, his thoughts drifting away from the project. After a moment of thought, he leaned back, making himself more comfortable, then spoke with a casualness that suggested he had considered his words. "Actually, you could tell Lucy about us. Otherwise, when you come to Huhai in the future, you won't be able to hide it from her." The girl shook her head, her voice dropped. "Let me think about it." Cheng Sun sat up straight. "What's the big deal? Unmarried man and woman, she can't possibly stop you from dating, can she?" The girl looked at Chung Sun with a puzzled expression and asked, "You don't know?" "What do I know?" Chung Sun was bewildered. She should have a bit of a crush on you." Chung Sun chuckled. "Impossible. That's just her personality, as she gets along with everyone." "That's not true." Lu Zui's tone was calm. "I understand her." The smile that had just begun to form on Chung Sun's face froze in place. "Am I becoming a succubus?" Chung Sun felt somewhat bewildered. He slouched against the back of the chair, his tone deliberately impatient. "Any way you handle it, as you see fit. I really can't help you with this. MHM will handle it well." The next morning Chung Sun had to catch a 9 a.m. flight. He got up early to have breakfast in the restaurant, and after returning to his room, Lu Xiaorui still showed no signs of waking up. The girl had curled up into a ball, soundly asleep, her face streaked with tears mixed with a few strands of hair, her breathing so deep that she couldn't be roused. Chung Sun reached out and gently scratched her nose, but there was no response. He smiled and tucked her blanket neatly around her, then tidied himself up, grabbed his luggage, and headed out to the car service waiting to take him to the airport. On November 1st, Saturday, at 11:30 a.m., Chung Sun returned to the loyal city of Huai. The moment the plane landed, he felt a familiar, slightly humid air rush towards him, pulling him back from the vastness of the plateau into the compactness of the city. The pre-booked business car was waiting at the exit on time, smoothly transporting him back to Jinggantianyu. Although his clothes, tents, and other supplies were all thrown into the car for transport. However, Chung Sun had quite a bit of luggage himself, with a computer camera lens and drone amounting to 4 large bags. Of course, souvenirs and such were definitely coming back with him. As he struggled to swipe his card to enter the building, he cursed himself inwardly. Next time, he really shouldn't bring so much equipment. When the elevator door opened, Chung Sun squeezed out with difficulty, his bag bumping against the door frame with a muffled thud. Having unlocked the fingerprint lock with his finger, just as he was about to pull his bag inside, the door of room 1802 suddenly opened. Wang Ruiqi poked her head out, seeing the pile of moving luggage in the hallway, and the person in between. She froze for a second, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Oh, you're back." Her voice was crisp, filled with unabashed joy. Chung Sun turned his head. "Long time no see. Let me help you." Wang Ruiqi quickly crossed over unceremoniously, snatching a bag from his hand, and picked up another from the ground, leading the way into room 1801. Her movements were so swift that Chung Sun didn't even have time to be polite and could only follow her in with the remaining bags. "Just put it on the floor, I'll tidy up later." 40 minutes later, Chung Sun exhaled a long, rough breath. He had outdone himself today. He gulped down a large glass of water. That simple sense of satisfaction was the most primordial kind of joy. "After a long journey, my tolerance for takeout has become particularly high." "Then why don't you come over to eat later?" Wang Ruiqi immediately replied, speaking quickly as if afraid he would refuse. "Xiaoqing will be back soon. I've made some dishes." Chung Sun was somewhat tempted. "Is there enough? I have a big appetite." "There's plenty. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Wang Ruiqi said, turning around and heading back next door. Standing in his living room, Chung Sun thought for a moment and first opened all the windows. The November wind rushed in, carrying a faint scent of osmanthus from the street, and the stuffy air inside began to flow, lifting his spirits. He found the oversized suitcase filled with gifts that he had carefully brought back. The suitcase was open, stuffed full with layers of protective foam wrapping. He had already planned the gift for Chu Yanxi. He had previously accepted a graphics card from her, and he owed her a favor which needed to be substantial. Thus Chung Sun prepared a shoe brocade shawl, a shoe embroidery ornament, and a box of high-quality chuan. The others were simpler, each receiving a slightly more valuable main gift accompanied by some small trinkets. Keychains with panda elements, refrigerator magnets, printed handkerchiefs, and several bags of vacuum-packed spicy rabbit heads. About 20 minutes later, he heard the sound of a door opening from next door. Chung Sun picked up the large bag of sorted gifts and walked to the door of room 1802. The door was open, and Chung Sun pushed the door directly and walked in. "One for each of you, you can divide it." He placed the items on the coffee table, then casually pulled out a plush panda hat from one of the bags and turned to put it on Wang Ruiqi's head. The hat was a bit big, the brim slid down, and 2 round panda ears stood upright on her head. Wang Ruiqi froze for a moment, then immediately ran to the mirror at the entrance, tilting her head to examine herself from side to side, letting out a surprised exclamation, "Ah, how cute." As Wang Ruiqi began rummaging through the gifts, Chung Sun turned to Wenqing on the other side of the living room and smiled. "Senior sister, long time no see." Today Wenqing was dressed in clean white. A cream-colored braided knit sweater with slightly rolled cuffs revealing her delicate wrists. Her white knitted wide-leg pants draped well, and she appeared gentle and fresh. After becoming familiar, the senior sister was no longer as cold and would occasionally show a silly expression. "Oh, it's indeed been a long time. How was your journey?" Wenqing asked. Chung Sun instantly became animated. "It was amazing. I shot 4 terabytes of footage along the way. When I edit a long video, we can watch it together." Wenqing looked at his expression and smiled, gently nodding. "Yes, that sounds good." Suddenly a surprised shout from Wang Weiqi interrupted, "Our rabbit." Chung Sun turned his head and saw her pulling out a package of spicy rabbit heads from one of the bags, her eyes wide with excitement. He quickly explained, "Spicy rabbit heads, they're really delicious." Wang Weiqi licked her lips, turned the bag over, and looked at the instructions on the back. Her expression rapidly changed from shock to anticipation. "Really? Then I'll give it a try later." A notification sound from the kitchen indicated that the rice cooker had finished cooking. The beep extended the tone. Wang Weiqi suddenly jumped up from the sofa. "Dinner's ready." She almost bounced into the kitchen. Chung Sun and Wenqing exchanged glances and smiled at each other. The three quickly took their seats at the dining table. The dishes brought out by Wang Weiqi weren't many, but their presentation and aroma were quite satisfactory. There was a sweet and sour pineapple pork with evenly coated meat chunks, the sweet and sour smell drilling straight into the nostrils. There was also stir-fried pork with chili with slightly charred edges on the green pepper slices glistening with oil, and a plate of salted green bean, minced meat with deep green bean fragments stir-fried together, with minced meat looking like a perfect dish to go with rice. Chung Sun tasted each dish, pausing his chopsticks for 2 seconds, and solemnly gave a thumbs up. "Chime, where are you from?" Wang Weiqi had already put on gloves holding a bald head, and was focused on tackling that small piece of cheek meat. To Chung Sun's question she chewed, and replied indistinctly, "We're from Nantong. Looking at this stir-fried pork, I thought you were from Xiaonan." "Delicious." Wang Weiqi chuckled, clearly pleased with the compliment. "It's so-so. Xiaoqing cooks even better." Chung Sun immediately looked at Wenqing, who was elegantly using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork. After being named, her movements noticeably slowed, and a hint of a blush appeared on her ears. "Really? Then I must try it another day," Chung Sun said. Wang Weiqi put down the rabbit head she was holding, took off her gloves, and grabbed a paper towel to wipe the red oil off the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have really warmed up, waving her hand grandly, as if announcing something important. "Why wait for another day? We can eat tonight. Let's go buy groceries in the afternoon." Chung Sun chuckled at her enthusiasm. Wenqing sighed softly beside him, but her lips were curved. Detected high-purity joyful behavior, human fireworks, triggering critical hit rewards. Critical hit reward, master chef skills deploying. User guide, the warmth of human fireworks, the utmost comfort for the ordinary heart, master level cooking. Chung Sun was momentarily stunned, his mind suddenly filled with a whole system regarding cooking time, knife skills, and seasoning down to the precise force needed when flipping a pan. Before this, his cooking skills had been terrifyingly stable, cooked, and edible. As for taste, it was all up to fate. "Then let's go buy groceries together this afternoon. I'll cook with senior sister." Chung Sun put down his chopsticks and casually suggested. He paused, glancing at the two, and added with a slight smile, "What do you want to eat? I'm also quite good at cooking." "Really?" Wang Weiqi's eyes lit up. "I want to eat dongbei guobao ro. Can you make it?" Chung Sun immediately visualized the entire process, from the consistency of the batter to the oil temperature for frying, and the sensation of the meat being coated in the sweet and sour sauce at the moment of tossing, all crystal clear. He snapped his fingers, speaking casually, "Sure. What else?" "Pig stomach chicken." "No problem." Chung Sun nodded, turning to the other end of the sofa. "What about senior sister?" Wenqing lifted her head to glance at him, her lips curving gently, her voice soft. "Me. I can do anything." Wang Weiqi directly reached out and pulled on Wenqing's arm, answering eagerly, "Xiaoqing like sweet dishes, so let's make sweet and sour ribs." Wenqing blinked, then gently nodded. "Okay. Sweet and sour ribs, guobao ro, and pig stomach chicken soup. The staple food can be claypot rice with preserved meats." He shifted his gaze back to Wenqing, slowing his tone slightly. "Senior sister, what do you plan to make?" Cooking alone is not as fun as bustling together in the kitchen with senior sister. Wenqing tilted her head and thought for a few seconds, then said seriously, "I'll make scrambled eggs with shrimp and stir-fried bok choy to balance the nutrition." "Awesome." Wang Weiqi excitedly clapped her hands, making a noise as if she had won the lottery. After the meal, Chung Sun went back to take a short nap. At 3 o'clock, he descended the stairs, punctually ready to take Wenqing grocery shopping. To his surprise, Wang Weiqi also followed, standing beside the car with a look of utter entitlement. "You're not cooking, so why are you tagging along?" Chung Sun asked, shooting her a displeased glare. Wang Weiqi placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and retorted with full confidence, "I'm here to carry your bags." Chung Sun rolled his eyes silently, pulled out the keys, and unlocked the car. Wang Weiqi moved swiftly, yanking open the rear door. Before slipping inside, she deliberately pushed Wenqing forward, shoving her straight into the passenger seat. After closing the door, she winked at Chung Sun from the back seat, her face beaming with a "I've got your back, sis" expression. Chung Sun started the engine, pretending not to notice. At the market, Chung Sun headed straight for the meat section. First, he selected pork ribs, then tenderloin, followed by pork tripe and a San Juan chicken. He assigned Wenqing and Wang Weiqi to buy vegetables, but before they left, he specifically instructed, "Don't buy too much, just enough for what we'll eat." After securing the meat, Cheng Sun ducked into a dried goods store. He grabbed a handful of peppercorns, sniffed them to confirm the aroma was potent enough, and then asked the shopkeeper to weigh them. He also picked up a few Cantonese sausages and salted duck legs. As he stepped out of the store, he saw Wenqing and Wang Ruiqi waiting by the roadside, each carrying several large bags. The bags were bulging with vegetable leaves nearly spilling out. Put these in the car first. I'm going to buy a clay pot. Cheng Sun handed over the car keys and the bags he was holding, then turned to find a cookware store. He crouched in front of the shelf for nearly 10 minutes, picking up each clay pot to inspect the glaze on the bottom, tapping them with his finger to listen to the sound, and finally selected two. One was tall and wide-mouthed, perfect for making soup. The other was shorter, specifically for clay pot rice. Choosing a clay pot required knowledge, considering material, whether it could withstand dry heating, full glaze, or half glaze, and so on. In the past, Cheng Sun wouldn't have known the difference. But now, having absorbed master-level culinary skills, this was all basic knowledge. Carrying the two clay pots back to the car, he found only Wang Ruiqi leaning against the door, scrolling through her phone. Cheng Sun carefully placed the pots in the trunk and casually asked, "Where's senior sister?" Wang Ruiqi pouted, put away her phone, and crossed her arms as she stared at him. Senior sister, senior sister. That's all you ever ask about." Humph. Cheng Sun twitched the corner of his mouth and tilted his head to look at her seriously. "Are you putting on an act right here?" Wang Ruiqi rolled her eyes, her expression shifting seamlessly from melancholy to disdain in one fluid motion. "Your senior sister went to buy fruit. She said you like cantaloupe and that the ones from the corner shop are good." Cheng Sun looked down and rummaged through the vegetables they had bought. 2 huge bags, enough to last 3 or 4 days. He picked up one bag, weighing it in his hand, and said, "Buying so much? They won't stay fresh for long, you know." "No worries, we eat fast. We'll finish it in 3 days." "All right, that's impressive." Cheng Sun leaned against the car door, gazing toward the fruit shop on the corner. Wenqing was standing at the entrance, holding 2 golden cantaloupes, one in each arm, waiting for the shopkeeper to weigh them. The melons were quite large, and she struggled a bit to hold them, her arms wrapped tightly around them, which looked rather endearing. She suddenly looked up, glancing toward the car, and her eyes met Cheng Sun's gaze. She quickly looked away. Cheng Sun didn't move or look away, he just smiled silently. He had always heard that senior sister was an ice queen, but to him, she seemed more like a shy, soft-hearted introvert. Wang Ruiqi watched his expression from the side and suddenly punched him on the arm, enjoying the view. Cheng Sun nodded and replied calmly, "Yes, she's adorable." Wang Ruiqi immediately clutched her chest, her face twisted in exaggerated agony. "Then go for it. He'll bless you too. My stepping back, it's for a lifetime." Cheng Sun shot her a disgusted glance. "What's wrong with you? Been reading too much trashy fiction. You wouldn't understand." Wang Ruiqi raised her hand again, ready to elbow him. Cheng Sun grabbed her arm firmly. "Careful, or he'll raise your rent, I'm warning you." Wang Ruiqi immediately snapped to attention and saluted, "Boss, I'm sorry." Cheng Sun released her and nodded toward the street corner. "Don't you see senior sister struggling? Go help her carry the bags." "Yes, boss." Wang Ruiqi dashed off, her little steps moving incredibly fast. Cheng Sun was momentarily puzzled. Was this annoying little sister a bro-con, or just plain clueless? The trio returned laden with goods and headed straight to apartment 1801. The kitchen there was spacious, with ample counter space, making cooking less cramped and more comfortable. Cheng Sun started by preparing the pork tripe and the San Juan chicken. If the tripe wasn't cleaned properly, the entire pot of soup would be so fishy it would make you question your life choices. He turned the tripe inside out, scraped off the mucus, and scrubbed it thoroughly with salt and flour twice. After rinsing it clean, he rubbed it with white vinegar until the surface no longer felt slippery, then set it aside to drain, satisfied. Wang Ruiqi had already sprawled on the sofa with her tablet, stuffing snacks in her mouth, while scrolling through short videos, giggling uncontrollably, clearly in full waiting for dinner mode. Wenqing, meanwhile, had changed into a loose set of loungewear, her sleeves rolled up past her elbows. She walked into the kitchen, stood beside Cheng Sun, and naturally took over the task of washing the vegetables. Cheng Sun blanched the clean tripe in boiling water, then removed it and cut it into even strips. He arranged them neatly in the tall clay pot, added water, and turned on the heat to let the tripe simmer first. The recipe for stuffed tripe with chicken wasn't feasible today. They had arrived late and only bought 2 small tripe pieces, too small to stuff a whole chicken. Cheng Sun wasn't bothered, though. He could take a different approach and still produce a fine soup. Next, he took a handful of peppercorns and poured them into a frying pan, toasting them over low heat. The heat from the pan gradually released the pepper's fragrance, filling the air with a warm, slightly spicy aroma. Once the peppercorns had slightly changed color, he turned off the heat and poured them out. He crushed half of them on the cutting board with the flat of his knife, leaving the other half whole. The crushed and whole peppercorns formed 2 distinct piles. Wenqing, who had washed the San Juan chicken and carefully dried it with paper towels, glanced at the cutting board and asked curiously, "Why only crush half?" Chung Sun pushed both the crushed and whole peppercorns into the clay pot, covered it, and patted the pepper dust off his hands as he explained, crushed peppercorns release their flavor quickly with a sharp, spicy kick. They handle the front notes. The whole peppercorns release their flavor slowly, providing a steady, mellow undertone. They handle the back notes. Together they give the soup a more layered taste. Wenqing listened slowly, nodding, a glimmer of earnest curiosity in her eyes. I see. Learn something new. Chung Sun picked up his knife and began chopping the chicken. With swift, precise cuts, the chicken pieces were uniform and the bone edges clean. Wenqing washed the vegetables beside him, the sound of running water and the knife on the cutting board alternating in a steady rhythm. Neither felt crowded and no words were needed. When one handed over a plate or reached for a bowl, the other instinctively knew what was needed. This unspoken harmony in the kitchen brought Chung Sun immense comfort. He thought to himself, if I could live like this for a lifetime, I'd gladly give up 100 billion. Wang Weiqi quietly raised her phone from the sofa, adjusted the angle toward the kitchen, and snapped a picture. In the photo, the two stood side by side in front of the counter, one chopping vegetables, the other washing ingredients. The light cast on them made the scene look remarkably serene. She sent the photo to her mother with the caption, Xiaoqing is making something delicious tonight. The reply came quickly, who's that guy? Is he Xiaoqing's boyfriend? Wang Weiqi typed rapidly. Oh, don't jump to conclusions. That's our landlord, Xiaoqing's Jr. He's super handsome and has great prospects too. After sending that message, the other side fell silent. Wang Weiqi jolted upright, leaped off the sofa, dashed to the balcony, slid the glass door shut behind her, and dialed a voice call. Mom, don't say anything foolish, okay? They're really not a couple. Don't go gossiping to the aunties and uncles. I know. When are you going to bring us a boyfriend? Bad signal, gotta go. Wang Weiqi ended the call. Through the glass balcony door, she gazed at the two figures in the kitchen, a slow smile spreading across her face, revealing a triumphant grin. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the pig's stomach in the clay pot had been simmering for an hour and a half, the soup turning pale and the aroma becoming rich. Chung Sun poured the chopped chicken pieces into the pot, deftly skimming off the foam, covered it, and turned to prepare the rice for the clay pot. As the rice grains soaked in warm water, he took out a frying pan and began to braise the ribs, the iron pot sizzling against the flames, instantly bringing the kitchen to life. Chung Sun's movements were practiced and graceful, which unexpectedly caught Wenqing's eye with delight. Senior sister, can you help me soak some potato starch in a small bowl? Oh, okay. Wenqing quickly replied, almost bumping into the cabinet door as she turned to rummage through it. Time was still ample, and Chung Sun proceeded with the ingredients at a leisurely pace, occasionally lifting his gaze to exchange a few words with his senior sister. The ribs on the stove were bubbling as they reduced, filling the air with a savory caramel aroma. Senior sister, are you planning to stay in Huhai after graduation? I will. So are you planning to go into development at a big company? She pursed her lips and replied, not necessarily, I actually don't like working very much. Chung Sun did not look up, continuing to slice the pork tenderloin while responding, who actually enjoys working? It's all out of necessity, isn't it? That's true. Wenqing quietly agreed, her tone tinged with a sense of resignation. At that moment, Chung Sun suddenly broke into an ambiguous smile. So are you planning to write novels forever? Wenqing stiffened, immediately shaking her head vigorously. I don't write silly novels. This admission was unintentional. The air fell silent for half a second. Chung Sun's lips twitched, then he fervently nodded, clearly holding back laughter to the point of injury. Oh, right. Senior sister never writes silly novels. Wenqing felt her face heat up, her aloof image crumbling, leaving her at a loss. Senior sister, can you help me peel a garlic bulb? Chung Sun's voice suddenly returned to normal, his tone as casual as if nothing had happened. Oh, okay. Hearing Chung Sun's request, Wenqing immediately sprang into action, squatting by the trash can and silently peeling the garlic. So embarrassing. Chung Sun looked at her, and a mischievous thought surged. So if senior sister doesn't write silly stories, could it be that you write domineering female leads? He deliberately raised his tone a bit, then cleared his throat, adopting a deep and exaggerated voice. Hey woman, lift your head and look at me. Wenqing's fingers froze. Is it something like this, eh? Chung Sun added with a jab. Wenqing, now staring at the trash can, buried her head deeper, quietly closing her eyes, and retorted loudly, no. I wouldn't write domineering novels. I write silly stories. Chung Sun's movements came to a halt. He initially only intended to tease her, but the revelation was far more substantial than he had anticipated. Senior sister, a cold and beautiful engineering PhD, writes domineering novels. Senior sister, he lowered his voice, deliberately slowing down. You don't want others to know you write silly stories, do you? Wenqing suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with fear and alertness. What do you want? Chung Sun blinked innocently, a harmless expression on his face, stretching his greasy hands. Senior sister, can you scratch my back? My hands are all greasy. Wenqing was taken aback. She stared at Chung Sun's face for 2 seconds. Oh. She placed the garlic cloves into an empty bowl, then rinsed her hands. After drying them, she roughly scratched his back. No, a bit higher. Oh. Lower. To the right. Yes, right here, use some strength. A bit to the left now. Wenqing's fingers wandered all over his back. Oh, every time she was about to find the right spot, Chung Sun would call out a new direction. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, Wenqing finally caught on. This guy was just messing with her. So she raised her palm and aimed for Chung Sun's back, slapping it soundly. Chung Sun flinched slightly, then let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, senior sister, that feels good. Can we do it a couple more times? Wenqing pouted, clenched her fists, and punched the spot she had just hit again. Chung Sun leaned forward, bursting into laughter. At the kitchen door, Wang Ruiqi held a pack of oversized shrimp chips in her left hand, while a single chip hovered in her right hand, about 5 centimeters from her mouth, having been there for quite a while. Her brain was processing the scene before her with high computational power, but clearly it wasn't enough. She looked at the two in shock, asking a question from the depths of her soul. What are you two doing? Wenqing turned around, and blood rushed to her cheeks, reddening from her ears to her neck. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Chung Sun remained unfazed, not even bothering to adjust his posture, casually throwing out, "My back itches, senior sister, can you scratch it for me?" Wang Ruiqi's brows knitted together, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What does that feels good? Use some strength, and a couple more times mean." Chung Sun turned his head, staring at Wang Ruiqi for a long time, then sighed deeply. "She may go wash your brain out in the bathroom." "Humph." Wang Ruiqi stuffed the shrimp chip into her mouth, crunching it. "I see you're clearly teasing my little Qing. I will judge you. Go away. Chung Sun decided to end his playful banter for the day. He waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly, pushing Wang Ruiqi out of the kitchen. Then glancing at Wenqing, who was facing the wall by the sink, Chung Sun cleared his throat and switched to a serious tone. "I'm going to start cooking now. After I finish my sweet and sour pork and ribs, you can make scrambled eggs with shrimp and stir-fried bok choy, okay?" "All right, okay," Wenqing replied softly. At 7 o'clock, dinner officially began. The dining table was filled with 4 dishes of soup and rice, all steaming and fragrant. Chung Sun pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the spread on the table, and asked, "What do you want to drink?" "I brought some locally brewed cherry wine from Sichuan. Do you want to try it?" "No need, we can just drink coconut water." Wang Ruiqi was already twisting the bottle cap. "Then I'll have a glass. I've been so exhausted lately, a drink would help me relax." Chung Sun took out a sealed glass bottle containing a cherry-colored liquid resembling wine. He poured a full glass, about 4 ounces. The liquid emitted a sweet, fruity aroma with a hint of tartness, smelling less like alcohol and more like some concentrated juice. Wenqing was serving soup for everyone nearby. The creamy pig stomach chicken soup poured into the bowls. Thick slices of tender pig stomach and succulent chicken meat floated on the surface, garnished with goji berries and red dates, steaming warmly. Wang Ruiqi picked up her bowl and took a sip. The soup slid down her throat, the gentle spiciness of the pepper unfurling on her tongue, warming her stomach just right. Then a refreshing aftertaste arose, clean and crisp, not greasy at all. The pig stomach dipped in garlic soy sauce was crunchy and tender, the savory dip enhancing the richness of the soup. The chicken meat was even more delightful, soaked in the peppery broth, carrying a subtle spicy aroma, bursting with juice as it was chewed with no hint of being tough, as the fibers broke apart between her teeth. "Wow, this is too delicious," Wang Ruiqi exclaimed, setting down her bowl with a sigh that came from the depths of her soul. Even Wenqing nodded, repeatedly mumbling, "Super delicious." Chung Sun watched their reactions, leaning back in his chair, feeling so pleased that he almost hummed out loud. Master-level culinary skills truly defied logic. He took a sip of the soup himself, then suddenly an alto, a practical worry flashed through his mind. What would he do when eating out in the future with his taste buds spoiled by his own cooking? After a bowl of hot soup, warmth spread throughout his body, his pores all relaxing. Chung Sun raised his wine glass, lifting it to the center of the table. "Come, let's drink a toast to welcome me back to Huai." Wang Ruiqi and Wenqing lifted their glasses filled with clear coconut water. "Cheers." The 3 glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Chung Sun gulped down his drink, his eyes narrowing in delight as he exhaled a breath of relief. Wang Ruiqi stared at his expression, her curiosity fully piqued. She reached out to grab Chung Sun's glass. "What flavor is this cherry wine?" Chung Sun pushed the glass forward, saying, "Why don't you smell it yourself?" Wang Ruiqi brought the glass close to her nose, the sweet, fruity aroma rushing up her nostrils. Her eyes lit up. "It smells so good. Is it spicy when you drink it?" "It's sweet and not spicy," Chung Sun casually replied. As soon as Wang Ruiqi heard this, she jumped up from her chair, scampering into the kitchen to fetch 2 wine glasses, setting them on the table. Wenqing's pupils constricted as she saw the wine glasses, quickly reaching for one. "I'm not drinking. Just try it, just a tiny sip." Wang Ruiqi snatched the cup back with a swift motion, then picked up the wine bottle and poured about a small amount into each glass. She raised her glass, saying thanks to Sun Ge and Xiao Qing for bringing this amazing feast. Cheers. As the liquid entered her mouth, Wang Ruiqi's eyes instantly brightened. Not spicy at all, just a rich fruit juice flavor smoothly coating her entire mouth, and only after swallowing did she feel a slight warmth rising from her stomach. Delicious. Xiao Qing, what do you think? Wen Qing set down her wine glass, her tongue still savoring the texture of the last sip. She gently nodded, the corners of her mouth twitching. It's indeed quite good. Without a second thought, Wang Ruiqi picked up the wine bottle and continued to pour into the 2 glasses, each about 2 liang. Cheng Sun's eyes widened as he quickly reached out to stop the bottle's spout. Hey, that's too much. Don't get drunk. He glanced at the amount of wine in Wen Qing's glass, then looked at the eager expression on Wang Ruiqi's face, inwardly exclaiming that this was not good. This wine went down like juice, but its after effects were no joke. Wang Ruiqi protectively held her wine glass, her fingers tightly gripping the rim, glancing sideways at Cheng Sun. What? Are you unwilling to share? Cheng Sun sighed, helplessly pointing to the alcohol content on the bottle. This alcohol level is quite high. You too should drink less since you don't usually drink. Got it, don't worry. Wang Ruiqi promised enthusiastically. After half a glass, she started to become exceptionally lively. She rolled up her shirt sleeves to her elbows, exposing a fair arm, then threw an arm around Wen Qing's shoulders, hanging onto her, while raising her glass with the other hand, looking at Cheng Sun with a provocative smirk. Sun Zi, drink. Well, just now it was Sun Ge, and now it's Sun Zi, huh? Cheng Sun silently. A scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Yuching KTV Lu Shi, that fountain performance that still made his stomach. He gave himself a mental middle finger, wondering why he always ended up knowing these kinds of people who turned into a different person after drinking. Seeing Cheng Sun closing his eyes and playing dead, Wang Ruiqi was displeased. She slammed the table, making the cups jump, then began to ramble on at a rapid pace, the specifics of which Cheng Sun couldn't catch a single word. He looked to his senior sister for help, hoping she would manage to hold down this already soaring individual. However, Wen Qing was sitting nearby with a dazed expression, her gaze drifting, a soft smile playing on her lips, as if she had seen the most beautiful thing in the world. Oh no, she was also tipsy. Senior sister. That drawn-out floated down softly. What are you smiling about, senior sister? I'm happy. Why are you happy? Wen Qing's eyes brightened. My parents. Really? To see you? Cheng Sun asked, following her words. They are coming to open a store? Wen Qing said this with a hint of pride in her tone. Oh really, that's great. Of course, I've already helped them find a shop. They are opening a noodle restaurant. The noodles they make are the best in the world. At the same time, 100 kilometers away at Nantung Haiman, another drinking party was also taking place simultaneously. Over 50. Chen Nanji was full of joy as she clasped her hands together, saying, "Oh, heaven rewards the diligent. Nanan has finally found a boyfriend. Come, let's drink to that." Wen Xiang sat beside his wife, holding his wine glass with a broad smile. Ha ha, if it weren't for your Chi-Chi spilling the beans, that little girl would have kept it a secret for who knows how long. Wang Jiehua downed his beer in one gulp, setting down the glass with a slightly slower motion than usual, a hint of barely noticeable melancholy in his expression. Oh dear, your family has completed the task first. When you arrive in Huhai, help keep an eye on Chi-Chi for us. Chen Nanji was holding a bowl of freshly stir-fried clams, the steam wafting up, enveloped in the aroma of scallions and ginger. She skillfully scooped a generous spoonful into each person's bowl. If I were you, I'd just come along with us. After all these years our families have supported each other, I truly can't bear for us to part ways. Wen Ping shook her head with a smile. Nanji, we don't know how to run a business. Besides, it's not that far away. A chubby little boy rushed over from the table with a bowl, saying to Wen Ping, "Mom, I want more lamb. Eat, eat, eat. Always just eating." Wen Ping playfully swatted the little boy's bottom, but honestly scooped a large spoonful of stewed lamb into his. The little boy got what he wanted, but didn't leave, popping up with another question. "Anji, does Qing Jie really have a boyfriend?" "Yes, how your sister said so." Chen Nanji responded with a smile. Ahao's expression immediately fell, and he sighed genuinely. "Oh, I was planning to introduce my homeroom teacher to Qing Jie." Chen Nanji tugged at Ahao's arm and asked with a cheerful smile, "Why don't you introduce the homeroom teacher to your sister?" Ahao's expression instantly became extremely complex, a mixture of reverence, fear, and a desire to survive. He replied earnestly, "My sister is too violent, our homeroom teacher wouldn't stand a chance against her." Wang Jiehua pinched her son's cheek, playfully pretending to be angry. "This kid, it's half your responsibility that your sister can't find a boyfriend." "Why is that?" "What do you mean why? You drink the most. If you don't take responsibility, who will?" Cheng Sun supported Wang Ruiqi's arm, gritting his teeth as he retorted. Just a moment ago, he had exerted tremendous effort to drag this incapacitated human ornament from room 1801 to the entrance of room 1802. Wang Ruiqi had not stopped mumbling the entire way, incoherent words spilling out with a few clear phrases that made no logical sense when combined. Cheng Sun threw her onto the sofa in room 1802, and Wang Ruiqi sank into the cushions like a pup. Cheng Sun straightened his back, took a deep breath, and then looked down at his hands. After a lengthy internal struggle, he finally reached out and ruffled Wang Weiqi's short hair. The texture was indeed pleasant. Soft and smooth as his fingers passed through the strands, gently brushed against his fingertips, perfectly matching his expectations. He had been curious to try it since the day he met Wang Weiqi, wondering what this well-maintained short hair would feel like. Now, taking advantage of her drunken state, he finally got to indulge. Hey, you're a pervert. Chung Sun's hand froze in midair, startled. Seeing Wang Weiqi's eyes still hazy, Chung Sun finally relaxed. How am I a pervert? He asked irritably. You touched me. Wang Weiqi's accusation was sharp and high-pitched. Chung Sun quickly covered her babbling mouth and lowered his voice, saying, Shut up. You're tarnishing my innocence. Be quiet, I'm going to get my senior sister. After warning Wang Weiqi, he slowly released his hand, remaining cautious of her potential resurgence. Sun, don't do anything bad. Wang Weiqi glared at Chung Sun with wide eyes, a mischievous grin on her face. Chung Sun ignored her and turned back to room 1801. Wenqing sat quietly at the table, propped up on her hands, her head resting on them, swaying slightly. Chung Sun walked over, lowering his voice. Senior sister, let's go home. Oh. Senior sister, get up. Oh. Don't just say, oh, come on, let me help you stand up. Oh. Chung Sun took a deep breath, grasped Wenqing's arm, and carefully helped her up. Wenqing was unsteady and leaned directly into Chung Sun's embrace. Chung Sun did not move. He steadied himself and gently wrapped his arms around his senior sister. The action was executed with remarkable restraint, amplifying the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. It smelled good. Not the fragrance of perfume, but a mix of shampoo, laundry detergent, and the natural scent of her skin, fresh and warm. Senior sister, I feel so dizzy. Wenqing couldn't stand, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chung Sun's neck. Her arms draped softly, finding a secure anchor, relinquishing her weight entirely. Chung Sun gazed at the soft figure of his senior sister in his arms, admitting that his mind was currently flooded with illegal thoughts, various unhealthy images playing out in his head. However, taking advantage of someone's vulnerability was not Chung Sun's style. He closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, tossing aside all those chaotic images. He straightened Wenqing and began to move step by step towards the door. Wenqing hung on him, each step proving extremely arduous. Chung Sun, my. Chung Sun was fully focused on maintaining his balance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I have a question. What question? Chung Sun replied through gritted teeth, pulling her up slightly. Wenqing's voice was airy, yet the question was precise. Are you still in contact with that Tong Deri? Chung Sun frowned. What a ridiculous nickname. But it was indeed precise. No, we broke up after. Wenqing squinted at Chung Sun, who, although her gaze was hazy, it held a scrutinizing quality. Really? Chung Sun nodded, pulling Wenqing up as she began to slide down again. Wenqing wasn't finished asking, continuing, did she kick you to the curb? Sort of. Chung Sun didn't want to elaborate further. A smile of realization spread across Wenqing's face as she chuckled softly, hee hee, I knew it. Chung Sun was curious. What's up? Wenqing waved her hand lazily. Nothing. After saying that, her body slid down a bit more. Chung Sun was exhausted. Someone who wouldn't cooperate was too hard to handle. So he directly picked Wenqing up in a bridal carry and quickly transported her to room 1802. Wang Weiqi had somehow slid off the sofa and was now leaning against it, staring blankly at the doorway. Seeing Chung Sun carrying Wenqing inside, she immediately pointed at him, her voice filled with excitement, as if she had caught him in the act. Hey, Sun, what are you doing? Shut up. I'm exhausted. If I let you drink again, I'm a dog. You're both terrible and love to play. You useless chicken. Chung Sun's retorts came one after another, his tone increasingly gritted. He randomly found a room, pushed the door open, and placed Wenqing on the bed. As soon as Wenqing touched the bed, she sank into it, her gaze dazed, hair splayed across the pillow, quiet like a painting. It was strange. Strangely cute. Chung Sun stood by the bed, looking down at his senior sister with a sigh. He pried her hand free from his grip, then held it in his own, kneading it gently. Her fingers were soft and cool. He squeezed her cheek. The delicate sensation made his fingers linger for. Then he gritted his teeth and turned to leave the room. He could not stay any longer. If he did, those chaotic images he had just managed to cast aside would come rushing back. As soon as he stepped outside the site before, Chung Sun made him cover his face. Wang Weiqi was performing some indescribable crawling maneuver on the floor, moving slowly and contorted, an art form. Chung Sun pulled out his phone and started recording. What are you doing? Wang Weiqi patted the floor, her voice filled with pleading and helplessness. Xuanzi, help me. What do you need help with? Wang Weiqi simply gave up, struggling, rolling over to lie down, closing her eyes to catch her breath, her tone like a spoiled child. Just throw me on the bed. Ooh, I can't crawl anymore. Chung Sun stood with his hands on his hips, enjoying this rare sight from above for 3 seconds. After stopping the recording, he crouched down, grabbed Wang Weiqi's arm, and adjusted her to a sitting position. Then he moved behind her arms, slipping under her armpits, dragging her into the room in a standard body toss posture. Although the action lacked grace, it was highly efficient. By the way, Chi Mei had quite a good figure. Rather than cluttering 2 rooms, Chung Sun directly dragged her to the room where Wen Qing was now lying. After dragging her to the edge of the bed, he exerted force to pull Wang Ruiqi up and flipped her onto the bed. Wang Ruiqi lay on her stomach, face buried in the pillow, muffled cries escaping her lips. "Sun, my butt hurts." Woo. Having settled the 2 individuals, Chung Sun contacted the property management to arrange for cleaning to tidy up room 1801. He himself remained in room 1802, slumping into the spacious sofa in the living room. Though he was supposed to be resting, his ears were far from idle. Every now and then he would rise quietly, push open the bedroom door, and peek inside. The sleeping postures of the 2 on the bed were hardly dignified. One lay horizontally, the other diagonally, but thankfully their breathing remained steady. He endured until after 3 in the morning, when both of them groggily got up to use the restroom. Only then did Chung Sun breathe a sigh of relief, carefully closing the door behind him and returning to his side. There was no way around it. If something happened to them, he would be held accountable. He slept deeply. After more than 10 days of travel, no hotel could compare to the comfort of his own bed. Moreover, during those 2 days in Shu-Du, he had indulged excessively, returning home and continuing to drink until the early hours of the morning. The layers of fatigue piled up, effectively pinning him to the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bringing a lazy warmth. Chung Sun fumbled around in the blankets for a while, eventually retrieving his phone and squinting at the long list of unread messages. "Lu Xiaorui, I miss you. Xiaoning, has teacher Chung returned to Huhai? Wang Weiqi, let it be, I'm tired." Meanwhile, Wen Qing's side was eerily quiet, without a single punctuation mark set. She probably felt embarrassed, currently in a difficult position. Indeed, in room 1801, Wen Qing was sitting at her desk, staring blankly at the wall in front of her. On the bed behind her, Wang Weiqi sat cross-legged, constantly muttering, "So embarrassing. He definitely took photos. Xia Qing, you should take care of him. Woo, I don't want to live anymore. Why does my butt hurt so much? Is Chung Sun a pervert?" Wen Qing remained silent, lost in her thoughts, trying to piece together the fragmented memories. Suddenly, Wen Qing spoke. "It seems he dragged you in so your butt would hurt." Wang Ruiqi abruptly looked up, her expression alert. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you were pulled in by the waist, so your butt got rubbed." Wen Qing carefully chose her words, and even gestured in front of her. Though she said waist, her gesture was clearly higher, not at the waist, but rather at the chest. Wang Ruiqi paused for a moment, then reacted, grinding her teeth. "Damn. That bastard." She paused, suddenly fixing her gaze on Wen Qing. "What about you? Doesn't your butt hurt?" Wen Qing said this while her gaze involuntarily drifted aside. Wang Ruiqi took a deep breath, her fists turning white from clenching, her voice suddenly raised. "That's so unfair. Just because he likes you, he treats me differently. Is he messing with me?" Wen Qing's face flushed as if a thin layer of paper had been pierced, and she replied, flustered, "What nonsense, don't say that." She could still remember last night when Chung Sun was by her bedside, holding her hand and even pinching her cheek, and questioning him about his ex-girlfriend for reasons she couldn't comprehend. She wondered if Chung Sun would misunderstand her. She was merely curious. Yes, just curious. Chung Sun cozied up in bed, replying to several WeChat messages, when he suddenly felt a wave of hunger. After a quick wash, he sneaked into the kitchen, heating up the leftover pig stomach chicken soup from last night. As the soup bubbled and steamed, he snapped a photo and sent it to their small group. "The soup is hot. Does anyone want some?" Just as he filled a large bowl for himself and was about to enjoy it, there came a Chung Sun slipped on his slippers and went to open the door, wearing a harmless smile. "Good morning." Wang Ruiqi shot Chung Sun a fierce glare and then squeezed in, grabbing the entire clay pot wrapped in cloth. Chung Sun quickly called out to her, "Chi Mei." "What?" Wang Ruiqi stood at the door, glaring back. Chung Sun sat at the empty dining table, shaking his phone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Do you want to see the video of you cosplaying as a big white maggot on the floor last night?" "I don't want to see it." "Damn you." Wang Ruiqi cursed decisively, carrying the scalding pot and running off without looking back. "Ha ha ha, how adorable." Chung Sun chuckled to himself. He settled back into the sofa, opened his phone's photo album, and eagerly revisited last night's drunken confusion behavior showcase. To be fair, while Wang Ruiqi usually appeared to be loud and boisterous, she surprisingly had a beautiful abdominal line. His fingertip hovered over the screen for a second, a thought flashing through his mind. The texture should be nice. Detected high purity, joyful behavior appreciation, triggering critical reward. Critical reward: Lamborghini Aventador SVJ 63 Anniversary Edition. Please wait patiently during transport. User guide: you may not enjoy driving, but you can't do without it. Wow. Lamborghini SVJ 63 Anniversary Edition. This thing costs over 10 million, and I've heard there are no new car quotas in the mainland. This one can't be secondhand, right? But since I haven't even seen the wheels, there's no point in overthinking it. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Chung Sun prepared for a thorough bath. After tidying himself up and feeling refreshed, Chung Sun called Chu Yancy. "Hello, Mr. Chu." He leaned against the balcony, his tone unconsciously lightening up. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Chung? Have you returned?" Chu Yancy's voice on the phone was low and smooth, carrying a hint of magnetism, speaking softly with an alluring atmosphere. "Yes, I brought back some souvenirs from Shudu. How about treating me to a meal?" The moment the words left his mouth, Chung Sun himself was taken aback. How had he become so slick-tongued after this trip? This wasn't good. "Oh, sure." Chu Yancy seemed to chuckle. "How about a bit later? He'll treat you to drinks." The mention of drinks made Chung Sun a little apprehensive. Not hearing a reply, Chu Yancy chuckled. "What's wrong? Can't Mr. Chung handle his drinks?" "Not at all. All right, I'll wait for your call." He hoped that Chu Yancy's drinking habits would be better than those of the two from last night. After hanging up, Chung Sun walked into the study, preparing to sort through the materials he had captured during the trip. As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of the graphics card box that Chu Yancy had given him standing lonely in the corner. After some consideration, he pulled out a chair and sat down, opening a shopping website. Since the graphics card was already in place, it couldn't just sit there as a display piece. Asking himself, he picked up a mouse pad. How to open a net cafe. An AMD R9 50X CPU, ROGX 870 motherboard, platform ROGs 420mm, all-in-one liquid cooling system, 464GB DDR5 memory sticks, filled to capacity, 48TB M. 2 solid-state drives, and 2 24TB nitrogen mechanical drives, topped off with a 1600W fully modular gold power supply. He clicked through the mouse and finally added 2 Asus ProArt Series 4K OLED monitors, high color accuracy, 10-bit color depth, suitable for photo editing and video cutting. The entire setup totaled 70,000, evaporating in an instant. Just as he finished paying the phone, "Hello, is this Mr. Chung Sun?" "Yes." "Hello, this is Shunlita Transport. Your vehicle has arrived and needs you to come down with your ID to sign for it." "So soon?" Chung Sun was a bit surprised. Could it be the LC-76 that was transported back from Shudu? "Oh, what kind of car? An off-road vehicle or a sports car?" "It's a sports car, Mr. Chung." Chung Sun's heart skipped a beat. "Okay, where are you?" "We're at the west gate of He'll be right there." The efficiency of Tongzi Gu has truly become outrageous. In the past, he had to wait until night when he was asleep for skills to be deployed. Now they could be used instantly, smooth as silk. Chung Sun grabbed his ID and phone and headed downstairs. The sunlight was pleasant today, warming him as it shone. By the roadside at the west gate, a large flatbed truck was flashing its hazard lights. As soon as the two workers in uniforms spotted Chung Sun, they nodded in greeting. "Mr. Chung, here are the transport handover documents and vehicle papers. We will unload the car now. Please verify and check before signing, and our service will be completed." "All right, go ahead and unload." The workers quickly removed the protective car cover, first conducting a thorough exterior inspection of the vehicle and taking photos for record, then removing the rubber wheel chocks and loosening the nylon ties one by one. The hydraulic platform tilted slowly, and the workers went up to bring the car down. After it touched the ground, Chung Sun casually looked over the handover document, quickly checked it off, and signed it. Was there a need for further inspection? The things Tongzi Gu sent over, did they need checking? Watching the flatbed truck leave, Chung Sun rubbed his hands, gazing at the matte gray SVJ-63 Roadster. It was indeed very handsome. The blue license plate, however, was a bit of an eyesore. It would be better to keep the temporary plate on. Fortunately, this number 66888 was somewhat worthy of it. The matte concrete gray paint displayed a very understated gradient in the afternoon light, without a hint of excessive gloss, only a delicate matte texture. The huge orange 63 decals on the front fender and hood paid homage to the brand's birth year, serving as the car's most prominent identifying feature. This Roadster should be a convertible with 2 removable covers for the roof. However, Chung Sun didn't plan on. He felt that driving a convertible in the city was a bit too extravagant. He opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. The interior featured large areas of matte gray and orange Alcantara, giving a luxurious feel. Everywhere he looked was carbon fiber: the central console, steering wheel, and the back of the seats. On the carbon fiber trim behind the seats was a huge 63 emblem, while the bottom of the steering wheel bore the exclusive metal badge of SVJ-63. Next to the triangular window, a finely crafted limited edition plaque read 64D63. Chung Sun was stunned upon seeing this 64D63 plaque. Limited to only 63 units globally. Was this the 64th? Was this some kind of joke? Did they deliberately produce one extra for him? But upon second thought, the unique 64th unit did seem a bit more special than the other 63. Chung Sun looked around, wondering how to close the scissor doors. This wasn't taught in his ultimate driving skills. Searching on Douyin, he found the red ribbon and finally pulled it successfully, closing the door. How primitive. Next was adjusting the seat. Habitually, he reached for the side of the cushion, but found nothing. After searching down for a while, he didn't even discover a button for electric adjustment. The seat needed to be adjusted manually, just like an old van from decades ago. Could he handle this? The Alcantara seat was both hard and hot, and in the autumn weather he fidgeted in the driver's seat, a light sweat breaking out on his back. Holding the recently signed document bag, he instinctively looked for a glove compartment to stash it in, only to find the passenger side was completely bare, lacking any storage space. Chung Sun looked at the empty passenger side and laughed. Was this what a top-tier supercar was like? He loved it. He clumsily opened the car door again, pulling himself out of the hard seat, and walked around to the front, tossing the document bag into the front trunk. After taking the car for a spin, Chung Sun parked it steadily back in the underground garage of the residential complex. Having eaten a simple dinner, Chu Yin's call finally came through. Come pick me up, won't you? Her voice was still that cool, yet subtly alluring tone. Chung Sun clicked his tongue. Still need me to come get you? Why not just hail a ride? A few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Come get me. The final syllable dropped slightly, clearly carrying a hint of vulnerability. Chung Sun let out a soft sigh and replied lazily, all right, what's the address? I sent it to you on week. Wait for me. They'll come pick you up in my Lamborghini Aventador SVJ 63. After hanging up, Chung Sun carried a box of gifts down to the garage and placed it in the front trunk. He started the engine, which let out a low roar in the silent garage, and sped off toward the address, Chu Yin. It was a vast villa district. As Chung Sun passed the guardhouse, the barrier lifted early, and the security guard stood at attention, saluting sharply. Chung Sun couldn't help recalling the first time he drove his modest car to Jingdong Tianyu, only to be stopped by the guard mistaken for a rideshare driver. Now in his multi-million-dollar supercar, he could freely enter any high-end neighborhood. So men really need wealth. A surge of ambition struck his chest, burning hot and fierce. A true man should be like this. Upon arriving at the designated spot, as Chung Sun pulled out his phone to dial, the door of the massive villa before him swung open. Chu Yinsi was dressed entirely in black today. A neck-long-sleeved wool dress layered with a black knit vest, a small leather handbag in her left hand, a trench coat draped over her right arm, and black square-toe flats on her feet. She clacked over toward Chung Sun, her expression icy. As she stepped out, her gaze locked onto the aggressively styled SVJ, and she directly pulled open the door and slid inside. Good evening, President Chu. Chu Yinsi pulled the door shut and urged in a rapid tone, go quick. Chung Sun wasted no time, flooring the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Like we're on the run, so urgent, he said, steering with one hand and glancing at her. Chu Yinsi let out a long breath, rubbing her brow. Might as well be fleeing for my life. Chung Sun was a bit surprised. This woman, who usually wore a semi-permanent smile as a VP in investment banking, was actually letting her emotions spill over completely. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over her dress, and suddenly asked, aren't you cold dressed like that? Chu Yinsi stared at Chung Sun for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, the irritation and exhaustion on her face rapidly faded, and that standard semi-permanent smile was neatly back in place. She winked at Chung Sun, her tone shifting to her usual teasing, what? Want to see my legs? Chung Sun deliberately smacked his lips and stared straight ahead with a serious expression. They say the passenger seat of a supercar is really hot. Wonder if it's true. Chu Yinsi curved her lips. TCH, just say you want to look. Him wearing thick black stockings, you know. Oh, it's only natural. The car exited the neighborhood, but Chung Sun pulled over to the side. Chu Yinsi's back instinctively tensed. After a full minute, Chung Sun shook his head regretfully and sighed. Chu Yinsi's back instinctively tensed. After a full minute, Chung Sun shook his head regretfully and sighed. Too bad the center console in this car is too wide. Chu Yinsi froze for a second, then let out a snort from her nose, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Chung Sun restarted the car and asked casually, where to? Don't know. Aren't you treating me? Chu Yinsi fell into thought, and after a long moment finally gave in. Chung Sun set the navigation and drove toward a bar called Jump into the Sea. They parked and pushed through the door. It was a small, stylish bar with tasteful decor. A live band was playing, the lights dimmed low, creating an intimate atmosphere. The band on stage was singing Accuse 5's The One and Only. Chung Sun immediately spotted a woman in a long red dress sitting at the bar. She looked their way, nodded at Chu Yinsi, and then fixed an intrigued gaze on Chung Sun. Chu Yinsi led Chung Sun to the bar, tapping her knuckles on the thick counter, her tone lazy and casual. Don't you know it's rude to stare? Chung Sun finally got a clear look at the woman. Around 30, fair-skinned, striking figure, chestnut, curly hair, a hint of slyness in her smile. The woman completely ignored Chu Yinsi's jab, unhurriedly pouring 2 glasses of lemon water and sliding them over. Just curious. This is your first time bringing a guy here? Chu Yinsi turned to Chung Sun with a faint smile. Hear that? Feel honored. Chung Sun raised an eyebrow. Absolutely honored. So can I see the legs? The woman in red froze for a second, then covered her mouth with a hand, giggling. This handsome little brother is quite bold. Chu Yinsi ignored him, slapped the counter again, and gestured to the woman in red, saying to Chung Sun, "This is my childhood friend. Call her Vivian, a 32-year-old divorcee." She emphasized the last 4 words heavily and clearly. Then she turned to Vivian and introduced, "This is Chung Sun, a friend of mine." Vivian extended her hand and gave Chung Sun a light shake. "Well, handsome little brother, what would you like to drink?" Chung Sun glanced at the array of bottles behind the bar and asked, "Got anything non-alcoholic? I still have to drive President Chu home." Vivian raised an eyebrow, her tone playful. "Drinking soft drinks at a bar? That's a bit odd." Chu Yancy shot him a disdainful look, grabbed his arm, and pulled him aside, then tossed a line to Vivian. "Just follow the drink list from top to bottom." With that, she dragged Chung Sun to a booth in the corner. She didn't sit across from him, but pressed close, sitting on the same. They were very close. With every breath, Chung Sun could catch the crisp, fresh scent of her perfume. After a couple of drinks, the conversation finally opened up. Fueled by alcohol, Chu Yancy finally shed her professional facade and became more relaxed. She held her glass, lounging back against the sofa, her head tilted toward Chung Sun, her gaze slightly hazy. "Can you stop calling me President Chu? It's so annoying." Chung Sun subtly edged closer, his arm almost feeling the warmth of her body through her clothes. "Then what should I call you?" Chu Yancy turned her head, fixing him with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling. "Call me sister." Chung Sun immediately tilted his chin away. "No way." Chu Yancy leaned in closer, her breath faintly brushing his ear. "Then call me Lyra. That's my English name." Chung Sun shook his head again. "Too mouthful." "Then Yancy." "Not smooth either." Flustered, Chu Yancy grabbed his arm. "Then what do you want to call me?" Chung Sun's lips curled up. "Let's just call you Xiao Xi. How cute is that?" Chu Yancy made a face of disgust and punched his shoulder with her fist. "Get lost." The waitstaff kept bringing new drinks, and Chu Yancy was drinking faster and faster. Chung Sun frowned. "Slow down. No one's racing you." Chu Yancy rolled her eyes and muttered, "TCH, bratty little bro, such a lightweight." Chung Sun wasn't particularly interested in alcohol. He could drink, but didn't want much. He pursed his lips, too lazy to argue with her. "Is that SVJ yours?" Chu Yancy leaned in again, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Yeah, the SVJ 63 limited edition." Chung Sun nodded casually. "Isn't there only one in the whole country?" "Mine's special. It's not among those 63. It was custom made for me." Chung Sun said it in the most offhand tone, striving to sound as casual as possible while showing off. Chu Yancy was indeed taken aback. If Chung Sun wasn't boasting, then this bratty little bro had some real... "Really? Your sister here isn't some naive little girl." She still wouldn't let up, searching his face for any crack. Chung Sun spread his hands. "Then just think I'm bragging." This move, it was advancing by retreating. Seeing that Chu Yancy had drunk quite a bit, the corners of her eyes tinged red, and her speech beginning to drag, Chung Sun tapped his fingers lightly on the table, calculating that the moment had arrived. Chung Sun could sense that Chu Yancy had some ulterior motive toward him, but he hadn't yet figured out the full story. Tonight's drinking session was the breakthrough. "Was that your home just now?" "Yeah, pretty big, isn't it?" Chu Yancy propped her chin on her hand, her tone tinged with a hint of pride and an indescribable bitterness. "Indeed, it's huge," Chung Sun followed up. "What does your family do?" Chu Yancy squinted at him, swirling the glass in her hand. "What, running a background check?" "Just getting to know each other better." Chu Yancy looked up at Chung Sun with a somewhat profound gaze, but remained silent. Chung Sun didn't rush, waiting quietly. She would speak. She lowered her head, staring at the remnants of liquor in the glass, her fingers tracing the rim twice before she finally spoke. "My father is Chu Rueheng, the younger brother of Chu Ruejin, founder of Jinyao Group, and the group's current chairman." Chung Sun was somewhat surprised. He had made assumptions about Chu Yancy's family background. Her attire and demeanor were clearly not from an ordinary household. But the reality was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Jinyao Group, a well-known large enterprise in Shanghai, started from dairy products and gradually expanded into beverages, retail, new materials, air transportation, banking, and the education industry. The group's overall market value was around 60 billion yuan, controlling 4 listed companies. And the Chu Yancy before him was actually Chu Ruijin's niece. Quite interesting. Chung Sun's mind raced, but his mouth kept digging deeper. "Oh, you mentioned you have a younger brother last time." As he asked, he had already pulled out his phone under the table, discreetly looking up Jinyao Group's equity structure. Chu Rueheng held 37 of the shares. The 2 sons of the late founder Chu Ruejin held 33 and 6 respectively, and the remaining 24 was in the hands of Chu Ruijin's 3rd brother Chu Ruehao. A typical family business structure. "My dad has 2 kids, me and my brother." Chu Yancy's voice pulled him back. Chung Sun put away his phone, catching the wrongness in her tone. "Got a hard time at home." One word sullen squeezed through clenched teeth. "Spill it." "I'm pretty interested in this kind of high society drama." Chung Sun leaned back, adopting a storytelling pose. Chu Yancy shot him a glare, then raised her glass and downed another drink. "Jinyao has nothing to do with me. Even if my dad dies, it won't come to me." The words were blunt, but Chung Sun could hear the suppressed anger beneath them. He thought for a moment and asked directly, "You and your brother don't share the same mother?" Chu Yinsi twitched the corner of her mouth. "Pretty typical, isn't it? Are you the legitimate one or the illegitimate one?" "What do you mean legitimate or illegitimate?" Chu Yinsi frowned confused. "Is your mother the first wife or the mistress?" "Oh, I'm the legitimate one." As she said this, Chu Yinsi lifted her chin slightly. Chung Sun was speechless. Was this something to be proud of? He drew out an, "Oh, what about your uncles? What's their situation?" "My two uncles both work back in. When my mother married my father, Jinyao hadn't even been founded yet. My maternal family isn't some high and mighty household." Then she abruptly shifted the topic. "I won't accept it." Chung Sun didn't take the bait, waiting for her to pour it out. "My brother is such an idiot. He doesn't." Chung Sun cut her off. "When your uncle died, the shares weren't split equally, either were they. That's because he was compensated with other assets," Chu Yinsi immediately retorted. "My second brother never wanted to join the group anyway." "Oh, then do you want to join the group?" Chung Sun asked the soul-searching question. Chu Yinsi looked up at him, her gaze suddenly sharp as if the alcohol had mostly faded. "Not just join the group. I want to control it." Chung Sun almost laughed out loud. It wasn't mockery, but hearing such words from a girl whose face was flushed red from drink with her jaw clenched tight was so earnest it was hard to pour cold water on her directly. But Chung Sun did it anyway. "On what grounds? Even if your father's shares all went to you, you couldn't Chu Yinsi wasn't fazed. Instead, she leaned forward, lowering her voice. "What if my second brother wanted to sell his shares?" The gears in Chung Sun's mind clicked rapidly as he calculated. "Even if you got that 6, plus half of your father's, that's only 24. 5. You still can't beat your eldest brother. Besides, buying that 6 would cost at least 3.6 billion. Do you have that kind of money?" "No," Chu Yinsi answered matter-of-factly without a hint of embarrassment. "Go to bed," Chung Sun said lazily, leaning back. "Humph." Chu Yinsi squeezed out a sound from her nose. Chung Sun stared at her for a few seconds, ready to change direction. "I'm curious, though." "Curious about what?" Chu Yinsi tilted her head to look at him. "Why do you want to get close to me?" Chung Sun wiped all the joking expressions off his face, his tone flat, but his eyes locked onto her. "I can feel it. You have designs on me." "Huh." Chu Yinsi laughed, the sound like she wasn't flustered even after being exposed. "Tell me about it." Chung Sun immediately switched back to his nonchalant tone, shoulders relaxing, voice softening. "You're already drunk anyway, you won't remember what you said." Chu Yinsi stared at the glass before her, flicking the rim with her finger, producing a clear ring. Then she looked up straight at Chung Sun, her eyes so clear they didn't belong to someone drunk. "Me. Right now I want to hook a rich sugar daddy to help me get my second brother's shares." Well, that was a bit too honest. Chung Sun froze for a second before laughing. "Hey, you think I can?" Chu Yinsi tilted her body, giving him a once-over that was almost offensive. Then she shook her head lightly. "For now, you're not enough. So you're saying I'm a potential asset?" Chung Sun raised an eyebrow. Chu Yinsi leaned close to Chung Sun's ear, her breath carrying the smell of alcohol, but her voice was steady. "Keep working hard, little bro." Chung Sun quietly wrapped his arm around Chu Yinsi's shoulder, their bodies pressing together, their breaths mingling. "Sis, say, moi." Chu Yinsi looked up at him, waiting. Chung Sun's gaze slowly drifted down her face. "Let me see your legs." Chu Yinsi's lips curved into a casual arc, her smile relaxed, carrying a hint of laziness and unruliness. She bent down leisurely to remove her shoes, then leaned back, placing her legs directly on Chung Sun's lap, unreservedly draping them over him. "See." Chung Sun smirked, not wasting any words as he lifted the skirt resting on her legs, revealing the subtly matte, thick black stockings. Very straight, very well proportioned. Chu Yinsi's heart skipped a beat, her fingertips curled slightly, maintaining a composed face though her ears faintly flushed. She admitted to herself that she had been a bit careless, truly not expecting Chung Sun to actually dare to do so. What could Chung Sun not dare? If it's there to touch, why not touch? It felt smooth and nice. Detected high purity, happy behavior, touching legs, triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward, 10,701 shares of Rui Airlines. 600 shares will begin to be traded starting Monday. Why am I getting shares of Rui Airlines? Rui Airlines is an airline under the Jinyao Group, which holds 46.74 of its shares. That is one of the family assets of the Chu Yinsi family. If Chu Yinsi finds out that she suddenly holds a large number of shares in Rui Airlines, wouldn't she misunderstand that I want to actively hook up and be a sugar daddy? Chung Sun now had only one thought: to quickly figure out whether the 100 million shares of Rui Airlines had reached the 5 threshold for disclosure. He took out his phone with one hand, leaning against the corner of the sofa, and opened the Tongue Washin app to check. You ask about the other hand. Of course it's placed where it should be. Rui Airlines has a total share capital of 184 billion shares. Switching to the calculator and pressing a few buttons, 5 of the shares is 109.2 million shares, while my 107.016 million shares only account for 4.9 Thank heavens. Scanning the top 10 shareholders list, my 4.9 stake surprisingly ranks third. This portion of the stock won't be disclosed to the public until the first quarterly report next year, if not sold. Of course, the internal staff of Rui Airlines will definitely know, but that's not much of a problem as long as it doesn't reach Chu Yanxi. Given her position in the family and the group, she probably wouldn't have access to my information. So I'll just hold on to it steadily as a financial investment. Anyway, I absolutely cannot wear the hat of a sugar daddy. By the way, how much is this stack of stocks worth? He glanced at Friday's closing price, 12.95. 1.07016 billion multiplied by 12.95. He calculated it in his mind, not daring to believe it, and stared at the screen to confirm. 13.85,857 billion. Oh my, he exclaimed silently in his heart, incredible. Adding that to the 100 million shares of Minxing Bank stock he obtained last time, that's 1.72. His current cash deposit is 38.56 million. The 4 small apartments in Jing'an are worth about 46 million. The 90 stake in Zhongzhou Hotel is worth about 1.7 billion. Jinsong is hard to value, skipping over that. The car is a small expense not worth calculating. Altogether, that's 1.974 billion. Rounding it off, it's 2 billion. Wow, in less than a month of being the brother in charge, my net worth has already reached 2 billion. Even though the majority comes from the Rui Airline stocks I just touched. Moreover, these stocks technically haven't officially fallen under my name yet. But that does not affect Cheng Sun from falling into an extremely peculiar state. He stared at a point in the void, a smile of extreme satisfaction, which he was unaware of hanging at the corner of his mouth, his gaze vacant. Chu Yanxi observed his expression, her gaze gradually turning suspicious. Does this guy have some kind of special fetish? My feet are tingling. Are you done touching, little brother? Cheng Sun finally came back to his senses, realizing his hand was still rubbing up and down. He calmly raised his hand, smoothing down her skirt, then steadily moved her legs off his thigh. The feel is nice, let's continue next time. His tone was frank and self-assured. Chu Yanxi's eyes momentarily lost their clarity, filled with both shame and anger. She was angry that this little brother dared to take action completely unreserved. She was embarrassed that she hadn't stopped him at all, not even showing the slightest intention of retracting her legs. What troubled her even more was that she actually quite enjoyed it. The lingering warmth of intimacy on the sofa had not yet dissipated. In room 1802 of Jing'an, when Xing lay half reclined on her bed, her phone pressed to her ear, her expression gradually shifting from confusion to a near-stiff rigidity. Qing, you have a boyfriend, and didn't tell us. If it weren't for Aunt Wen accidentally letting it slip, how long were you planning to keep it from us? What boyfriend? I'm still pretending. Enough of that, we're going to Huhai in a few days, you should bring him to meet us. It's about time to settle down, you're not a child anymore. Wen Xing was still dazed even after hanging up the phone. Where did this boyfriend come from? Wang Ruiqi peeked her head from outside Wen Qing's bedroom, cautiously, saying, Xiao Qing, I might have. Wen Qing slowly turned her head, looking at Wang Ruiqi's guilty expression, a sense of foreboding already creeping into her heart. What's wrong? Wang Ruiqi forced a smile, her grin more pitiful than a cry, her voice barely a whisper. I took a photo of Cheng Sun yesterday and accidentally included him. Wen Qing abruptly stood up, exclaiming, what? Wang Ruiqi instinctively took a half step back, her speech immediately speeding up, but I explained to my mom right away. I called her to explain. Wen Qing stepped towards the doorway, asking as she walked, what did you say? Seeing Wen Qing's fierce demeanor, Wang Ruiqi shrank her neck weakly, saying, I said Cheng Sun is our landlord, though. He looks very handsome and has good conditions. He's just your junior brother, and they haven't started dating yet. Having said that in one breath, Wang Ruiqi hurriedly turned and ran towards her room. Wang Ruiqi, are you trying to die? Wen Qing leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Wang Ruiqi's neck. Wang Ruiqi, feeling guilty, could only let Wen Qing push her down onto the floor. While she pounded the ground, she wailed, I'm sorry, Xiao Qing. I didn't mean to. Help. Chu Yanxi raised his wine glass, letting out a light snort, without even lifting his eyelids. Cheng Sun leaned closer to Chu Yanxi and asked, not enough fun. Chu Yanxi didn't even glance at him, raising his hand to down the colorful drink in one gulp. Let's go, I'm done drinking, it's meaningless. Where to? What? You want to go somewhere? Me? Cheng Sun deliberately elongated his tone. I'm taking you home. Not going home, I'm going to Vivian's place. Chu Yanxi supported his head with his left hand and lazily waved his right hand at him. You can go. Why do you act like a heartless woman wanting to kick someone out as soon as you're done? What do you want then? Should I throw a bunch of money at you? That would be entirely unnecessary. Next time try it again when you're not wearing stockings. After saying this, Cheng Sun stood up and took a small step back. To his surprise this time, Chu Yanxi didn't hit him, but rather looked at him seriously for a moment. Cheng Sun, you need to work harder, okay? Cheng Sun could sense the emotion behind Chu Yanxi's words. He paused for a few seconds, sat back on the armrest of the sofa, hesitated, and then looked at her face. Lyra, may I ask you a very personal question? Chu Yanxi blinked, and before he could ask, she directly answered, I've never had a boyfriend. Hey, are you serious? Chu Yanxi lightly sighed. Girls from families like ours take this very seriously. But there are so many rich girls who fall in love without thinking. She shook her head, explaining very few, most are looking to leverage their children's marriages for some capital gain. She paused, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. The price of different situations varies, there's always a... Then how much do you price yourself? Chung Sun asked bluntly, almost cruelly. Chu Yanxi remained. She turned her face, fixing her gaze on the band on stage, leaving him with a tense profile. Watching Chu Yanxi's stubborn silhouette, Chung Sun felt he still had to say a few words, how much she would take, and depended on her own willingness. You're too clever, next time you can act a bit more foolish. Wrap your ambitions in sweetness, and naturally people will rush to you. Also, there's no need to expose your true goals, conceal your light, and nurture your strength, deceive the heavens, and cross the sea, create a diversion while attacking from the east. Alright. Chu Yanxi pushed him slightly. Are you here to teach me a lesson? It's too pretentious. Chung Sun chuckled and said nonchalantly, I just think your legs look quite nice, so I wanted to remind you sincerely. After saying this, he tilted his head towards the door. I brought you a gift from Sichuan, come with me to pick it up. Chu Yanxi lazily got up and stretched. Let's go then. Passing the bar, Chu Yanxi ignored Vivian's playful gaze. Chung Sun, not wanting to leave, directly smiled at Vivian. The wine is quite good and the atmosphere is nice. They'll be coming often in the future. Vivian took a large red business card from the drawer and pushed it across the bar top to Chung Sun. Chung Sun took it and saw it was a rather well-designed card. Rui Weiwei, oil painter, artist, manager, bar owner. Wow, quite a mixed bag. Sister Weiwei is indeed a versatile talent. Chung Sun pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the card, then waved his phone at Vivian. Vivian waved goodbye as she watched Chung Sun leave the store. Chu Yanxi stood by the car, arms crossed, constantly stomping her feet. Don't let that old woman charm you, or you won't have a good outcome. What? Are you jealous? Nonsense, just keep your distance from her. Do you know what those repeated names mean? What do they mean? Look it up yourself, don't provoke just anyone when you're out and about. Chung Sun smirked, retrieving the gift box from the trunk and handed it to Chu Yanxi. Why are there so many? It's a matter of reciprocity, not too much. Alright, call for a designated driver. It's cold outside, let's go inside. Bye. Chung Sun ordered a designated driver from the app and stood by the roadside. Looking through the glass at the store, Chu Yanxi sat at the bar with the box, resting her head on her hand in the most corner position. What a complex woman. She has direct ambitions, but hasn't learned how to utilize and control them. Ironically, that exposed ambition will be her greatest obstacle on her path to power. This is also the reason Chung Sun always felt a sense of estrangement during their previous encounters. She subconsciously treated every opportunity she encountered as a stepping stone, often appearing very utilitarian. Yet this utilitarianism often causes her to miss many opportunities. It's quite a contradiction, isn't it? That's why Chung Sun, feeling bored, specifically came to have a drink with her, wanting to explore her true character. If it were anyone else, once they sensed her utilitarian nature, they would often keep their distance. If this habit isn't changed, Chu Yanxi will never catch a suitor who meets her expectations and requirements. At least not Chung Sun. A charity act once is enough. Moreover, that time with Liu Xiaorui only cost 200, which is quite a good deal. Thinking of Liu Xiaorui, Chung Sun felt a rush of heat. He pulled out Liu Xiaorui's WeChat and sent a message. Would you like to come to Huhai for some fun? After sending it, Chung Sun glanced at the time and realized it was already almost 1 o'clock. Liu Xiaorui was probably asleep. Just as he put down his phone, the designated driver arrived on a small vehicle. Boss, which car? Chung Sun pointed to the SVJ and then handed the keys to the designated driver. The driver didn't take them, saying, Boss, I'm not really comfortable driving this. It's easy to drive. Just leave your little electric car here, and I'll give you extra money to take a taxi back later. Alright, I really haven't driven this before, I'm a bit excited, haha. The designated driver rubbed his hands together, starting up the cold car to warm it up. Then the driver pointed to the action camera hanging on his chest and asked, Boss, sometimes when I take orders I film some videos to post on Douyin, would you mind if I film your car? Chung Sun waved his hand, don't film me, let's go. The driver thanked him and pressed the record button, checking. It was probably more about filming the car's exterior. After getting in, the driver obviously became excited, resting his hand on the steering wheel and looking around. Bro, what model is this car? Chung Sun wiped his face, the wind outside had clearly gotten to him. Hearing the driver's question, Chung Sun casually replied, Lamborghini SVJ 63. How much does it cost? It looks really expensive. Not too bad, over 10 million. Chung Sun said, half closing his eyes as he watched the driver start the car and slowly merge onto the main road. Wow, that's impressive, the driver exclaimed, taking a noticeable gasp. Bro, can I ask what you do for a living? Chung Sun couldn't be bothered to answer, simply stating, flexible employment personnel. Haha, bro, you're really funny. The driver, seeing Chung Sun unwilling to elaborate, didn't continue the conversation. The journey was smooth, and the driver successfully parked the $1 million supercar in the garage of Jingan Tianyu. "Bro, can I take a picture?" Chung Sun took the keys, casually waved his hand. "Go ahead and take it." Then he pulled out his phone. "They'll scan you 50 for your taxi fare." "No need, bro, you won't get this kind of material for 5,000 anyway." "Hey, this kid is no fool." Chung Sun returned home and quickly washed up before soon falling into a deep slumber. In Vivian's apartment, Chu Yanci and Rui Weiwei were sprawled on the sofa in disarray. "Lyra, is this the target you have chosen?" Chu Yanci's eyes were clear, showing no signs of inebriation. Her lips curled into a sharp smile as she spoke lazily. "Let's give it a try." "Give it a try? Be careful not to end up completely taken advantage of and regret it later." Chu Yanci did not respond, but instead recalled the tingling sensation on her legs. Perhaps. In Jingan Tianyu 1802, when Qing lay on her bed, gazing out at the Suzhou River, feeling an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Her parents' constant urging for marriage was already bothersome, and now, with Wang Weiqi, stirring up trouble, peace was hard to come by. In fact, Chung Sun wasn't bad at all. Why not give it a try? And Shuda Lu Xiaorui had just gotten up to use the restroom when she saw Chung Sun's. Instantly, she found herself in a deep quandary. She desperately wanted to buy a ticket and rush to Chung Sun's side to curl up in his warm embrace. However, her advisor had already sent her several messages reminding her to return to school promptly. Thinking of Lu Shi, who seemed carefree, but was actually quite meticulous inside. These past few days she had been asking about whether she and Chung Sun had gone out together, and Shudu, her words dripping with subtle tests. "When are we going to Huhai?" At Qingyue Xingha Entertainment Company, Xia Ning had just exited the company's recording studio, holding a cup of coffee while standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. This new song still did not meet her expectations. Or rather, it did not meet the expectations of her fans. If only Teacher Chung were here, he would surely have a good solution. Teacher Chung should have returned right. He even said he had brought her gifts. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? In the old city of Suzhou, the autumn night illuminated the small street with moonlight as a woman stood quietly by the window. Beneath her lightly arched brows, a pair of apricot eyes sparkled brilliantly, their corners gently drooping, carrying a touch of soft yearning. Her long hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading down her neck and shoulders, bathed in a layer of silvery soft light from the moonlight seeping in. She wore an apricot-colored cashmere long shirt with a lightweight cardigan draped loosely over her shoulders. The evening breeze slipped through the window cracks, gently lifting the hem of her clothing. She gazed at the full moon as fragments of past memories surged uncontrollably into her mind. "Are you doing well?" Across the ocean in Silicon Valley, Tong Yushi stepped out of the office preparing to have lunch. Just moments ago, her boss had spoken to her, hoping she could make a trip to Huhai soon to investigate a startup AI company named Qinxing Technology. Huhai she hadn't returned in 5 years. 5 years. That man hadn't sent her a single message or made a he truly heartless. "You said you would definitely succeed. You better not let me down." In Qinxing Technology's office, Lu Xingyue lifted her head, gazing at the brightly lit office, momentarily lost in thought. Through the connections of an old classmate, she had submitted a business proposal to an established AI firm in Silicon Valley, hoping for their investment. The other party agreed to send people for an inspection within 2 months. Lu Xingyue ordered her company's development team to enter a state of readiness, ensuring the new version's iteration was completed within a month. The AI knowledge base model product they were working on could provide precise, traceable answers by reading private real-time documents. By utilizing a unique algorithm, it achieved reduced resource consumption, faster inference speeds, and more accurate vector matching, currently leading similar products by over 40 in overall performance. Lu Xingyue rubbed her eyes, her lips moving slightly. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Upon waking the next day, Chung Sun's first order of business was to collect his delivery. The computer components he had ordered the previous night were neatly stacked outside his door, forming a small mountain of cardboard boxes. He hauled all the boxes inside, and with a crisp snip of the scissors, the unboxing officially began. As a veteran programmer who had graduated with a computer science degree 5 years ago, Chung Sun suddenly realized, while facing this pile of parts, that his knowledge base had become severely outdated. He flipped through the manual, then held up the radiator back and forth several times, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. After a bit of a struggle, he decisively opened Bilibili, searched for the most popular peak building tutorial, and watched it through twice with focused attention. Closing the video and picking up the screwdriver again, his hands finally found their rhythm. An hour later, he successfully powered it on. High purity bliss activity DIY PC building detected. Critical hit reward triggered. Critical hit reward compulsory offer card stored in system inventory usage guide. Whatever I desire shall fall into my hands. Hutching Sun paused his work. This time it's giving me an item. He clicked on the details and meticulously read through the description of the compulsory offer card, his mouth slightly agape. Shock was an understatement for what he felt. By simply filling in the specific property target and the transacting parties on the card, a transaction could be forcibly generated. This target could be a house, shares of a company, or even a piece of land or a mineral vein. The lower limit of the transaction price was 10 of the fair market value, and the upper limit could be stretched to 1. In other words, Chung Sun could snap up any industry at a bargain price of 10% or force sell his own assets at 10 times their value. The transacting parties didn't necessarily have to be himself. If he took a disliking to any company, he could use this card to package and sell its most core assets to its competitors. Of course, in that case, Chung Sun wouldn't get the money. He swallowed hard. System, isn't this just legalized? The system, as usual, ignored him. Collecting himself, Chung Sun began the finer tasks after the build, managing the back cables, installing the operating system, and tweaking the lighting. This took another 2 hours. Wang Weiqi brought him lunch, setting it on the table with chopsticks neatly arranged. Are you the only one home? Where's senior sister? Chung Sun asked between mouthfuls. Xiaoqing went back to school. She's teaching a general course today. Oh, how's your novel coming along? Are you making any money? Wang Weiqi pouted. So. Hearing this, Chung Sun didn't press further, suspecting the results weren't. After lunch, Chung Sun continued fine-tuning his new computer. He disliked the garish, flashy rainbow lighting, finding it too tacky. He adjusted all the lights to white, which was much more pleasing to the eye. After installing various professional software, he began processing the material from his entire trip. Most of the photos from the journey had been edited on the go, so there wasn't much backlog. He had also cut 7 or 8 short clips, each one garnering around 100,000 likes on Douyin. What pleasantly surprised Chung Sun was that official cultural tourism accounts had started to repost his videos. His account, a 30-year-old's travelogue, had quietly amassed over 400,000 followers. While waiting for the material to copy, Chung Sun sank comfortably into his expensive ergonomic chair, scrolled through his phone, and watched short videos. A car that looked incredibly familiar flashed across the screen. Hey, wasn't that his SVJ63? Checking the account, it was indeed the designated driver from last night. Chung Sun watched the entire video. The driver hadn't captured his face and had even voice changed the audio. However, the license plate was visible in the middle. Amused, Chung Sun opened the comments section, ready to bask in the admiration. But the top-rated comment made, "Come on, bro. Buying a fifth-hand SVJ and putting a decal on it doesn't make it a 63. Scrolling down, the comments were a heated debate. Indeed. As far as I know, there are number 63s with blue plates. They all have Hong Kong or Macau plates. Wait, even if it's a modified regular SVJ, isn't it still 8 or 9 million? And you guys are still running your mouths. A bunch of jealous haters, case closed. Look at the 12-second mark in the video, the limited edition badge. Laugh after you see it. Haha, 64 out of 63. The owner has a sense of humor. What does 64 out of 63? It means it's limited to 63 units. And this is the 64th one. Chung Sun scrolled casually, not taking any of it to heart. Getting upset with these keyboard warriors who had never even touched a real car in their lives was a sheer waste of emotion. Interacting with generous young ladies was a much better way to cultivate his character. Scrolling further through the videos, a WeChat group notification popped up. Opening it, he saw it was the college alumni group, which had been silent for ages. The counselor director Lai had shared a crowdfunding link, followed by the head of the student affairs office adding, "Please lend a helping hand within your means." Chung Sun clicked the link and skimmed through it. It turned out that his direct junior's father was seriously ill. He had been meaning to ask Director Lai something anyway, so he opened a private chat and sent a message, "Director, can you find me a student who can do UI design?" Those who often did freelance work knew that for some less critical tasks, hiring students was both cheap and efficient. Of course, that was only if the student was reliable, and students recommended by the counselor were usually not a problem. Director Lai replied quickly, "How many do you need?" "Just one. It's all copying and tweaking anyway, so an experienced hand will do." "Then let it be her, Shui Lin from the class of 2022. The crowdfunding link I just sent is for her family." A WeChat contact card was pushed over. Seeing the name, Chung Sun frowned slightly and asked, "Can she code?" "She's a front-end developer, and her UI is quite good too. She's been working on horizontal projects with Professor Hu." "Great, thanks, Director." Chung Sun immediately sent a friend request to Shui Lin with a straightforward note recommended by Director Lai. "Got a gig, interested?" He glanced at his computer. The material had finished transferring. Without further delay, Chung Sun began to organize everything meticulously. By evening, Chung Sun had finalized the timeline and price with Shui Lin, 20 days to replicate Luckin Coffee's UI with some brand-aligned modifications for a total of 5,000 yuan. Shui Lin readily agreed, and Chung Sun, not one to procrastinate, immediately transferred a 3,000 yuan deposit. Shui Lin then sent another message, "Senior, are you hiring any part-timers?" "What year are you in now?" "I'm from the class of 2022, a senior now." "No internship?" "No, I was working in Professor Hu's project group, but I felt the pay was too low. I want to find a part-time job to tide me over and also make it easier to take care of my family. Okay, do you know the Jingon Carry Center near the Jingon Temple Station on Line 7? I know it. I have a branch store there. You can start by helping out there. Once the mini program is delivered, you'll be in charge of the company's online service operations. The part-time intern rate is 240 yuan a day and the IT operations rate is 350 a day. Is that okay? Shui Lin's reply was almost instantaneous, her enthusiasm palpable even through the screen. Thank you, boss. They'll go to the store tomorrow to report. Finish the UI first before going to the store. They'll let the store manager know, just go straight there. Oh, and you'll need to get a health certificate. Okay. He thought for a moment and added, if you have any close friends who are hardworking and want a part-time job, they can come too. Our Wukong Road store is also short-staffed, same pay. Great. They'll contact the store manager directly then. Chung Sun put down his phone and rubbed his neck. Helping out a little was easy, and besides, the store really did need the staff. At the same moment, in the chairman's office of Jinyao Group, Chu Ruihong had just hung up the phone. He rested his elbows on the expansive desk, interlocking his fingers under his chin, his gaze cold and composed. The office of Rui Airlines had just reported abnormal trading data today. The overall turnover rate had soared to 8, a full 7 percentage points higher than the daily average. Consequently, the stock price fluctuated violently throughout the day until the final minutes of trading, when a single massive buy order sealed it at the daily limit, closing at 14.23 yuan. There were no positive catalysts in the news, and within the entire aviation sector, only Rui Airlines exhibited such a bizarre trend. This was not normal. On the phone just now, Chu Ruihong had instructed the board secretary to find a suitable reason to apply to the China Securities Depository and Clearing Corporation for a review of the shareholder register. He needed to know just who was pulling strings behind the scenes. A little past 6, when Qing picked up some deli food on her way back to Jingon Tianyu. Wang Ruiqi had already cooked rice at home, so when Qing could eat as soon as she arrived. She called Chung Sun on WeChat, and he didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a large bottle of NFC juice from the fridge and strolling over. The atmosphere at the dinner table was off. Chung Sun picked up a slice of spicy beef with pepper and glanced at Wen Qing across from him. Senior, why are you so preoccupied today? Wang Ruiqi kept her head down, holding her bowl, trembling in silence. Wen Qing set her chopsticks on the bowl, her lips moving as if she wanted to speak, but held back. Chung Sun put down his chopsticks, his tone deliberately casual. If something's bothering you, talk to us. Maybe we can figure out a good solution together. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Qing said, my advisor wants me to give first authorship of a paper to a junior fellow. I don't want to. He hinted that if I don't comply, he might prevent me from graduating on time. Wang Ruiqi sighed in relief upon hearing it wasn't about a boyfriend. Thank goodness. Wait, no. Wang Ruiqi slammed her bowl heavily on the table, her palm striking the surface with a bang that made the chopsticks jump. Who is it? How dare they bully my little Qing? Wen Qing reached out and patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Chung Sun frowned after hearing this. Does your advisor hold any administrative position? He's the vice dean of the college, Wen Qing replied softly. When were you originally set to graduate? Next June. When are you submitting the paper? Around New Year's. Chung Sun's brow furrowed deeper. That late? Is this paper a requirement for your graduation? Wen Qing shook her head and explained. Actually, no. I've already met the minimum requirements for graduation. It's just that this paper is being submitted to a top-tier conference in the vision field, so I've been optimizing it. I'm mainly worried he'll hold up my thesis. Chung Sun thought for a moment and said to Wen Qing, well, don't refuse outright for now. Just stall. Send me your advisor's info, and I'll make some discreet inquiries on my end. Wen Qing's eyes lit up at this, but she still hesitated. Would this cause you trouble? Chung Sun gave a faint smile. It's a small matter. Don't worry. He didn't have a concrete plan yet, but he trusted that Brother Tongzi would surely refresh something useful for him. Worst case, even spending some money could get this done. Chung Sun didn't believe that a vice dean who steals a student's first authorship could be anything good. Couldn't this be settled with 100,000? For that amount, he might even buy the guy's materials, and then the team would naturally come together. After dinner, Chung Sun didn't linger and strolled back to 1801. He had already arranged with Wang Ruiqi to check on WeChat if he was home before cooking. For this, Chung Sun decided to reduce their rent by 200 per month and immediately refunded 2 months' rent, November and December, to Wang Ruiqi for groceries. Wang Ruiqi happily agreed. 2,000 a month for meals was a great deal. After all, from her observation, Chung Sun probably only ate at home half the time. After showering, Chung Sun collapsed on the sofa and casually started a movie. The images flickered on the wall, but he wasn't watching. He just needed some background noise. He was pondering something. As his assets piled up, did he truly have the capability to protect this fortune? Though he was now worth 2 billion, he was still in essence a nobody without background or status. Wen Qing's situation had sounded an alarm for him. Some people could be bought off with money, but others, you couldn't even shove cash their way. You needed status, weight, a title that made anyone think twice before moving against you. He needed to secure a few titles like representative, committee member, association president, or board director of a listed company. He currently held a 4.9% stake in Rui Airlines. As the third largest shareholder and the largest individual shareholder, could he get a seat on the board? Chung Sun decided to work toward this goal. He got up, sat at his desk, took a blank sheet of paper, and began sketching. To secure a board seat, a shareholder vote was needed. His 4.9% stake only allowed him to propose a special shareholder meeting. If the board refused to convene it, he had no recourse. Moreover, with his current resume, had never passed the vote. But if he first reached an agreement with Jinyao Group, their 46% stake plus his 4.9% would secure his election. Of course, whether a 26-year-old with no aviation experience becoming a director would cause stock price volatility was beyond his control. So how could he win over Jinyao Group to support his board seat? He'd have to offer an interest exchange they couldn't. For example, approval rights for popular routes, the ability to buy a batch of new planes cheaply, or to sell off old planes slated for grounding at a high price. Unfortunately, he had no idea what Jinyao needed. He couldn't just go talk to Chu Ruiheng face-to-face, could he? Maybe he could ask Chu Yanxi to snoop around. Chung Sun still held a trump card, a mandatory offer card. If Jinyao could afford it, he could even help, or maybe he could acquire Chu Yanxi's second brother's shares. At a 90% discount, it would only cost 360 million. If he liquidated his Minxing Bank shares, he could afford it. But as an outsider, barging into a family business like that would be too aggressive. It could lead to strategic misjudgments on their part, turning a good thing bad. Chung Sun pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Yanxi. It rang several times before being picked up. A grumpy voice came through. Hello? What do you want? Chung Sun instinctively pulled the phone from his ear and checked the screen. Yep, it clearly showed Chu Yanxi. He put the phone back to his ear. Did you swallow a gun? No. What's up? Oh, just asking. Does Jinyao Group have any special strategic plans lately, like wanting to acquire something? The other end went silent with only the sound of footsteps. After a door closed, Chu Yanxi's voice returned. I don't know the specifics. My dad's in a bad mood tonight, really angry, so I don't dare ask him. What's wrong? Why's he mad? Seems like there was an anomaly with the stock of one of the subsidiary companies. Chung Sun narrowed his eyes. Could it be because of him? His 4.9% stake being traded in a single day might indeed have some impact on the stock's performance. So you're taking it out on me? Chung Sun asked. So what exactly do you want to know? Chu Yanxi deflected. I just want to know if the group has anything it's wanted to do but hasn't managed yet. Chu Yanxi chuckled. Sure does. The group has always wanted a bank. Chung Sun frowned. Don't you already have Ruihua Bank? Private banks have too many restrictions. They can't operate nationwide. Chung Sun clicked his tongue and let out a cold laugh. Your family's ambitions are pretty big. Ruihua isn't enough for you. Chu Yanxi didn't comment, only leaving it. If Jinyao Group wants actual control, only Minxing or Zhishang would fit. They have no controlling share. The group does hold some Minxing shares, but not many. One more thing. Is this for your dad or the group? The group, of course. My dad doesn't have that kind of capability. Chung Sun nodded to himself. This seemed like a viable bargaining chip to explore. Suddenly something fell off, and he quickly asked, wait, I almost forgot. Minxing Bank has a market cap of 150 billion. Controlling it would require 30 of shares, but your entire Jinyao Group is worth only 60 billion. Isn't that a joke? Chu Yanxi sighed lightly. One step at a time. After receiving the information provided by Chu Yanxi, Chung Sun began to seriously consider the feasibility of this route. He searched for the current shareholder situation of the Minxing Bank, and finally focused on Shiyuzhu. Shiyuzhu holds 3/15 of the shares of Minxing Bank through a company called Huhai Jiante and holds 1/63 of the shares on Hong Kong Island through the Alpha Company registered in the Cayman Islands. This accounts for 4/78 of the total share capital. Unfortunately, Chung Sun's mandatory tender offer can only be used for one target at a time, so he can only temporarily focus on the 3/15 shares held by Jiante Company. Based on the current price, these 3/15 shares are worth 725 billion yuan. In other words, Chung Sun only needs to spend 472.5 million to acquire them. Adding to the 100 million shares he already owns, he would then have a total of 378 of the shares. However, there is one problem. Shiyuzhu is a non-executive director of Minxing Bank, and any associated entity's share reduction must be disclosed in an announcement, which means he will need to wait at least 15 days to obtain these shares. Of course, there is one major issue. He still lacks 500 million yuan. However, this is not a big problem. Let's not forget that Chung Sun also has 4/9 of Rui Airlines stock. As long as he pledges the stocks with a brokerage's pledge rate of 45, he can finance 600 million. Once the shares of Minxing Bank are in his hands, selling them to Jinyao Group could yield 5 billion. That's a profit of 4.5 billion. Isn't this a direct path to success? The plan is beautiful, but all depends on whether Chu Rueheng is willing to buy. Even if he is not, there are plenty of people who would. After all, these shares are enough to rank among the top 6 shareholders. However, there are some minor issues. Once he obtains the shares, it would be like a child holding gold in the market, a bit dangerous. Chung Sun needs to plan carefully. For now, he can only wait quietly for Chu Rueheng to contact him. As for now, he might as well go out for a stroll. He heard that driving a supercar would automatically refresh the ladies in the passenger seat, so Chung Sun decided to verify this. After changing into a new outfit, he drove out in his SVJ. Checking the time, it was 9:30 p.m., and Chung Sun wasn't very familiar with where to find high-quality ladies. So he directly called Lin Shufan. After hanging up, Chung Sun drove to Wanfu Road. He found a spot to park the car by the roadside, then opened the window and started scrolling through his phone. Actually, Chung Sun wasn't there to fish, he just wanted to conduct a small social experiment. However, before he could encounter a beautiful woman, a young man with a round face and a flashy outfit approached. "Hello, handsome." Chung Sun glanced over, and upon seeing the white socks, hurriedly prepared to close the window. What bad luck. The young man, however, persisted, knocking on the car door. Chung Sun sighed and opened the window a crack. "Is there something you need?" Chung Sun asked impatiently. "Is this car yours, handsome?" Chung Sun immediately shook his head. "No." "Oh, you misunderstood." The young man paused for a moment and quickly explained. Upon hearing the tone of his voice, Chung Sun felt he had misunderstood. Not at all. He saw the young man waving to the street, and then a cool girl wearing a leather jacket and sporting messy braids. Chung Sun took a deep breath and thought to himself, wow, such extravagant play. The cool girl glanced at Chung Sun's car, then bent down and said to him, "We have a club track event at the International Racetrack tomorrow. Interested in taking a lap?" "Oh, a track. You should know I possess extreme driving skills at driving at speed limits in the city." Chung Sun suddenly became interested, even more so than his earlier aversion to the round-faced young man. "Which club are you from?" The young man replied immediately, "We are from the SSCC Supercar Club. Are you interested, handsome?" "I'm interested in the track, but not so much in the club." The girl laughed heartily and said to Chung Sun, "Come have some fun, who knows, you might find it interesting." Chung Sun simply opened the car door and climbed out to stretch his body. "How do I register?" "Add me on WeChat and take a photo of the vehicle's registration certificate. Then it's best to purchase a track damage insurance beforehand along with personal accident insurance." While speaking, the cool girl pulled out her phone from her back pocket and opened the WeChat QR code. Chung Sun discreetly glanced at the girl. She had a pretty nice figure. "What about the costs?" "The club covers the expenses. You don't need to pay anything extra. I'm a member, so I can bring someone in." Chung Sun scanned the girl's code and suddenly asked, "How do you prove you're from that CC club and not just trying to scam my WeChat?" The girl chuckled a couple of times and then opened a mini program that displayed an electronic membership card. Chung Sun leaned in to look closely, and the name section read Rin Xioi with a matching photo. He nodded and continued to ask, "What time? How do we gather?" Rin Xioi was busy operating her phone while quickly answering, "I'll send you a coupon in a bit. You'll need to scan it for entry, and once inside, look for Pit House No. 24. The Pit House is usually the maintenance and command center for the racing teams, and Chung Sun knew this. The club booked the entire Shanghai Raceway, and they even reserved the Pit House, which surprised Chung Sun. It seemed like a high-level event. As soon as Rin Xioi finished speaking, Chung Sun received the invitation she sent. "Just click and fill in your personal and vehicle information. If you're bringing a trailer, you also need to input the trailer." Chung Sun nodded while clicking on the invitation. "Okay, got it." The girl put her phone back into her back pocket and waved goodbye to Chung Sun. Then it settled, "See you tomorrow." Chung Sun waved back, "See you tomorrow." The round-faced young man also waved to Chung Sun, "Goodbye, handsome." Chung Sun smiled slightly, "Haha, goodbye." Watching the two leave, Chung Sun felt a bit thirsty and decided to buy a bottle of water from a convenience store on the street. As he walked out with a bottle of Dongfang Shai, he heard a sweet call. Chung Sun. Upon turning back, it was none other than the JK girl Su Ranxin. Since their last encounter at Hunglong Plaza, they hadn't met in person again. However, Su Ranxin often chatted with Chung Sun on WeChat frequently, sending him photos of herself in various JK uniforms for his appraisal. "Hello, little Su." Chung Sun waved with a smile. Tonight, Su Ranxin was still in a JK uniform, but she wore matte black tights and had a knitted vest over her long-sleeve uniform. The girl trotted a couple of steps and bounced in front of Chung Sun, revealing a sweet smile. "Long time no see. It's true it's been a month since we last met. Are you out shopping?" The girl pointed to a dessert shop not far away. "Yes, I came out to shop with my best friend. I didn't expect to run into you." "Yes, how coincidental." At that moment, the roadside suddenly became noisy as crowds surged towards the same place. Chung Sun leaned forward to take a look. "What's happening?" "Look, those people are holding green items. They might be fans." "Who?" Just as he asked, several burly girls suddenly squeezed past them. One of the girls, a Lolita-style tank, almost knocked Su Ranxin to the ground with an elbow. Chung Sun quickly stepped forward to pull the girl and wrapping her in his arms. As more people rushed forward, he had to tightly protect Su Ranxin, slowly moving to the side with the flow of the crowd. By the wall of a coffee shop, Chung Sun maintained his earlier posture. The girl, now safe, looked up. When she did so, Chung Sun inadvertently caught a glimpse of delicate skin through a button that had been pushed open. While quite impressive, the street was bustling with people. His so fair. The girl's outfit was really white. Detected high purity, joyful behavior, Snow White, triggering critical reward. Critical reward: 20 original love songs, transferring to memory. Usage guide: here's a simple little love song for you. Chung Sun had no time to care about the random rewards, quietly enjoying the moment. Seeing Chung Sun's absorbed expression, the girl followed his gaze to herself and realized something was amiss. She hurriedly broke free from Chung Sun's embrace, instinctively covering her neckline. The top button was already missing, leaving her to adjust her outfit awkwardly. Chung Sun remained silent, watching the star-chasing girls with interest. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Su Ranxin tugged at Chung Sun's sleeve. "Brother, do you want to go for a late-night snack?" It was too chaotic here. Chung Sun wasn't fond of it. He shook his head. "No, I think I'll head back. I have some things to do this evening." Su Ranxin displayed a disappointed expression. "All right then, brother, you should go quickly. Let's meet up next time when you're free." Looking at Su Ranxin's little expression, Chung Sun reached out to ruffle her hair gently. "Next time I'll bring you a signed photo of Xiaoning." Su Ranxin's eyes lit up as she looked up at Chung Sun with bright, sparkling eyes. Really? Really? What message do you want? Can I even request a message? You and Xia really know each other, right? Chung Sun smiled mysteriously and then pulled out his phone, showing Su Ranxin a photo of him with Xiaoning. "Wow, a solo photo. Brother, how did you manage that?" Chung Sun didn't reply, continuing to ask, "So what blessing do you want Xiaoning to write for you?" "Then wish for Su Ranxin to become rich soon." All right. Are you trying to push me over?" He quickly adjusted his pants. "Sure, no problem. I'll remember that." "Thank you, brother. Then you take your time." Get back home, Chung Sun finally had time to look over the reward he just received. What is 20 original love songs? Chung Sun mentally went through each song one by one. The 20 love songs varied in style, encompassing the anxiety of secret crushes, the melancholy of breakups, the fervor of passionate love, and the simplicity of companionship. While listening in his mind, Chung Sun analyzed with his unparalleled music theory skills. They were all great songs. He smirked to himself. "I'll give Xiaoning a few of these. Won't this girl thank me profusely?" He installed a composition software on his computer, beginning to transcribe the melodies in his mind into sheet music. Not far away, on the second floor of a dessert shop, 3 youthful girls cornered Su Ranxin, who had just returned. "Speak. Come clean. Don't think you can get away with this." "Xiao Xinxin, I see you're not honest at all. We all saw it. The older brother drove a Lamborghini." Tisk, losing a button after going out. Was it that intense? Su Ranxin blinked and quietly said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. He's just an older brother I met." On November 4th, with the autumn sky clear and clouds absent, Chung Sun pulled aside the curtains and sunlight poured in. Today was track day, and he moved through his morning routine at double his usual speed. He went downstairs to start the matte gray SVJ. The V12 engine lazily hummed, causing the entire garage to resonate. After grabbing a simple breakfast at McDonald's, Chung Sun drove towards the Shanghai International Circuit. The invitation stated that entry was before 9:30. This event was quite grand, featuring a buffet lunch, track experiences in the morning, a tuning salon, and a charity auction in the afternoon. However, these activities were of concern only to club members. Chung Sun was merely an outsider wanting to experience the track. As for joining the club, to be honest, Chung Sun kept his distance. He wasn't involved in private equity, didn't deal with any fund management, and had no need to follow a group of wealthy second-generation individuals. As he neared the circuit, luxury cars began to appear more frequently on the road. After verifying his identity in the car, Chung Sun smoothly made his way to the paddock, room 24. Just as he parked his car in the vacant spot, he saw Ren Xiui leading a group of young people walking towards him. "Wow, SVJ." A young man with long hair circled around the car, nodding at Chung Sun. Chung Sun nodded back and then greeted Ren Xiui, saying, "Hello, Xiui." "Hello, Chung Sun. Let me introduce you to a few friends." After saying that, Ren Xiui introduced several friends to Chung Sun, merely stating their surnames, given names, and the cars they drove. However, he didn't mention anything about their workplaces or family situations. In room 24, besides Chung Sun, there were 5 others, 3 men and 2 women. Ren Xiui drove a pink Ferrari F8 Tributo. Another girl, quiet and reserved, named Xiaoyi, had an Aston Martin DBS. The long-haired guy, who was called Rui Good, drove a Ferrari SF90. Another short-haired young man, named An, drove a Lamborghini Huracan STO. Finally, there was a Porsche 911 Turbos driven by a chubby boy named Jiahong. After a brief introduction, Chung Sun suddenly realized that the small, round-faced girl from last night hadn't shown up. So he asked Ren Xiui, "What about her?" Oh, she went to a hotel with her boyfriend and hasn't gotten up yet. I don't know if she'll come in the afternoon, Rin Xiui replied casually. Chung Sun felt it was unnecessary to ask further. He looked at Rin Qi's small dreadlocks and curiosity bubbled up. By the way, is your friend a little gay? You wouldn't be a little lesbian, would you? Rin Xiui smiled mysteriously and flicked his braids, saying guess. Chung Sun chuckled and shook his head, putting his hands together. Respect. Blessings. Rin Xiui, with his hands in his pockets, didn't bother to reply, the corners of his mouth still holding a playful curve. After a while, a voice came through the intercom. Please gather the vehicles that will go on track in the morning by groups, and each group will run 3 laps first. Chung Sun was a bit puzzled. Usually track time was calculated in sessions of 15 minutes regardless of how many laps were run. Why here did each group only get to run 3 laps? Before he could ask, Rin Xiui immediately stood up and clapped his hands. We are in the 3rd group, so listen to my commands later. First, we need to change into our outfits. Chung Sun, I borrowed a racing suit and helmet for you, go try them on. After saying this, he led Chung Sun to a corner and pointed at a neatly stacked set of gear. It should fit you, give it a try. Chung Sun had indeed not considered the gear aspect, so he sincerely thanked Rin Xiui and began to put it on. The clothes were slightly tight, but fit snugly, and the helmet didn't wobble or pinch when secured. He moved his shoulders a bit, thinking that wearing this actually felt quite fitting. The group got in their cars, driving from the pit area to the starting grid. This group, apart from Rin Xiui and the 6 others, had a few other cars lined up together. Chung Sun tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the engine behind him rumbled, the deep and resonant sound filling the cabin. This car had finally reached a place to truly unleash its power. As the green light illuminated, he pressed down on the throttle. The Lamborghini SVJ shot onto the track, the force pushing him back into the seat, his head firmly pressed against the headrest. The first lap was mainly for Chung Sun to familiarize himself with the track. Although he had looked at the detailed map beforehand, the curves on paper were entirely different from actually driving on them. As he drove, he mentally marked the braking points and apex positions, carefully controlling the throttle. By the 2nd lap, Chung Sun began to push harder, testing various limits. He intentionally delayed the braking point for the first turn by half a second. The rear of the car swayed slightly, but he tightened his wrist and stabilized it again. That feeling of having everything under control surged from his fingertips to the crown of his head, and Chung Sun grinned widely. The roar of the engine relentlessly assaulted his adrenal glands, each wave of sound crashing against his chest. This was what driving truly felt like. Exhilarating. Detected high purity pleasure behavior, track passion, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, 3 great car gift pack, will arrive in 7 days during transport. User guide, did you feel the thrill of speed, young man? By the 3rd lap, Chung Sun had completely let go. At 7,000 RPMs, as he shifted gears, the moment the paddle moved, the tachometer jumped sharply and his heart raced in sync. He could clearly feel where the tires reached their limits, pushing the car right to that edge as he entered the turn. Each time he exited a turn at full throttle, it felt like electricity was zipping through his spine, goosebumps rising in waves all over him. This sensation was deeply exhilarating, 100 times better than flying. As he crossed the finish line, Chung Sun let out an excited shout from within the car. He gradually slowed down, his fingertips lightly tapping on the steering wheel, savoring the afterglow. He really didn't want to get out. The entrance to the pit area was right in front of him, and he sighed, signaling to turn in. The car came to a stop, and he turned off the engine. Chung Sun stayed in the driver's seat for 10 more seconds before pushing the door open, pulling off his helmet. A strand of hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat, sticking to his skin and feeling cool. The cars from his group were far behind, and he waited for over 20 seconds before the second car finally came around. It was the Lamborghini Huracan STO. The SF90, a modified with the Assetto Fiorano package and equipped with a motor, turned out to be 2 seconds slower than the STO. The gap in performance was too great. Rin Qi's pink F8 performed adequately, placing in the middle. As for the 911 Turbo S, it could only manage the last place on the long straight at the circuit. Its performance was indeed lacking. The DBS came in last, which was expected considering it was driven by a quiet girl and a sluggish car. The owner of the STO took off his helmet, pulled off his balaclava revealing damp hair, and gave Chung Sun a thumbs up, saying, "Bro, that was incredible. You can't be a professional, right?" Chung Sun laughed and shook his head, saying, "Just a bit bold." A few people nearby gathered to look at the timer's data, their astonished expressions betraying their surprise. Some began to whisper among themselves, inquiring about the handsome guy driving the SVJ. Chung Sun casually grabbed a bottle of sports drink, carrying his helmet as he walked towards the lounge. Other groups would continue to take the track, and there essentially wouldn't be another chance to run in the morning. Rin Xiui walked excitedly beside Chung Sun, chattering away. That cool demeanor had long disappeared. Chung Sun tossed the empty bottle into a trash can, rubbed his stomach, and said to Rin Xiui, "I'm hungry. Is there food available now?" Rin Xiui was taken aback. Wasn't this person calming down too quickly? "You're hungry already?" Yep, Chung Sun replied as if it was the most natural thing. Rin Xiui smirked. Go put the helmet away. Oh, I'll take you to the restaurant. A few people returned their helmets and equipment to room P24, then headed upstairs. The buffet was arranged on the second floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the racetrack. Chung Sun piled his plate high sitting by the window, and enjoying his meal feeling quite good. The afterglow of the 3 laps still flowed through his veins, leaving him completely relaxed. Rin Xiui casually picked a few items to eat, and sat beside Chung Sun. You didn't even reduce speed at turn 7? Chung Sun was chewing on barbecued meat, and simply nodded. I watched your onboard footage. You were driving too aggressively, she frowned as she said. Chung Sun finally swallowed the barbecue, scrunching his nose in discontent. This beef is overcooked. That's a poor review. Did you record it too? Send it to me later. I want to review it. Sure, I'll send it to you on WeChat later. Your third lap time was 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Rin Xiui stared at him. You really aren't a professional driver. Chung Sun smiled. No, maybe I just have a higher talent. Just as he finished speaking, a voice floated in from behind, laced with a peculiar laughter. The one driving the SVJ must be new here. Chung Sun turned around to see 2 men approaching with coffee. One wore gold-rimmed glasses and a casual shirt, while the other sported striking green hair and an LV-printed hoodie. The green-haired guy sized up Chung Sun and leisurely said, Your skills are decent, but showing off a fake 63 is a bit low, don't you think? Chung Sun didn't even raise an eyebrow. It turned out to be a petty critic. He couldn't even muster the interest to respond. Rin Xiui leaned closer and whispered in his ear, The green-haired one is Chu Maoan, and the one in glasses is Chu Moan. They are the second generation of the Jinyao group. The one in glasses is the eldest son of Chu Ruijin. Oh, these 2 names made Chung Sun's fork pause midair. He slowly raised his head, his eyes becoming intriguing. Chung Sun set down his fork, took a napkin to wipe his mouth, and spoke in an unusually calm voice, Run 2 laps. Chu Mohan's smile froze, clearly not expecting this newcomer to challenge him directly. Chung Sun crumpled the napkin and tossed it into his plate, leaning back into his chair, looking them in the eye, and stating word by word, Whoever loses will be embarrassed. The restaurant fell silent for a moment. Chu Maoan let out a cold laugh, pulled out his phone, and made a call. All right, I happen to have a friend here too. I'll have him run with you. After saying that, the 2 walked away without looking back. Chung Sun chuckled, thinking how childish it was to call for parental support. It was neither interesting nor courageous. Who would have thought he would encounter such a classic show-off and face-slapping routine? Rin Xiui frowned seriously, reminding him, They might call Zhao Wenfeng to race with you. Chung Sun casually asked, What kind of driver is he? He also drives an SVJ and has previously recorded a lap time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Chung Sun nodded slightly. That's fine. Rin Xiui grew anxious, nudging Chung Sun's arm. What do you mean that's fine? He is a legitimate professional driver. Don't take this lightly. That's exactly what I'm aiming for. Chung Sun smiled. Xiui, send me the footage, hurry up. 20 minutes later, when Chung Sun returned to the pit area, he saw a colorful SVJ parked right next to his matte gray SVJ, covered in various decals. This car not only had random stickers all over, but also featured a rim sticker on the passenger door. Chung Sun disdainfully nudged Rin Qi's arm. Is this guy a rally driver? How do you know? Rin Xiui was a bit surprised. These decals are just too lowbrow, Chung Sun said bluntly. A lean man with a buzz cut was leaning against the car door, drinking water. Seeing Chung Sun return, Chu Maoan walked over, patted the man's shoulder, and gestured towards Chung Sun. Zhao Wenfeng tightened the cap on his water bottle, approached, and shook hands with Chung Sun. His grip was strong and his gaze held the calmness typical of a professional driver. You drive well. Let's have a serious race. Sure, nice to meet you. Chung Sun felt his palm heat up as he released his hand. It wasn't nervousness, it was excitement. At this moment, the venue had cleared out and all the club members had gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, where the view was unparalleled alongside a panoramic broadcast screen. What kind of guy is this handsome young man daring to race with Wenfeng? Seems to be a friend of Rin Xiui. Rin Xiui. Who is that? Several guest technicians from room P24 helped Chung Sun switch to Trofeo, or semi-slick tires. These 4 tires were generously sponsored by Zhao Wenfeng. Upon seeing Chung Sun using the factory P0 Corsa tires, he immediately instructed 2 technicians to bring over the Trofeo R tires. Rin Xiui helped Chung Sun put on his balaclava and helmet, gently tapping his helmet. How are you feeling? Confident. Chung Sun also punched his fist against her head. Just a little water. Rin Xiui silently rolled her eyes. This guy's strength was quite impressive. The car is good, a young man from the STO called out to Chung Sun. Great. Chung Sun replied. Then 5 people lined up straight next to their cars. Chung Sun turned his head and saw this formation, feeling an inexplicable surge of pressure. What were these people doing, making him feel so tense? Sitting in the cockpit, Rin Xiui helped him close the door and leaned down to the microphone, saying, Don't rush T3. You can enter T14 half a second later. Go for it. Chung Sun nodded and pressed the ignition, slamming the gas pedal. The roar of the V12 engine erupted, shaking his chest. The two SVJs drove out of the pit lane, their engines roaring, echoing between the concrete walls, deafeningly loud. Chung Sun focused ahead, making final adjustments to his seat, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly before releasing. During the positioning, Zhao Wenfeng let him start in front, confident that he wanted Chung Sun to run first. The first lap was for warming the tires. Chung Sun's gaze was fixed on Zhao Wenfeng's rear wing. That SVJ's line was clean and sharp, perfectly timing the entry and exit of each turn, indeed a seasoned driver. As the warm-up lap ended, both cars accelerated simultaneously. Over a total of 5 laps, Chung Sun remained steadily behind Zhao Wenfeng on the second lap, maintaining a close distance, but not rushing to overtake. On the third lap, Chung Sun began to play with his maneuvers. At turn 1, Zhao Wenfeng took the inside line to defend, sealing the line tightly. Chung Sun clung to the outside line, forcing his way into the turn, the tires screeching sharply as the car tilted, making him feel the entire weight shift onto the left front tire. The feedback from the steering wheel grew heavy and intense. He gritted his teeth and turned the car in. As he exited the turn, the rear of the car swung out, and he instinctively counter-steered to regain control. Zhao Wenfeng caught sight of this in the rearview mirror and frowned slightly. For the next 3 turns, Chung Sun closely followed behind the two SVJs, barely a car length apart. Chung Sun's breathing became short and rapid. Each time he braked, it felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. He could feel the brake pads screaming as the car's weight shifted violently forward. Zhao Wenfeng slightly adjusted his line, allowing ample room for the next turn. Now was the moment. Chung Sun seized this gap, slamming the brakes and cutting into the inside line before turn 6. His speed was too high. The moment he entered the turn, the entire car teetered on the edge of control. The steering wheel shuddered violently in his hands, his forearm muscles taut as stone. The front tires were losing grip. He could feel it. As he exited the corner, Chung Sun barely scraped past Zhao Feng's side mirror. Between the two cars was barely a fist width of space. Chung Sun was pressed into his seat as they shot down the straight, the speedometer needle leaping to 270 before continuing its arc rightward. Ahead lay a high-speed right-hander, manageable at full throttle in 7th gear. Chung Sun's heart rate had soared to 180, but his hands remained steady as if welded to the wheel. His matte gray SVJ catapulted out of the apex, precise and explosive, instantly tearing open the gap. Zhao Wenfeng, watching the SVJ pull away in his mirror, couldn't help but curse under his breath. With 2 laps to go, Chung Sun had fully entered his own rhythm. He no longer glanced at the rearview mirror, no longer thought about where Zhao Wenfeng was. His mind held only the track and the engine's roar. Every move came directly from muscle memory, bypassing conscious thought. He took the consecutive sterns at full throttle, the car swaying wildly like a dancer, yet each weight transfer was precisely neutralized by subtle corrections of the steering wheel. The moment he crossed the line, the timer froze at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. The second floor viewing area fell silent for a full 3 seconds until someone's phone clattered onto a table, followed by an eruption of exclamations. A production fuel car at 202. What kind of godly data was that? Chung Sun parked, killed the engine, and sat motionless for a while. He looked down at his hand on the gearshift, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. When he pushed the door open and stepped out, the entire crew from Pit 24 had already swarmed around him. Rin Xiui quickly helped Chung Sun remove his helmet and balaclava, patting him on the shoulder. The STO guy started yelling Neo by from afar. The DBS girl kept filming with her phone, and the SF-90 long-haired man held his head in both hands, muttering something unintelligible. Zhao Wenfeng climbed out of the other car, stood by the door, and stared at Chung Sun for a long moment. Then he shook his head, walked over, and extended his hand. His palm was drenched in sweat. As Chung Sun grasped it, he could feel the other's pulse racing too. "You win," Zhao Wenfeng said. Chu Maoan and Chu Mohan stood in the shadow of the pit lane, their expressions as if someone had robbed their inheritance. Without a word, they turned and left. As Chu Maoan left, he kicked the tire on the ground. The tire didn't budge, and he nearly tripped. Chung Sun looked up at the track ahead, the air thick with the smell of burnt rubber and residual gasoline. He inhaled it all deeply, then let out a long exhale. It felt fucking amazing. Detected high-purity happiness, behavior, speed, and passion, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, 20 million yuan, deposited into host's bank account. Usage guide: roads are countless, safety comes first. Rin Xiui stood on an old tire, raising his arm to celebrate Chung Sun's victory. "Dinner's on me tonight." "Hell yeah." Several people burst into enthusiastic applause. Chung Sun chuckled, unzipping his racing suit down to his chest. The cool breeze felt refreshing against his sweat-soaked clothes. "He'll go take a shower first." Rin Xiui nodded. "Go ahead, we'll swap the tires back for you." In the locker rooms, shower hot water streamed over Chung Sun's body. As the surging blood gradually calmed, Chung Sun returned to his usual composed demeanor. On today's track, he had earned two rewards. The first was the 20 million in cash, bringing his total cash savings to 58 million. The other was a Holy Trinity supercar package of Ferrari LaFerrari, a Porsche 918 Spider, and a McLaren P1. All were older models released in 2013. Chung Sun clicked his tongue, just so-so. If it had been a Bugatti Chiron Koenigsegg 11 and Pagani Huayra, he'd have been far more interested. After rinsing off the foam, Chung Sun dried himself, dressed, and stepped out. In the changing room, a young foreigner with curly hair stared at him and suddenly asked, "Your 63 wasn't modified by yourself, was it?" Chung Sun shrugged and didn't answer. The young foreigner persisted, following Chung Sun and explaining in fluent Chinese, "Last year, I toured the Lamborghini factory in Bolognese and heard from their director that they were building a special SVJ 63 outside the regular plan intended for a distinguished guest." "That's yours, right?" Chung Sun was somewhat surprised to learn the car's origin. He turned to look at the young man, waited for him to walk alongside, then continued forward. Go on. Go on." The young foreigner followed Chung Sun out, speaking excitedly. "I saw the semi-finished product on the assembly line, and the director showed me the special badge prepared for this car. It was marked 64D63, so I remember it clearly. Oh, and then also the custom cement gray matte paint and the orange 63 livery were specially mixed. It glows at night." Chung Sun smiled and slowed his pace. "Kid, you know a lot." "It is indeed mine." The young foreigner grinned sheepishly, then asked somewhat shyly, "So, handsome brother, can I take a photo? I made a bet with my cousin, but he doesn't believe me." "Suit yourself." The young man excitedly extended his hand. "Thanks. I'm Louis Gabriel Dumas from France. You can call me Louis. Nice to meet you." "Chung Sun." The young foreigner stuck to Chung Sun like glue, chattering endlessly. "Did you go on the track?" "No, they said I'm under 18 and refused to let me on." "Oh, that's a shame. So how old are you now?" 16. When Chung Sun led the young foreigner to pit 24, everyone stared in surprise. Rin Xiui hurried over and tugged Chung Sun's arm. "Why did you bring him here?" Chung Sun was baffled. "What's wrong? The kid's interesting." Rin Xiui covered his face. "Bullshit. He's a little demon." Just as he was about to explain, the young foreigner shouted loudly, "Hey, Chung, take a picture for me." Chung Sun responded, then quickly asked, "What's the deal?" Rin Xiui pulled Chung Sun aside and whispered, "This guy is the nephew of Hermes CEO Alex Dumas. Talks way too much, super annoying. Whoa, this kid's got some serious connections." Chung Sun quickly asked who brought him here. "He followed me on his own. Find someone to take him back." Rin Xiui, already scrolling through his phone, nodded. "He probably came with his brother-in-law. They'll send a message in the group." Chung Sun was curious. "What does his brother-in-law do?" "I think he's an independent designer." "Oh, so it runs in the family. A Taylor dynasty, huh?" After a brief interlude, the group began to pack their things in preparation to leave. Chung Sun felt a bit regretful for not having met the little foreigner's sister. Considering the age of his Taylor brother-in-law, his sister should be a young woman in her 20s. Rin Xiui shook his phone and said to the crowd, "I have sent the location in the group. Let's gather at the restaurant directly." After exiting the racetrack, Chung Sun opened the location. It was a private dining restaurant near Sinan Road, serving high-end Cantonese cuisine. In the beautifully decorated old mansion, Rin Xiui introduced this restaurant to Chung Sun. This restaurant only has 3 private rooms and serves only 3 tables of guests per meal. Can you still book a table on short notice? Rin Xiui smiled without answering while the round-faced girl explained for him, because this restaurant is run by Ki's aunt. The round-faced girl came directly to the restaurant dressed in a cute pink outfit that gave Chung Sun goosebumps. As the dishes were served one after another, Rin Xiui raised his juice and began to toast. "This is Chung Sun's first meal with us, and since we all seem to get along, well, let's keep in touch more often. Welcome, Chung Sun." After spending a day together, Chung Sun had a pretty good impression of this group. Especially the scene where they cheered for him by the car before his competition with Zhao Wenfeng left a deep impression on him. Chung Sun stood up with his cup, saying, "It's quite a coincidence to meet all of you. I was caught by Xiui on the roadside last night." The round-faced girl waved her hand, saying, "Oh, it was clearly me who caught you." This made everyone burst. Chung Sun continued, "Let me introduce myself. I mainly engage in small investments, and I own a hotel in Hangzhou along with 3 bakeries in Huhai. I'm just kind of drifting along. I can't say much, but if anyone wants to eat bread or order a cake, definitely come to me." Everyone cheered and agreed. "Chung Sun, what is the name of your bakery?" "It's called Jiansong, and we have locations in Wujiacheng, Jinggan, Carey, and Wukong Road." "Wow. So the Jiansong on Wukong Road is yours. It's incredibly popular." "It's just so." Rin Xiui pointed to a little sister named Wenjing and said to Chung Sun, "By the way, Xiao Hu's family owns a hotel. You two can exchange ideas." "Oh, really? That's quite a coincidence. My hotel is very small, mainly for receptions and meetings, located near Hangzhou East Station." "Which hotel does Xiao Hu's family own?" "I want to visit your hotel to learn a thing or two." Xiao Hui replied softly, "It's a tour." "The franchised tour. That sounds good." Nearby, a long-haired guy, Rue Go, laughed and explained, It's a tour group. Cheng Sun immediately clasped his fists towards Xiao Hui. Respect, respect. Xiao Hui quickly shook her head. No, I'm just a minor character. Rin Xiaoyi pointed at the others. You all introduce yourselves, it's been a while, and Cheng Sun doesn't even know what you do. The round-faced girl raised her hand first. I'm Chen Yu, a jobless drifter from Shudu, and my family runs a chain hot pot business. The long-haired guy followed. Gong Rui, I work at Kiwi Video based in Huhai involved in production. Rin Xiaoyi added, Gong Rui's uncle is Gong Yu. Gong Yu is the founder and CEO of Kiwi Video. Cheng Sun nodded and turned his gaze to the next person. The chubby boy named 911 stood up. Im Guo Jiahong still in school, my family is in the new retail business. The OSD guy laughed and took out a business card, handing it to Cheng Sun with both hands. Yi Bing, when I sell cars. Cheng Sun took a look and saw it was a 4S dealership representing Bentley and Lamborghini, as well as Ducati motorcycles. All these brands are under the Audi group. Next time I need to buy a car, it'll definitely come to you. Yi Bingwen laughed heartily, saying, Old Cheng, you're joking. I've heard from that little foreigner, we all know about your SVJ. Do you still need to come to me to buy a car? Ha! Cheng Sun chuckled, and then said, by the way, I'll be bringing a few cars to Huhai in a while. Shall we find a place to take a couple of laps then? What cars? A Ferrari LaFerrari, a Porsche 918 Spider, and a McLaren P1. Gong Rui stood up immediately. Is that for real? Really? Everyone was shocked, and the box resonated with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Oh my, that's impressive. Gong Rui grabbed Cheng Sun's arm, his face full of excitement. Sun Go. When you get there, be sure to let us see. If you want to hit the track, I can help you arrange it. Even if we can't book a spot at Huhai, I can definitely arrange it clearly at Jerez or Tianma. Cheng Sun nodded. Sure, I'll let you guys know when I arrive in the group. After everyone discussed for a bit, Cheng Sun looked at Rin Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Me. I'm just drifting around, just graduated from graduate school abroad. The round-faced girl added. He's father is Rin Yusin from Tingshu and Mr. Run. That's quite the background, Cheng Sun thought, asking a bit more. Oh. Are you the Mark Rin in charge of the gaming and PCG departments? Rin Xiaoyi nodded and smiled. That's right. Yi Bingwen joked. Xiaoyi knows a lot of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Maybe next time you can ask Xiaoyi to introduce you. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, opposing. Rin Xiaoyi has ulterior motives. Be careful if you let her introduce you, she might cut you off. Cheng Sun's eyes lit up. Oh? Do elaborate. As a result, Chen Yu was elbowed by Rin Xiaoyi. Nonsense. The OSD chubby boy who had been eating wildly raised his head and said, it's more reliable to have Gong Das producer introduce you. Gong Rui nodded knowingly. If you tell me who you like, I can introduce you when the opportunity arises. Cheng Sun thought for a moment. That little sweet girl who sings named Xia Ning, I heard, she's quite popular recently. As soon as the words fell, everyone burst into laughter, especially Chen Yu, who laughed so hard he rolled on the ground. Only Rin Xiaoyi looked embarrassed. Cheng Sun was confused. What's going on? Chen Yu asked while pounding the ground. Haha, do you really not know, or is it intentional? What do I know? Xiao Hui held back her laughter, tidying her hair, and softly said, Xiaoyi just got humiliated by Xia Ning. And you're poking at her wound. Cheng Sun raised his eyebrows. Oh. Xiaoyi, did you go after Xia Ning? Rin Xiaoyi looked speechless, slapped the table, and shouted, what do you mean by go after? That's so vulgar. I just wanted to get to know her a bit. Cheng Sun continued to ask, did it not work out? Gong Rui introduced to Cheng Sun. There was no chance. Xia Ning didn't even pay him any attention. Xiaoyi ended up staying in the room next to hers, and Xia Ning packed her bags and ran away overnight. Then he patted Cheng Sun's shoulder and said, Xuanzi, if you say someone else, I can help you negotiate, but for Xia Ning, we can't handle her. Cheng Sun silently nodded. Is her boss that impressive? Gong Rui explained, it's not that the boss is impressive, it's that she is. She truly dares to go all out with you. And Xiaoyi has even said that she covers Xia Ning, so no one dare. Cheng Sun stroked his chin, looking eager to try. Sounds interesting. Now that you mention it, I really want to give it a shot. Yi Bingwen gave Cheng Sun a thumbs up, saying, then good luck, old Cheng. If it works out, he'll give you a motorcycle. Rin Xiaoyi looked down on him. Old Cheng, if you really succeed, I'll partner with Gong Rui to each give her a show. Really? After finishing their meal, the group dispersed. Cheng Sun returned home, and after a moment of thought, tried calling. It rang several times, and Cheng Sun initially thought no one would answer. Just as he was about to hang up, Xia Ning's soft and sweet voice came through the receiver. Teacher Cheng. Hearing her voice instinctively lifted Cheng Sun's mood. He asked gently, are you busy? I'm recording, but I'm not in a good state, she replied, her voice clearly tinged with, oh, I wanted to ask you something. Cheng Sun was preparing to remind her about Rin Xiaoyi, wanting to at least make sure Xia Ning knew someone was supporting her from behind. Go ahead, Teacher Cheng, she responded. Cheng Sun pondered his words and asked, is there a very strange girl with small braids who often runs into you recently? Xia Ning paused for a moment, somewhat surprised. Oh, Teacher Cheng, you know about her. That girl is really strange. I feel like she's a bit of a stalker. How so? Cheng Sun asked. Xia Ning whispered, she acts like a fan staying next to my hotel. Then she deliberately comes out to run into me. It makes me really scared when she smiles. Chung Sun could already picture the scenario in his mind. He stifled a laugh and said, well, that girl is actually a... What do you mean? Xia Ning didn't grasp the logic. Her father is a high-ranking official at Tung Sun. You know her father is directly under Sun Zhonghuai. Xia Ning was shocked. Who in the entertainment circle didn't know Sun Zhonghuai, the big shot of Tung Sun Entertainment? Isn't Sun Zhonghuai the big boss of Penguin Video? Right, I ran into her by chance today. I was planning to help you out, but I heard she once wanted to pursue you and even said she wanted to give you a variety show. Xia Ning's voice was filled with resistance. Oh, what the heck? That's so strange. I don't want that. So I rebutted her at the time, saying that our Xia Ning debuted on her own merit and wouldn't engage in such ridiculous... Xia Ning giggled and said, yes, teacher Ching understands me. Chung Sun continued, so I'm calling to tell you, if any strange people come looking for you, or if someone from your company pressures you to attend events you don't want to, you must tell me immediately. Xia Ning nodded earnestly. Will teacher Chung have a way? Of course. I dared to argue with that girl to her face. Oh, what else could be a problem? As long as Ching Sun spoke to Ren Shui, everything would be resolved. Xia Ning felt very warm hearing this. Thank you, teacher Ching, you are so nice. Alright, go back to your work. Looking forward to your new album. As soon as the album was mentioned, Xia Ning immediately began to cry. Woo, I'm losing confidence as I record more. Teacher Chung, can I invite you to a late-night snack when you're free? I want to play you some songs and get your opinions. Of course, no problem, Chung Sun readily agreed. Just let me know half a day in advance, and I'm likely to be free. Great, then wait for me. They'll finish recording these songs, and then come find you. Sounds good. Bye. Bye, teacher Chung. After hanging up, Chung Sun flipped through the few love songs rewarded last time, especially the 5 sweet songs chosen for Xia Ning. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was Thursday. Early that day, Chung Sun received a phone call. The caller claimed to be the assistant to the chairman of Rui Airlines, informing Chung Sun that Chairman Chu Ruiheng wanted to meet with him. Before the meeting, Chung Sun took out his mandatory invitation card and continued to study its usage. Before the meeting, Chung Sun took out his mandatory invitation card and continued to study its usage. To convince Chu Ruiheng of his claims, he needed to show him something substantial. After careful study, he discovered that completing the card would generate a formal contract with payment based on the contract terms. This meant he could fill out the card in advance and wait until the agreed payment time to execute the payment. During this time gap, he could use the contract with Jiante Company to gain Chu Ruiheng's trust. At the same time, this period would also be for him to raise funds. After confirming the rules, Chung Sun directly pulled out the card and began to fill it out. The parties involved in the transaction were the individual Chung Sun and the corporate entity Huhai Jiante Investment Company, with the transaction target being 1.38 billion shares of Minqing Bank at a fair price of 4.725 billion. After completing the form, Chung Sun confirmed it once more and then silently invoked its use. Suddenly, with a flash, the card disappeared. Then the system prompted the mandatory invitation card has been used and the transaction contract has been generated. The assignee has been automatically changed to a corporate entity. The buyer is required to make payment in the system within 30 calendar days. Please do not make direct payments to the transferor's account. The bulk transfer agreement has been generated and stored in the system backpack. The assignee's corporate information has been generated and stored in the system backpack. Chung Sun recited and took out the agreement, carefully reading it and noting many details. The most significant change was that the transferee of the shares was no longer Chung Sun personally, but had become a corporate entity named Hung Chuang Chi Shenghuai Limited. Additionally, the price on the agreement was the normal price, indicating that the discount was actually subsidized by the system. Finally, both parties agreed to complete the transfer on November 24th, leaving a 15-day notice period and 2 weekends in between. In reality, a bulk transfer can only transfer 2 within 90 days. In this case, it needs to be split into 2 transfers. In reality, there should be a 6-month lockup period for this transaction. In this case, this clause is ignored. Chung Sun looked at the 2 large red stamps of the companies at the end of the agreement and his signature, feeling somewhat dazed. This was actually a stock transfer contract worth 4.7 billion, and it even had his signature on it. It was truly incredible. Next, Chung Sun retrieved the relevant materials of Hung Chuang Chi Sheng from the system backpack. To his surprise, there was more than 1 business license. There were actually 3 companies. Chung Sun spent over 20 minutes figuring out the intricacies involved. First was Sun and Enterprise Management Limited, registered with a capital of only 1,000. Then there was Qian Chung Sheng, he limited partnership established by Chung Sun and Sun and as partners with Chung Sun, holding one of the shares and serving as the GP general partner. Finally, there was the company Hung Chuang Chi Sheng, which was 100% controlled by Qian Chung Sheng he. This was a very secure and mature holding platform tailored for the system. The registered addresses of these companies were on the 16th floor of the Jinggan Carry Center, And surprisingly, there was even a lease agreement for the office covering the entire 16th floor with a 3-year lease already paid. At 9:50, Ching Sun arrived at the designated tea house. As soon as he stepped through the door, an impeccably dressed assistant approached him. Mr. Ching, hello. I am Assistant Chu of Mr. Chu, please follow me. Chung Sun nodded and followed him upstairs through the corridor and into the innermost tea room. Inside, the fragrance of tea wafted gently. A man in his 50s, not very tall, with a broad face and wearing rimless glasses, looked up as Chung Sun entered and waved to the assistant. The assistant immediately exited firmly, closing the wooden door behind him. Chu Ruiheng did not stand up. He continued pouring tea, merely nodding slightly at Chung Sun. Seeing this, Chung Sun remained silent, standing there watching Chu Ruiheng pour the tea. After 2 or 3 minutes, Chu Ruiheng strained the tea into a clear glass pitcher before finally standing up. Mr. Ching, nice to meet you. I am Chu Ruiheng from Jingyao Group. Chung Sun stepped forward, a slight smile on his lips, extending his hand towards Chu Ruiheng. Mr. Chu, I have long admired you. Chu Ruiheng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly and shook hands gently with Chung Sun. Please have a seat. Try this ancient tea from the Easy Wu tree. After saying that, he sat back down, picked up the pitcher, and filled Chung Sun's empty cup. Chung Sun tapped his fingers on the table and then raised the cup to drink it all in one go. Such fragrant tea. Mr. Chu, could you pack some for me to take home later? Chu Ruiheng smiled. Of course, just remind me later. Chung Sun set down his cup, cutting straight to the point. I believe Mr. Chu sought me out today for the 4.9 shares of Rui Airlines. Chu Ruiheng nodded. Indeed. I would like a commitment from Mr. Chung. I cannot give Mr. Chu the commitment you seek. Chung Sun shook his head. Chu Ruiheng's gaze sharpened. Oh, won't you at least hear me out? Chung Sun did not respond, but leaned slightly forward. What if we make a deal? Chu Ruiheng fixed his gaze on Chung Sun's eyes, his expression impassive. Chung Sun, however, appeared calm and unperturbed. After about 10 seconds, Chu Ruiheng leaned back in his chair, uttering a few words. I would like to hear more. Chung Sun purposefully paused for 3 seconds, allowing the silence in the tea room to build suspense before throwing out each word slowly. 378 of the shares in Minxing Bank. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He squinted at Chung Sun, attempting to read the answer from his eyes. Unfortunately, he found none. What do you mean? Chung Sun had now taken control of the pace. He took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. I can transfer this 378 of the shares in Minxing Bank to Jingyao Group at a discount of 5. With this stake, Jingyao Group would become the 6th largest general legal shareholder of Minxing Bank. He fixed his gaze through the lenses at Chu Ruiheng's eyes, enunciating each word. The director position can be held by Liu Yonghao. It can be held by Shi Yuzhu, and you, Mr. Chu, can hold it too. Chu Ruiheng was taken aback. Mr. Chung, why come to toy with an old man like me? Chung Sun shook his head, remaining silent as he took out the transfer agreements for Hengchuang Qixing and Jiantian Company, placing them on the table and sliding them over. Of course they were copies. Chu Ruiheng picked up the documents from the table and began reading them carefully word. Meanwhile, Chung Sun opened the latest announcement just released by Minxing Bank. Announcement on the pre-disclosure of share reduction by Jiantian Investment Co. Ltd. The announcement stated that Mr. Shi Yuzhu, a non-executive director of the bank, would reduce his holdings by a total of 1.38 billion shares through block trading. Noticing that Chu Ruiheng had finished reading, Chung Sun handed him his phone. After finishing the entirety, Chu Ruiheng steadied his breath. With the transfer agreement and the reduction announcement, the authenticity was basically confirmed. He pondered for a few seconds before looking up and asking, you say you can transfer 378, but there are only 315 here. What about the rest? Chung Sun replied calmly. The remainder is in my personal account. Chu Ruiheng raised the teacup, took a sip, and instantly pondered many thoughts in his mind. How did this young man think of approaching him to sell shares in Minxing Bank? Chung Sun pulled out a piece of paper, clearly recording his demands 1, 2, 3, 4. He handed the paper to Chu Ruiheng and explained item by item. The total price of the shares is 5. Chung Sun pulled out a piece of paper, clearly recording his demands 1, 2, 3, 4. He handed the paper to Chu Ruiheng and explained item by item. The total price of the shares is 5.38 billion, with 5 billion going to Hengchuang Qixing and 380 million to me personally. Out of the 5 billion for the company, 10 of Rui Airlines shares can be used for exchange along with 4 of Ijin Group stock, and only the cash required beyond the share price needs to be paid. In addition, I need a seat on the board of Rui Airlines, specifically the one previously held by Chu Moan. I hope to complete the election and appointment within 17 days. That is all my requirements. As soon as he finished speaking, the tea room fell into an unexplainable silence. Chung Sun leaned back against his chair, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, outside, the financial world had erupted. Shi Yuzhu was to liquidate 1.38 billion shares of Minxing Bank stock. Many began attempting to contact Shi Yuzhu directly, only to find that the calls would not go through. Attempts to reach Jiantian Company Giant Company and the Secretary of Minqing Bank's board also yielded no clear answers. At this moment Shi Yuzhu was equally troubled. He had a clear directive in his mind to sell these shares, feeling no inclination to resist. At this time Lu Yonghao, another major shareholder of Minqing Bank from the Hope Group, was on the phone with him. Lao Shi, what's going on? Shi Yuzhu played dumb. What do you mean? What situation? Lu Yonghao's tone was not very pleasant as he questioned, why did you sell all the Minqing shares? Do you understand? Hearing this question, Shi Yuzhu's anger began to rise. Darn it, I don't want to sell either, but my hands won't listen. He took a deep breath and replied coldly, if I want to sell, I just sell. It's a normal wealth allocation operation. Lu Yonghao frowned. Lao Shi, if you've been coerced, just cough once, and he'll find someone to rescue you. What nonsense about coercion? Don't worry, I'm just tired getting older, and don't want to stir things up anymore. Lu Yonghao sighed helplessly. Alas, you really. Why didn't you consult us beforehand if you wanted to sell? You put us in a very passive situation. Shi Yuzhu sneered, you're feeling passive. I'm even more passive. Enough, you don't understand, I'm hanging up. If he were to go dark now, news about his bankruptcy would flood the media immediately. Determined, Shi Yuzhu decided to frame the entire situation as a conspiracy, portraying himself. If he were to go dark now, news about his bankruptcy would flood the media immediately. Determined, Shi Yuzhu decided to frame the entire situation as a conspiracy, portraying himself as a victim with no control over his fate. Along the way, he also dropped Cheng Sun's name. Although it only circulated within a small core circle of friends, it was enough for many to take note. In an instant, Cheng Sun, a name previously devoid of presence, suddenly took on an inexplicable aura of mystery. Upon returning to the tea room, Chu Ruiheng suddenly received a call from his younger brother Chu Ruihao. He made an apologetic gesture to Cheng Sun, took his phone, and stepped out of the tea room, glancing around, before quickly slipping into an empty room across the hall to answer. Hello? What's the matter? On the other end, Chu Ruihao's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Brother, have you seen the announcement from the People's Voice Bank? Shi Yuzhu is about to make a deal. Everyone is frantically searching for that buyer. Chu Ruiheng peeked through the crack of the door at Cheng Sun and lowered his voice. In with the buyer right now. He wants to sell us Jinyao. What a... Really? Chu Ruihao's voice shot up several octaves. He had just been observing the situation, and now it seemed that the opportunity was right in his own backyard. Chu Ruiheng remained calm, merely replying with an before continuing. There are conditions. What conditions? Is the premium very high? Chu Ruiheng shook his head. There is no premium, but there are two additional conditions. One is to exchange 10% of Rui Airlines stock plus 4% of Ijin Group's stock. The second is to replace Mo Han's board seat in the airline company. Anything else? Chu Ruihao pressed. That's it. Chu Ruihao was clearly stunned for a few seconds. That's it. Just this. Just this. Are you hesitating? Yes. Second brother, what is there to hesitate about? Chu Ruiheng sighed. We are directly removing Mo Han from the board, and I'm worried he might overthink it. Chu Ruihao chuckled on the phone, his tone filled with certainty. Just give him a call yourself, and hear his thoughts first. I am 1000% sure he will actively request to step down. Why, oi? He wants to get into banking more than you do. I dare say not only will he not overthink it, but he will also encourage you to continue accumulating shares, and then remove Shi Yuzhu, replacing him with our Jinyao personnel. Chu Ruiheng did not rebut further. He raised his other hand to rub the corner of his eye, and said slowly, all right, I understand. Let's discuss this in person this afternoon. After hanging up with his younger brother, Chu Ruiheng quietly lit a cigarette. Damn opportunity knocks, let's just go. He quickly calculated in his mind 10% of Rui Airlines stock was 2.8 billion and 4% of Ijin Group stock was 360 million, totaling 3.16 billion, which meant he still needed to prepare 22 billion in cash for Cheng Sun. The pressure was significant. After finishing a cigarette, he rubbed his face and returned to the original tea room. Mr. Cheng, I agree to your request in principle. However, I have a few questions to discuss with you. Cheng Sun could clearly sense the change in Chu Ruiheng's attitude. Mr. Chu, please go ahead. I just calculated that we still need 22 billion in cash, which is quite a burden for our group. What is Mr. Chu's proposal? Chu Ruiheng still held the paper that Cheng Sun had handed him. He took out a pen and began to write on it. 10% of Rui Airlines shares, 4% of Ijin Group shares, and a personal cash payment of 380 million right away. Of the remaining 184,840 million in cash must be paid within a month. We will settle the last billion within a year. To that end, we will pledge 75 million shares of Rui Airlines stock to your Hengchuang Qixing Company, and upon full payment the pledge will be released. This is our draft proposal. Mr. Cheng can consider it. Cheng Sun listened attentively, and he was inclined to agree. However, he did not nod immediately, but said, If the pledge is in installments, then the 5% discount will be voided. Besides, interest will also be required. Mr. Chu, please discuss this with your group and give me a final opinion. I still maintain that I hope to take up the position on the board of Rui Airlines as soon as possible. Chu Ruiheng still couldn't understand why this guy was so insistent on the board position of Rui Airlines. Was he trying to flirt with the flight attendants? On a related note, if this Cheng Sun could marry his daughter, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Alright, let's keep in touch. I will give Mr. Cheng a definitive answer tonight. Also, you can prepare a copy of your resume for me. It will be needed for the announcement later. Cheng Sun nodded. Okay, let's leave it at that for today. Oh, I will head back now. As Cheng Sun stood, he shook hands with Chu Ruiheng once again, then turned to leave. Hey, Mr. Cheng, wait. Cheng Sun turned back to look at Chu Ruiheng, puzzled. Chu Ruiheng took out a large ceramic jar from the cabinet behind him and called out, Xiao Zhou, come here and give. The assistant immediately pushed the door open, then carried the ceramic jar, standing behind Cheng Sun. I haven't forgotten the tea leaves I promised Mr. Cheng. Let Xiao Zhou help you carry it to your car. Cheng Sun understood and smiled, nodding. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will await your news. Goodbye. Driving, Cheng Sun glanced at the time and decided to stop by the Jinggan Carry Center at Jinsong. Cheng Sun couldn't quite pinpoint why he wanted to visit the Jinggan store. Perhaps it was because he had just finished a conversation with Chu Yinsi's father, and he wanted to see if he could run into Chu Yinsi herself. As soon as he arrived at the store, the manager spotted Cheng Sun. Mr. Cheng, would you like something to eat? Yes, I'm a bit hungry. Make me a cup of osmanthus oolong milk cap. Grab 3 sea salt croissants and 1 lemon basque. Sure thing, boss. Please have a seat. Cheng Sun found an empty spot on the second floor and waited leisurely. After a while, a young girl walked over with a tray. She was wearing the store's French-made uniform, and it was clear she hadn't put on any makeup, but her features were quite good. The girl placed the bread and drinks on the table and timidly said, Boss, your meal is ready. Cheng Sun nodded, picked up the drink, and took a sip, casually asking, You seem new here. The girl holding the tray softly replied, Senior, I am Xuelin. Thank you for giving me this job opportunity. Oh, you are Xuelin. Cheng Sun looked up to observe her closely, then asked, How's the UI coming along? Xuelin quickly reported, It will be ready in 2 or 3 days. I showed the overall style to Sister Wan and Brother Hui, and they both said it looks pretty good. I plan to create a few more pages before confirming with you, Senior. Since progress is quite fast, I decided to come to the store to work part-time in advance. Cheng Sun nodded. Good. Are you managing the part-time work here well? Does it interfere with taking care of your family? It's great. Thank you, Senior. As she spoke, Xuelin gave Cheng Sun a 90-degree bow. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Okay, goodbye, Senior. After saying that, Xuelin jogged down the stairs. Mr. Cheng truly cares about his subordinates. A cold, low voice came through. Cheng Sun turned around to see Chu Yinsi standing behind him with a tray in hand, a sharp smile on his lips, looking quite teasing. Oh, isn't this my dear Chu Zong? It's an honor to have you in my humble shop. Cheng Sun stood up, casting a glance at Chu Yinsi's outfit of the day, deliberately pausing his gaze on her legs for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, she was wearing trousers, making it impossible to see her legs. You stinky little brother. Chu Yinsi rolled her eyes at Cheng Sun and took a seat opposite him. What have you been up to lately? Have you been working hard? Cheng Sun smiled faintly, his gaze landing on her. Yes, I've been quite diligent. I taught Chu Mohan and Chu Maoan a lesson yesterday. Shouldn't there be some kind of reward? What did you do to teach them a lesson? Cheng Sun tore off a piece of croissant and popped it into his mouth, mumbling, I want to race against them. Those two really have no taste. They vanished in an instant, making it hard for me to find them to mock. Saying this, Cheng Sun raised his eyebrows at Chu Yinsi and asked with a smile, Hey, why not record a video for me and send it to those two? I want to mock them harshly. Chu Yinsi curled her lips in disdain. How childish. Cheng Sun chuckled and continued, Your company is about to have a big event. Do you want to know? Upon hearing this, Chu Yinsi's interest was piqued. What big event? Cheng Sun wore a mysterious expression, shaking his head in silence. What is kept secret will be revealed in due time. Chu Yinsi lightly kicked Cheng Sun under the table, annoyed. Stop being so annoying. By the way, how is the project for the Claw Diary progressing? Chu Yinsi replied while eating. The due diligence is complete, and we will have a meeting next week. 8 million for 30. Not bad. There's another question. Speak. She replied with a hint of impatience. If you return to the company, will you resign from Jingwu Capital? Chu Yinsi raised her eyebrows. Yes, that's correct. Could it be that the big event at the company is related to her? Thoughts raced through Chu Yinsi's mind. Cheng Sun slowly nodded, falling silent. Chu Yinsi grew anxious. This person was truly infuriating, only saying half of what he meant, leaving her feeling restless. Cheng Sun initially intended to add a clause in the conditions with Jin Yao to have Chu Yinsi appointed as the vice president of Jin Yao Group, but he worried that her resignation would affect Lin Chufan's project. Moreover, Chu Mohan was already in charge of investment affairs within the group, and Chu Yanxi also worked in investment, making it likely for them to compete against each other after entering the group. Pulling her into the group from the start would easily lead others to misunderstand that he wanted to participate in the family power struggle. It would be better to let Chu Yanxi continue to gain experience at Jingwu Capital. After finishing his meal, Chung Sun waved at Chu Yanxi, not caring whether she had finished or not, and walked out. Upon returning home, Chung Sun began to handle the pledge of Rue Airlines stocks. He contacted the client manager of the brokerage firm where he had opened an account and discussed the pledge rate and interest over the phone, arranging to sign the contract the next day. Chung Sun secured a 50 pledge rate, meaning he could borrow 6.9 billion in cash, with funds expected to arrive by next Wednesday. After finalizing everything, Chung Sun also wrote a simple personal resume for backup, which he could directly use for the board nomination announcement. In the conference room of Jin Yao Group, the atmosphere was lively. The three shareholder directors, Chu Ruiheng, Chu Ruihao, and Chu Moan, along with the director responsible for capital operations, Qian Lu, and the director in charge of the real industry, Ji Ping, took their seats. Chu Ruiheng cleared his throat. There is an opportunity before us, and I want to discuss it with you all. I believe everyone is aware that Shi Yuzhu plans to reduce his holdings of 138 billion shares of Minsheng Bank. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mohan couldn't help but interject, "Second uncle, really? Is he willing to sell it to us?" Chu Ruiheng shot a cold glance at Chu Mohan, and after a long pause continued, "He has a few conditions, let me introduce them to everyone." Chu Ruiheng summarized Chung Sun's conditions and his own proposal, then presented it to the directors. Regarding the matter of the director of Rue Airlines, Chu Ruiheng said he also expressed a desire to be a director of Rue Airlines and hopes to do it as soon as possible. He already holds 4.9 of the shares. I originally intended to add 2 board seats and promote another director at the same time. But doing so, before he could finish, Chu Mohan raised his hand to interrupt. "Second uncle, I can withdraw from the board of Rue Airlines." As expected, Chu Ruihao anticipated this. "Mohan, you need to think this through carefully. Your sudden withdrawal from the board could raise suspicions and wouldn't be good for the stock price." Chu Mohan waved his hand. "Second uncle, I am merely a nominal member of the board at Rue Airlines. I believe my role is far less crucial than this Min Sheng share issue. I am willing to resign from the board." Furthermore, to enrich Chung Sun's resumed, the others suggested simultaneously giving him a board seat at Jiyuan Airlines, a wholly owned subsidiary of Rue Airlines. At the end of the meeting, the directors unanimously decided to proceed with this plan. After concluding the meeting, Chu Ruiheng immediately convened an online meeting of the board of Rue Airlines. After a serious yet lively discussion, the meeting decided 1. To agree to add Chung Sun and another executive to the board of Jiyuan Airlines, serving as directors of Jiyuan Airlines Co. Ltd. 2. To recommend Chung Sun for the director of Rue Airlines and propose to hold an extraordinary shareholders meeting of 3. To agree that the controlling shareholder Jin Yao Group would reduce its holdings of 184 billion shares through a transfer agreement in 1 month. 184 billion shares. That afternoon, Rue Airlines released 2 announcements. Announcement of the resignation of directors of Rue Airlines Co. Ltd. and notice of the 2025 second extraordinary shareholders meeting of Rue Airlines Co. Ltd. The 2 announcements came one after the other, leading to much speculation. One of the major shareholders and the son of the founder of the holding parent company resigned from the board of Rue Airlines, and a new director election announcement was immediately issued. In the stock forum, the young investors were abuzz with gossip. Some speculated that a new major shareholder was about to enter Rue Airlines, potentially acquiring a board seat. However, strangely, there was no announcement from major shareholders regarding any reduction in holdings. At this moment, Chung Sun was also reading these 2 announcements. He had already spoken with Chu Ruiheng over the phone and learned that the internal consensus within Jin Yao Group had been reached, providing the final transaction plan. Chu Ruiheng informed Chung Sun that to save time, Chung Sun officially became a director of Jiyuan Airlines at 3:30 p.m. that very day. At the same time, Rue Airlines would hold an extraordinary shareholders meeting on November 21st to elect directors, with Chung Sun as the sole candidate. According to regulations, Rue Airlines would upload the meeting materials next Monday on the 10th, which would include Chung Sun's personal resume. Therefore, Jin Yao Group hoped that Chung Sun could formally sign a series of contracts with them tomorrow, while also facilitating the delivery of 1 billion shares of Minsheng Bank owned by Chung Sun through a bulk transaction. Chung Sun agreed, arranging to meet with Jin Yao Group tomorrow while requesting them to draft the contracts overnight. This meant that Chung Sun would have at least 300 million coming in tomorrow. Just after hanging up, Chung Sun hadn't even had time to be happy when he realized a troublesome matter. He didn't have a lawyer. Detected high-purity joyful behavior, new position, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, advanced legal service package. Usage guide, professional team at your service. Other rewards came even before the happiness began. Brother Tongzi, you really have become more and more unprincipled, ha. Before the voice in Chung Sun's heart faded, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chung. I am Fong Zheng, the director of Huhai Junhee Law Firm. Is this a convenient time for you? Chung Sun raised an eyebrow. Oh, so soon. It seems that this Huhai Junhee is the legal service provider matched by the system. Yes, it's convenient. Please go ahead, Director Fong. The man's voice on the other end was steady, speaking at a moderate pace. Mr. Chung, your legal service framework contract has officially taken effect. I would like to confirm when you can come to the law firm to meet with the service team. Chung Sun instinctively glanced. It was almost time to get off work, and rushing over now was definitely unrealistic. However, he needed a lawyer to accompany him for the official negotiations with Jin Yao tomorrow, and this matter could not be delayed. He quickly organized the timeline in his mind and said, Director Fong, I need to meet with Jin Yao Group tomorrow for a collaboration, and I require a lawyer to accompany me. However, I need to meet with the lawyer team 1 hour beforehand to introduce the project details. He paused, giving Fong Zheng time to digest the information. I have an appointment with Jin Yao at 10 tomorrow. If I arrive at the law firm by 8, would that be convenient for you, Director Fong? Fong Zheng showed no hesitation. Absolutely no problem, Mr. Chung. May I ask what kind of collaboration it is? I would like to adjust the team members accordingly in advance. Chung Sun hesitated for 2 seconds. How much should he disclose to Director Fong? After a moment's thought, he figured he shouldn't worry too much about the reliability of the lawyer arranged by the system. Trusting your team. So he said in a calm tone, it's regarding the transfer of shares in a publicly listed company worth $5 billion involving 3 listed companies. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Fong Zheng immediately thought of the 2 announcements about Rui Airlines that everyone discussed in the afternoon. Could it be that Chung Sun was that mysterious shareholder? The announcements were released in such a hurry, and with the contract not yet signed, it was too aggressive for Jin Yao Group to release the news. If only Fong Zheng's connections were strong enough, he might have heard the story that Chung Sun and Shi Yuzhu had to. Now the top circles of Huhai were talking about a 26-year-old young man forcing Shi Yuzhu to sell his shares, and all sorts of rumors spread faster than gossip. Everyone was speculating about where this Chung Sun came from. The final consensus was that he was likely from the capital, otherwise he wouldn't act so ruthlessly. By evening, Chu Ruiheng had also heard Chung Sun's name from a friend. He felt fortunate for agreeing to Chung Sun's conditions, otherwise he couldn't predict how Chung Sun would deal with the Chu family. If Chung Sun knew Chu Ruiheng's thoughts, he would surely feel wronged. On the other end of the call, Fong Zheng's mind raced. In just a second or two, his voice returned to normal. No problem, Mr. Chung. We will be waiting for you in advance. The next morning at 6, Chung Sun woke up. It wasn't the alarm that woke him, but the excitement that pressed on his chest, pushing him out of his dream. A contract worth over $50 billion. He had never experienced such a scenario in his life. Lying in bed and staring at the ceiling for 3 seconds, he took a deep breath and leaped out of bed. After washing up, Chung Sun carefully groomed his hair in front of the mirror and then took out a Zegna suit from the wardrobe. He had bought it hastily in Hangzhou for quite a bit of money. As he fastened the buttons, he thought he needed to find time to customize a few sets of top-notch suits. Wearing off-the-rack clothing to discuss a $50 billion deal felt somewhat inadequate. At 7:30, Chung Sun drove out, heading to Junhee Law Firm, which was only 3 kilometers away. But first he had to solve the breakfast issue. Wang Weiqi was a nocturnal creature, so relying on her to make breakfast was pure wishful thinking. Chung Sun found a KFC on the roadside, ordering 2 paninis and a cup of coffee, simple and efficient. Since he was about to meet with the lawyer team to negotiate with Jin Yao Group, he couldn't eat anything too greasy or heavily flavored. That was basic professional etiquette. After eating, he called Fong Zheng in advance. As his car parked in the building's underground garage, Chung Sun walked to the elevator hall and saw several people already waiting. Good morning, Mr. Chung. I am Fong Zheng. Chung Sun shook hands with him, his palm dry and strong. Good morning, thank you all for your hard work. Amidst a crowd, Chung Sun was led into the largest conference room of Junhee Law Firm. As he pushed the door open, he saw 7 or 8 lawyers seated inside, all in suits, both men and women aged from their 30s to over 50. Everyone stood up the moment he entered. Fong Zheng raised his hand for a moment and said, Mr. Chung, these are all members of your dedicated team, very experienced in areas such as equity mergers and acquisitions, investment financing, and corporate governance. Additionally, we have also prepared specialized lawyers proficient in cross-border commercial, civil, and criminal cases. However, they were not called over today. Chung Sun nodded and took his seat. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming in early today. Due to the urgency of the matter, I will briefly introduce the theme of today's negotiations. Without any small talk, Chung Sun directly got to the point and laid out the project details. After he finished speaking, everyone, including Fong Zheng, looked excited. The atmosphere in the conference room, including Fong Zheng, everyone's eyes were shining. Who wouldn't want to work on a big case? This Mr. Chung was involved in the related transaction of Sure Yuzu's Minxing Bank stocks, which had become a hot topic in the entire Huhai legal and financial circles over the past few days. Although professional ethics and confidentiality agreements bound their mouths, personally participating in a case of this level brought a solid sense of accomplishment. After Chung Sun's introduction, the lawyers quickly entered work mode, discussing several key legal points and potential risks. They provided professional advice on tax handling, compliance, disclosure, and other aspects. After the discussion, Fang Zheng personally led a team of 4 lawyers to accompany Chung Sun to Jinyao building. The law firm also specially called a legal assistant to help Chung Sun drive. A convoy of 4 cars set off, with Chung Sun's S63 leading, followed by Fang Zheng's Audi A8L and 2 business cars from the firm. This was Chung Sun's first time sitting in the back of the S63, and he had to admit it was quite comfortable. Checking the time, he picked up his phone and dialed Chu Ruing's number to inform him of his estimated arrival time. At 9:50, the convoy entered Jinyao International Plaza, stopping steadily at the main entrance. Chung Sun could see the scene at the entrance from afar through the car window. Leading the group was Chu Ruiheng, with Chu Ruihao and Chu Mohan lined up neatly behind him, all waiting there. Chung Sun frowned slightly. While they really set up quite the scene, he glanced at the lawyer team behind him and felt a lot more at ease. If he hadn't brought these people along, standing there alone might have left him overwhelmed by the other party's aura. If Chu Ruiheng could hear Chung Sun's thoughts, he would probably feel wronged. He was clearly showing the utmost respect. Chu Ruing's assistant quickly stepped forward and opened Chung Sun's car door. "Good morning, Mr. Chung." Chung Sun smiled internally. While they adapted to that title quite quickly, he smiled and nodded, then extended his hand to greet Chu Ruiheng, who was approaching. "Mr. Chu." Chu Ruiheng smiled brightly. "Mr. Chung, welcome to the group." Chu Mohan stood behind his uncles, noticing a tall and upright figure stepping out of the car, dressed in a suit that made him look sharp and formidable. He stepped forward, ready to introduce himself, with his hand already halfway up. But as soon as he saw the man's face, his mind exploded with a bang. Damn, how could it be him? "Mohan, we meet again." Chung Sun greeted the 2 old executives from the Chu family, then turned his gaze and extended his hand towards Chu Mohan. Chu Ruing's eyes lit up in surprise. He had not anticipated this turn of events. That large hand promptly patted his nephew's shoulder, filled with excitement. "Oh, so Mr. Chung and Mohan know each other. That's wonderful." Chu Mohan was momentarily distracted, nearly stumbling from the unexpected pat. He hurriedly regained his composure, clasping his hands together. "Mr. Chung, what a pleasure." As their hands shook, Chung Sun, leveraging his height, patted his shoulder in return. With a height of 185 meters, towering over Chu Mohan's slightly over 170 meters, the gesture was quite effortless, the height just perfect. "Next time, let's run a couple of laps together." Chu Mohan's face turned red with embarrassment, yet he dared not react angrily, only managing a wry smile. Sure." Chu Ruiheng, oblivious to the subtle undercurrents between the young men, began to introduce everyone. However, he didn't detail the large group of executives behind him. He simply raised his palm for a sweeping gesture, indicating that they should get the idea. Chung Sun also mentioned this is Director Fang Zheng from Huhai Juanhe Law Firm. After all, Juanhe is considered a top-tier law firm in the country, and Fang Zheng holds a significant position within the legal circle of Huhai. After the pleasantries, Chu Ruiheng and Chung Sun walked side by side at the forefront, proceeding towards the elevator lobby amidst the crowd. At this point, the administrative staff had already summoned the elevator, and Chung Sun, Fang Zheng, and the Chu family uncle and nephew stepped into one of the elevators. As the crowd ascended, the previously quiet lobby suddenly buzzed with excitement. "Who is that handsome guy? All 3 big bosses have come down. So handsome. I'm in love. I can confirm after all these years at the front desk, I've never seen him before. You can be so sure. Yes, he's too handsome. If he had come before, I would definitely remember." All love struck. In the largest meeting room of the group, the legal department was already prepared. Having worked overtime the previous night, they were utterly exhausted. As the door swung open, Chung Sun stepped into the meeting room, first moving with a steady gait, his gaze sharp and full of vigor. Chu Ruiheng followed closely behind, entering the meeting room. The legal and administrative staff reflexively stood up, the sound of chair legs scraping against the floor briefly resonating. Chu Ruiheng stood up and declared loudly, "First, on behalf of Jinyao Group and Rui Airlines, I warmly welcome Mr. Chung Sun to officially assume the role of director at Jiyuan Airlines." A round of applause erupted. Chung Sun slightly leaned forward, nodding in acknowledgement. Chu Ruiheng held a deep red director's appointment letter with both hands, solemnly presenting it to Chung Sun. Chung Sun also extended his hands, firmly accepting it. Detected high-purity joy behavior, assuming office, triggering critical rewards. Critical reward, assuming office gift package. Usage guide. President, welcome home. We will now officially begin the meeting. The first item is to negotiate the transfer of the 100 million shares of Minxing Bank held by Mr. Chung Sun. The administration distributed the pre-drafted bulk trading agreement prepared by the legal department with the price agreed to be 10 above the opening price of the day, which amounts to 4.03 yuan per share. Chung Sun did not expect that within just half a month the stock had already risen by nearly 50 cents. Coupled with the premium, this transaction of 100 million shares could earn him 69 million. Of course, that's not how the accounting works, especially since the initial cost of those 100 million shares was negligible. The lawyer reviewed the contract clause by clause, and the Jinyao side verified Chung Sun's account holdings on the spot. Both parties proceeded without any hesitation, signing formally. This transaction would be completed during the afternoon trading session. The second item of the meeting involved the signing of a memorandum for the trade of 1.38 billion shares of Minxing Bank between Hengchuang Qixing Company and Jinyao Group. Hengchuang Qixing pledged to sell 1.38 billion shares of Minxing Bank to Jinyao Group within 45 days, with the agreed trading execution price being the opening price on the day of settlement. As for the payment method, Jinyao Group would provide 10 of its held Rui Airlines shares, 4 of Ijin Group shares alongside cash and loans, while additionally pledging 75 million shares of Rui Airlines to complete the payment. A thick stack of contracts was meticulously reviewed by Fang Zheng and the other 4 lawyers, with every ambiguous clause being highlighted for modification. After the final version was completed, Fang Zheng turned slightly, lowering his voice to say to Chung Sun, "It's good to go," prompting Chung Sun to retract his gaze and nod. The third item of the meeting involved taking a group photo together. At noon, the meeting concluded. Chung Sun was immediately invited to the adjacent meeting room, which had been temporarily transformed into a photography studio with reflective umbrellas and soft light boxes set up all around. The professional photographer directed him to slightly tilt his face and lower his chin. The sound of the shutter clicked rapidly, capturing a stunning executive photo fit for the cover of a magazine. Jinyao Group arranged for lunch, which was quite a lavish affair. All the group executives and significant directors and executives of Rui Airlines present gathered. Chung Sun found a moment to pull Fang Zheng aside and quietly inquired about the risk of not being re-elected at the shareholders' meeting. Fang Zheng had thoroughly researched the shareholder structure of Rui Airlines. With a certain tone, he assured, "You can rest easy, there's absolutely no chance of not being elected. Small investors holding less than 5 of shares will vote separately, and your votes are also securely counted." In the afternoon, Chung Sun took a lawyer to the securities company to sign the pledge contract. The process went even faster than expected, even half an hour quicker than the bulk transaction of those 100 million shares. The client manager and the head of the sales department both wore smiles, escorting him to the doorway. "Mr. Chung, this payment is expected to arrive in your securities account by Tuesday or Wednesday. Once it's in, you can transfer it out." "All right, thank you. By the way, after the funds from this bulk transaction arrive this afternoon, will I be able to withdraw them on the same day?" The head of the sales department looked a bit troubled, rubbing his hands and explaining. "Mr. Chung, here's the thing. After the money from the bulk transaction is cleared, you can use it for reinvestment on the same day, but it cannot be withdrawn. You will have to wait until next Monday to withdraw this amount." Chung Sun nodded, showing no signs of impatience on his face, as he was not in urgent need of the money at the moment. Yet he couldn't help but secretly feel a flicker of anticipation, looking forward to the moment when the numbers in his bank account would finally break into 9 digits. Once seated in the car and closing the door, the noise from the outside world was instantly shut out. Chung Sun exhaled deeply, finally having the time to glance at the assuming office gift package that had popped up that morning. With a thought, the package opened, and several details sprang out at once. He glanced over them, leaning back against the seat, and took a sharp breath. First was an old Western-style house on Xinguo Road, equipped with a full housekeeping team. Next was a Hongqi L5 with the license plate, High AC 1949. While this is quite something, it's one of the top domestic luxury cars. The car alone costs over 6 million, and with such a license plate, it's quite a statement. Riding in this car, wouldn't the security guards stand tall and salute? Scanning further down, he found the legal service gift package already received. Chung Sun then understood that the reward from last night was actually a timely help for himself. Brother Tongzi truly thought ahead, so considerate. But that's not all. There were also 2 heavyweight skill rewards, advanced management skills, which he could use to enhance his abilities and proficiency in 5 foreign languages, which would assist him in navigating the world. This included English, French, Italian, German, and Spanish. Quite interesting. Chung Sun excitedly tapped the steering wheel. As the car turned into Xinguo Road, following the navigation, Chung Sun instinctively eased off the accelerator. On this November evening, the plane trees lining the road had mostly turned yellow, and even the remaining green leaves exuded a languid weariness. A layer of fallen leaves not yet cleared covered the road, crackling dryly under the rolling wheels. Xinguo Road ran alongside Wukong Road, and just passing by the entrance of the Jiansong store, Chung Sun couldn't even muster the energy to stop, and take a look at the large crowd of customers lined up outside. He arrived at No. 324. Peering inside from the car, he saw only a 2.5-story small building with a beige exterior and a sloping red-tiled roof. The main structure of the house was rectangular with a rounded area protruding from the side, dominated by large. At the entrance of the yard, a massive wooden iron gate stood firmly closed, flanked by two smaller doors, presumably for regular pedestrian access. A prominent door plate hung on the beige exterior wall, Xinghua Road No. 324. Just as Chung Sun parked the car, lost in thought about ringing the doorbell, the main gate slowly opened automatically. He drove directly inside, parking the car alongside the brick-paved path. Chung Sun stepped out and surveyed the yard, lifting his gaze. The yard was surrounded by circular trees, naturally separating this house from its neighbor. A woman approached gracefully, appearing to be around 35 years old, dressed in a long dark gray coat, her hair styled into a neat low bun. She stood beside the car, hands clasped before her posture straight, wearing an extremely professional smile. "Hello, Mr. Chung. My name is Lin Min, the housekeeper here. You may call me by my name or Claire." Her voice was steady and clear, sounding like a breath of spring. Chung Sun nodded. "All right. Are there many visitors here usually?" Lin Min maintained an appropriate and gentle smile as she replied, "After leaving our place, if you walk 3 minutes to the left, you will reach the Xinghua Hotel. And to the right, after 5 minutes, you'll find Wukong Road and the Wukong Building. So there are quite a few tourists on regular days. Our entire plot covers 1942 square meters, almost 3 mu of land, of which the garden itself occupies 806 square meters. The main garden is to the southeast, with the garage and annex building on the west side. Shall we start by looking outside?" Chung Sun nodded and followed her along the stone path heading west. Lin Min walked at a moderate pace, introducing the history of the house and other details, allowing Chung Sun to observe as he walked. "This is our garage." Lin Min stopped and gestured. It was a standalone single-story building approximately 20 meters away from the main building. The exterior was styled to match the main building, featuring a 4-sloped roof, dark red tiles, and beige stone plaster walls. The facade measured more than 20 meters wide, with 6 electric roller doors side by side, one of which appeared more solid than the others. Lin Min walked to the nearest roller door, took out a small handheld terminal from her coat pocket, tapped a few times, and the first roller door silently rose. In the center was Chung Sun's second welcome gift, a pure black Hongqi L5 with a license plate C1949. The interior space was much deeper than he had anticipated. After parking a 6-meter-long car, there was still ample room left for tool cabinets or car wash equipment. The garage was brightly lit, the lights reflecting delicately and warmly on the car's surface. The car measured 5.5 meters in length, with a wheelbase exceeding 3.4 meters, its bowing body replicating the classic silhouette of the old Hongqi CA 770, solid and imposing. The front face embodied the car's essence, with 36 straight waterfall-style chrome grills cascading down and meticulously polished chrome vertical bars standing in neat rows. The cold light chrome shimmered delicately in the sunlight. The red Hongqi emblem on the engine hood stood out prominently, with barrel-shaped round headlights on either side, exuding a sense of authority, radiating an imposing aura. Chung Sun nodded in satisfaction, feeling the overwhelming presence. He heard that the L5 was to be discontinued, with Hongqi releasing a new national gift series to replace it. However, Chung Sun always felt that the new national gift was luxurious, yet lacked gravitas. Even though its dimensions were slightly larger, the sense of authority couldn't compare to the L5 before him. Detected high-purity happiness behavior dream car, triggering critical rewards. Critical rewards: super sommelier skill deploying. User guide: carry the weapon of pretense invincible. In addition to the Hongqi L5, the garage also housed an Alford business vehicle and a small pickup truck for purchases, both used regularly by the housekeeper team. Lin Min pointed to a special iron door next to garage number 5 and said to Chung Sun, "This garage number 6 has an elevator that leads to an underground vault." After finishing the garage tour, the two walked a few steps forward and stopped in front of a 2-story small building. This building was further west against the courtyard wall, with a rectangular shape and significantly smaller volume than the main building. "This is the annex building." Lin Min stood to the side of the door. "The first floor is a storage room and a cold storage, while the second floor is the housekeeper team's dormitory." Chung Sun did not enter, but asked, "How many people are on the housekeeper team now?" "Currently, besides me, there are 9 people on the housekeeper team, 2 chefs, 1 gardener, 3 daily housekeepers, 2 full-time drivers, and 1 maintenance worker. They are all long-term employees. This house has been vacant for many years and has been under our daily maintenance." As they exited the annex, the sky had already darkened somewhat. Lin Min quickened her pace, yet the rhythm remained steady. "Mr. Chung, while there's still light, let's first check the garden, then enter the main building." She led Chung Sun through a gravel path on the west side, circling around to the south side of the main building. The garden unfolded completely here, spacious and thoughtfully designed. The main feature was a large level lawn surrounded by a path made of stone mosaics with a water system meandering through converging at one corner to form a pond where a few plump koi floated lazily. Beside the pond stood a wooden pavilion square in shape topped with tightly woven thatch, well ventilated on all sides. A long corridor connected the main building, the wooden pavilion, and the annex. At this moment, as the sky darkened, the lights in the yard flickered on various garden lights dotting the landscape with a delightful charm. Chung Sun stood beneath the wooden pavilion and turned around. From here, the entire main building was framed against the garden's green backdrop, its 2.5 stories complemented by the outline of a 4-sloped roof, the proportions perfectly pleasing. The floor-to-ceiling windows extended from the first floor to the second, reflecting the last bit of cold light from the sky in the twilight. The main entrance was a heavy wooden lattice door with clear glass, allowing a clear view inside. Lin Min opened the door and stepped aside to let Chung Sun enter. The moment he stepped inside, a dry warmth enveloped him. Lin Min explained that the entire house was heated by a boiler, and this temperature was bought with money. Another housekeeper bowed to welcome him, bending down to retrieve a pair of slippers, and then effortlessly took Chung Sun's coat, neatly hanging it on the coat rack by the entrance. Chung Sun stepped into the soft cotton slippers and instructed Lin Min, behind him, "I'm hungry. Oh, let's eat here later." "Sure, sir, I will arrange it right away. Could you please tour the indoor area by yourself for a bit?" Chung Sun nodded in agreement. Chung Sun spent more than half an hour exploring this 2.5-story small building. The first floor features a standard living and dining area, both Western and Chinese kitchens, along with an open-style spacious Chinese study, filled with a variety of books on 3 towering bookshelves. In addition, there is a tea room and a cigar room. Chung Sun suddenly remembered that he had a large jar of Iwu Old Tree Pure Tea sent by Chu Ruihing in his car, so he specially instructed Lin Min to fetch it. The cigar room has an independent air circulation system with a whole wall of cabinets filled with various types of cigars. Unfortunately, Chung Sun does not understand this, so it can only serve as a decorative item. The house has 2 underground levels limited to the main building. The first basement is an entertainment space containing an open small bar, a billiard table, and a soundproof media room. The second basement houses a massive temperature and humidity-controlled wine cellar and a vault. Cheaper wines are stored in the cabinet of the small bar on the first basement, while the second basement's wine cellar stores collectible wines valued in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions. Therefore, entering the second basement requires both fingerprint and password verification, and to access the vault, an additional layer of iris recognition is needed. The vault is also divided into different areas with a super large safe door similar to a bank vault. Chung Sun smacked his lips, wondering how much it would cost to fill this vault with cash. In the hall of the vault, there is also a metal door. According to the sign next to the door, Chung Sun guessed that this should be the elevator leading to garage No. 6. Upon reaching the second floor, the flooring transforms into solid wood parquet. The largest space on the second floor is Chung Sun's master bedroom, along with 4 guest suites, each equipped with private bathrooms. The master bedroom features an oversized walk-in closet already filled with various clothes tailored to Chung Sun's size, ranging from winter wool coats to summer casual shorts. Chung Sun casually took out a set, all in unbranded styles with an incredible feel and very high quality. He wondered where his friend Tongzi got these from. The second floor also has a decent-sized terrace where one can see the tourists lingering by the roadside. Continuing up the stairs to the attic, Chung Sun instantly fell in love with the place. Although it is an attic, the space is not cramped at all, with the highest point reaching 3 meters and the lowest point being 1.6 meters, covering at least 130 square meters. This is a space suitable for solitude and contemplation, with a solid wood desk placed near the window and a set of comfortable ergonomic leather sofas. Bookshelves line all 4 walls, arranged neatly like in a library. Additionally, the attic features a small balcony just big enough for one person to stand, allowing the owner to gaze out when feeling weary. Below, Xinguo Road is still bustling with activity. Young girls strike cute poses on the street, capturing memories of the old Western-style houses and photos. An elderly lady selling flowers slowly pushes her bicycle past with a large bouquet of daisies and roses tied to the back seat. Nearby, several old Western-style houses have roofs that are staggered with gray and red tiles glistening softly in the evening sun. The silhouettes of distant high-rise buildings are reflected on the horizon, their glass facades mirroring the orangered glow of the sunset. In Chung Sun's eyes, the old and new Shanghai intertwine at this moment. Just like that delicately dressed girl holding flowers she bought from an elderly woman in plain clothing. The old houses from a century ago still stand on both sides of the street, though the inhabitants have changed many times. The wind blows down the street, carrying the aromas of coffee shops and bakeries. Tang Yi took a deep breath and turned back into the house. Mad One can even smell the aromas wafting from the ginseng shop here. How impressive. When he reached downstairs, dinner was already prepared. The solid wooden dining table was set with 6 plates and a stew pot. The chef dressed in a pristine uniform stood by the table introducing the dishes to Cheng Sun. The cold dish was a combination of fragrant crystal duck tongues with honey-glazed char siu. The three hot dishes included crispy roasted abalone chicken steamed grouper and scrambled eggs with crab meat and fresh shrimp. There was a plate of chicken oil sautéed fresh kale and a bowl of old duck soup with dendrobium and jade bamboo. To prepare so many dishes in just over half an hour, it seems they had been prepped in advance. Lin Min also helped Cheng Sun open a bottle of 2004 Petrus red wine, its ruby hue glimmering with a translucent pomegranate glow under the warm light. It wasn't too expensive, just over 20,000, perfect for pairing with the meal. Cheng Sun looked at the beautifully presented dishes and first took out his phone to snap a picture. "Thank you for your hard work, Chef Chi." Cheng Sun washed his hands, sat at the main seat, and began to taste each dish. Judging by Cheng Sun's own masterful culinary skills, this table of dishes was nearly impeccable. This meal could rival Michelin 3-star standards except for the absence of a foreign chef. After finishing the meal, Cheng Sun decided to rest on the spot. He called Lin Min and asked Lin Min, "Is this an old house?" Lin Min nodded and replied briskly, "Yes." Cheng Sun pointed around and quietly asked, "Do you think this place has a soul ring?" Lin Min was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Cheng Sun rephrased the question, "You've been living here, no strange occurrences, right?" Lin Min finally understood what Cheng Sun meant and quickly replied, "Everything is quite normal, sir. We have completely renovated the entire building, so you can rest assured." Cheng Sun sighed with relief, saying, "All right, please help me fill the bathtub with water." "Sure, sir." Just as he was about to go upstairs, Cheng Sun's phone suddenly rang. It was a strange local number from Huhai ending with 6 sixes. After Cheng Sun answered, he said, "Hello. Hello, Mr. Cheng, this is Liu Yonghao." It turned out to be another major shareholder from Minxing Bank. Cheng Sun sat down on the sofa, tapping the armrest with his fingertips and smiling. "Hello, Mr. Liu. May I ask what brings you here?" "Nothing much, just calling to check in on you." "Are you looking to probe me?" Cheng Sun remained silent for a moment and explained, "Mr. Liu, I must clarify that I am just flipping a hand, making a bit of pocket money. I have absolutely no intention of getting involved in the operations and management of Minxing Bank." Liu Yonghao was already aware. He had even learned who the ultimate buyer was. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. The public information is one thing, but the gossip in the circle is another. "Mr. Cheng, forgive my bluntness. Who you sell to is just selling. It merely depends on who offers a higher price, right?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Sun fully understood Liu Yonghao's intentions. He wanted to cut in. Cheng Sun did not want to fish with 2 rods, as it would easily offend people and significantly impact his image. So he directly refused, saying, "Mr. Liu, you might be disappointed. My relationship with Jin Yao is more than just a share transaction. Moreover, I have already signed a memorandum with them, so I truly cannot back out at this stage." Liu Yonghao still maintained a cheerful tone, saying, "Mr. Cheng, why not listen to our conditions?" Cheng Sun organized his words and firmly stated, "Mr. Liu, I believe we will have opportunities for cooperation in the future, but this time it really isn't feasible. I truly apologize." The other party fell silent, as quiet as it should have indeed been muted. Cheng Sun guessed that there were several people gathered on the other end of the line for this call. After a while, Liu Yonghao's voice sounded again. "That's very unfortunate. But we are acquainted now, and we can communicate more in the future. Mr. Liu, it is a great honor. There will definitely be opportunities." After hanging up the phone, Cheng Sun sat on the sofa, lost in thought. After all, he had lost face for someone else, and he didn't have any backing, making him appear to be an easy target. He wondered if they would find a way to deal with him. "Brother, I found that kid. Should we have someone teach him a lesson?" Chu Maoan leaned close to Chu Mohan and asked softly. Tonight, it was a family dinner at Chu Ruing's villa. To celebrate the shares that the group was about to acquire, the 3 generations of the Chu family gathered here. The dishes had not yet been served, and Chu Mohan and Chu Maoan huddled in a corner of the sofa. Chu Mohan looked at his cousin with disdain, doubting whether this guy was mentally sound. After all, he owned a supercar worth tens of millions. He wasn't someone to be easily bullied. What a brainless fool. Chu Mohan was a bit worried that once the older generation left, he wouldn't be able to rely on this foolish brother. What could he do with such a brother? Chu Mohan sighed, squeezed Chu Maoan's shoulder, and said seriously, "Maoan, don't mention this matter again. We can't afford to provoke Cheng Sun, remember. Did you hear me?" Chu Maoan, though a bit naive, wasn't completely clueless. Seeing his brother's serious warning, he understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded, "Got it, brother. Dinner's ready." "Mohan, Maoan, Yinsi." The voice of Chu Ruihao came from the dining room. Several families took their seats, greeting each other cheerfully. Chu Yinsi walked down slowly from upstairs and sat down at the end of the dining table. Seeing his daughter's nonchalant demeanor, Chu Ruiheng casually remarked, "Eating so slowly, making the whole family wait for you alone. Don't you know how to greet people?" Chu Yinsi stood up and greeted her uncle and aunt at the table before sitting back down, picking up chopsticks to grab a few large shrimp for her bowl. While peeling the shrimp, she glanced at Chu Maoan, not far away, smiled slightly, and said, Maoan, I heard you, and brother got slapped in the face at the racetrack on Tuesday. Chu Maoan was taken aback, surprised that the news had spread so far. He quickly asked, who told you? Chu Ruiheng had been chatting with his siblings when he suddenly heard Chung Sun's name from his daughter's mouth. And Chu Mohan was also shocked. How do you know Chung Sun? Chu Yanxi instinctively frowned, thinking to herself that judging by this expression, Chung Sun had a pretty deep grudge against them. So she deliberately smiled. We have a pretty good relationship. Why? Hearing this, Chu Ruiheng's heart filled with joy. Yanxi, you mean you have a good relationship with Chung Sun? Huh? What's wrong? Chu Yanxi's mind started racing. Her scheming father was smiling so cunningly that there must be a reason behind it. Combining this with what Chung Sun had told her that day about major events happening within the group and her brother suddenly resigning from his position as a director at Rui Airlines. Could it be that Chung Sun was deeply involved in this? Chu Ruiheng cleared his throat, revealing a benevolent smile as he asked, Chu Yanxi, what's Chung Sun's attitude towards you? Is there a chance you two could be together? Chu Yanxi was a bit bewildered. Uncle Chu Ruiheng noticed her awkwardness and took over the conversation. Oh Yanxi, you don't still not know, do you? Doesn't your second brother usually talk to you about the group's affairs? Oh, we don't talk much. Yanxi isn't interested in the group's matters. Chu Ruiheng explained casually, and then said to Chu Yanxi, the thing is Chung Sun has obtained 3/15 of the Minxing Bank shares from Shi Yuzhu, and we've already negotiated. He will transfer this portion of the shares to our group. In exchange, we will give him a directorial position at the airline. Now everyone is saying Chung Sun is a rising star from the capital, and Shi Yuzhu herself has said that Chung Sun is ruthless and capable. You must maintain a good relationship with him. If he becomes our Chu family's son-in-law, that would be even better. Chu Yanxi's heart churned violently. This annoying brother actually managed to acquire shares of Minxing Bank. He is going to sell the shares to Jin Yao. Could it be that he is really doing this for me? Chu Yanxi suddenly stood up and said to everyone, I'm full, I need to step out for a bit. Chu Maoan's mother quickly stopped her. Yanxi, where are you going at this hour? Chu Ruiheng also stood up and called out to Chu Yanxi, are you going to find Chung Sun? Wait a moment, let me get you something to take to him. Chu Yanxi didn't stop at all, quickly running out of the house. She didn't drive, but strolled around the neighborhood. Her mind was filled with Chung Sun's mischievous smile and warm hands. Standing by the roadside, Chu Yanxi called Chung Sun. His lazy voice came from the phone. Hello. Where? Chu Yanxi's voice was a bit hoarse, tinged with nasal tones. Me. I'm at home taking a bath. Chu Yanxi pressed her lips together, paused for a moment before saying, I want to see you. Now. Chung Sun was silent for a moment. Yes. Where to? Come pick me up. Where? Same place as last time. I'll wait for you at the community entrance. Chung Sun clicked his tongue, and after a while he said, all right. After hanging up, Chu Yanxi sat at the bus stop at the entrance of the community, wrapping her thin jacket tightly around her arms. Chung Sun stood up from the bathtub, shaking off the water, his thighs stinging a bit. After drying off, he blew his hair and went to the cloakroom to put on a pair of jeans and a hoodie. Turning to see the perfume on the shelf, he casually grabbed a bottle of Azure EDP and lightly sprayed it on his neck, adding a touch of charm. Putting on his Vacheron Constantine Traditionnel Moon Phase Perpetual Calendar watch, he adjusted it in front of the mirror. With a good face, he looked good in anything. Satisfied, Chung Sun nodded and headed downstairs. He had already informed the butler through the intercom that he needed to go out and asked the butler to prepare the car. Lin Min was waiting at the gate, helping Chung Sun take out a pair of retro low-top sneakers, while asking, Sir, do you need to prepare some late-night snacks? Chung Sun nodded. Yes, prepare some. Is there any soup left from tonight? If not, make another portion. Sure, sir. Lin Min opened the door, supporting it as Chung Sun walked out. As he walked down the steps, the all-black Hongqi was already parked below, and the driver dressed in a suit and vest stood at the door. Seeing Chung Sun approach, the driver opened the back door slightly, bent over to let Chung Sun settle in before gently closing the door. After Chung Sun reported the name of Chu Yanxi's community, he leaned back in a comfortable seat, closing his eyes to enjoy the luxurious experience exclusive to the big shots. Noticing this, the driver gently reminded him, Sir, the estimated travel time is 25 minutes. You can rest for a while. I will wake you up 5 minutes before we arrive. Chung Sun spread his legs and let out a non-committal sound from his nose, but said nothing. Chu Yanxi looked up at the flow of traffic on the road. It was already 9:30. Why hadn't Chung Sun arrived yet? The wind brushed against her face, leaving it a bit dry, and she felt somewhat irritated. Not far away, a shiny and imposing Hongqi vehicle made a right turn and slowly drove towards Chu Yanxi. She glanced at the license plate, but it didn't ring a bell. Oh, it probably wasn't here for her. She remembered Chung Sun's cars, a Mercedes-Benz S63 AMG and a Lamborghini. The car came closer and finally stopped right in front of her. Chung Sun rolled down the window and looked at Chu Yanxi, who was curled up on the bus stop seat, narrowing his eyes. Little girl, are you lost? Do you want your brother to take you home? Chu Yanxi looked at his face and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She turned her face away and hurriedly adjusted her emotions. Chung Sun opened the car door, stepped out, and stood in front of Chu Yanxi. His shadow completely enveloped her, blocking the noisy wind. Get in the car. Inside the warm car, Chu Yanxi looked at Chung Sun, but all the words she had in her heart suddenly vanished. Chung Sun asked where to. Chu Yanxi tilted her neck, gazing out the window, her lips moved slightly. I don't know. Then just come with me. Chung Sun paused for a moment, and then asked, are you wearing black stockings today? No. Chung Sun glanced at her outfit for the day, smiled faintly. That's great, you can try the feel of the original leather. Humph. Chu Yanxi did not respond, resting her head against the killer, still staring intently out the window. Another 20 minutes later, the car turned onto Xinguo Road. Where's this going? To my house. What? Chung Sun turned to look at the suddenly straightened Chu Yanxi, raising an eyebrow with a sly smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? As soon as he finished speaking, the iron gate of the old foreign-style house slowly opened. Chu Yanxi looked at the large garden space inside and slowly relaxed her heart. Such a large place, and he says it's his home. That brat is boasting again. Wait, this guy is a billionaire with 7 billion in stocks. He's the kind of bad guy who can snatch meat from Shi Yuju. He's the dragon crossing the river in a Hongqi with a 1949 license plate. It's over tonight. I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble. Chu Yanxi fell into extreme inner turmoil. No matter how you looked at it, Chung Sun was an exceptionally outstanding man who fit all her criteria. But he was too outstanding to the point where the situation developed beyond her control. But would such a person really be willing to cooperate with her plans? What are you dawdling for? Get out of the car. Chung Sun stood outside the car, bending down to look at the distracted Chu Yanxi, reminding her. Oh. Chu Yanxi came to her senses, looking at the already open car door on the left, then slowly got out of the car. She stood in the entrance garden, raised her eyes to survey the surroundings, and asked, is this your house? Chung Sun walked over and stood beside her, replying, yes, it's quite large, right? 3 acres. In the city, there shouldn't be many houses like this. Really? Chu Yanxi took a deep breath. What kind of person are you? Me. An ordinary person. You feel very unfamiliar to me. Chung Sun squinted, looking at the girl next to him, saying, we've only met 4 times, today is the 5th. Chu Yanxi sighed, her tone somewhat desolate. Yes, the 4th time you dared to touch my leg. Are you planning to get me drunk today and continue doing something bad? You're just judging me with a villain's mindset. Come on in, it's November, and there are still mosquitoes. After saying this, Chung Sun entered the house, first telling the aunt on kitchen duty, bring 2 bowls of soup. Chu Yanxi changed her shoes and followed Chung Sun to the dining room. She watched as the aunt brought up the soup pot along with some pastries and snacks that looked very appealing. Where did you get these pastries? Chung Sun took a sip of soup, made by our own chef. Give it a try. Then he pushed a plate of fresh meat dumplings toward Chu Yanxi. Chu Yanxi reached out to grab one, took a small bite, and the fresh and fragrant taste instantly filled her mouth. Delicious. Chung Sun smiled. If you like it, I'll pack some for you to take home tomorrow. By the way, what's the deal for tonight? Do we need to drink something to talk? Chu Yanxi rolled her eyes at Chung Sun. No drinking, because if I do, you'll want to touch my leg again. After a moment of silence, she continued, tonight is a big family gathering to celebrate the bank shares we are about to acquire. Chung Sun sipped his soup and asked, oh, then why did you run out without eating? Chu Yanxi snorted and explained, my dad is obsessed with finding a good son-in-law and is thinking of making you the one. Saying this made Chung Sun wake up. Oh, isn't that a good thing? Don't you want it? Chu Yanxi felt a bit wronged, her nose slightly sour, feeling upset, yet unwilling to show weakness. Is he really thinking about me? He keeps saying you're ruthless and unscrupulous, yet he wants me to stick to you. Chung Sun raised his hand to stop Chu Yanxi from continuing. Wait, are you sure he called me a bad guy? Chu Yanxi opened her mouth, but didn't speak. Damn that old man, is he secretly cursing me? I haven't made him a penny more. For the sake of heaven and earth, I'm going to call him right now and demand an extra 5 billion in handling fees. As he spoke, Chung Sun pretended to take out his phone, looking like he was truly about to call Chu Ruiyang. Seeing this, Chu Yanxi quickly grabbed Chung Sun's arm, anxiously explaining, no. That was my addition. He only said that Shi Yuju said you're ruthless, and there are rumors in the circle that you're a descendant of a big shot from the capital. Oh. Chung Sun's mind flashed, so this was how people were discussing him outside. What was there to fear? Let them misunderstand. With his current vehicle, wouldn't that just confirm it? It's just going to be a bit of a hassle for Lao Cheng and Lao Shun. Chung Sun tucked his phone into his pocket with a teasing expression. At this time you still know you are a Chu, huh? No matter what, it's still to protect the Chu family. Chu Yanxi was momentarily stumped by these words, finding herself unable to refute. Chung Sun's expression gradually darkened, continuing in his coldest tone, for today, I'll take you in for one night. Think carefully tomorrow about whether you want to continue contacting me. If you want me to help you with something, no problem. But my interest is very high. Got it. Chung Sun decided to give this woman a warning so she wouldn't still think of him as that smelly little brother. Chu Yanxi looked at Chung Sun, who suddenly had a cold expression while saying these heavy words, stunned on the spot. At that moment, alarm bells rang in her heart. Her intuition told her that this man was very dangerous. Having grown accustomed to Chung Sun's usual smile, Chu Yinsi finally realized that this person was truly a hungry tiger that could devour you at any moment. Chu Yinsi subconsciously nodded, squeezing out a sound of from her throat. Suddenly, the cold-faced Chung Sun instantly transformed into a smiling Chung Sun. Would you like to have some wine, sister? Okay. Chung Sun pressed the bell on the dining table, instructing Lin Min to fetch 2 bottles of 1990 DRC from the wine cellar. Only Lin Min and Chung Sun had access to this wine. The aunt did not have the privilege. After giving the instructions softly, Chung Sun said to Chu Yinsi, "Please enjoy some fine wine, and after drinking show me your legs." Chu Yinsi rolled her eyes. So mysterious. Chung Sun led Chu Yinsi downstairs while introducing, in 1990 it was a warm and dry summer with only a little rain in early September. In the small town of Vosne-Romani in Burgundy, France, the Pinot Noir grapes reached perfect ripeness with plump phenolics and vibrant acidity. The quality of the grapes across the entire DRC estate is uniformly excellent, with no rotten fruit reducing the yield. That year's production of Romanticani was 7446 bottles with a Parker score of 99, marking it as one of the classic vintages of the DRC estate in recent times. In my wine cellar, I have 48 bottles of 1990 Romanticani and 120 bottles of DRC La Tâche. What do you think? Chu Yinsi followed Chung Sun into the small bar located in the basement, retorting, "You sound professional, but I reserve judgment until I taste it." He's such a waste of my lengthy introduction. Let's have some craft beer to start. Chung Sun pulled out a 1,500 milliliters bottle of Duchess beer from the fridge. He carefully twisted off the wire cage securing the cork and gently pulled out the cork. With a soft pop, the sweet and sour aroma of cherries wafted into the air. Chung Sun pushed a glass towards Chu Yinsi, introducing, from Belgium, Duchesse de Bourgogne, the Duchess of Burgundy. You can taste the flavors of red wine, hence the name Burgundy. It has an alcohol content of 6.2 degrees, so don't drink too much. Chu Yinsi raised her glass and clinked it with Chung Sun's. With a ding, the small tasting session began. Chu Yinsi took a small sip, savoring the overall flavor. The main notes were cherry and cranberry with an underlying acidity reminiscent of apple cider, and the finish was caramel and honeyed sweetness. There were also vanilla and woody notes from the oak barrel. It was a flavor she liked, and Chu Yinsi nodded, taking another generous sip. "I like this flavor." Chung Sun shook his glass under the spotlight, saying, "Oh, many people don't like this flavor." Chu Yinsi smiled. "I have never been part of the majority." What a peculiar person. Chu Yinsi seemed to effortlessly switch from one emotion to another. The speed at which she did so often made others question if she was a bit mentally unstable. She stood up with her glass, spinning around the open bar, occasionally touching this and that. "What about those dozens of RC bottles and hundreds of La Tâche you mentioned? I don't see them anywhere." Chung Sun also stood up with his glass behind Chu Yinsi. "They're in the wine cellar downstairs." Chu Yinsi felt the man's presence behind her, and for a moment she was taken aback. "You mentioned last time that your family does small projects in Huizhou." "Yes. People outside say you are a big shot from the capital. What do you think?" Chu Yinsi turned around, looking up at Chung Sun's face, hoping to find a hint of truth in his expression. Chung Sun was no longer that emotional programmer. With tens of billions in wealth and numerous master skills combined with the refinement from the 2 pills, he had undergone a transformation in demeanor in a very short time. "Me? I can't see clearly. You don't appear to be a big shot from the capital, but your wealth doesn't seem like that of a second-generation rich kid from a small place." Chung Sun stepped forward, getting close to Chu Yinsi. "Would you like to work for the group?" Chu Yinsi's eyes brightened a little. "Yes." Chung Sun took a step back, leaving half a meter of space between them. "You are too eager," Chung Sun said softly. Chu Yinsi's heart skipped a beat. Chung Sun raised his hand to indicate that she didn't need to explain, continuing, "When you go back tomorrow, remember to bring some snacks with you." Chu Yinsi frowned, her tones slightly reproachful. "Why is your thinking so scattered? Don't understand." Chu Yinsi shook her head, her eyes full of curiosity. Chung Sun patiently explained, "If you take some snacks from me, won't your dad and your stepmother ask where you got them?" Chu Yinsi thought for a moment and confidently said they won't. Chung Sun was taken aback. This family did not act according to common sense. "Then just take the snacks and throw them on your dad's desk," saying, "It was something Chung Sun asked you to bring, made by the chef at Chung Sun's home, and that you tasted it last night and found it quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Chu Yinsi instantly understood. "Oh, I get it. This is called leveraging." Chung Sun grinned wickedly. "This is called cleverness, darling. Hey, did you see the trailer for Zootopia? I saw it on Douyin. What's wrong? When it comes out, sister will treat you to a movie. Not going childish." After finishing a bottle of craft beer, the 1990 RC was just ready. Chung Sun took 2 goblets from the wine cabinet, pouring a small amount of wine from the decanter into the first glass. He first lifted the glass to smell it, then swirled it, examining the color and sediment under the light. After that he drank it all in one go, smacking his lips. Ripe black cherries, blackberries, cloves, cinnamon, smoky oak, truffles, leather, forest, humus, aged black tea, where fruitiness perfectly melds with tertiary aromas. The once thick and astringent tannins have completely softened into a velvety texture after 35 years, with robust acidity, supporting the body, and an exceptionally long finish with sweet aftertaste. Wanna try? Chu Yanxi, not too picky, took a sip directly. After drinking, she carefully sensed the change in flavor and muttered, so pretentious. With 2 bottles of red wine paired with the Parma ham-wrapped melon and toasted baguette brought by Lin Min, the two enjoyed themselves immensely. Chu Yanxi's eyes were somewhat glazed and her cheeks were flushed, making Chung Sun feel a bit restless. Hey, are you planning to do something bad tonight? Chung Sun raised an eyebrow. Do you wanna? Chu Yanxi sat at the bar, resting her chin on her hand, seriously contemplating for a moment. Me? I haven't decided yet. Chung Sun sat beside her very close. Then let's not do it. Chu Yanxi leaned back, slightly creating some distance between them. Chung Sun. My. Chu Yanxi lifted her glass, looking at Chung Sun through the glass. From this angle, this annoying younger brother didn't seem handsome at all. His face looked deformed. She chuckled and said, once I join the group, I want to drink the 1990 La Tach. Oh, why not drink RC? Chu Yanxi finished the remaining wine in her glass, turned her head, and casually said, to save you some money. Chung Sun found it somewhat amusing. This woman had a way with her playful remarks. But it was fine, mutual benefit, each utilizing the other was quite good. Then how about paying a deposit first? What deposit? Chung Sun leaned forward, getting close to Chu Yanxi. Before Chu Yanxi could react, she found her lips blocked. Instinctively retreating, she realized Chung Sun's arm had already wrapped around her, tightly holding her, making her unable to move. So domineering. So suffocating. But so interesting. Chung Sun woke up from the soft bed and glanced at his phone to check the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, he had a bit too much to drink with Chu Yanxi. However, he was still clear-headed, so nothing strange happened. He only collected a deposit briefly and did not delve deeper with her. The timing wasn't right yet, he hadn't adjusted properly. Tea must be swirled slowly, and people must be adjusted gradually. Chung Sun sent a text to Wang Ruiqi telling her he would return for lunch. Then he began washing up and getting dressed. When he reached downstairs, he learned from Lin Min that Chu Yanxi had left early, around 8, with the driver, taking her out in a business car. Before she left, she packed a box of fresh meat mooncakes, pine nut dates, and chestnut pastries. Chung Sun nodded, seeing several steaming buns already on the dining table. Please pack some more snacks for me to take later. He instructed Lin Min while eating breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he picked up the box of snacks and also grabbed a bag of freshly baked bread from the Jinsong store on the way back to Jinggantianyu. He hadn't seen his senior sister for a few days and missed her quite a bit. After lunch, just as Chung Sun returned to room 1801 and prepared to rest for a bit, he received a call from Xiaoning. This girl wanted to invite him out for a late-night snack. Chung Sun thought it would be a good opportunity to share a song with her, so he readily agreed. After hanging up, he launched Steam directly. Chung Sun didn't like playing online games, he only loved single-player simulation games. He enjoyed games like Cities Skylines, Epic Oxygen Not Included, and RimWorld. After a busy afternoon, Chung Sun had just built a crematorium for the troublesome citizens in the city center and received a wave of praise. He glanced at his phone and realized it was already 4:30. Chung Sun stretched and looked at the reward information he had just received. Detected high purity, joyful behavior, immersive gaming, critical reward activated. Critical reward: Hu Hai Rue Ting West Suburb S Hotel, authorized lawyer team to accept under Hung Chuang Chi Sheng. Huh, another hotel? Chung Sun searched for this hotel online to see what it was about. He found that this hotel was actually located in the suburbs, even further west than Hangzhou Airport. Opened in 2020, it has a modern style with 8 types of rooms and 205 guest rooms with an average room price of around 550 yuan. The hotel is near Panlong Ancient Town and the exhibition center, mainly catering to business tourists. Not bad, better than nothing. If a few more hotels come along, Chung Sun will have to prepare to consolidate them into a hotel group and put up a unified sign. But for now, with only 2 hotels, there is no need to go through that trouble. Dinner was still at 1802. Wang Ruiqi was lazy today, serving the leftover lunch, and Chung Sun criticized her, ordering her to help clean room 1801. After dinner, Chung Sun said to Wen Qing, "Senior sister, I've been a bit busy with work lately, and I might not come back to stay some nights." Mainly because the old Western-style house was quite comfortable, but Chung Sun was reluctant to leave his gentle senior sister. He could only stay here for a few days, and there for a few days. Wen Qing, upon hearing this, gently reminded him, "Really? Then make sure to rest, don't work too late. Don't worry, I don't have to write code on the front line anymore. Recently I acquired a hotel near Hangzhou Airport, and running back and forth is too troublesome." Chung Sun now spun small lies effortlessly, directly using the reward he just received. Wang Weiqi, having finished washing the dishes, stepped out of the kitchen just as Chung Sun spoke. She jumped in front of Chung Sun, winked at him, and said, "Why you bought another hotel? When will you take us to stay?" Chung Sun brushed her aside, casually saying, "We'll see how it goes, maybe in a few weeks. It's a bit chaotic during the handover right now." Then he added to his senior sister, "About that thesis, I haven't forgotten. Don't worry, I will give you a reply as soon as possible." Wen Qing, seeing Chung Sun take the initiative to bring it up, hesitated, and said, "Thank you, Chung Sun. But if it's too troublesome, No need." Chung Sun interrupted immediately, locking his gaze on Wen Qing's eyes, firmly stating, "Just trust me, senior sister." Wen Qing felt warmth in her heart, and adjusted her hair, saying, "All right, thank you." After bidding farewell to the two sisters, Chung Sun went downstairs to drive to meet Xia Ning. He initially thought it would just be a casual late-night snack, but upon arrival it turned out to be a beautifully landscaped clubhouse. At the entrance, the receptionist asked for Chung Sun's reservation information, then led him to a separate building. "Sir, you can go right in." Chung Sun nodded, pulled open the solid wood sliding door, and walked into the room. "Teacher Chung, long time no see." Xia Ning jumped up from the sofa and ran towards Chung Sun. Today Xia Ning was dressed sweetly. She wore white wide-leg casual pants, a loose light pink hoodie, and slung a small plush cat-shaped bag over her shoulder. Her hair was fluffy and soft, cascading over her shoulders with a star-shaped hairpin on the side. "Xia, you look very sweet today." Xia Ning tossed her hair and winked. Do I look good?" "You look great, come let's take a photo." Saying this, Chung Sun took out his phone and snapped 2 pictures while Xia Ning was still unaware. "Oh no, Teacher Chung is attacking suddenly again." Xia Ning hurried over and playfully punched Chung Sun's arm a few times. As Chung Sun walked towards the sofa in the lounge area, he asked Xia Ning, "Why did you choose such an expensive place?" Xia Ning grinned broadly, saying, "Oh, it's just to thank Teacher Chung for your selfless guidance." Then she patted her chest. "I've already ordered everything. Teacher Chung just needs to eat. The food here is amazing. Oh dear, if I take pictures so forcefully and break something, what will I do?" Chung Sun felt a pang of heartache just watching. "All right, you mentioned last time that you were busy with a new album. Are there any songs to listen to?" "Yes." Xia Ning ran over to a nearby cabinet, pulled out her laptop, opened a folder, and handed Chung Sun the headphones after connecting them. The folder contained 4 songs, seemingly the scale of an EP. Chung Sun listened to them from beginning to end, stroking his chin as he began to think about how to express his thoughts with emotional intelligence. The girl sat beside him, nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. "Oh, Teacher Chung, your expression is a bit scary." Chung Sun opened his mouth, but in the end he only said, "Get me some paper and a pen." Before he finished speaking, a very good quality, genuine large notebook was handed over. While it looks like she came prepared, Chung Sun began to write furiously, writing for 20 minutes straight. From lyrics to melody, instrumentation, arrangement, and mixing, he wrote at least 7 or 8 optimization suggestions for each song. Xia Ning was gasping lightly beside him. Chung Sun capped his pen and said, "All right, these 4 songs have reached their limit. They will sound good, but they probably won't be a hit." Xia Ning took the notebook, stood at attention, and revealed a sweet smile. "Thank you, Teacher Chung. The dishes have been served for a while now. Should we eat first?" Chung Sun didn't move, solemnly saying, "Don't try to charm your way out. Do you know what your biggest problem is right?" Xia Ning pursed her lips and blinked rapidly, her eyes darting around as she attempted to respond. "Did you implement the advice I gave you last time?" Xia Ning lowered her head and mumbled, "I followed some of it. So the things you produced still can't convince yourself." Her head drooped even lower. "I might let you down." Chung Sun wondered if he was being too strict and added, "Of course your experiences in life are still limited, which is quite normal. From these 4 songs you can also see your progress." He continued, "The first one about a girl's infatuation seems very hollow, superficial. But this 4th one is quite good." Xia Ning whispered, "Well, of course the 4th one was written with Teacher Ch." Chung Sun didn't hear clearly. "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing." Xia Ning immediately shook her head. "All right, refine these 4 songs when you get back. Also, this one can be used too." After saying this, Chung Sun took out a few neatly folded sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Xia Ning. Xia Ning was still in shock. "Huh?" Chung Sun shook the paper in his hand, signaling her to take it. She received it and opened it, discovering it was a printed sheet of music. The clothesline sways, shirts dripping with sunset, collecting every fallen droplet as treasure, names at the bottom of the cup, tides drowning secrets, exchanging every soaked note for memories. Xia Ning gently hummed along with the music sheet, liking it more and more. The entire song had a refreshing melody perfectly suited for Xia Ning's current style. It vividly brought to life a girl's secret crush bordering on obsession. The song is titled 12 Small Things About My Affection for You, lyrics and music by Sansun. Chung Sun allowed Xia Ning to study the score while he sat down at the dining table to eat. "To be honest, the food at this restaurant is quite delicious. I didn't expect such a high-end venue to offer such down-to-earth late-night snacks." Chung Sun thought he would be eating some dry pastries tonight, but Xia Ning ordered skewers, grilled wings, and various dishes like boiled chicken, cold dishes, clay pot meals, and spicy wontons paired with sweet desserts like osmanthus rice balls and double-skim milk. This girl can't eat much herself yet insists on ordering so much. Just as they were eating, Chung Sun's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to find that it was a video call from Rin Xiui. Chung Sun was a bit puzzled, wondering what she was doing calling him at this late hour. He pressed the call button and waved his hand toward the phone. "Hello, Xiui, what's up?" On the screen, Rin Xiui no longer sported her usual messy braids, but had her hair in a simple ponytail, looking much fresher. "What are you doing?" "Eating late-night snacks." Chung Sun switched to the rear camera and panned over the table. Suddenly, Rin Xiui shouted, "Hey, wait, who's that little sister over there? She looks familiar." Chung Sun quickly switched the camera back to his handsome face. "It's no one, just a friend. By the way, why did you call me?" Rin Xiui didn't dwell on it and asked, "Hey, I heard you did something big recently." Chung Sun had an inkling of what Rin Xiui was referring to. It was likely some rumors about him circulating in that circle. Chung Sun wore a nonchalant expression and casually replied, "What big deal? It's just some small business of buying low and selling high." "Wow. Boss Chung is bold, casually discussing a 50 billion deal. Impressive." "What? Did someone ask you to be a lobbyist?" Rin Xiui chuckled lightly. "Think too much. I'm not someone who can be easily manipulated. I'm just curious to see the most legendary young person in Huhai recently." Chung Sun laughed heartily and pressed his hand against the screen, saying, "You're exaggerating. It's all just empty fame." At that moment, Xia Ning had finished studying the score and heard Chung Sun on the phone. From his tone, it seemed to be so the girl quietly crept up behind Chung Sun and suddenly peeked into the phone screen. Instantly, there were two. Xia Ning." Chung Sun glanced at Xia Ning hiding behind him, and then at Rin Xiui on the screen, laughing heartily. "I say, Xiui, what kind of strange things did you do to scare Xia like this?" Rin Xiui rolled her eyes dramatically. "I didn't." Just as she finished her shout, Rin Xiui suddenly wore an ambiguous expression. "I say, Chung Sun, aren't you moving a bit too fast?" "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just helping Xia with music theory." Chung Sun helplessly explained, then turned to Xia Ning and said, "Don't be afraid, come out, and let me introduce you." "Oh." Xia Ning peeked her head out from under the chair, secretly glancing at the phone screen, confirming once again that it was indeed that woman with messy braids. "Xia, this is Rin Xiui, who just returned from studying abroad." Then he leaned closer to Xia Ning's ear and quietly added, "Remember, I told you last time. Her father is directly in charge of Sun Zhonghuai." Xia Ning obediently sat in her chair and properly greeted the camera. "Hello, Xiui sister. I'm sorry for mistaking you just now. This girl isn't foolish." Chung Sun chuckled, not exposing her mistake. Rin Xiui also awkwardly smiled, choosing not to press the matter. Chung Sun suddenly changed the subject. "Speaking of that meal, you and Gong Rui said each of you would send Xia a program, right? Hey, that was under certain conditions, okay? Hehe, you can start preparing and find Xia a better project." Rin Xiui snorted, then said, "There are plenty of projects like the Peach Blossom Dock from Goose Factory and the Signal of Attraction. The Kiwi family has a joint production called 5Ha, and there's also an independent project called Cosmic Flicker, all sorts of things. Mango has a show coming out in January next year called The Eternal Voice, and my kid will also be featured during the new year. The Great Detective can be arranged too. On the satellite TV side, the Ace of the Blue Station can also be arranged, but the effect is average." After rattling off a bunch of shows, Chung Sun realized he hadn't heard of many of them. He smacked his lips and suddenly asked, "How about directly organizing a spring festival gala?" Rin Xiui hadn't reacted, yet while Xia Ning couldn't hold back any longer. "Teacher Chung, don't." Chung Sun wore a serious expression. "What's wrong? Don't you want to be on the spring festival gala?" Xia Ning looked aggrieved. "Please let me go, Teacher Chung. I still want to go home and make dumplings for New Year." Chung Sun couldn't hold back his laughter. "Haha, I'm just kidding. Your sister Xiui currently doesn't have the ability to get you directly onto the spring festival gala." On the screen, Rin Xiui coughed a couple of times. "Actually, it's not impossible." Rin Xiui, without waiting for Chung Sun to ask in detail, directly said, "Alright, it's still early for that. You don't need to worry about it. They'll let you know when a good opportunity arises. By the way, Xiang Ning has a new EP album coming out in December. Can Kai give it some extra promotion then?" Rin Xiui chuckled softly and asked with a hint of meaning, "Are you really that worried? Do you think the agency would care about your feelings?" Chung Sun, reminded by this, suddenly realized that Xiang Ning had an entire agency behind her. She wasn't just a lone individual. Seeing that Chung Sun remained silent, Rin Xiui continued, "Next time, let's find an opportunity to have a meal together, invite Gong Rui, and bring Xiang Ning along." Chung Sun understood the implication behind this. Taking Xiang Ning out would allow her to see the world and meet some people in the industry. Once Xiang Ning was at the dining table, the agency would immediately know who their artist was dining with. If Chung Sun really had feelings for Xiang Ning, giving the agency a little benefit at this time would only make things flow naturally. "Sounds good. I don't have much going on lately. What about Xiang Xia?" Chung Sun turned to look at Xiang Ning, who nodded in agreement. He'll let you know in advance when it happens. Alright, I won't disturb you guys from having your late night snack. Goodbye. After saying this, Ren Chioi hung up the phone. Teacher Chung, is Sister Chioi really that kind of person? Chung Sun smacked his lips and replied, to be honest, I don't really know. Maybe she's just pursuing thrills for fun. Xiang Ning took out the music sheet in her hand, her face full of admiration. Teacher Chung, I absolutely love this song. How did you write such delicate lyrics? Chung Sun smiled and didn't explain. How could he explain? It was all thanks to Tong Zigu. He hadn't done anything himself. Well, he couldn't say he hadn't done anything at all. After all, it took him quite a while to transcribe it from his mind to the software. How is the copyright for your songs handled? My management contract is with Tsinghua Xinghe, and my record contract is with Universal Music. During the contract period, the copyright for the lyrics and music belongs to me, while the distribution of the master recording is under Universal's control, and the lyrics and music are exclusively represented by Tsinghua Xinghe. Oh, that's good. So it's not a complete buyout of the rights. It's all like that now. Only those unscrupulous companies still do buyouts. The internet is very transparent now, and those kinds of companies wouldn't even consider it unless they were desperate. Chung Sun thought for a moment and said, then you can take this song to register it. Xiang Ning shook her head repeatedly, saying, that's not good. By then, even your company might end up belonging to you. At this moment, Chung Sun couldn't care less about the specific ownership of a song. No worries, I'm not short on this little bit. Holding the music sheet, Xiang Ning suddenly stood up with a serious expression and said loudly, you can rest assured, Teacher Chung, I will definitely not let you down. Chung Sun was startled by her sudden action. Quick, eat something. After finishing their late-night snack at 10:30 at night, Chung Sun drove Xiang Ning back to her apartment. Just before getting out of the car, Chung Sun suddenly asked Xiang Xia, do your assistant and manager know about me? Xiang Ning nodded seriously and replied, they know. I told them you are an amazing music theory teacher. Do you have any photos in your bag? Why? Can you give me a few signed photos? Upon hearing this, Xiang Ning lowered her head and asked softly, Teacher Chung, why do you want my photos? Oh, I have a cousin who really likes you, so I thought I'd get her a couple of your signed photos. Xiang Ning raised her head, blinking her big eyes in surprise for a second. Oh, I see. I have some, I'll sign them. She hurriedly rummaged through her cat bag and pulled out a stack of photos to show Chung Sun. Look, it's from that set you... Then she picked out a few and quickly signed them with her artistic signature. Chung Sun didn't take them but smiled and said, you should also write wishing Li Ronxin all the best and wealth soon. Xiang Ning hesitated to write, looking up to ask, is Li Ronxin your cousin? Chung Sun replied nonchalantly, yes, she's still in school. Oh, good to know. Watching Xiang Ning bounce happily into the elevator, Chung Sun then put the few photos into his pocket and drove out of the community. The next day was Sunday. Chung Sun didn't go anywhere, lying at home all day, quietly waiting for Monday to arrive. Because on Monday, he could transfer the 403 million stock trading funds to his bank account. By the way, he also needed to check on his company office at Jinggan Carry, wondering if it was being renovated. He read for a while and chatted a bit in the dorm group. Most importantly, he spent some time enjoying videos of pretty girls on Douyin. The day passed quite fulfillingly. He even received some meager cash rewards and small skills. Early Monday morning, after having breakfast, Chung Sun logged into his brokerage account. The balance clearly displayed 403 million. Chung Sun controlled his slightly trembling hands and clicked on the withdrawal button, selecting his Bank of Communications card. Speaking of which, the Bank of Communications would call him every few days. The account manager spoke in a sticky voice, always trying to invite him out for a meal, claiming that the bank had some gifts prepared for him. However, Chung Sun repeatedly declined. To be honest, just hearing the voice of that account manager made Chung Sun curious about what this person looked like. But you're just an ordinary account manager, the status isn't equal. Not to mention needing the head of the Shanghai High branch to come forward. Oh, at the very least, the branch manager should call to check in, right? After all, it's over 58 million in deposits. In the urban wealthy novels, with this much deposit, they can deeply communicate with the account manager. Why is there such a big difference for him? Now with 400 million cash incoming, Chung Sun didn't believe that the branch manager would remain indifferent. Your account ending in 3333 has credited 403 million. 00 yuan balance, 46156. 4033. 04 yuan. Chung Sun silently laughed 3 times, looking up at the sky. All those stocks, houses, and companies are just illusions. This 6 billion in deposits is detected high purity, happy behavior, sudden wealth, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, Tianma racecourse, currently entrusted to the legal team for acquisition. Detected host cash assets exceed 100 million yuan, a system upgrade, initiated, estimated time 48 hours. Upgrading. Chung Sun first saw the property reward for Tianma racecourse and was just about to click to view the details when the system prompted that the upgrade had started. Wait, just having 100 million in cash can initiate an upgrade. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it earlier, I would have sold the stocks to gather this 100 million. Chung Sun made a call to the contact assigned by Junha law firm. Xiaoma replied fluently, Mr. Chung, we are nearing the end of the hotel project, and we just received the case for Tianma racecourse. I estimate it will take at least 3 to 4 days to complete all the transfer matters. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Chung Sun prepared to go to Jingdong Carry Center to check out his new office. He was too lazy to drive himself, so he decided to take the Hongqi L5 directly. The majestic Hongqi cruised down the road as if it were equipped with automatic obstacle avoidance, sailing smoothly through what should have been the peak traffic hours of Huhai. After getting out of the parking garage, Chung Sun followed the signs to find the entrance of Building T2. Upon arriving at the elevator hall, he was surprised to find a security access system. He had to call the 16th floor through the access system, stating his name, and then the front desk remotely unlocked the door. Once in the elevator, he quickly reached the 16th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Chung Sun found the hallway neatly filled with people. Hello, Mr. Chung. A row of young professionals in black suits bowed and greeted Chung Sun. The sense of ritual was overwhelming, the taste of power was intoxicating. Chung Sun smiled and nodded, quickly stepping out of the elevator. Very good. You all look very spirited. Chung Sun praised the crowd. Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Gao Fan, Vice President of Hung Chuang Chi Sheng. Administrative Director Qi Miao. Financial Director Wei Kai. HR Director Hao Run. Internal Control and Compliance Director Chu Feng. Legal Officer Peng Lei. Director of TMT Investment Department Chen Ku. Director of Cultural and Tourism Investment Department Mei Wenhua. Director of Industrial Manufacturing Investment Department Wang Qian. Chung Sun shook hands with each of them enthusiastically, though he didn't remember many names. His heart was bursting with joy, and with such a complete team, it would take ages to recruit each one individually. Good job, Tongzi. Everyone please follow me to the conference room. Chung Sun arrived at the large conference room under Qi Miao's guidance. During this journey, Chung Sun took the opportunity to observe the company's decor. It featured a modern minimalist style primarily in walnut color accented with some black highlights, which was quite refined. Aside from the management team that had just come out to greet him, there were many employees working in various office areas. The two young ladies at the front desk left the deepest impression on him as they looked almost identical. However, in front of so many executives, Chung Sun felt it inappropriate to stare at them. Sitting in his high-end office with glass partitions, he felt quite excited. This was the empire he had built. How many employees does the company have now? Administrative Director Qi Miao stood up and quickly replied, We have a total of 48 colleagues. Chung Sun gestured for everyone to sit and continued asking, How much money does the company currently have on? Financial Director Wei Kai didn't even need to check the reports and answered directly, We have 30 million yuan in cash. The annual salary cost is 7.23 million yuan. Oh, and the operational cost is 1 million yuan. Chung Sun nodded. At least Tongzi had some conscience, providing 30 million in operating funds. Who was in charge of the Minxing Bank case? TMT Director Chen Ku raised his hand to indicate. TMT stands for Technology, Media, and Telecommunications, encompassing industries such as electronics technology, computing, media, and communication. Banking operations technically shouldn't fall under their purview, but given the company's small scale, it was impossible to form a separate team for a single case. Thus, over the next 2 months, we need to continue investing in team building. The first investment department will add a FIG financial institution group, the second department will add a consumer goods group, and the third department will split its industrial manufacturing group into 2 major groups, high-end manufacturing and energy materials. In addition, we will set up a mobile general industry group separately. Everyone began taking notes. According to Chung Sun's plan, by then hundreds of millions in funds would flow into Hung Chuang Chi Sheng. They couldn't just let it sit there and go to waste. Moreover, the system would occasionally issue new rewards potentially involving various industries, so preparing the team in advance was a prudent measure. He continued, I will transfer the shares of Hang Chengzhongzhou Hotel to the company to be coordinated by the Cultural Tourism Group. I also have an idea. We should unify the branding of Hang Chengzhongzhou and Huhai Rui Ting, as well as the hotels we might acquire in the future, and operate them as a group when the time is right. You can research this and also look for other mid to high-end hotels around Huhai that can be acquired. Director Mei Wenhua of the cultural tourism industry responded actively. Understood, Mr. Chung. Chung Sun thought for a moment and continued, at the same time we need to assign supervisory personnel to the companies in which we have stakes, gradually reclaiming financial and personnel authority. Please have Vice President Gao Fan and Internal Control Compliance Director Chu Feng lead this matter. Yes. Understood. Chung Sun suddenly became curious. Oh, were these people real humans? Why did their speech and responses seem like they were executing commands? Unfortunately, the system was upgrading and Tongzi was completely ignoring him. Regarding HR, do I have an assistant team assigned? HR Director Hao Ren looked up at Chung Sun and replied, report Mr. Chen. Currently in your board office there are 4 assistants, but no office director has been set yet. Chung Sun understood this was the head butler waiting for him to choose. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good candidate himself. Please send the resumes of the 4 assistants to my office after the meeting, and I'll interview them one by one to select a temporary director first. Alright, that's it for today. The main purpose is to meet everyone and get to know each other. Everyone stood up and watched Chung Sun leave. Administrative Director Chi Miao followed Chung Sun. He still needed to brief Chung Sun on some internal company matters such as email OA access control, etc. As soon as they stepped out, Chung Sun saw a young man waiting at the door looking anxious. Chung Sun signaled Chi Miao to inquire about the situation while he stepped aside. Mr. Chung, Director Chi, our company's phones have been bombarded. Various media outlets are trying to contact us. Chi Miao asked, what is the reason? They are all asking about Mr. Cheng's position as a director at Rui Airlines. Chung Sun stepped forward and asked, has Rui Airlines sent out the materials for the shareholders meeting? The young man nodded, yes, Mr. Chung. Oh, we won't comment. Let them reach out to the secretary of the board at Rui Airlines for related inquiries. Understood, Mr. Chung. They'll go inform them right away. After saying that, the young man quickly left. Chi Miao followed Chung Sun into the office, quickly outlining the handover tasks before starting to review the resumes of his 4 assistants. 2 men and 2 women, all with master's degrees, all around the age of 30. One studied law, one studied Chinese language and literature, one studied physics, and the last one studied economics. After a unknown discussion, Chung Sun ultimately decided to appoint Zhong Lin, who studied Chinese language and literature, as the temporary director of his office. This 32-year-old Zhong Lin is a divorced woman who came from the public sector, having served as a liaison officer in a practical leadership position. Zhong Lin has a daughter living with her ex-husband, and she candidly expressed that she no longer intends to remarry or have more children, which is a point Chung Sun values highly. This is indeed a perfect embodiment of a robust and dynamic individual. Once these matters were settled, Chung Sun found the materials for the shareholder meeting released by Rui Aviation. Mr. Chung Sun was nominated as a candidate for the non-independent director of the company's 5th board of directors, recommended by the board and reviewed by the nomination committee. It was agreed that once approved by the shareholders meeting, Mr. Chung Sun would be elected as a member of the strategic committee and the remuneration and assessment committee of the 5th board. The above proposal has been reviewed and approved by the 14th meeting of the 5th board of directors of the company and is now submitted for shareholders' consideration. Attached is Mr. Chung Sun's resume. Chung Sun, male, Chinese nationality, without permanent residency, abroad, born in December 1998, holding a bachelor's degree in engineering from Huhai University. Currently serving as a director of Jiyuan Aviation Co., Ltd., executive director of Hengchuang Xuanxing Shanghai Co., Ltd., and chairman of Hangzhou Zhongzhou Hotel Management Co., Ltd. Apart from the positions mentioned in the resume, Mr. Chung Sun has no other affiliations with the company's directors, supervisors, senior management, actual controllers, or shareholders holding more than 5. He has not been penalized by the Securities Regulatory Commission or other relevant authorities, nor does he have any significant records of dishonesty. As of now, Mr. Chung Sun holds 4/9 of the company's shares. Seeing his name appear in an announcement from a publicly listed company, Chung Sun felt a sense of unreality. Looking again at his meager resume, Chung Sun suddenly felt an urgent need. It wasn't enough. It seemed he needed to find a way to acquire a graduate degree. Such matters cannot be resolved by the system. He could only proceed step by step through formal education. Getting someone to arrange for an MBA while working would be the simplest solution. After all, if he studied abroad, he might not meet the residency requirements for certification. If he were to stay abroad for several months each year, Chung Sun felt he might not be able to bear it. Chung Sun lounged in the office chair, gazing out at the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, daydreaming about the future. Meanwhile, discussions about him outside were subtly gaining traction. With the release of the Rui Aviation announcement, this mysterious new board member identity officially surfaced. It turned out to be a mere 26-year-old youth. Moreover, the executive photos taken at Jinyao Group on Friday had also predictably circulated. Shocking. Rui Aviation announces the candidate director's resume, only 26 years old. Oh my, this is exactly the type of domineering CEO one envisions. A 26-year-old beauty standard parachuting into the board of a listed company, truly a starting point unattainable by ordinary people. At only 26 years old, with no deep industry experience, can one really parachute into a listed company board based solely on looks? Is that reasonable? The 26-year-old parachuting director, the capital connections behind him, have become the biggest market mystery, with shareholders igniting a storm in the comments. There were analysts, envious voices, critics, and outright insults. Meanwhile, the companies under Chung Sun's name had long been thoroughly investigated. In the internet age, all business information is publicly available. Unless there are private holdings, there is nothing that cannot be uncovered. Companies like Jiansong Zhongzhou and Hengchuang Qixing became hot topics, with search volumes skyrocketing. Overall, the public sentiment leaned towards negativity. As a result, by the end of the morning session, Rui Aviation experienced a slight drop of 3.6. By noon, there were gradually reports indicating that the share reduction plan announced by Shi Yuzhu last week might involve Hengchuang Qixing as the buyer. Moreover, this seemingly unbelievable news was confirmed by multiple sources. This was even more concerning. Chung Sun's reputation was directly elevated. The hidden secrets behind the 26-year-old young entrepreneur and Shi Yuzhu became new material for marketing. The once small circle of rumors began to spread widely. Chung Sun also became the hottest figure in the financial world today. Of course, this was only within the broader circle of finance. Most people did not care about who Chung Sun was. Was it that the young ladies were not working hard enough? Or was it that the work of cleaning the rugs was not relieving enough? Starting from noon, Chung Sun's phone kept vibrating. The most informed were the few people in Rin Qi's Xiaoming Mountain Car God Group. Congratulations to General Chung. Sun Gu is silently achieving great things. What happened? Shocking. Rui Aviation announces the candidate directors resume, only 26 years old. Wow. Is Sun Gu preparing to rise to a higher position? Your news is so outdated. I got the news over the weekend. Cool. This group contains effective connections that still need to be maintained. Chung Sun quickly typed a reply, hee, keeping it low-key, still need to wait for the shareholders meeting vote. Rose salute. He also saw a message from Chu Yinsi. My dad talked to me today hoping I would resign and return to the group. Chung Sun asked what position. The message came back quickly, vice president of the group, overseeing PE, equity investment, listed company market value management, and liaising with the aviation and education sectors. Such generosity. Chung Sun was somewhat surprised. These positions were all meat from Chu Mohan's pot. Now nearly half was given to Chu Yinsi. Would Chu Mohan be willing? It was likely that Chu Yinsi's future days would not be easy. However, this is the price. Who has a smooth path to seize power? The effect of the dim sum was pretty good, right? Next, Chung Sun sent 2 more voice messages. Let's wait until the end of the year to take office. First, I need to complete Lin Shufan's projects before resigning. They are waiting for the resources to be allocated. As for the matters regarding Jinyao Ko, please do not mention them. Remember to take it slow. Chu Yinsi's reply was still quick. All right, rest assured. In addition to the messages on WeChat, there were also numerous phone calls, most of which were invitations for media. Chung Sun did not accept any of them and activated the whitelist mode, allowing only those in his contact. It seemed he needed to get a few new phone cards. At noon, Chung Sun had a boxed lunch in the office. Although it was a boxed meal, the standard had to be around 50 to 60. With a standard of 4 dishes and a soup, it was nutritionally balanced, but it was somewhat lacking in flavor. In the afternoon, Chung Sun returned to the old villa on Xinghua Road after leaving the company. The bank contacted him again, bypassing the branch manager and directly reaching out to him from the head of the Huhai branch. Unable to get through to him by phone, they sent a text message which Chung Sun only replied to after seeing it. He directly arranged to meet them at the old villa. Chung Sun's plan was simple: to assert his presence with the 3-acre old villa in the city. After returning, he instructed the driver not to stop at the garage, but to park right in front of the main building, giving it a little polish. Just as he got home, Chung Sun received another call. Wasn't I on the whitelist? Why is there still an unknown number? He felt somewhat puzzled and casually answered. Hello, is this Mr. Chung? I'm from Shunlid Transportation, and you have 3 vehicles arriving tomorrow. May I ask where you would like them delivered? Oh, so my 3 major vehicles are arriving. After thinking for a moment, Chung Sun concluded that only the old villa could accommodate them, while the Tianma racecourse was still in the process of property transfer, making it inconvenient to take them there directly. He replied, Xinghua Road, Lane 324. Will they arrive in the morning or afternoon? When would it be convenient for you? Chung Sun thought for a moment and said, Evening is the most convenient, as there are too many tourists during the day, too many eyes and ears. All right, then we can come at 3 a.m. tomorrow. The person was indeed a bit too bold. Just as he was about to suggest a different time, he held back the words. Since there is a butler, he didn't need to get up himself. They could deliver whenever. Okay, when you arrive, someone will be there to coordinate with you. Tomorrow, 3 luxury cars worth millions would be added to the collection. Although they were all older models, Chung Sun was still somewhat excited. At 3 o'clock, the bank representatives arrived. This group was led by Yuan Ming, the branch manager of the Huhai branch, and included Xiao Peng, the general manager of the private banking department, Wei Dong, the manager of the business department, and client manager, Hu Nianwei. This Hu Nianwei was the client manager who spoke in a rather sticky manner. The group parked their cars in the parking lot outside and walked to the entrance of lane 324. Upon entering, they immediately saw the huge garden, and on the second glance, they spotted the red flag with the C-1949 license plate. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat surprised. Yuan Ming looked at Wei, the manager of the business department, with some irritation, thinking that such a capable client should have had some connections established in advance. Wei Dong chuckled awkwardly, not daring to speak. Everyone, Mr. Chung is waiting for you in the reception room. Lin Min led the group through the side door directly to the reception room to avoid the embarrassment of changing shoes. When Chung Sun saw the group enter, he stood up from the sofa, took a couple of steps forward, and extended his hand. Yuan Ming quickly reached out his hand and stepped forward to shake Chung Sun's hand. Mr. Chung. Yuan Ming, the manager of the Huhai branch of the bank. Chung Sun smiled and said, Manager Yuan, thank you for making the trip. Please take a seat. He then turned to instruct Lin Min to prepare tea. Yuan Ming interjected, pointing at Hu Nianwei. Does Mr. Chung want to try out our Xiaohua skills? Chung Sun glanced at the client manager. Oh, so this is Manager Hu Nianwei. Dressed in a standard bank uniform with a fitted gray blazer and a pencil skirt, her legs adorned with smooth black stockings, and wearing a pair of small heels. This young manager, who looked to be only around 24 or 25, estimated to be a level powerhouse, with very fair skin, though it was hard to tell if it was makeup or natural. However, at least her neck showed no color difference. Manager, who smiled sweetly looking at Chung Sun, and said, My skills are quite good, Mr. Chung. Would you like to give it a try? Chung Sun thought to himself, is this skill genuine? He nodded nonchalantly. Then I would trouble. Let's use the pure tea in that ceramic jar. He then turned to Yuan Ming and said, I got this jar of tea from Chu Ruiheng at the Jiniao Group. I could see he was reluctant to part with it. Let's taste it together. If it tastes good, I'll ask him to send a few jars over from his tea house later. Yuan Ming laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, If you're talking about someone else's tea, I wouldn't dare to comment, but if it's from President Chu, it must be excellent. President Chu's tea is a well-known secret in our circle. Their probing began here. Chung Sun subtly placed himself on the same level as a big shot, like Chu Ruiheng, with this jar of tea. Yuan Ming also delicately indicated that he was fairly familiar with Chu Ruiheng. If Manager Yuan also has good tea, let's share some later. We can take from the rich and divide the tea leaves. The group chatted around the theme of tea for a while, and as Hu Nianwei served hot tea to everyone, the conversation gradually shifted to the main topic. Mr. Chung, the main purpose of our visit today is to get to know you. If you have any funding needs or wealth management needs in the future, we can provide that. After saying that, he glanced at Wei Dong, the manager of the business department. Wei Dong quickly stood up. Mr. Chung, I must apologize first. Our business department's service has not kept up, which led to the delay in contacting you. I sincerely apologize. Here are some tokens of our apology, please accept them. As he spoke, he took out 2 small brocade boxes from his bag and presented them to Chung Sun with both hands. Chung Sun smiled as he accepted them. Oh, no trouble at all. He then opened one of the boxes, revealing a golden ornament shaped like the bank's mascot, Xiao Xiao Miao. He glanced at the identification card, noting it weighed 50 grams. The other brocade box contained a golden tiger pendant, also weighing 50 grams. While this gift is quite substantial, Wei Dong explained from the side, knowing Mr. Chung is a tiger, we specially selected this for you. Chung Sun nodded, closed the box, and set it aside. Great. Thank you. I really like it. Who doesn't like shiny gold? Seeing Chung Sun accept the gift, Yuan Ming said to Hu Nianwei, Xiaohu, please introduce Mr. Chung to our private banking services. Hu Nianwei filled each person's cup with hot tea, then smiled at Chung Sun and said, Mr. Chung, go ahead. Hu Nianwei took out a beautifully printed brochure from her bag and sat down on the sofa. Mr. Chung, why don't you come over? Our private banking VIP services are quite extensive. Chung Sun was curious to see what it entailed, so he stood up from the tea table and sat on the sofa. Just as he sat down, Yuan Ming stood up. Mr. Chung, would it be convenient to step outside for a smoke? He had quite a keen eye. Chung Sun nodded. Lin Min, go get a box of cigars for Yuan. The 40th anniversary commemorative edition you mentioned last time. Let a few of the branch managers help me evaluate. The 3 branch leaders left the reception room, leaving Chung Sun and Hu Nianwei on the sofa. Seeing that Chung Sun was sitting a bit far from her, Hu Nianwei subtly moved closer, pressing her thigh clad in black stockings tightly against his leg. Mr. Chung, let me introduce you to our exclusive wealth management services for private banking. Chung Sun always adhered to the principle of not passing up free offerings. Yet he was discerning. He would keep his distance from those that could lead to trouble. For instance, before he had adequately trained Chu Yanxi, Chung Sun would not partake. However, abstaining did not mean he couldn't indulge in a little teasing, licking, or soaking. Manager Xiao, who was energetically introducing the product when Chung Sun directly reached out his hand to rest upon the smooth black silk. He sensed a tremor from Manager Xiao, and the voice introducing the product momentarily faltered. Chung Sun frowned. Was his hand truly so enchanting? Suddenly Manager Xiao shivered, then abruptly said, I'm sorry, President Chung, I need to use the restroom. With that, he hurriedly dashed out of the meeting room with little steps crossing his legs. What was going on? Such a buzzkill. Chung Sun glanced sideways, then extended his finger towards the sofa. Realizing something, Chung Sun grinned wickedly. Was he that sensitive? This was getting interesting. A few minutes later, Hu Nianwei returned to the meeting room, her cheeks flushed. Chung Sun had already moved to the tea table. Seeing Hu Nianwei return, he pointed to the sofa, then pulled out a few tissues from the box and handed them to her, saying, "Clean up a bit." Hu Nianwei wished she could dig a tunnel to escape, or perhaps just die. She lowered her head, took the tissues, moved beside the sofa, bent down quickly to wipe, and then neatly folded the tissues into her uniform pocket. Chung Sun then pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit, let's have a chat." Hu Nianwei obediently sat down in the chair, still with her head lowered. "How many times have you introduced products to clients?" Hu Nianwei naturally understood Chung Sun's real meaning. Her heart tightened slightly, a sense of unease creeping in. "This is my first time. Did your leader teach you?" Hu Nianwei shook her head, answering softly, "No." "Do you have a boyfriend?" "I had one in college." After a few seconds, Hu Nianwei hurriedly added, "But we didn't have any relations. To be candid, what do you wish to gain from me?" Hu Nianwei raised her head, looking at Chung Sun's face, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I want to stay in Huhai, settle down, and buy a house. I want to advance further in the bank." "Then what can you offer?" "Everything." Chung Sun nodded and beckoned her over. Without hesitation, Hu Nianwei stood up and walked in front of Chung Sun. "I can accept women with intentions, but I cannot accept disloyal ones." "Understood." Chung Sun sat in his chair, glancing at the floor. Hu Nianwei looked up at Chung Sun. 20 minutes later, Hu Nianwei emerged from the restroom again. Chung Sun was flipping through the service introduction brochure, not lifting his head, as he said to Hu Nianwei, "Go get a health check, then contact me." Hu Nianwei nodded, her face still flushed. "Okay." Lu Xiaorui was far away in the southwest, and Chung Sun still wanted to build rapport with his senior sister and Xiaoning. He hadn't yet aligned things with Chu Yanxi. Chung Sun felt that given his status, seeking out small business owners was somewhat beneath him. Just then Hu Nianwei appeared, one wanting to take, the other willing to give. Since they clicked so well, they might as well sleep together. As long as Hu Nianwei didn't overstep, Chung Sun was more than happy to fulfill some of her small requests. Chung Sun still did not look up, saying, "Help me arrange a financial product worth 50 million. Hu Nianwei's eyes lit up. "Really?" Chung Sun looked up at her, his mind recalling her fair skin. "Remember to note down my assistant and my housekeeper's contact information. Before you come, first contact the housekeeper. For business matters, contact the assistant." Hu Nianwei hesitated, finally asking, "So I can't contact you directly?" Chung Sun shrugged. "I'm very busy, though I might not respond promptly. I also do not provide emotional support." A faint sense of disappointment crossed Hu Nianwei's heart. "Okay, understood. All right, go call your branch manager back." After a while, Yuan Xing and others returned to the meeting room. "President Chung, how about we find a place to eat tonight? I know a restaurant that serves excellent Huayan cuisine." Chung Sun was not interested in socializing. He just wanted Hu Nianwei to quickly get her tests done and return. "Unfortunately, Yuan Xing, I have something on tonight. Let's arrange it for next time." "Oh, that's really unfortunate. In that case, let me schedule it in advance." With that, Yuan Xing patted the back of his head, saying, "I have a friend who raises sheep in Gan province. He mentioned he would get me a few sheep last time. Does President Chung like to eat lamb?" Chung Sun was genuinely interested in this. He had masterful culinary skills, and hearing about Gan province lamb sparked several cooking ideas in his mind. Oh dear, he couldn't think about it. Just thinking of it made Chung Sun salivate. "Yuan Xing, where does that friend raise the sheep?" "It seems to be in a place called Xiaha, but I didn't remember the exact location." Upon hearing this, Chung Sun clapped his hands and laughed. "Xiaha is great. The sheep there are perfect for roasting whole. The high-altitude pastures at 3,000 meters provide firm, flavorful meat. Not bad." Seeing Chung Sun so excited, Yuan Xing was also overjoyed, finally finding what Chung Sun was passionate about. "Oh, President Chung seems quite knowledgeable about this. Of course, Gan province is vast, and the taste of lamb varies greatly between regions. For instance, the lamb from Dongxiang is suitable for hand pulling, while the lamb from Jingyuan is best for braising, and that from Minxin is ideal for clear soup, while Huan County's lamb is perfect for red braising. Many people only know about Ningxia's 10 sheep, unaware that the lamb from Gan province is also of excellent quality. In terms of cost performance, it even surpasses Ningxia lamb." When Chung Sun began discussing gourmet food, he was truly articulate, leaving the several branch managers in awe. Yuan Ming waved his hand, saying, "Our President Chung is the most passionate about life among the entrepreneurs I know. Rest assured, President Chung, this winter's lamb will be on me." Chung Sun laughed heartily. "Allow Yuan, no need for that. Just get me a few samples first. If the quality is good, I'll make a bulk purchase. My company will send lamb for the new year. Then I must thank President Chung on behalf of my friend. It's truly not easy to raise livestock, especially high-end livestock. Don't worry, President Chung, I'll contact him right away and have the little lambs flown over." Chung Sun cheerfully saw them off, escorting them all the way to the entrance. Yuan Xing had not expected that what ultimately changed Chung Sun's attitude was neither the beautiful black silk nor the jade seat of the golden Buddha, but rather delicious lamb. Once in the car, Yuan Ming called his friend. Lao Su, you raise sheep and shower right. Prepare 5 sheep, and then help me buy 5 more from other production areas, and send them all to Huhai. This request is too simple. Lao Su readily agreed sure, but no heads or skins okay. Yuan Ming quickly added, I want live sheep live ones. Lao Su was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed loudly, Lao Yuan, are you kidding me? Don't worry about that, just find a vehicle, and send them to Huhai. Lao Su was in a panic, his voice rising, but you want 10 sheep, how can I send you live ones? They usually come in hundreds, not just 10. Yuan Ming thought for a moment, and realized it was indeed difficult. Okay, then send me frozen ones, used SF Express cold chain. I need them urgently. Alright, got it. They'll be slaughtered tomorrow, and shipped out the same day. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chung Sun had just finished his bath, when Lin Min informed him via the intercom that Hu Nianwei had arrived. Seeing Hu Nianwei again after a few hours, she had changed out of her bank uniform, and was wearing a black wool coat with sharp shoulders. Once inside, Hu Nianwei took off her coat, revealing her true outfit. A gray lace-up, tight-fitting base layer highlighted her advantages very clearly. A woolen short skirt paired with semi-transparent black stockings made her legs look long and straight. Her hair was loose over her shoulders, styled in large curls with bangs that created an airy look. With makeup on, colored contact lenses, and perfume applied, she was well prepared with a charm that could captivate any man. Chung Sun scanned her up and down, feeling his heart race. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Did you go to the hospital? Hu Nianwei nodded and murmured. I went to a private clinic. I had to pay extra to get the report tonight. After speaking, she handed Chung Sun the stamped paper report. He examined it carefully, focusing on several key indicators, and found no issues. Let's go upstairs. Hu Nianwei nervously followed Chung Sun upstairs. He casually opened an empty room, gesturing for her to come in. Chung Sun felt a sensation akin to drowning. Although he had some experience with Lu Xiaowei before, compared to Hu Nianwei, it was truly a case of a great witch meeting a little witch. Hu Nianwei was like the Three Gorges Dam, while Lu Xiaowei could only be considered a small reservoir in his hometown. Hu Nianwei lay weakly on the bed, adjusting her breathing. Chung Sun wiped the sweat from his face. Let's take a shower and change rooms. Hu Nianwei lazily replied with a sound of agreement, and then struggled to get up. It was truly a marvelous feeling. Chung Sun's abilities seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Hu Nianwei thought the exaggerations in movies were enough, but Chung Sun exceeded even those. She remembered that her roommates never took that long. Chung Sun felt a slight disappointment. The system upgrade had made no noise whatsoever. He was so happy, yet missed the reward. Last time with Lu Xiaowei, he received stocks worth over 300 million, so this time the reward surely wouldn't be lower, would it? In rounding terms, didn't that mean he lost 300 million? Shaking his head to adjust his unhealthy mindset, Chung Sun took Hu Nianwei for a shower, and then held her in the master bedroom for a good sleep. Before this, Lin Min had already prepared the medication and supervised Hu Nianwei taking it. Chung Sun slept very soundly because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep later in the master bedroom. The next morning, Chung Sun first found another bedroom to do some morning exercises, then took a shower and went to have breakfast. Hu Nianwei continued to sleep to regain her strength. Chung Sun had already arranged for her to take a leave from her private banking leaders for 3 days without work. As an adult, she understood well. After returning, Hu Nianwei would probably get a promotion. Because Chung Sun had promised to transfer the public account of Hung Chuang Qisheng to China Merchants Bank. During breakfast, Lin Min came over to report that 3 vehicles had arrived last night and had already been unloaded into the garage. Is the garage not big enough? We moved the housekeeper team's cars outdoors. Now it's just right anymore, and we won't be able to park them. Alright, I'll find a place to move these sports cars later. Chung Sun decided to build his own exclusive large garage at Tianma Racing Circuit after it was transferred. Chung Sun certainly wouldn't drive these supercars for everyday commuting. To be honest, using a supercar for commuting wasn't a comfortable experience. For regular outings, he preferred the large Hongqi, and if he were to drive, the S63 was his first choice. Those sports cars were just for fun on the track. After finishing breakfast, Chung Sun went to the garage to check on his 3 divine cars. First was a custom matte, cement gray Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Then there was a pure black McLaren P1 with golden rims, factory MSO custom, and full carbon body. Lastly, there was a white Porsche 918 Spider with Martini livery equipped with the Weissach lightweight. Chung Sun took the keys and stepped into each car, revving the engine twice to feel their temperament. The odometers showed they were all brand new, and there were no transaction records on the registration. This was very important for Chung Sun, a new car enthusiast. He took out his phone and recorded a short video of the several cars in the garage. While filming, he explained, "Friends, these are one-owner cars for personal use. Is anyone interested?" After filming, he directly sent it to the small group of car enthusiasts. The group immediately exploded. The LaFerrari Aperta version, nearly 50 million, the McLaren P1 conservatively at 20 million, and the 918 Spider around 19 million. These three luxury cars combined are almost a small goal. There aren't many people in the country who have all three cars, but safe to say there are no more than 10. Some of them have already sold their cars to pay off debts. Finally here, I want to touch them. Sun Ge, please take me. Sun Ge, just give the order, and I'll immediately book Tianma. Is that 918 the factory Martini livery? Sun Ge, how did you get the 1949 plates in that garage right next to yours? That's incredible. Chung Sun chuckled and replied one by one. Gong Rue, no need to book the venue. I've already secured the entire Tianma. After everything is settled, you can play whenever you want. Just wait for my notification. Yibingwen, do you believe it was a lucky draw from 50? Xiaohui, it's a fact. Rinshui, why aren't you joining in on the fun? After learning that Chung Sun had secured Tianma racing circuit, the group erupted in another wave of shock and 666. After a long while, Rinshui finally appeared in the group. Chung Sun, are you free on the 15th Saturday? I've invited a few starlets from the entertainment industry to have some fun, and do you want to bring Xia Ning along to join us? What are we playing? Not decided yet. How about we go to Tianma? We can play go-karts and show off my new cars at the same time. Sounds good. Do you have enough time? No problem. I'll have them cancel the Saturday activities and clear the venue. Friends who have good relationships can also come along to play. Chung Sun seized the opportunity to organize his first event. In the world, going solo isn't feasible. Selecting friends who can support and utilize each other is the key to moving steadily and far. With Chung Sun's current level, he was fully capable of pulling off a high-level event. Plus, with the charisma of Rin Shui, Gong Rue, Yibingwen, and Xiaohui, organizing an event would be easy. Gong Rue quickly replied, no problem. When you confirm the venue, let us know in the group. I'll bring a few little stars along to have some fun. Yibingwen added, what if I transport a few motorcycles over for some racing? Everyone made a small suggestion, and the event immediately became more exciting. Chung Sun thought the relaxed gathering mode was quite good, being flexible and free. Once it becomes a so-called club with more people, it loses its purity. Who is close to whom, who has conflicts, it becomes all about dealing with those issues, and how can one enjoy playing. A core circle with a flexible periphery is perfect. If they encounter people who fit in well, the core circle can expand at any time. At noon, Chung Sun and Hu Nianwei sat together in a restaurant having a meal. Chung Sun took a sip of soup and inquired, how is your current financial situation? Do you have any debts? Hu Nianwei, with a somewhat hoarse voice, replied, I receive a salary of 15,000 every month. I share an apartment with a friend, and our rent and utilities amount to about 5,000 monthly. I spend around 2,000 on clothes and cosmetics each month, and I save a portion while giving some to my parents for household expenses. As for debts, we usually use our own credit cards from China Merchants Bank, and I have no other debts, no mortgage, and no car loan. Okay, I understand. After speaking, he called Lin Min over and instructed help Nianwei rent an apartment near her workplace. Nianwei, if you have any requirements, you can tell Manager Lin now. Hu Nianwei hesitated for a moment and said, our office is in Lujiazui, and places nearby are quite expensive. Actually, we can rent something a bit further away. Taking the subway is very convenient. Chung Sun waved his hand. It's all right, Lin Min, remember to get at least 3 bedrooms. Upon hearing this request, Hu Nianwei awkwardly lowered her head, realizing she truly couldn't control herself. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. However, one thing to note is that I will provide these rewards proactively, not because you asked for them. Can you accept that? Hu Nianwei lifted her head, looked at Chung Sun's face, and quickly nodded. I understand, thank you. Why does everyone like to thank themselves? Helping ambitious and confused girls to the best of one's ability is indeed our responsibility. Chung Sun finished the remaining rice in his bowl, then took out his phone, found Lu Zuri's account, and transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Although this girl had to video chat with him every day, every time he asked her, she said she still had money. He couldn't tell if she was genuinely wealthy or just embarrassed to admit otherwise. In the afternoon, Chung Sun took Hu Nianwei to Hang Lung Plaza. Pointing at the bright luxury brand stores, he said, you have a credit limit of 500,000. Oh, buy what you want, and we'll call it a day. Hu Nianwei was momentarily taken aback. Seeing her not moving, Chung Sun patted her waist and urged, hurry up, be efficient. Oh, okay. Hu Nianwei instantly switched to battle mode. With a limit of 500,000, she had never engaged in such a lavish shopping spree in her life. Though for brands like Hermes that require matching items with purchases, 50,000 is indeed not much. However, for some slightly lower tier brands, the purchasing power still holds strong. At each store, Chung Sun would find a sofa to lounge on, watching the sales associate help Hu Nianwei pick out items while he enjoyed a drink handed to him by another sales associate. Occasionally, if he spotted something he liked, he would take it. The items purchased were not taken home. They were all delivered to his old villa on Xinghua Road for a few days until the apartment was ready for her. In the evening, Hu Nianwei invited Chung Sun to dinner. She chose a small, clean wonton shop in an old alley. The proprietress was very polite and seemed to be familiar with Hu Nianwei, even coming over to chat with Cheng Sun. Cheng Sun chuckled inwardly, thinking that Hu Nianwei might have learned some tricks online to charm men. There was a saying online, if she is inexperienced, take her to see the world's splendor. If she is weary of the world, take her for a carousel ride. Hu Nianwei taking Cheng Sun to eat at a dive can be compared to Cheng Sun taking Chu Yanxi for a carousel ride. However, Chu Yanxi is not the kind of gullible girl who can be easily fooled. If he really took her to an amusement park, she would probably mock him for a year. To some extent, Cheng Sun was just a newly wealthy person, and this tactic had little effect on him. As he walked out of the shop, he casually remarked, the taste is average, let's eat something better next time. Hu Nianwei paused, feeling somewhat flustered, and muttered softly, I'm sorry. Actually, this is my family's shop. Cheng Sun raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and said, really? The taste is good, we can come here more often. Yes, our place actually has good reviews online. Is there anywhere you think needs improvement? Cheng Sun thoughtfully replied, in the sauce for the sauce-flavored pancake, the amount of onion should be increased by double. The wonton filling isn't clean enough. The holes in the meat grinder could be made larger, just pass it through with a 6mm hole twice. Oh, and ice cubes should be added while grinding. Cheng Sun listed several suggestions while Hu Nianwei typed them down rapidly. After finishing, Cheng Sun took Hu Nianwei's phone, checked everything, and nodded. If you make changes based on these standards, you can increase the prices by double. While Hu Nianwei saved the notes and exported them as images, she declined, oh, many of our customers are locals, it's not good to raise prices. Cheng Sun shrugged, it's up to you. If business booms later, don't blame me for not reminding you. After dinner, Cheng Sun strolled with Hu Nianwei for a while, with a red flag car trailing behind. Feeling tired from walking, he waved his hand, and the car immediately glided to his side. The battle continued as scheduled. It wasn't until the next morning at 9:30 that Cheng Sun was awakened by the system's notification sound. Detected high-purity happiness behavior, my kingdom, triggering a critical reward. Critical reward, Hengshu Zhili Information Technology Co. Ltd. Attorney being appointed. Detected high-purity happiness behavior, sending you a little red flower too, triggering a critical reward. Critical reward, Panshur Security Co. Ltd. Attorney being appointed. Detected high-purity happiness behavior by triggering a critical return. Critical reward 5700 yuan, 5700 yuan, already deposited into the host's bank card. System upgrade complete. LV2 abilities have been unlocked. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Invisibility Crawler, a network crawler that can scan any connected device for data. Please install the crawler setup data package on any device in the data center. The crawler will automatically install and deploy. As a programmer, Cheng Sun certainly knew what a crawler was. Who hasn't learned about crawlers while studying Python? But scanning any connected device seemed a bit fantastical. Could it be that it could bypass permission barriers? It even had to be deployed in a data center. Was he expected to rent a server cabinet? That seemed too troublesome. Continuing to look at those reward notifications, the happiness rewards during the upgrade period had not been consumed, just delayed. The system was still a good comrade. Oh, it rewarded him with an information technology company. What is this for? Cheng Sun took out his phone and searched for it, only to find it was an IDC data center. Next, there was a security company considering his growing wealth and providing him with security services. Haha, the system was as reliable as ever. Since there was a data center, the crawler had a place to go. Cheng Sun silently thought, and a compact SSD dedicated to servers appeared in his hand. Cheng Sun placed the hard drive into the underground vault, planning to retrieve it once the data center handover. After having breakfast, the client manager from the brokerage called, informing him that the 600 million he had pledged in Rui Aviation stocks had been successfully disbursed, and interest began accruing from today. The stocks were registered under Cheng Sun's name, unrelated to the company, and did not need to go through the company's official account, landing directly in Cheng Sun's China Merchants Bank card. Cheng Sun immediately paid off the transaction fee for the mandatory invitation card owed to the system. Now his account only had 600 million left. On the other end, Hu Nianwei had just groggily opened her eyes when her phone started vibrating incessantly. Picking it up, she heard the voice of the private banking department's general manager, Xiaopeng manager, who another 600 million has entered President Cheng's account. Hu Nianwei was still not fully awake, and was even more confused upon hearing this. I don't know. Wait, another 472. 5 million has been spent. You should quickly ask President Cheng what's going on. Hu Nianwei furrowed her brows. Xiao general manager, isn't this inappropriate? How could it be inappropriate? Alright, it's indeed inappropriate. Manager Hu, thanks for the reminder. Xiaopeng spoke without thinking, almost making a grave mistake that left him in a cold sweat. Having a client manager interrogate a big shot about why they spent so much money could lead to disaster if it got out. Manager Hu, you continue to do a great job. When you come back to work, I'll submit a promotion report for you. Thank you, General Manager Xiao. I won't keep you any longer. President Cheng is calling for me, so I'll leave it at that. Alright, you go ahead. I won't take up Manager Hu's time any longer. Hu Nianwei hung up the phone, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just days ago she was still referred to as Little Hu, and now she had become Manager Hu. Isn't it quite realistic? Chung Sun's voice came from the doorway, startling Hu Nianwei. I'm heading out, what do you say? Hu Nianwei leaned against the headboard, saying lazily, I don't want to move, I'm so tired. Chung Sun sat beside her, casually twirling something in his hand, saying, then you can keep sleeping. After you wake up, let the kitchen prepare some food for you. I have some matters to handle. Hu Nianwei blushed and nodded. All right, you go ahead. Chung Sun then headed straight to the company office. He needed to understand the progress of several ongoing system reward projects. Legally, Junhe Law Firm was responsible, but the actual handover was still being executed by Hengchuang Qixing. To facilitate cooperation, Junhe Law Firm had arranged for 2 lawyers to work directly in Hengchuang's office. Upon arriving at the company, Chung Sun had his assistant call a few people to his office for a brief meeting. What is the current status of the Tianma case? The director of the cultural tourism industry, Mei Wenhua, reporting to President Chung, we are only waiting for the business license change to be completed, which is expected to be finished within 2 days. Could notify them that the site needs to be cleared on the 15th of Saturday, as I need the venue for an event. Understood, President Chung. Chung Sun picked up a report on the Tianma racetrack from the table and pointed at the image on the cover, saying, also this sign for Tianma is really tacky. Bright red with black text, there's no sense of design, it looks like a car part city. We will directly solicit bids from society and decide on a more upscale 6-image and renovation upgrade plan. All right, President Chung, I will arrange that immediately. Chung Sun waved his hand, giving a direct order. First, find an advertising company to take down that awful sign. Hang a white artistic sign in its place, and it must be completed by Saturday. Yes. Chung Sun then turned to look at Chun Ku, the TMT industry director. When will Hengshi's Hillian complete the handover? Approximately by tomorrow. What is the scale of that data center? Is it providing external hosting services, or is it fully self-operated? Chun Ku took out the project materials, handed Chung Sun a copy, and began explaining standard cabinets for 8.0 units and servers, a total storage capacity of 15 EB, occupying an area of 80 acres with a total construction area of 1 square meters. In terms of power, it is supplied by 2 220 kilovolt municipal power sources with a transformer capacity of 100 MVA, by 60 megawatts of UPS, and equipped with 20 units of 2 megawatt diesel generators. The total investment for the project is 3.5 billion, with an annual comprehensive energy consumption of 6.0 tons of standard coal PUE 15 and a 150-person operation and maintenance team. Currently, the park is divided into 4 areas: 2 cloud service data centers providing external cloud services, 1 enterprise-level hosting center, and 1 area that is currently powered down and not yet operational. Chung Sun nodded, realizing he could use the unutilized area to deploy his web crawlers. The scale of such a data center had exceeded Chung Sun's expectations. He knew from understanding relevant regulations that the current approval process for new IDC data centers was exceedingly strict. Projects with an annual comprehensive energy consumption of 6.0 tons of standard coal require the highest level approval from the Development and Reform Department and must comply with National Hub Node planning. To be placed in a strictly controlled area like Huhai 1 must buy energy use indicators for replacement and commit to consuming green electricity. In other words, it was practically impossible to get approval. Thus, in the current market context, this data center, with a total investment of 3.5 billion, had a market value of at least 8 billion. After discussing the data center, Chung Sun inquired about the situation with Panchur Security. Panchur Security's headquarters was located in Huhai with branches in the capital Pengcheng and Hong Kong Island. Their main business involved personal security, employing 320 security personnel at various levels. Chung Sun instructed that Panchur Security's existing business would gradually be phased out, and in the future it would no longer provide external services, focusing entirely on providing the highest quality, most comprehensive security services for himself. The security personnel within the company would be graded, with the highest level remaining by Chung Sun's side and mid-level personnel assigned to the periphery. As for the lower-level personnel, a property operation department would be established to transfer them to various companies and parks under Hengchuang that required security services, improving the service quality of the property's operations. For example, security positions in hotels, aviation ground services, and data center security. Additionally, they would recruit more retired soldiers with good image and temperament to take on high-end community image positions and high-end park security services. This way, Panchur could still generate business income, maintaining basic operations without relying constantly on the parent company for financial support. Finally, Chung Sun asked, so once all our projects are fully handed over, what is the estimated asset value of Hengchuang Qixing? Vice President Gao Fan replied, so far the Zhongzhou Hotel is valued at 170 million, the Ruading Hotel at 280 million, the Tianma Racetrack at 1 5 billion Hengshes Hilliang at 8 billion and Panshur Security at 300 million. The total value stands at 10.79 billion. This marks the official arrival of Chung Sun's net worth into the billion-level range. Gao Fan continued once the transactions with Jiantian Investment and Jinyao Group are completed. The company will hold 10 of Rake Aviation shares and 4 of Ijin Group shares, which would be valued at around 3.2 billion. Additionally, there are 975 million in debt and approximately 900 million in cash. Adding this up, the total assets of Hengchuang Qixing would be around 15.7 billion. A total asset of 15.7 billion is considered an entry-level position for a large institutional equity investment company. Plus, with Chung Sun personally holding 4.9 of Rake Aviation shares, real estate vehicles, and cash, his total assets would amount to around 18 billion. These assets cannot be hidden. Chung Sun must always be prepared to stand in the spotlight for observation. This is the cost and unavoidable price, and all Chung Sun can do is to avoid interviews as much as possible. Having thought of this, Chung Sun authorized the office director Zhong Lin to establish a public opinion monitoring team to keep track of his reputation on the internet, at all times aiming to guide himself towards the image of a socially responsible young entrepreneur. Gao Fan raised his hand and proposed, "Mr. Chung, should we do some charity work? Although it's a cliche, it is quite effective." Chung Sun decided to make a donation. He first donated in his personal capacity to renovate 10 Hope primary schools, contributing 5 million yuan to a free lunch program and donating 2 million yuan to the Baby Home Project. Then, in the name of Hengchuang Qixing, he contacted schools such as Huhai University to establish the Hengchuang Inspirational Scholarship, promising to donate 5 million yuan each year to reward 3 categories of students: those with excellent grades, outstanding academics, and those from impoverished families. Chung Sun specifically instructed that all information regarding these donations should not be publicized, for now keeping it tightly under wraps. If one day he faces public criticism, he would release all the information at once. People on the internet have an unparalleled enthusiasm for reversals, and this quietly charitable persona is the most suitable material for creating trending topics about turnarounds. With the meeting reaching this point, it could basically be concluded. Chung Sun kept the office director Zhong Lin behind and called in 3 other assistants. "Regarding the event at Tianma on Saturday, I need you to help me organize it by working overtime. He'll give you a contact, it's my butler, and she will also provide you with some assistance. I require a complete setup for eating, drinking, and entertainment on Saturday." After briefing the assistants on some important points, Chung Sun called Xia Ning. "Hello, Teacher Chung." The girl was still full of energy. Chung Sun asked, Xia, "Do you have time on Saturday?" Xia Ning thought for a moment and replied, "It's not certain yet. What do you mean?" "I'm taking you to an event on Saturday and will introduce you to some friends in the industry." Upon hearing that she would be taken out to have fun, Xia Ning immediately agreed, "Sure. Then I'll coordinate the time with the team." Chung Sun added, "You can bring an assistant or an agent with you. Does your company have any more well-known artists?" Xia Ning pondered for a while, unable to think of anyone to bring, and explained, "Oh, our company is not very popular. We don't have any famous artists, and our connections are also average." Chung Sun chuckled, "You don't have any friends?" Xia Ning felt a bit embarrassed, as she indeed didn't have many friends, but she still defended herself. "I have some friends, but none are in the industry." "All right, then just bring your assistant. He'll pick you up later." "Great. Thank you, Teacher Chung." After arranging Xia Ning's schedule, Chung Sun had completed all his main tasks for the day. Off work. Detected high purity happy behavior. Off work, triggering critical reward. Critical reward, targeted talent recruitment card. User guide, what is most valuable in the 21st century? Talent. This was yet another item card, and Chung Sun opened the details to study it carefully. This card allows binding to a specific position, and the item will help the host recruit top-notch talent suitable for the position within 24 hours. That's fantastic. However, so far Chung Sun hadn't thought of a specific position where he would need to use this card, so he decided to keep it for now. Off work. Chung Sun waved goodbye to the twin sisters at the front desk and happily descended to the basement, taking a car back to the old Western-style house. Lin Min informed Chung Sun that Hu Nianwei was still sleeping, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. "Am I that powerful? Little Hu?" Chung Sun went to the bedroom and called out as he opened the door. Hu Nianwei lay on the bed, a pillow wedged between her legs, exposing half of her waist. "Wake up quickly, O Lin Min said. She found you a good place to live. After lunch we'll take you to see it." Upon hearing that a house had been found, Hu Nianwei immediately perked up. Although her parents ran a shop in Huhai, they were not originally from there. Her parents rented a small room above the shop, while she shared a 2-bedroom apartment with another girl. Every day, she had to squeeze onto the subway for 40 minutes just to reach the area near her company. And this was with a monthly rent of 400 yuan plus utilities and property management amounting to 500 yuan just to secure a place to live. The terrifying part was her roommate, who would frequently bring her boyfriend home, making it impossible to keep quiet. Hu Nianwei was truly fed up with this life of being PUA'd by her boss at work and hearing her roommate's antics after work. She sat up abruptly. Really? That's great. She quickly took a shower and started her skincare routine, applying base isolation and foundation. Where did the cosmetics come from? Of course, Hu Nianwei had brought them herself. Her small makeup bag may not look big, but the items inside could fill an entire table. She selected an outfit from the pile of clothes she had bought yesterday and that had been delivered this morning and gracefully made her way downstairs. The chef prepared Cantonese cuisine for lunch. Soy sauce chicken braised pork belly with large grouper steamed wild East Star grouper crab, meat over pea shoots steamed ribs, and blanched vegetable hearts. This was Chung Sun's first time trying braised pork belly with large grouper. Braised pork belly is essentially Cantonese crispy roast pork where the skin on pork belly is roasted until the skin is crispy and the meat is fragrant. The skin is as crisp as paper, the fat is translucent, and the lean meat is delicious, making it one of the sole dishes of Cantonese roast meats. Large grouper refers to the anaba fish, which can grow up to more than 2 meters long. While farmed grouper is common, wild grouper like the one today is relatively rare and expensive. As for the braised pork belly with large grouper, it involves first searing the grouper belly until fragrant, then transferring it to a clay pot, adding roast pork, ginger garlic shallots, a spoonful of zhejiang double steamed wine, a little fish sauce, special oyster sauce, and rock sugar, and simmering for 10 minutes before reducing the sauce. The aroma of the meat and the freshness of the fish create a rich and delicious dish. Additionally, the crab meat over pea shoots is also a favorite of Chung Sun. It is now November, and the field-grown pea shoots from Sichuan, Guizhou, and Chongqing have just been widely harvested and delivered directly to Huhai through cold chain logistics. It is essential to use field-grown ingredients as the hydroponic pea shoots from Suzhou and Zhejiang do not taste as tender. The crabs must be selected from the South China Sea as they have more meat and less fat, fine fibers, and a sweet taste, with the picked crab meat distinctly separated. As for the hairy crabs, those won't do. They are too fatty and taste mushy, which is not suitable for this dish. The pea shoots are blanched and drained. The crab meat is picked clean, simmered in broth for 2 minutes, thickened slightly, then poured over the pea shoots, drizzled with a few drops of chicken oil, and sprinkled with ham shreds, and it's done. After lunch, Chung Sun and Hu Nianwei took a Hongqi L5 to view apartments accompanied by Lin Min. Hu Nianwei's workplace is the China Merchants Bank building in Lujiazui, so Lin Min selected 2 locations. One is the serviced apartments at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel directly across from the China Merchants Bank building, and the other is the Guijin Hui apartments above the Lujiazui subway station. They checked both places, and Chung Sun felt that although the Guijin Hui apartments were a bit farther from the China Merchants Bank building, they were more convenient to access. Hu Nianwei, on the other hand, thought the Guijin Hui apartments were rather expensive and preferred to live at the Mandarin Oriental. Chung Sun didn't mind. After all, he wouldn't be the one commuting daily while being teased by his colleagues. They ultimately decided on a 2-bedroom layout of 125 square meters, as there were no available 3-bedroom units left, and the monthly rent was 400 yuan. This amount was withdrawn from a special account Chung Sun opened for Lin Min, and all future affairs would be managed by Lin Min. The account Chung Sun opened for Lin Min was essentially a supplementary credit card, which could have a fixed monthly limit set. Daily expenses were covered from this account. As for the housekeeper's salary, it was paid from the Sun and Enterprise Management Company, and the labor relations and social security of the housekeeper team were also linked to this company. This company was actually one of the 3 companies that the system provided to Chung Sun when he used the compulsory offer card, mainly responsible for holding and managing Chung Sun's personal assets. Hengchuang Qisheng is a private equity investment platform. Qianxing Sheng, he limited partnership, is used as a buffer to hold shares in Hengchuang Qisheng. Sun and Qiguan is Chung Sun's core asset management platform. After completing the paperwork, Chung Sun didn't linger. He instructed Lin Min to take care of the moving arrangements, and then took a car back to Jinggantianyu. He still hadn't finished editing the previous video. As soon as he stopped, he forgot about it. Taking advantage of having nothing to do in the afternoon, he decided to edit it all at once, adjust the colors, and then uploaded it to his account. He also took a look at the data on his account. After not posting new videos for many days, the account's data had basically stagnated, and his Douyin account still had over 800 followers. Chung Sun didn't pay much attention to it. After uploading, he let it grow wildly and switched back to his usual account to watch a girl dancing. Today, that Yuan Chi unexpectedly started a live stream. When he clicked in, there were only a little over 200 people in the stream. Looking at the contribution list, it was quite bleak, with no one above level 30. A few small sunglasses lollipop gifts were enough for the host to read the names and thank the giver. In this freezing cold, she was still wearing shorts and vigorously dancing. What spirit was that? Chung Sun felt that the girl's hard work deserved respect. So he opened the recharge interface and added 100 yuan to his Douyin account. Then he sent Yuan Qiqi a carnival gift worth 300 yuan. Yuan Qiqi, who was taking a break and drinking water, was startled by the sudden special effect. After a long moment, she finally reacted, and then her heart was filled with joy. A 300 yuan carnival gift after deducting half for the platform and taxes would leave her with about 1360 yuan. She didn't expect to make a little money from a big brother on her first live stream. Indeed, the internet was much more profitable than delivering takeout, braving the wind and rain while freezing nearly to death. If she accidentally dropped the cake, it would cost her dearly. If it weren't for the time she met a handsome young man who kindly bought a broken cake, she would have suffered a huge loss. Yuan Qiqi vowed to capture the big brother's heart. She bowed 90 degrees to the camera and loudly shouted thank you to the most popular brother Manshan Ho Zi for the carnival gift. Thank you, brother. Brother Manshan, your name is quite interesting. Chung Sun felt a bit embarrassed when the little girl read out his nickname. But to be fair, the girl's voice was quite sweet. He typed a reply, continue to play music and dance. Yuan Qiqi saw the big brother's message and immediately started playing music, swaying her not-so-coordinated body to the rhythm. To be honest, her dancing was average. However, Yuan Qiqi's core asset was her pure face, like a white moonlight. After finishing a dance, Chung Sun typed a word reward. Then he sent another carnival gift. Wow, that's 2720 yuan. If anyone complains about my slow gifts, I will eat their takeout. Yuan Qiqi thought to herself, and quickly sent a heart to thank the big brother. But the big brother disappeared, directly vanishing from the online list. Did she manage to capture him or not? Yuan Qiqi hurriedly searched for the big brother's nickname, found his account, and then sent a private message. Brother, will you come to watch me dance again next time? But after a long time, there was still no reply. Yuan Qiqi felt a little disappointed. Did she really have to continue delivering takeout? No way. Brother, I am Qiqi, my WeChat ID is. Can you add me? After sending it, Yuan Qiqi continued dancing in the live stream with a heavy heart. With the influx of viewers from Chung Sun's 2 carnival gifts, there were already over 200 people in Yuan Qiqi's live stream. However, her performance wasn't great, often making mistakes in her moves, and the gift acknowledgements weren't timely. She missed this wave of traffic. It was a pity. Chung Sun exited the live stream because he received a phone call. Hu Nianwei asked if he was going back. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock, so he told Hu Nianwei that he wouldn't be going back to Xinghua Road tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chung Sun checked the rewards given by the system after his recent donations, detected high purity happy behavior donation, triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward 67. 7 shares of Hifeng Dangyang already entrusted to the team for reception. What kind of company was Hifeng Dangyang? Chung Sun was quite unfamiliar with it. He opened Kachacha to search for this company and was surprised to find that it was the operating entity of Taiyang Chuanhe. Chung Sun was somewhat familiar with Taiyang Chuanhe. Ever since he met Xia Ning, he would occasionally pay attention to the entertainment industry. Taiyang Chuanhe is an entertainment agency managing well-known artists such as Chun Chichi, Zhang Songwen, Inzheng, Jiang Qinxin, Jiang Peiyao, and Han Ixi. In addition, Taiyang Chuanhe is also involved in the influencer MCN business and holds shares in PoppyTube. However, in recent years, the quality of its influencers has been quite average, and many have started terminating contracts intensively. Moreover, Taiyang Chuanhe holds many advertising agency authorizations for Bytes products, showing clear advantages in channel operations. Chung Sun was almost dizzy looking at the shareholder list in Kachacha. Founder Yang Ming controlled a total of 65.7 of the shares of Hifeng Dangyang through several different partnerships, and his relatives helped hold an additional 2, totaling 67.7. This number was consistent with the shares he had obtained. Besides, the founder Yang Ming, Byte Light Point Capital, and Zhonga Fund together hold 92 of the shares. Vice President Zhao Shan and Director Wang Haiping hold the remaining 38. This meant that founder Yang Ming had officially departed from Taiyang Chuanhe. This situation made Chung Sun somewhat worried about the company's smooth transition. After the founder Yang Mingxing offloaded his shares and took full control, how many people would still be willing to stay in such a company? I have no connections in the entertainment industry. Would top artists take this opportunity to terminate their contracts? But wait, I know Ren Yusin's daughter and Gong Ye's nephew. With a penguin in one hand and a kiwi in the other, surely any resources I gather would be enough for a few artists under my wing. Thinking this, Chung Sun called Ren Xiui. Hello? Why are you looking for me so late at night? Ren Xiui took a long time to answer the call, the background noise chaotic. Are you busy? I wanted to ask you about someone. Go ahead. The noise gradually faded, indicating Ren Xiui had moved to a quieter place. Chung Sun wasted no time and directly asked, do you know Yang Ming from Taiyang Chuanhe? Ren Xiui replied, I'm not sure, I just returned to the country. You should ask Gong Rue, he knows all the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Alright, I'll give him a call then. No need, if you want, just come over. I'm with him right now. Rin Xiui provided a location, a cocktail bar called Speak Low. Chung Sun checked the location and found it was not far. The driver had already taken him back to Xinghua Road, and since he was sure he would drink later, he simply called a Didi. Chung Sun changed into another outfit, and just as he came downstairs, the Didi arrived at the community entrance. Yes, the security still did not let the ride-hailing car enter the community, so Chung Sun had to walk out. Upon arrival, Chung Sun got out of the car and searched for a long time, but couldn't find the sign for Speak Low. He then called Rin Xiui, only to find out that the storefront marked OCHO was the place. The shop looked like a boutique selling wine accessories with various uniquely designed decanters and glasses displayed in the window. Who would think of it as a bar? Once inside, Chung Sun confirmed Rin Qi's reservation with the staff, and then walked straight inside, pushing open a bookshelf. Behind the bookshelf was a narrow staircase passage with red brick walls and dim lighting exuding an atmosphere of a secret base. Passing through the passage led to the second floor, where the true form of the bar finally revealed itself. The area was not large, yet the place was bustling with people. The bar counter was filled with men and women of various types, some slightly tipsy, some in high spirits, their laughter and chatter blending together, creating a lively scene. Chung Sun found Rin Xiui, Gong Rue, and Chen Yu. He approached and patted Gong Rue on the shoulder, teasing. "I say, producer Gong, mingling with these two is making me question your preferences." Chen Yu with his round face was displeased and deliberately threw a flirty glance at him. "Sun Gu, you should be more concerned about yourself." Chung Sun shivered at the remark and sat down to order drinks. However, he was stopped by Rin Xiui. "Let's go to the third floor, it's quieter up there." They headed upstairs and stopped at the entrance of the third floor. On the wall hung a map. Rin Xiui pointed to the location of Hu Hai. A hidden door silently slipped. The third floor of Speak Low is only open to regulars and those with reservations, focusing on high-end and award-winning wines, with a small area filled entirely with booths. Stepping from the bustling second floor into this space, the tranquility was almost palpable. With dark wooden walls, warm yellow lights, and soft jazz music flowing through the air, one sat down and felt completely relaxed. Here, the only thing you need to think about is what to drink next. Picking up the drink menu, he flipped through it without much hesitation and casually ordered a Six Colada. The recipe on the menu looked refreshing: premium rum, pineapple, lime, coconut water, and cinnamon. Just reading those words made him feel the breeze of the ocean. The others also ordered their first drinks. After a while, the bartender brought over a standing pineapple. It was indeed a pineapple, not small, standing there in a rather comedic fashion. Chung Sun grabbed the leaves on top of the pineapple, lifted the lid, revealing the hollowed-out fruit space inside. The liquid inside was a soft color with a delicate layer of slushy material floating on top, at first glance resembling a cup of latte. The slush kept the flavors of rum, pineapple, coconut water, and lime locked in cold temperatures, with a thin layer of cinnamon powder sprinkled on top. Chung Sun inserted a straw and took a sip. The cold liquid slid into his mouth through the straw. The flavor of rum unfolded first, followed by the sweetness of pineapple, the warmth of coconut water, and the slight sourness of lime layering over his tongue. It was so refreshing that he couldn't help but shiver slightly. After taking a sip of his drink, Gong Rue asked, "Sun Gu, I heard you're looking into Yang Ming." Chung Sun nodded. "Yang Ming wants to sell his shares in Taiyang Chuanha to me, and I'm a bit uncertain, so I'm trying to gather some information." Upon hearing this, everyone was incredulous. Gong Rue reacted the most, nearly standing up. "Yang Ming wants to sell his shares in Taiyang Chuanha? No way." Rin Xiui stared at Chung Sun jokingly, saying, "Yang Ming hasn't caught you with something incriminating, has he?" Chen Yu, not being from the industry, could only exclaim, "Sun Gu, you're really on a buying spree. You bought Tianma a few days ago, and now you're buying Taiyang Chuanha. Incredible." Chung Sun casually made up a few excuses, and then continued to inquire about Yang Ming. Yang Ming graduated from the Central Academy of Drama, and went to work as an assistant at Zhou Sun's studio in his junior year. In 2010, when Zhou Sun left Hawaii, he only took 3 people with him, and Yang Ming was one of them. In 2011, Yang Ming served as the mainland agent for Angel's Big Treasure, taking 4 years to elevate Yang Ying from a young model in Hong Kong to a top actress, while also securing resources from Huang Xiaoming. Then at the end of 2014, AAB Studio was officially established, with Yang Ming holding 70 of the shares, while the other 30 was held by Huang Xiaoming, which was the precursor to Taiyang Chuanha. By the following year, the already established Taiyang Chuanha signed Xiao Huangya and Qin Chichi, officially transforming into a comprehensive brokerage business. In July of the same year, Yang Ming collaborated with his classmate Jiang Yilei from the Central Academy of Drama to create short videos establishing the Poppy IP that went viral online, leading to the formal establishment of PoppyTube the following year to enter the MCN field. In 2017, multiple investments came in during the A round, and in 2019, ByteDance entered during the B round. At that time, Taiyang Chuanha was valued at $5 billion. Following that, Angel's Big Treasure and Xiao Huangya terminated their contracts one after another, and multiple artists have left in recent years, making its IPO seem increasingly distant. Compared to the post-B round financing, Taiyang Chuan's current valuation has roughly halved, now only around 2 billion. However, Cheng Sun wasn't picky. After all, what more could he ask for when it came for free? Once he got it, he could simply clean up some marginal businesses and retain the core artist management and marketing agency portion to maintain positive growth. Cheng Sun then asked, "There are rumors that Chen Qiqi is also a shareholder of Taiyang Chuan, but that's actually not true. Is there any explanation behind this?" Chen Qiqi indeed has a good relationship with Yang Ming. However, he is not a direct shareholder of Taiyang Chuan. They collaborated on a project called Donghua Film and invested in several flopped projects which caused no significant impact. As for why Taiyang Chuan later changed its name to Hufeng Danyang Gong Rue explained in 2019, they were preparing to go public, and at that time they registered a new company in Hong Kong as the listing entity. At that time, Taiyang Chuan's shareholders had completed all the share pledges and the VIE structure was fully established. Then the pandemic hit, delaying the IPO. Following that, AB and Zhou Dongyu terminated their contracts. AB exited the shares, and the company deteriorated year by year, making it even harder to go public. Yang Ming began to focus on live streaming e-commerce. By 2022, they officially changed the company name and fully transitioned to serve the ByteDance ecosystem. No wonder Taiyang Chuan could secure so many advertising deals with ByteDance. It was all a matter of mutual benefit. Subsequently, Gong Rue shared a few more of the latest entertainment gossip. Cheng Sun was utterly dumbfounded by the chaos of the celebrity circle. Glancing at the time, she prepared to take her leave. "Alright, it's getting late. I'm about to head out." Rin Xiui glanced at her handbag. "It is about time." The bill for the third floor was settled by Cheng Sun, considered a consultation fee for the information. Naturally, the others didn't bother to argue over it. It was merely 1,000 yuan expense. On the way downstairs, Gong Rue said to Cheng Sun, "Sun Ge, let me see if I can get Chen Qiqi to join us at Tianma on Saturday. He has a good relationship with Yang Ming. Since you're going to acquire Taiyang Chuan, you'll definitely need to get in touch with Chen Qiqi beforehand." Cheng Sun patted him on the shoulder. "Alright, thanks." Gong Rue then asked curiously, "By the way, did you really win Xia Ning over?" Cheng Sun smiled. "We're taking it slow. At least things are going well between us now." Exiting the shop, Cheng Sun was about to hail a taxi home when Rin Xiui stopped him. "They'll give you a ride." As she spoke, a Maybach pulled up and stopped beside Rin Xiui. After getting in, Cheng Sun directly gave the address of the old villa. Hearing the address, Xinghua Road Lane 324, Rin Xiui curiously asked Cheng Sun what kind of place it was. Cheng Sun played dumb, deliberately saying, "It's my home." Rin Xiui elbowed Cheng Sun, who was sitting next to her. "Is it a residential complex, or what?" Cheng Sun gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll know when we get there." Rin Xiui gritted her teeth, but said nothing. After a while, she turned to Cheng Sun and said, "By the way, don't be a simp. In the entertainment circle, simps have no standing." Cheng Sun scoffed and joked, "Do you think I'm the type to be a simp? At the very least, I'd be a wolf warrior, right?" Rin Xiui pursed her lips. Plenty of wealthy people were simps. It was never a sure thing. She sighed and said, "They'll probably be going to work in Beijing in a while." Cheng Sun was somewhat surprised. "Oh, which company?" "Tencent Video's Beijing headquarters." "Doesn't Tencent Video also have a team in Shanghai?" "Why?" Rin Xiui explained, "The Shanghai office mainly handles production business, while Beijing deals with operations, marketing, and variety shows." "So what position will you be taking?" "They'll spend some time in the copyright department first, then move to the variety show department." Rin Xiui paused, then continued, "I aim to reach the position of vice president of the online video BU within 4 years." "You're not going there undercover, are you? I heard your father was quite aggressive in his anti-corruption campaign across the entire PCG department." Rin Xiui shrugged, not denying it. "If you really take over Taiyang Chuan, he'll introduce you to Sun Zhonghuai before I leave." Sun Zhonghuai was the head of the online video BU and also the chairman of Tencent Pictures. She was paving the way for his network. This girl truly had a warm heart. "Thanks." As they spoke, the car had already entered Xinghua Road. Cheng Sun leaned forward and pointed at the iconic wooden gate of his home. "Driver, stop right at that gate." Rin Xiui craned her neck to look. "This is your home, you want to come in and see?" Rin Xiui shook her head rapidly and sat back in her seat. No, maybe next time." Cheng Sun waved goodbye, wondering why it seemed like she thought he had ulterior motives. Hu Nianwei hadn't stayed over tonight, so Cheng Sun had to sleep alone. The next day, Cheng Sun went to the office early. Today, the acquisition of Hengshu Zhilian was finalized, and he could go to the data center to deploy the crawler program. He retrieved the hard drive from the basement vault, wrapped it in a thin layer of bubble wrap, and tucked it into the chest pocket of his suit. Arriving at the company by car, he first checked on the progress of the Taiyang Chuan deal, then confirmed the font for the temporary signage at Tianma racetrack, and urged the assistant team on the event preparations. The day's work was essentially complete. Afterwards, Cheng Sun led the TMT industry team from Investment Department 1 to the data center campus of Hongshu Jilian. Director Cheng Ku got into Cheng Sun's car to brief him on the situations of both Hongshu Jilian and Taiyang Chuana. It was only now that Cheng Sun learned where the campus was located. By the seaside, Disui Lake, the Lingang area, the easternmost edge of Shanghai. It was 80 kilometers from Jinggan Carry Center to the campus, a only and a half-hour drive. Cheng Sun had even woken up from a nap in the car. Glancing out the window, all he saw were vast stretches of farmland. It was a place not even covered by Baidu Street View. Cheng Sun looked at Director Cheng beside him and asked, Cheng Ku, where do the campus employees live? President Cheng, there are dormitories on campus. The operations staff mostly work in 3 shifts and usually stay in the dorms. There are also shuttle buses between the campus and the city center. Cheng Sun nodded. That's good. Suddenly the convoy turned and 5 magnificent white buildings appeared abruptly. Cheng Ku pointed to the cluster of buildings. President Cheng, this is the campus. Those 4 buildings are data centers, and the slightly smaller one is the office building. Do they need such a large office? Cheng Ku explained, it's leased out externally. Many companies working on AI and intelligent computing rent our racks to install their own equipment, and they also lease office space here to house their operations staff. The data center had tiered access control. General office areas could be accessed by appointment, while the server room required strict approval for entry. Cheng Sun held a formal meeting with the team from Hengchuang Qixing and the management team of Hongshu Jilian. During the meeting, Cheng Sun stated that the company would continue operations as usual, although the shareholders had changed, the management team would remain intact. Hengchuang Qixing would only assign financial and audit personnel to the company and would not interfere with normal operations. After the meeting, Cheng Sun began a tour of the server room area. The server room area was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the 4 buildings. Zones A and B were self-operated server rooms, primarily leasing computing power and cloud services to enterprises. These services included cloud servers, cloud storage, cloud space, and cloud databases. Zone C was a colocation area. After paying a colocation fee, enterprises could lease any number of cabinet spaces to house their own equipment. Hongshu Jilian was only responsible for the network. All other maintenance was handled by the leasing entity. In his previous job, Cheng Sun had once gone to a telecom data center to help a client install equipment. The environment was incredibly noisy, and after spending the whole morning there, he had no appetite for lunch. However, nowadays, most government and enterprise projects rarely opted for colocation, preferring cloud services instead. Especially with the establishment of big data bureaus across various regions, government projects were required to use government clouds. But with the rise of AI, the demand for computing power had surged dramatically. Coupled with the high cost of building private data centers, more and more small and medium-sized companies were starting to rent racks in data centers. Most of the racks in the building before them were dedicated to AI-related projects. Zone D was the 3rd self-operated server room, where equipment had just been installed and network cutover completed, but it was not yet operational. Cheng Sun pointed to a server room on the 2nd floor of Zone D, number D201, and said, set aside these 20 cabinets in here for me. I need to deploy something. Grant me the highest access permission so no one else is allowed to maintain it. The accompanying CTO Kai Tao quickly nodded. Yes, President Cheng. After the tour, Cheng Sun and the others had lunch in the cafeteria. In the afternoon, Cheng Sun returned to the D201 server room. This room had become the highest authority area in the entire data center, with a separate physical access control system and an isolated network space, ensuring that no one other than Cheng Sun could access the 400 various servers across those 20 racks. Everything was ready. All that remained was the deployment. Cheng Sun pushed a cart to cabinet number 1 in row 1. On the cart were maintenance tools and a monitor. He first connected the monitor and keyboard to one of the servers, glancing at the system status. Currently, all the equipment in this server room is installed with VMware's virtualization system. Cheng Sun was unsure how the crawler would function after the hard drive was replaced. The system did not inform Cheng Sun about the required installation environment, so he simply replaced it, trusting in the power of the system. He removed a hard drive from the running server, glanced at the interface, and found that it was the same U interface as the. After unscrewing the original hard drive from the drive bay with a screwdriver, he replaced it with the hard drive. Then he inserted the tray back into its original position. The status light flickered a few times, and the content previously displayed on the screen disappeared entirely. On the pure black window, lines of code flashed rapidly, with the lower left corner displaying Vortex Spider v4. 8 setup 12,100. Vortex should be the name of the crawler, meaning vortex. As the progress bar filled up, gradually Cheng Sun stood in front of the cabinet for over 20 minutes. It was both cold and noisy. Yes, the server room was quite cold because the air conditioning units were running at full capacity for heat dissipation. As the progress reached completion, the display changed again. This time a remarkably simple welcome page appeared asking for the administrator's username and password. Chung Sun quickly set it up and officially entered the management interface of this crawler. He speculated that this was a crawler at the operating system level. In other words, it did not need to operate on top of an operating system. This crawler had automatically identified all machines within the same network space and could virtually combine all devices in this room into one massive device at any time. Looking further down, there were 3 sections: tasks, data, and interfaces. The task interface was divided into level 0 tasks and queue tasks. Queue tasks were the crawling lists set by the crawler itself. The computing power under its control would sequentially crawl information according to the queue, then categorize, identify, and store the information within this server room. Level 0 tasks were temporary tasks. Chung Sun gave it having the highest priority and stopping all ongoing queues to process level 0 tasks. At this moment, the crawler had already begun working, scanning and archiving data starting from the nearby ABC building server room. He could distinctly feel the noise of the fan increasing, indicating it was working hard. Switching to the data section, a continuous stream of data was being imported. Users could browse the data from scanned devices like a computer folder or use a search engine for data retrieval. One could even search using natural language. Chung Sun had a sudden inspiration. The issue with his senior's thesis hadn't been resolved yet. He wondered if this crawler could retrieve materials related to Vice Dean Zhao Jiwen. He then typed in the search box, "Help me gather relevant materials on Zhao Jiwen, Vice Dean of the School of Computer Science at Shuangdan University." The indicator showing the search in progress spun a few times before popping up a prompt: "No matching data available. Would you like to create and add it to the task queue?" 3 buttons appeared below: Add as queue task, Add as level 0 task, and Cancel search. Chung Sun directly added it as the highest priority level 0 task, and the crawler began gathering all computing power to the relevant devices of Shuangdan University. While waiting for the retrieval, Chung Sun switched the interface to the interfaces section. After studying it carefully, he once again marveled at the power of the system. This crawler could grant secondary authorization for data retrieval and task scheduling based on different permissions and could open access ports for external use. In other words, Chung Sun could set an external user permission and assign it to a specific content, such as aviation industry. Then he could hand this external user over to Rui Aviation, allowing them to utilize the crawler's computing power to retrieve data and create queue tasks within the specified category of aviation. Or he could give a permission to the investment department of Hengchuang Qixing, allowing them to retrieve data for corresponding projects. This was essentially an intelligence center. Interesting. At that moment, a green prompt bubble popped up: Level 0 task completed. Chung Sun quickly switched back to the data retrieval interface and opened the results page for the recently made retrieval request. Goodness, there was a massive pile of data, including not only academic-related content, but also various data related to his work and life. It was as if all the data from Zhao Jiwen's computer and phone had been packaged and brought over. The amount of data was substantial, yet quite disorganized. As Chung Sun flipped through it, he couldn't help but complain internally: if only I could pair this with an AI to directly extract the main points, it would be perfect. While this guy is quite extravagant, these several women are not even his wives. Chung Sun looked at the text messages and photos in front of him, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "Caught you, old man." Chung Sun packaged these text messages and photos, then began to explore how to export them to his phone. He returned to the interfaces section, and after researching for a while, he finally configured the options for external access. He took out his phone, logged into the system using the IP address, entered his username and password, and selected the data package he had packaged for download. After staying in the server room for a whole afternoon, Chung Sun only came out after receiving a call from Yuan Ming of China Merchants Bank. "Yuan, is there something wrong? Chung, the sheep have arrived." Upon hearing this, Chung Sun felt a surge of joy. "Oh great. Where are they? I'll arrange for someone to pick them up." No need, I've already had my driver deliver them to Xinghua Road. I just wanted to call and inform you. They were slaughtered 3 days ago, a total of 10, each marked with its place of origin. Chung, you can give them a try. If you're satisfied, let me know, haha. Alright, thank you, Yuan. After hanging up, Chung Sun called Wen Qing while returning to the office building. "Senior sister, I want to seek your opinion regarding Zhao Jiwen." Go ahead. I've obtained a document that can directly get him dismissed. Do you think it's better to hold off until you graduate, or should we send him off now? On the other end of the line, Wen Qing pondered for a moment. "Can we take him away directly? He's quite disgusting to say." "Alright, if he gets dismissed, will it affect your graduation?" Wen Qing's voice was soft and gentle. It will have some impact, but not much." Got it, I'll wait for the news then." Just as he was about to hang up, his senior sister suddenly asked, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Chung Sun paused for a moment. "Going home for dinner?" He smiled and said, "I'll be home." By the time Chung Sun returned to Jinggan Tianyu, it was already 7:30. Wang Ruiqi exclaimed as soon as she saw him starving. Seeing Chung Sun carrying a large clay pot, she hurried over to take it from him. "What is this?" It smells. Chung Sun hung his coat on the rack and replied, braised lamb. He had specially brought it back from the old villa. After informing Wenqing that dinner was ready, he called Lin Min to arrange for a chef to prepare some lamb. Wang Ruiqi brought the pot to the kitchen to heat it up, while Wenqing quickly stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes and brought them to the table. Once everything was on the table, Chung Sun took the first piece of lamb and said to the 2 girls, try this lamb. It's from a friend in Gan province, and I specifically found an amazing chef to prepare it. With the first bite, there was no hint of the gamey taste of lamb. It was tender and juicy, rich, but not greasy. The flavor was savory and rich with a hint of spiciness and a subtle sweetness, and the aroma of the sauce was intense. This should be Jingyuan lamb. Young lambs about 30 to 40 days old, bursting with juice, when bitten not at all tough and free of sinew. Sun Gu, this is so delicious. Wang Ruiqi ate several pieces in a row, squinting with a satisfied expression. Even Wenqing, usually quiet and gentle, nodded repeatedly, eagerly digging in. Wang Ruiqi put down her bowl and patted her little belly casually, asking, where did you find this chef? Their skills are really impressive. Chung Sun quickly thought a chef from a friend's restaurant. By the way, senior sister, you mentioned last time that your parents were coming to Huhai to open a store. Have they arrived? Yes, they are already here working on the store renovation. What kind of store are they planning to open? Selling marinated dishes. My dad learned from a master back in the day and previously set up a stall at our place, and the neighbors all said it was delicious. Well, let me know when it opens and I'll come to try it. Chung Sun found it amusing. Another person entering the food. Hu Nianwai's family ran a wonton shop, and now Wenqing's parents were opening a marinated dishes store. Should he just encourage Lu Xiaorui to bring her parents over to open a noodle shop as well? His third system reward was a comprehensive guide to commercial noodles, which wouldn't be a waste to hand over to his future father-in-law. As for Wenqing, upon hearing Chung Sun's words, she turned and gave Wang Ruiqi a glare, then turned back to Chung Sun and said lightly, sure. Wang Ruiqi certainly knew why Wenqing was glaring at her. A few days ago, Wenqing's parents came to eat here and even asked Wang Ruiqi about their landlord Chung Sun. They seemed eager to meet this potential son-in-law. Unfortunately, Wenqing firmly stated that her relationship with Chung Sun was merely that of senior sister and junior brother, and they were not dating. This left Wen's parents in an awkward position. Now that Chung Sun was proactively suggesting a visit, Wenqing felt even more at a loss. That day, Wang Ruiqi intentionally sent a photo to her parents to indirectly remind Wen's parents. Perhaps with a little push from home, these two would end up together. As Wenqing's close friend, wouldn't she benefit from this? At the very least, her rent would surely be waived, right? Yet so many days had passed, and there was still no progress between them. Wang Ruiqi felt anxious. Earning just a couple of $100 from writing this lousy novel wasn't enough to support herself. She was so anxious that she nearly wanted to skip over Wenqing to pursue Chung Sun directly. But after decades of friendship, that would be too base for Wang Ruiqi to consider. It was easier in the old feudal society when women could be given as concubines. Wang Ruiqi quickly shook her head, trying to dispel such chaotic thoughts. Wenqing was already washing the dishes. Chung Sun saw Wang Ruiqi suddenly shaking her head and mischievously reached out to tousle her hair. Since the last time he had playfully messed up her hair while she was drunk, he had found the sensation quite memorable. Oh! Wang Ruiqi exclaimed in surprise. She glared at Chung Sun, looking fierce. What are you doing? Chung Sun grinned. Your hair feels great. What shampoo do you use? Wang Ruiqi kicked at Chung Sun playfully, impatiently, pushing his hand away. She shook her head vigorously, and her hair quickly returned to order. You naughty thing, humph! Wang Ruiqi said, then quickly ran back to her bedroom without looking back. Oh no, Chung Sun can't be developing ill intentions towards me, can he? What should I do now? Chung Sun silently chuckled. It was rather cute. After saying goodbye to Wenqing, he returned to his own room. Now it was time to deal with Zhao Jiwen's matter. He found the contact information of another vice-dean, Wu Hui, from the Institute of Computing and Intelligent Innovation at Shuangdan University. The Institute of Computing at Shuangdan University was involved in several cooperative projects with Rui Airlines, so the contact information was easy to find. Dean Wu, let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Chung Sun, the newly appointed director of Rui Airlines. Wu Hui on the other end of the line seemed to have been informed in advance, so he was not surprised by Chung Sun's call. Hello, Director Chung, is there something I can assist you with? Chung Sun, disinterested in small talk, got straight to the point. I have a document that you might find interesting. Ooh, I just sent it to your email. Wu Hui was a bit puzzled, but looking at an email was not a difficult task. Alright, I'm by my computer. I'll check it now, please hold on. Wu Hui opened his email and saw a recently received message with no text, only a compressed file attachment. Surely this new director wouldn't send him a phishing email. Wu Hui hesitated for a moment, but still downloaded the compressed file and took a quick look. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced. Goodness, what kind of trouble had Zhao Jiwen gotten himself into? This was quite intense. Inside the compressed file were a series of surveillance videos, hotel records, and text message screenshots revealing Zhao Jiwen's improper relationships. Moreover, the details of several women were glaringly evident, and one of them looked increasingly familiar to Wu Hui. Hey, isn't this the wife of Dean S.J.? This was explosive. No, it was fantastic. If the vice dean was involved with Dean S.J.'s wife, Zhao Jiwen would surely be dealt with, and S.J. would definitely have a tough time in the institute. Wouldn't that mean he might have a chance with two positions? Wu Hui suppressed the fiery excitement inside him and calmed down a bit. Director Chung, what are you implying? Chung Sun smiled. This document is a gift for you, Dean Wu. I hope it can assist you in your work. Additionally, I have a younger sister named Wen Qing who is currently a doctoral student under Zhao Jiwen and will graduate next year. I hope Dean Wu can look out for her. Understood. Director Chung, don't worry, I will make sure this matter is handled well. After hanging up, Wu Hui immediately stood up and began pacing back and forth in his study, wearing a pleased expression. Wu Hui was 3 years older than Zhao Jiwen, but took 2 years longer to become vice dean, making it a 5-year gap overall. Who knew what kind of face Zhao Jiwen had during those 2 years? Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. Huh? Wu Hui's wife heard her husband yelling in the room and came in to check. Old Wu, are you losing your mind? Wu Hui waved his hand dismissively. You wouldn't understand. Your husband is about to turn the tide. In Jinggan, Tianyu Chung Sun hung up the phone with a sly smile. As long as you want to form a team, you can naturally match with equally skilled teammates. At the Tianma racecourse, the large red sign has been removed, and a new white artistic lettering is being installed. Chung Sun stands at the construction site wearing a hard hat, his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. This looks much better, doesn't it, old Ma? Next to him, the vice president of Tianma Sports nods repeatedly. The original shareholders of the listed company have withdrawn, taking away nearly half of the management and technician team. Coupled with Chung Sun's request for urgent renovations, the entire Tianma racecourse is currently closed for business. The transfer of Tianma racecourse was only briefly discussed within the industry. It hardly qualifies as major news. The original wholly owned shareholder Lixing Sports divested the asset of Tianma racecourse, and their stock has been declining for several consecutive days. Ma Bin was originally the vice president in charge of event operations at Tianma Sports. After the Lixing team exited, he is now the highest-ranking individual at Tianma Sports. Chung Sun finds him rather displeasing, too slick. He needs to find someone to replace him. This task was assigned to Hao Rin, the HR director of Hengchuang. Director Hao is now responsible not only for the recruitment work at Hengchuang Qixing, but also for guiding the talent development of its subsidiary holding companies. In Chung Sun's expectations, Tianma is to undergo extensive renovations. There is a lot of room for manipulation in this, necessitating someone he trusts to supervise the construction. Mr. Chung, the flatbed truck has arrived, the assistant whispered as he approached. Chung Sun nodded, exited the construction site, and instructed old Ma, make sure everything is ready today. Oh, I don't want to lose face tomorrow. 3 shuttle buses transported their 3 major vehicles to Tianma Racecourse, where they will temporarily be parked in pits 1 and 2. From now on, these will be their new home. Tianma currently has only 24 pits, and each pit is not very large. When Chung Sun prepares for renovations, he plans to build a new building exclusively for himself. Perhaps in the future, Brother Tongzi might send various new cars. The driver carefully unloaded all 3 vehicles safely. Chung Sun took the keys and drove the LaFerrari onto the track. The Tianma track is only 2 kilometers long, but has 14 turns, with the longest straight being only 400 meters. Thus, this track isn't fast. The modified rally car can only achieve a lap time of around 1 minute and 4 seconds. Chung Sun wasn't wearing gear today, merely familiarizing himself with the track. After completing 7 or 8 laps, he felt exhilarated. After leaving the track, a technician displayed Chung Sun's data on a PDA. The fastest lap time was 1 minute and 4 seconds and 42 milliseconds, which is quite good. Seeing the technician gaze enviously at his car, nearly drooling, Chung Sun patted his shoulder. Keep it up, do well. After testing the car, Chung Sun left the Tianma racecourse. His main purpose for coming today was to check the progress of the sign replacement and the preparation for the event. After leaving the racecourse, Chung Sun had no plans to go anywhere else and headed straight back to Xinghua Road. He needed to continue exploring the web crawling system. After a simple lunch, Chung Sun dove into the attic on the 3rd floor and began remote access to the web crawling server. This time, he started searching for information related to Taiyang Chuanhe and Yangmin. Taking over a completely unfamiliar industry and large company, Chung Sun must have his own channels of information. After thoroughly analyzing the relevant materials and cross-referencing them with gossip from Gong Rui, Chung Sun began to have a clearer picture. After Yang Min exits, Chen Qiqi is highly likely to leave as well. However, Chung Sun has connections with Penguin and Kiwi, so he should be able to manage the situation without it becoming too awkward. Chung Sun wouldn't force him to stay. If Chen Qiqi is willing, he could consider separating Taiyang Chuanhe from him. Some artists with whom he has a good relationship, such as Hanixi from Donghua Film and Television, and Wang Mian, with whom he recorded a variety show, can have their contracts sold back to him. The commercial value of these individuals is generally average, so it's better to sell them at a good price. In the MCN field, Chung Sun also learned from the web crawling data that Zhang Yilei has some discord with Taiyang Chuanhe and is considering leaving PoppyTube altogether. Given this situation, Chung Sun is contemplating whether he can package and sell the entire PoppyTube business to Zhang Yilei. There are two reasons for this. First, Chung Sun is not very satisfied with the development of Taiyang Chuanhe's MCN business, as the quality of the talents under it has been declining year by year. Compared to the top MCN agencies, especially Wuyo Media, Taiyang Chuanhe seems somewhat lacking. The second reason is that Taiyang Chuanhe's financial situation is average. Selling it could free up some working. As he continued to browse, Chung Sun couldn't help but marvel at the entertainment industry, which truly seems like a lawless land. He suddenly had an idea: if he could possess everyone's secrets in the industry, wouldn't he be invincible? Of course, the premise is that he must be strong enough so that others wouldn't dare to act against him knowing he has dirt on them. Detected high purity joyful behavior, snooping triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward targeted talent recruitment card. Chung Sun now has 2 talent cards. He was so absorbed in the web crawler's database that he didn't leave until midnight to reluctantly wash up and sleep. The next morning, Chung Sun woke up quite early. Pulling back the curtains to glance at the weather, it was a clear autumn day, bright and cloudless, a perfect day. After breakfast, Chung Sun got into the Hongxi L5 and headed to pick up Xia Ning at her apartment. Xia Ning is dressed in a vibrant outfit today: brown wide-leg pants, a pink knitted vest, and a white sweater. Wearing a baseball cap, her hair is styled in a side braid. Upon seeing Xia Ning accompanied by 2 staff members, Chung Sun stepped out of the car to greet them. Xia Ning exaggeratedly waved at Chung Sun and called out loudly, "Teacher Chung, good morning." The assistant and manager behind her exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was going on. Wasn't she just a music theory teacher? Why is she arriving in a big red car? "Teacher Chung, let me introduce you. This is my manager, Sister Rong, and this is my assistant, Dudu." Chung Sun smiled politely and nodded slightly. "I remember Dudu from the last time in the hotel lobby in Hangzhou." "Hello, Sister Rong." "Hello, Mr. Chung. I was supposed to go to the capital today, but I changed my plans at the last minute. I hope it's convenient for me to accompany Xia Xia." Xia Ning looked back at Sister Rong with confusion. Before she could ask, Chung Sun quickly replied, "No problem at all." "Did Sister Rong drive?" "Yes, I did, Mr. Chung." "Then you drive with Dudu, and we'll meet directly at the racecourse." "Okay, Mr. Chung, thank you for taking care of Xia Xia." After saying this, Sister Rong directly led Dudu toward the garage. Xia Ning watched the departing manager and assistant, scratching her head. "That's strange. Oh, when did Sister Rong change her plans?" "I had no idea." Chung Sun chuckled and patted Xia Ning on the back. "Come on, let's get in the car." In the quietly moving car, Xia Ning looked at Chung Sun and asked, "Teacher Chung, what fun activities do we have today?" "The racetrack, mainly just racing." "Do you like playing with cars?" Xia Ning tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Not particularly, although I have a driver's license, I rarely drive." "What about go-karting?" "I haven't tried it, but I really want to give it a shot." "Then I'll take you to play later." Xia Ning chuckled. "Sure, that sounds great." "So Teacher Chung, who from the industry is coming today?" "That Rin Xioi from the last video will be going to Penguin Video in a while. And the producer Gong Rue from Kiwi, who is the nephew of Gong Yu. They will bring some artists along to join the fun, though I'm not sure who exactly yet. By the way, how is your album coming along? How's that new song practice going?" As soon as Xia Ning heard Chung Sun ask about the album's progress, she immediately became excited and began to elaborate. Chung Sun listened and nodded, but as he continued to nod, his eyelids began to droop. When he opened his eyes again, they were almost at the racetrack. Turning to look at Xia Ning, he saw that she had also fallen asleep, leaning on his shoulder, her chest rising, and Chung Sun reached out and poked Xia Ning's cheek. Xia Ning's head nudged against Chung Sun's shoulder a couple of times, and she smacked her lips, but did not wake up. Chung Sun then wrapped an arm around Xia Ning's shoulder and gently patted her. Xia Ning, still groggy, opened her eyes, looked around, and realized she had leaned into Chung Sun's embrace. Teacher Chung." She quickly sat up, her hand pressed against her flushed cheek. Chung Sun's lips slightly curved upwards as he quietly withdrew his arm. "We're almost there, you can tidy up a bit. There are wet wipes there." Hearing this, Xia Ning hurriedly took out her mirror from her small bag to fix her slightly messy hair. After shaking her head to check, she closed the mirror and put it back in her bag. "Teacher Chung, did I drool?" Chung Sun shook his head. "No, not at all. Quite sweet, actually." Xia Ning's cheeks, which had just regained their color, turned pink again as she covered her face and quickly peeked at Chung Sun's shoulder and chest through her fingers. There were no traces of drool at all. "Hey, Teacher Chung." Xia Ning reached out and gently tapped Chung Sun's shoulder, her touch soft and lacking strength, almost like she was being cute. The car drove directly into the parking lot where staff members were already at the entrance to welcome guests. Some of these staff members were from Tianma Racing, while others were assistants from Chung Sun's company, Hung Chuang Chi Sheng, along with the team from his villa. Upon seeing Chung Sun's car arrive, Rin Min and Zhong Lin quickly walked over to help Chung Sun open the car door. I'm not late, am I? Zhong Lin shook her head and replied, not at all, President Chung. However, Mr. Gong Rue and Mr. Chen Chichi have already arrived. I've arranged for them in the VIP room on the second floor. Great, thank you everyone. Soon Xianing's manager and assistant also got out of the car and walked behind Xianing. Come with me, we need to meet someone first. Chung Sun led Xianing upstairs. He felt he had arrived half an hour early, but Chen Chichi had come even earlier, indicating he must have been eager after hearing the news. Rue Gu, you're here so early. Chung Sun pushed open the VIP room door and strode in. Gong Rue, who was chatting with Chen Chichi, heard Chung Sun's voice and promptly stood up from the sofa to greet him. Oh, Sun Gu, you're not late at all, haha. He then noticed Xianing obediently following Chung Sun. Gong Rue put an arm around Chung Sun's shoulder and winked a mischievous smile on his face. He leaned closer to Chung Sun and whispered, Sun Gu, you're really impressive. Rin Xiui must be feeling quite jealous seeing you tsk. Chung Sun disdainfully glanced at Gong Rue. Your expression is too sleazy, tone it down. At that moment, Chen Chichi and a few others also walked behind Gong Rue. Chung Sun took a quick glance and saw Hani and Wang Mian following Chen Chichi. Xia greet Rue Gu. Xia Ning immediately bent slightly, hello Rue Gu. Gong Rue immediately shifted his position. Oh, no need for formality, we're all buddies. Sister Rong, who was following behind, was already astonished. If she remembered correctly, this Rue Gu should be the executive producer of the Kiwi office in Shanghai and also the nephew of Gong Yu. Gong Rue was actually so polite to this Mr. Chung. What kind of lucky charm is Xia to meet such big shots? Seeing that the introductions were almost done, Chen Chichi stepped forward, bent slightly, and extended his hand. President Chung, it's an honor to meet you. I am Chen Chichi. This is my colleague actress Hani Kezi. And this is actor Wang Mian. Chung Sun smiled and nodded. I know I've seen your show. Have you seen the cars yet? Chung Sun asked Gong Rue. Not yet, where are they? In room 1, since we have time I'll take you there. After saying that, Chung Sun pulled Gong Rue and prepared to leave. Gong Rue patted Chen Chichi, let's go together. So they all headed downstairs in a large group, chatting casually as they walked. Hey, isn't that Ki's car? Gong Rue pointed at a pink sports car at the entrance. Chung Sun's eyesight, enhanced by Tongzi Gu, immediately spotted that it was the Ferrari F8 that Rin Xiui drove during the last race. Yes, that's her. But what's that coaster behind it? Gong Rue shook his head. Maybe it's a friend that Xiui. The group decided to wait at the entrance for a while. Rin Xiui opened the car door, still in her messy braids and small leather jacket. Xiui, good morning. Rin Xiui took off her sunglasses and scanned the crowd in front of her. Good morning, Sun Gu. Good morning, Gong Rue. Good morning, Xia. The first two greetings were standard smiles, but when she reached Xia Ning, her face lit up with joy. Chung Sun stepped between the two. Hey, what's with that expression? TCH, look at how protective you are. Just look at the harem squad I've brought today. You must be envious. With that, Rin Xiui waved her hand, and the coaster's door slowly opened, revealing a line of female artists with various styles stepping down. Chung Sun clicked his tongue, full of regret. I mean, Xiui, this is such a waste. Are all these yours? Rin Xiui playfully slapped Chung Sun's back. What do you think? I'm not a pervert. They're just friends I brought along for you to meet this newcomer. The first two holding hands are Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu, both actors from Taiyang Chuanha. I specially brought them over for you. I see. That girl in the gray sweater with the bun is Wang Chuan, an actress under the Revival label. She's quite prominent in the industry. So Revival has an entertainment company. Not very well known, but Wang Chuan can be considered a leading lady. Chung Sun nodded, not commenting further. Rin Xiui continued, the girl in the white dress behind is Lu Yuxiao, born in 99, and her agency is Zhongxing Sherdai. The one beside her is Li Yitong. They are from the same company. I know Zhongxing, they are under Kiwi's banner. Is Lu quite popular? She looks pretty ordinary to me. Rin Xiui covered her mouth and whispered, Gong Rue likes that type, delicate and fresh, you know. Chung Sun took a quick glance at Gong Rue and chuckled softly. Finally, the one in jeans is Chun Yao. She used to be under Tangren Film and Television, and now she's with Jingchang Zhongshi. I know Chun Yao, but why is she so tall? Rin Xiui nodded and responded ambiguously. She has a... Chung Sun leaned closer to her ear and quietly asked, which one is yours? We are all friends. Rin Xiui did not answer directly. After speaking, she introduced the few female artists approaching them, saying, this is General Chung Sun, the host of today. Hello, beautiful ladies. Chung Sun smiled and nodded, shaking hands with each of the beauties. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chung Sun continued to lead Gong Rue and Rin Xiui towards room 1, with the group of artists trailing behind. Wang Chuan and Lu Yuxiao pushed Hani to one side and leaned next to Xianing. It was obvious to anyone that Chung Sun had a good relationship with Rin Xiui and Gong Rue, while Xianing clearly came with Chung Sun. Lu Yuxiao affectionately linked arms with Xia Ning, saying, "Xia Xia, I really love listening to you sing." "Is that so? Thank you." Xia Ning had never encountered such an overly familiar female artist, smiling awkwardly. Wang Charan almost laughed out loud at the side, thinking that Lu Yuxiao was quite foolish rushing in without even understanding the other person's character, and it backfired. She secretly took out her phone and sent a message to her manager, find out about Cheng Sun and Xia Ning's personal information. On the other side, Jiang Peiyao pulled Wang Yinglu to Chen Chizi's side. "Mr. Chen, what's going on? Why are you guys here too?" Chen Chizi shook her head and whispered, "Haven't you heard the rumors in the company? General Yang is planning to sell the company." Wang Yinglu gasped in shock, covering her mouth, and exclaimed, "What? No way." At this moment, Hani had been squeezed away from Xia Ning by several female artists and returned to Chen Chizi's side. She sighed and quietly pointed at Cheng Sun ahead, saying, "The new boss is most likely that General Cheng." Jiang Peiyao frowned. "I haven't heard of someone named Cheng Sun in the industry." Wang Mian looked around and lowered her voice, saying, "So Hani and I are planning to go to Donghua Film and TV to follow Brother Chizi's lead." Wang Yinglu asked, "Is Brother Chizi preparing to terminate the contract?" "Did General Cheng agree?" Chen Chizi shook her head. "We haven't discussed it yet, but it should work out." Hearing this, Jiang Peiyao fell silent, but her mind was racing with calculations. Yesterday morning, Jiang Peiyao was still in the Northwest recording a program when the director announced an immediate break and told her to buy a ticket to Huhai for a private event. After questioning for a long time, her manager learned that it was a woman named Rin Xioi who was looking for their artist. Jiang Peiyao thought for a while, realizing she didn't know Rin Xioi at all, so she had her manager call the company's artist director, which is how she found out about the connections behind Rin Xioi. Given Jiang Peiyao's character, she would have definitely avoided it, but the program director assured her repeatedly that it was definitely not an improper event. After considering it, since she couldn't offend the investors, she hurriedly bought a plane ticket and flew to Huhai with her manager and assistant staying at the hotel Rin Xioi had booked. She had thought there would be at least some socializing or a meal in the evening, but nothing happened. This morning, hotel staff knocked on her door to call her for breakfast. When Jiang Peiyao arrived at the private room, she was surprised to see it filled with young female artists. Upon closer inspection, she realized that she, born in 1994, was the oldest. After a while, Chun Yao also arrived. Jiang Peiyao quietly took out her phone to check her birthday. Great, she was just a few months older. It wasn't until Li Yitong walked in that Jiang Peiyao breathed a sigh of relief, as Li Yitong was born in 1990, so she was finally not the oldest. During breakfast, she and her company's Wang Yinglu gathered together. "Lulu, what's going on?" Wang Yinglu looked confused, saying, "I don't know either, I just got a notification and came over. They said it was a gathering of industry big shots with people from Penguin and Kiwi." Jiang Peiyao took a sip of black coffee and casually ate a couple of slices of bread. "Well, you know more than I do. I only know that Rin Xioi is the one associated with Penguin." At this moment, Lu Yuxiao quietly asked, "Why are there so many female artists? It feels a bit odd." Li Yitong from the same company shook her head, saying, "I'm also quite curious. Have your managers arrived yet?" Wang Charan, who usually resides in Shanghai and is the most familiar with Rin Xioi, spoke up to explain, "It seems they are all having breakfast in the adjacent hall and will join us later. I heard Sister Chioi say that today is mainly a racing event, so you all better eat a bit more or you will be hungry later." Lu Yuxiao mumbled, "Hee, quite proactive." Her mumbled voice was not small at all, and Wang Charan certainly heard it. She rolled her eyes, saying, "Little Lu, you seem to be a bit paranoid. Sister Chioi kindly brought you here to meet the big shots, and you look so unwilling. If you really don't want to be here, you can leave right now. The door isn't locked." Li Yitong, sitting next to Lu Yuxiao, reached out to tug at Lu Yuxiao and shook her head at her. "Humph." Lu Yuxiao stopped talking and sulkily finished an entire big sandwich. After the back and forth between little Lu and Wang Charan, the atmosphere in the restaurant's private room, which was not lively to begin with, became even more awkward. On the other hand, Chun Yao was unaffected at all, sitting there leisurely finishing her food without discussing anything. After a while, two staff members entered, bringing 6 people onto a small bus following behind Rinki's pink F8, with their managers or assistants in business cars trailing behind, heading grandly towards the Tianma racing circuit. Just as Cheng Sun was enjoying the $3 million sports cars in the P room with a few people, several more cars arrived in succession. First was Yi Bingwen, bringing 2 trucks loaded with 6 motorcycles. Then Xiao Hui and Qin Yu also arrived, one after another. In addition, several other expensive cars were parked in the parking lot. Gong Rue and Rin Xioi were just about to drive down for a couple of laps, debating who would drive which car, when Gong Rui's phone rang. "Hello, Director Han. You're here, right? Okay, just drive to the entrance of room 1. Oh, we're all here." Meanwhile, Rinki's phone also chimed with a message. Cheng Sun's walkie-talkie also transmitted Zhong Lin's voice. "General Cheng, a guest has arrived. Should they be guided to the lounge or the P room?" Chung Sun pressed the talk button saying, lead all the guests at the back to the P room and the accompanying personnel, like assistants, should be taken to the lounge on the second floor. Understood. Gong Rui looked at Chung Sun grinning and saying, old Chung Han Han and Wang Yiba are here. Their driving skills are quite good if feeling pressured. Chung Sun laughed heartily. What pressure do I have? I'm a businessman. Even if I lose, it's not embarrassing. On the contrary, if they lose to me, that would be embarrassing. Ren Xiui finished replying to WeChat and leaned over. Yin Zheng has also arrived. He is an artist from Taiyang Chuanha. In terms of racing, he mainly participates in rally and GT events and can be considered a disciple of Han Han. Wow, you guys have really worked hard, ha. Currently, Taiyang Chuanha has over 30 artists, and excluding the less known ones, there are 6 present at the scene today. Indeed, this can barely be called half the empire. Of course, older artists like Zhang Sunwen and Zhang Qinqin wouldn't come to such events. At this moment, a bright yellow Porsche 911 with a Guangdong license plate drove up behind a gray Ferrari 488, followed by an Audi RS6. The 3 cars parked directly in the open space outside the Faos, and Yinzheng Han Han and Wang Yiba successively got out of the cars. Wow, is this a company team building event? As soon as Yinzheng got out, he saw Chen Qiji and a few others huddled together and made a joke. Chen Qiji smiled awkwardly but did not respond. Chung Sun and Ren Xiui along with Gong Rui stepped forward to greet Han Han. Gong Rui introduced, Director Han, this is the new owner of Tianma and also a director of Rui Airlines, General Chung Sun. Hello Director Han, I've heard so much about you. I've watched Racing Life several times, ha. At this moment, Yinzheng also leaned over and was somewhat surprised to hear the introduction of Chung Sun, a young director of a listed company. Hello General Chung, I am Yinzheng. Chung Sun intentionally joked, wow Yuan War. Everyone burst into laughter, and Yinzheng stepped forward to extend his hands for a handshake, saying, it's an honor. I heard you're quite good at driving, let's have some fun later. It's just a hobby and my skills are average, ha. Chung Sun gestured around at the people present. Aren't we all amateurs? Director Han is the professional. He should let us have a turn later. Han Han waved his hand. I've heard that Director Chen set a lap time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds with an SVJ at the Shanghai race. You can't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chung Sun smiled and waved his hand, turning to look at Wang Yiba in the corner. I've heard that Xiao Wang often participates in motorcycle races. Sometimes it's just a small hobby. Chung Sun nodded. That's great, we have motorcycles today, let's have some fun. While everyone was chatting, Yi Bingwen's trailer also arrived and motorcycles began to be unloaded. Gong Rui sucked in a breath. Wow, old Yi really went all out of Panigale V4R. Chung Sun looked at his watch, waved to Lin Min, and said, let's arrange for everyone to change clothes. Jia Hang just said he has arrived at the entrance. Qiui asked Xiao Hui and Qin Yu where they are. Chung Sun led Xia Ning towards the VIP changing room upstairs. So have you met all those artists yet? Xia Ning nodded. I've greeted everyone and exchanged WeChat contacts. Is there anyone you particularly dislike? Xia Ning chuckled. Nope, everyone is very friendly. Of course, because you came with me. What do you mean? The girl tilted her head and looked at Chung Sun. Chung Sun grinned, but did not elaborate. After all, with him protecting her, she had the right to remain forever. Soon, everyone had changed into racing suits. Han Han and Yinzheng wore their own clothes while the artists wore those prepared by Chung Sun. Xiaoning specifically had a pink suit chosen for her by Chung Sun. Chung Sun selected the Ferrari LaFerrari. Ren Xiui grabbed the Porsche 918 Spider, and Gong Rui had already gotten the keys to the McLaren P1. Yi Bingwen, Guojiahong, and Qin Yu drove their own cars, while Xiao Hui drove Ren Qi's pink F8. Wang Yiba drove Gong Rui's SF90, while Han Han and Yinzheng drove their own Ferrari 488 and Porsche 911, respectively. Chen He Hani Wang Mian Jiang Peiyao Wang Ing Lu Chun Yao Lu Yuxiao Li Yitong Wang Charan Xiaoning just happened to have 10 artists who hadn't driven, so they decided to form a sisterhood. Xiaoning certainly got into Chung Sun's car, while Lu Yuxiao was called up by Gong Rui. Chen Qiji just wanted to catch up with Yinzheng and voluntarily got into his car. Ren Xiui called Wang Chuan, while Chun Yao proactively chose the only remaining female driver, Xiao Hui. Wang Yiba hurriedly pulled the last male artist, Wang Mian. Who knows if there are any paparazzi around here? If photos of him racing with other female artists were taken, it would be disastrous. Hani and Li Yitong got into Han Han's 488 and Guojiahang's 911, respectively. The remaining Zhang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu were a bit scared and did not dare to get in, so they went upstairs to the spectator area. After the technicians on site checked the tracks, several cars prepared to start. Xiao, are you nervous? A little teacher Chung, please drive slowly, safety first. Don't worry, I'm the most stable driver. After saying that, the LaFerrari shot forward with the floor pedal. The cars behind followed closely and began to warm up. Oh, teacher Chung, slow down a bit. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Chung Sun slowed down a bit, becoming much gentler. Chen Qiji sat in the passenger seat next to Yinzheng and cautiously asked, I say, Brother Zheng, haven't you heard some rumors in the company? Yin Zheng asked casually while operating the car. What rumors? Yang Ming is going to sell his shares. Is that true? Who is he selling to? Yin Zheng's tone seemed to lack much surprise. Cheng Sun. Yin Zheng appeared intrigued, raising his voice slightly. Oh, is the news reliable? About 80-90 reliable. Yin Zheng slowly nodded, subconsciously muttering, no wonder. No wonder what? No wonder Gong Rue specifically talked to Yin Zheng for a long time. Yin Zheng shook his head. It's nothing but's pretty good. By the way, Cheng Sun should be more capable than Yang Ming, right? How do you figure that? Cheng Sun has never been in the entertainment industry. Is the entertainment industry such a highly bureaucratic industry? Chen Shiji was momentarily taken aback by this question and didn't know how to respond. In Ren Qi's car, Wang Charan curiously asked, Sister Choi, what is General Cheng's background? An interesting person. How long do you have left on your contract with Fuxing? It expires in February next year. I'm currently discussing a renewal. Let's push it, we'll find you a new place. Ren Qiui spoke very decisively, without further explanation. Wang Charan was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked, where to? To Cheng Sun's place. Does he have a management company? Taiyang Chuanhe will soon be his. Oh, then Chen Shiji and Yin Zheng are considered Cheng Sun's artists. Wang Charan exclaimed, no wonder so many people from Taiyang Chuanhe are here today. Ren Qiui snorted coldly. Chen Shiji isn't here to make friends, he is preparing to terminate his contract. Oh, Chen Shiji is the biggest star at Taiyang Chuanhe. If he terminates his contract, will it lead many other artists to leave as well? Ren Qiui had a look of watching a show. Don't think Cheng Sun is an easy person to bully. He want to leave? That's not going to be easy. After experiencing the racetrack with a few artists chattering excitedly, they all got out of the car. Cheng Sun arranged for someone to take them to play go-karting, which was slower and more suitable for girls. The remaining few continued to race on the main track for over 10 laps before deciding to come down. Watching Gu Jiahong and Chen Yes envious gazes at the three sports cars, Cheng Sun waved his hand and said, we'll take a break. You can play by yourselves for now. Yay? Thank you, Brother Sun. The group chattered as they switched cars and went back onto the track. Cheng Sun and Han Han went to the lounge on the second floor to replenish their energy. Cheng Sun took 2 pieces of roasted lamb ribs and a selection of snacks, sitting down at a table opposite Han Han. Director Han, I heard you're currently preparing for the filming of Fast and Furious 3. Yes, I just returned from the plateau, and I happened to catch up with it. I'll be heading back to the set in a couple of days. Are you planning to premiere in the first-tier market? Han Han nodded in response, yes. The timeline is still quite tight. How is the budget looking? Han Han paused and replied cautiously, it's still relatively flexible. Yes, it's the 3rd installment, so the investors are still quite trusting of you. It all depends on everyone's trust. If memory serves correctly, Fast and Furious 3 should be the box office champion next year. Cheng Sun had no grand expectations. After all, they were nearing the end of filming, and no one would release investment shares at such a time. President Cheng, is it convenient to talk for a moment? Chen Qiqi suddenly appeared behind Cheng Sun, bending over and asking quietly. Oh, sure. Cheng Sun smiled at Han Han, then took his plate and followed Chen Qiqi to an empty lounge. As soon as they sat down, Chen Qiqi spoke up, President Cheng, I won't beat around the bush. I heard you're preparing to take over our Taiyang Chuanhe. Cheng Sun nodded. That's correct, we're in the process of it, and Yang Ming's side is completely withdrawing. Chen Qiqi nodded secretly. President Cheng in front of him seemed relatively easy to talk to. What are your plans for our company's future? We'll phase out marginal businesses, completely drop content production, PoppyTube, and live commerce, and focus on artist management and content marketing. Cheng Sun spoke very decisively. Chen Qiqi did not receive the answer he wanted. His hope for answer was to inject more funds, invest in more film and variety projects, and collaborate with Penguin on self-produced projects. Just look at how many artists from Taiyang Chuanhe have been brought in through resource exchange with just one Wuhai. Cheng Sun would never provide such an answer. Investing in these things would be a thankless task. President Cheng, what about Donghua Film and Television? Cheng Sun took a bite of sausage and slowly said, if you're willing, the company can sell the shares back to you. To be honest, I'm also preparing to sell PoppyTube back to Jiang Ale. You can give her a heads up if you have a good relationship. Your management contract can be transferred back to Donghua Film and Television, and I can allow you to bring Hani and Wang Mian back to Donghua Film and Television with the penalty fee at an 80% discount according to the contract. Let's part on good terms. I'm not an unreasonable person. Chen Qiqi did not expect this conversation to yield such a significant outcome. Not only could he regain control of Donghua Film and Television, but he could also take 2 artists with him. He instinctively held onto the armrest of his chair, leaning slightly forward. So President Cheng, about the price. Cheng Sun pulled out a napkin, wiped his mouth, and replied calmly, bring your intended price to me next week. But let me make it clear from the start, if I find out you're secretly persuading others to breach contracts, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. You can also check on me. Thanks to Shi Yuzhu, I should still have a bit of a notorious reputation in the business circle of Huai. After saying this, Chung Sun stood up, patted Chen Chi-Chi on the shoulder, and walked out of the lounge first. Just as he exited, he saw Rin Xiui waving at him from a distance. Chung Sun approached Rin Xiui while carrying a butter croissant and a hot latte from the dessert table he was responsible for setting up. Upon arrival, he saw Wang Churen and Chun Yao sitting in a booth. Seeing Chung Sun, the two quickly stood up. President Chung. Chung Sun smiled slightly. Sit down, don't be so polite. Why didn't you go play go-karting? It's quite suitable for you girls. Wang Churen replied. We just ran 2 laps, but the wind was too strong, and it was a bit cold, so we came back to have something warm. Chung Sun pushed the croissant towards the center of the table. This is the signature popular item from my shop. Give it a try. The 4 of them shared 2 croissants, each taking half. Yum. This is delicious. Is this from President Cheng's shop? Chung Sun nodded and casually replied. Just a little hobby. I opened 3 shops in Huai, 1 next to my house, 1 downstairs from the office, and 1 in Wujiao, Qing University town. Haha, so you opened it to satisfy your own appetite, Chen Yao said, covering her mouth with a smile. Wang Churen meanwhile silently noted the name Jian Song as she chewed on her bread. Oh, let me tell you, I have quite a bit of knowledge when it comes to cooking, and I'm very professional when it comes to brewing coffee. Rin Xiui, tired of listening to Chung Sun show off in front of the girls, interrupted. Old Chung, we called you over to present you with 2 big gifts. Oh, what is it? Rin Xiui leaned back against the sofa and pointed at Wang Churen and Chen Yao. Churen's contract with Fuxing will expire in a few months, so be prepared to sign her. The terms will be consistent. Yao Mei went to Zhongsher Tongcheng after terminating her contract with Tangren, but honestly her development there has been average. I'll negotiate with their boss for a symbolic penalty fee, and once that's settled we'll terminate the contract. She will also sign under Taiyang Chuanha. Chung Sun felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Among the artist matrix of Taiyang Chuanha, female artists were clearly less competitive than male artists, especially among the new generation of young actresses where there wasn't a standout. If Chun Yao and Wang Churen could sign with Taiyang Chuanha, it would not only increase the competitiveness of female artists, but also complete the company's product matrix. At the top are Zhang Sungwen and Jiang Qinqin. For supporting roles there are Yin Zhengqi, Shi Jiang Peiyao, and Chen Yao. Among the new generation are Wang Churen by Yufan and Wang Yinglu. Great. A warm welcome. Let's toast with coffee instead of wine. Chung Sun called over Zhong Lin and instructed her to keep an eye on the contract termination of Chun Yao and Wang Churen. After finishing the conversation, Chung Sun saw Xia Ning coming out from the go-kart area through the window, so he greeted the 3 and prepared to welcome Xia Ning. Xia Ning's manager, Sister Rong, jogged over. President Chung, thank you very much for your kindness towards our Xia. Oh, what brings Sister Rong here? I wonder if Director Chung has any plans for our Xia's future development. Chung Sun curled his lips. It seemed everyone liked to come and ask him what plans he had. It's up to Xia's own ideas, of course. Ultimately, it still depends on your agency's thoughts. Sister Rong smiled awkwardly. Actually, I've always been following Xia and am not really part of the agency. Oh, is that so? Chung Sun pondered for a moment. Then do you think it would be better for Xia to sign with Taiyang Chuanha or for me to buy your agency? Sister Rong had just overheard some of the conversation between Rin Xiui and Chung Sun. Since Wang Churen and Chun Yao could sign with Taiyang Chuanha, why couldn't their own artist go there too? Moreover, Xia and Director Chung were bound to become a couple sooner or later. If that group of little fairies caused trouble in the company, how could that silly girl Xia compete with them? However, on the other hand, putting Xia in such an environment to compete with other women, is that good or bad for her? Sister Rong was lost in her thoughts. Chung Sun naturally had his own answer. I think it's better to maintain the status quo. Taiyang Chuanha is quite chaotic right now. Rushing to sign Xia Ning there would not benefit her development. I will find an opportunity to acquire Qingyue Xinghe. He added, Xia's future plans still depend on her. Doing music, appearing on variety shows, or even acting in films, I think all are good options. Of course, anything like dating and creating CPs stay as far away from me as possible. As her manager, you need to keep this in check. Sister Rong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. It seemed that Director Chung truly cared about Xia. After finishing this topic, the 2 of them also met up with Xia Ning. She was walking with Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu, the 3 of them giggling and laughing. Teacher Chung. Chung Sun took the helmet from her hand. How was the fun? Are you hungry? A little bit. Let's go have a meal together. Seeing Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu purposely slowing down a few steps, Chung Sun turned and called out, you 2 come along too. Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu exchanged glances. The 2 had just compared the information they had and unanimously believed that staying at Taiyang Chuanha was likely more promising than following Chen Qizhi. Especially since they noticed that after Chen Qizhi got out of Yinzheng's car, Yinzheng didn't say a word to Chen Qizhi. Understanding Yinzheng's attitude made the 2 even more resolute in their thoughts. Thus, during the go-kart segment, the two consciously mixed in with Xiaoning. Chung Sun was quite pleased to see that these two did not mingle with Hani and Wang Mian, so he invited them to dine together. In a small private booth, Chung Sun watched the three of them eating as he himself was already full. Peiyao, I've seen your role. You're the tattoo artist in Bian Shui Wang, sure right. Zhang Peiyao immediately put down her chopsticks. Yes, Director Chung, such a small role, and you know it. Chung Sun waved his hand. Relax, just eat and chat. You acted together with Ing Lu in Yi Ren Ji Xia, right? You played Xia He and Ing Lu played Feng Baobao. The two nodded repeatedly. Ing Lu, I saw your cameo role in AI Qing Shun Hua, the shop assistant, right? Wow. Boss, you're amazing. You can even recall that. Chung Sun chuckled. He didn't actually remember it was all written in the research data. Do you have any thoughts on the company's future development? Zhang Peiyao shook her head. What thoughts do we have? We're just satisfied to have roles to act in. Wang Yinglu echoed. Yes, having a show is already great. I noticed that Yinglu has never been on a variety show, and Peiyao has only been on once. Is it because you don't like it, or for some other reason? Zhang Peiyao sighed. It's because we're not famous enough, no one invites us. The previous season of Kinlan Hua Yuan was also because Teacher Song Wen invited us. Wang Yinglu nodded heavily. Though it's heart-wrenching, it's the truth. Not being famous is the original sin. Understood. So if there's an opportunity for a variety show, you would still be very willing to try, right? Yes. Chung Sun nodded. The conversation lightly touched on the topic of work without delving further. In the afternoon, the track was cleared again, and Chung Sun, Yin Zhengwang, Yiba Yi Bingwen, and Gong Rui began the motorcycle project. Han Han, however, declined, worrying that an accident would affect the film shooting, and repeatedly urged Yin Zheng to be careful. Chung Sun's driving skills were not limited to cars. He was equally proficient with motorcycles. Today, Yi Bingwen brought over 6 Ducati Panigale V4 RS, a street-legal quasar race bike equipped with a 998 cubic centimeters racing engine, competitive transmission, acropovic, full exhaust carbon fiber wheels, and track ECU. No wonder Gong Rui said it was quite the investment. A similarly spec'd V4 R modified for racing would cost around 500. If even a slight crash occurred today, that 500 would go down the drain. Yi Bingwen's willingness to bring this bike over truly showed his sincerity. The engines roared as 5 motorcycles of different colors galloped freely on the track. After 2 laps of acclimatization, Chung Sun gradually grew bolder, taking the lead. Wang Yiba was in second place, with Yi Bingwen closely following, while Yin Zheng and Gong Rui leisurely trailed at the back. The engines erupted with a roar, and Chung Sun's body was pressed against the fuel tank, the knee sliders grinding against the ground, producing sparks. The wind slammed against the visor of his helmet, and all distracting thoughts were crushed by the roar of the engine. The continuous complex curves demanded constant shifting of weight, leaning left and right without a hint of slack. Every brake and throttle was precise to the millisecond. With no traffic congestion, no red lights, and no speed limits, all the blood and excitement were released onto this infinitely free track. Detected high purity happy behavior motorcycle roar, triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward binder on Dairy Co. Ltd. has commissioned a professional team to handle it. Usage guide: organic milk, healthy milk. Before he knew it, Chung Sun had completed several laps, and he didn't even pay attention to the reward notification. After running over a dozen laps, Chung Sun finally felt satisfied and slowed down to enter the pit at T13. He took off his helmet and waved to the crowd, receiving a chorus of screams and cheers. Wang Yinglu was the most exuberant among them. She waved her jacket and shouted, "Director Sun is so handsome." A technician approached Chung Sun with a PAD. "Director Chung, the fastest lap time is 1 minute 5 seconds 43. This was the fastest speed ever recorded in the public grade. The previous fastest lap was 1 minute 4 seconds for the lightweight 600 cubic centimeters class. Chung Sun nodded. Not bad. He parked the bike in an empty slot, took the water Xia Ning handed him, and gulped down half a bottle in one go. So fing awesome. If it weren't for my movie wrapping up soon, I would definitely drag Director Chung to do a cameo. Han Han had unknowingly snuck up behind Chung Sun, sounding quite regretful. Chung Sun joked, "Director Han, have you considered making a motorcycle road movie?" "Yes. See how I filmed on Nanao Island." Chung Sun clasped his hands. "Ha ha, my bad. I only remembered the ordinary leopard print ante." In the evening, the performers gradually left the venue, leaving only a few members of the Autumn Name Mountain Racing clan. Yi Bingwen watched the cart depart, and casually asked Sun, "What's the plan for tonight?" Chung Sun waved his hand. "Tonight, we have a whole lamb feast. Oh, I've shared the address in the group." Little fatty Guijiahong patted his belly, smacked his lips, and asked with longing, "Is there lamb soup?" After a day of wind, a bowl of steaming lamb soup would be wonderful. "There must be. Let's go." It takes an hour and a half to get back to the city. On the way back, Chung Sun reviewed the gains of the day. First, he clarified the psychological tendencies of several key artists under Taiyang Chuanha. Chen Qiji, Wang Mian, and Hani must leave, and Chung Sun was happy to let them go. Chen Chizi's heart was not in it, and would leave sooner or later. Hani had little commercial value, and Chung Sun himself did not particularly like Wang Mian. He was quite satisfied with Yin Zheng, who handled interactions with a sense of propriety and clearly intended to stay. Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu would not leave, but only if the company invested resources. In addition, he also secured promises from female artists Wang Churen and Chun Yao to join, pending successful contract terminations before the official announcement. Broadly speaking, Chun Yao and Jiang Peiyao, as well as Wang Churen and Wang Yinglu, could also be seen as competitors. The company's introduction of these two artists would for Jiang and Wang indirectly intensify the competitive landscape. However, Chung Sun was not afraid, as she believed the resources she could secure in the future would be ample enough to satisfy her artists. As the group headed towards Chung Sun's old villa, the artists and their teams were discussing today's events among themselves. In the hotel room, Wang Churen and her assistant were staring at each other. Wang Churen said to the phone on the coffee table, "Sister, see, this is my final decision. I can't understand. What kind of enchantment did Yang Ming cast on you?" Wang Churen explained softly, "Sister, see, Taiyang Chuanhe is no longer Yang Ming's. There's a new boss now." "What? Who is it?" "It's someone named Chung Sun, reportedly a director from an airline company. Today Rin Xiui from Penguin asked me to sign with Taiyang Chuanhe after the expiration, and she said she would handle the contract termination." There was a long silence on the phone. Just as Wang Churen was about to hang up, a sudden outburst of anger came through. "Damn it, how could Rin Xiui be mixed up with him? This is overstepping, it's truly outrageous." In another private dining room, Chen Shiji, Hani, and Wang Mian were gathered together. "I've made a deal with President Chung in buying shares in Donghua Films. You two can sign the contract back to Donghua Films with me." Wang Mian slapped his thigh and said decisively, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's follow Brother Qiji." Hani quickly pledged his loyalty. "I was signed by Brother Qiji. I'm still with the boss now." "Brother Qiji, what are the others' attitudes?" Wang Mian asked quietly. Chen Qiji shook his head and took a bite of food. "They still wish to stay there. But it's okay, after suffering a loss they will know who has real power." Hani asked somewhat shyly, "What about our contract termination fees?" "The contract stipulates an 80% penalty. Oh, I'll cover half of that for you." "Oh, that's quite a bit. That hurts a little." Hani blinked and made a crying expression. Chen Qiji did not respond. "Hey, where there's a will, there's a way. Let's eat first." After Chun Yao returned to her hotel, she first called her boss Lin Jun. Although Rin Xiui promised she would handle the contract termination, she still wanted to give a heads up to avoid any, "Mr. Lin, this is Chun Yao. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it? You sound so serious. Do you know Rin Xiui from Penguin?" "I know this person. She has some connections. By the way, didn't you go to her event? Did something happen?" "She said she wants me to terminate my contract with Zhongsher." "Oh, what exactly did she say? Please tell me in detail about today's event." Lin Jun's voice revealed surprise, but he controlled his emotions well. Chun Yao recounted all the details of the day, including Chung Sun's relevant situation. "So you mean Chung Sun has a good relationship with Rin Xiui and Gong Rue, and Chung Sun acquired all the shares of Taiyang Chuanhe from Yang Ming, so Rin Xiui wants to sign you over to Chung Sun?" "Yes, that's the gist of it." Lin Jun pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Besides you, who else does Chung Sun want to sign?" "There's also Wang Churen from Fuxing. She was there today." Hearing that the other party wanted to sign an artist from Fuxing, Lin Jun gasped. "Wow, how domineering. What's the attitude of the original artists at Taiyang Chuanhe towards Chung Sun?" Chun Yao recalled and replied, "They basically divided into two factions. Chen Shiji seems ready to terminate. I heard he chatted alone with Chung Sun for more than 10 minutes, and afterward, he looked quite pleased. Yin Zheng didn't say a word to Chen Shiji during the latter half, but joked and laughed with Chung Sun, so he should stay. I understand." Rin Xiui said she would be responsible for negotiating the termination with me. "She did say that. Alright, I got it." Finally, Lin Jun comforted her in a broad-minded manner. "Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Just do what you have to do. Given the current situation, going there might not be a bad choice for you." Hearing this, Chun Yao silently breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. I won't disturb you any longer." In a nearby room, Jiang Peiyao called Zhang Songwen, who was far away in Beijing. "Teacher Songwen, is it convenient for me to bother you for a moment?" The distinctive Mandarin of Zhang Songwen came through in Peiyao. "What's going on? Have you heard about the company changing its boss?" "To be honest, I just heard about it. Yang Ming called me." Jiang Peiyao organized her thoughts and said, "It's like this, Teacher Zhang. I attended a private gathering today organized by the new boss of the company along with several colleagues from the company. In addition, there was also Gong Rue, the nephew of Kiwi Gong Yu, and Rin Xiui from Penguin." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sunwen recalled the scene of Yang Ming calling him earlier in the afternoon. Yang Ming had said due to undisclosed reasons he chose to sell the company, cryptically warning Zhang not to act too impulsively at this critical moment. He asked Peiyao, "What are your thoughts?" Ying Lu and brother Yin Zheng all plan to stay with the company. Zhang Peiyao replied, Chen Qiji wants to repurchase shares in Dongba Films. Wang Mian and Hani will follow him. Oh, Zhang Sungwen instinctively sat up straight. Is Chen Qiji leaving? Didn't Yang Ming call him to inform him? Zhang Sungwen was somewhat surprised. Zhang Peiyao answered truthfully. This morning, when we met at the racetrack, he told us that the company is changing owners. The implication was that he was preparing to take people away. During lunch, Cheng Sun mentioned to me and Ying Lu that Chen Qiji would be leaving. Cheng Sun said that he supports Chen Qiji in buying back the shares of Dongba, and that it was Cheng Sun who suggested that Chen Qiji could take Hani and Wang Mian with him. Zhang Songwen's mind raced as he carefully considered the situation. I think I understand. My opinion is to refrain from rash actions. Whether to terminate contracts is a matter for those artists whose contracts are about to expire to consider. We should just focus on our work. Did you not also mention that the second-generation fellow Ren from Penguin and Gong Rue have a good relationship? I estimate that the situation will soon become clear. Zhang Peiyao silently nodded. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Sungwen. You're welcome, and thank you for keeping me updated with this information. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sungwen called Yang Ming again. Yang Ming could be considered Zhang Songwen's true benefactor. In the early years, it was Yang Ming who helped him secure the role of Zhu Yongping, Zhu Chaoyang's father, in the drama The Hidden Corner, which received good reviews and laid the foundation for his future success. Later, the character Gao Qiqiang in The Storm was also fully facilitated by Yang Ming, who helped him finalize the deal with Kiwi. Yang Ming also handled various public relations crises, helping him maintain a positive public image. For both emotional and logical reasons, even if Yang Ming left Taiyang Chuana Company, Zhang Sungwen still regarded him as his most important partner. Mr. Yang, I just spoke with Xiao Jiang and obtained some information related to Cheng Sun. I want to ask for your advice on whether I should visit him in Huhai. Yang Ming didn't think much and directly replied, Sure, you can go. I estimate that I won't meet him, so if you go, please bring my regards. Today, Cheng Sun organized a gathering in Huhai, and Chen Qiji, Zhang Peiyao, and Yin Zheng all attended. I heard that Chen Qiji is preparing to terminate his contract, and Cheng Sun has agreed. Yang Ming sighed bitterly. Yes, that is indeed the case. I also spoke with Chen Qiji on the phone. He is unwilling to heed my advice, so let him go his own way. He better pray that his little issues are well hidden. By the end, one could hear the deep helplessness in Yang Ming's words. He sighed deeply and said quietly, Brother Sungwen, you are the big brother. Organize it so that they can all go to Huhai together. Hearing the uncontainable reluctance in Yang Ming's words, Zhang Sungwen responded, Mr. Yang, how about I join you in this endeavor? Haha, I'm planning to retire and live in Northern Europe. Investing the money I have makes for a comfortable life. Mr. Yang, your mindset is truly admirable. I need to learn from you. In the old Western-style house on Xinguo Road, the chef team had already set up the stove, and a succulent lamb was slowly rotating on the spit. On the adjacent grill, skewers and lamb ribs emitted an enticing aroma. Nearby on the kiln, 2 clay pots were present, one containing a bubbling milky white lamb soup. The other pot held a visually appealing yellow braised lamb. On the long table beside it, various drinks, snacks, and fruits were already laid out. Limited edition cigars were also placed on both sides of the seats for guests to take as they pleased. Cheng Sun had just led everyone through the entire house and entered the garden through the side door, chatting and laughing. Little chubby Gui Jiahong looked at this garden covering 1.5 acres with a face full of resentment for wasted resources. Cheng Gu is indeed quite capable. I'm already tired of saying I envy him. Gong Rue wrapped his arm around Cheng Sun's shoulder with a flirtatious smile, saying, By the way, Cheng Gu, living here alone, don't you feel lonely and cold? Chen Yu touched his own short hair, saying, Cheng Gu's auxiliary building at home is about the same size as my house, woo woo woo. As they joked, everyone took their seats, and the butler began serving each person soup. This is the lamb soup that Jiahong has been craving. Add scallions, garlic, and cilantro to taste. There's pepper powder here, you can sprinkle a little in for better flavor. These lambs were sent to me by President Yuan Ming of the Huhai branch of the Bank of Communications. He has a friend who raises sheep in Gan province, and got me several. Tonight the temperature outside is only 10 degrees. Although there is a grill nearby providing warmth, my stomach still feels empty. Xiao Hui picked up the bowl and exclaimed with delight, There's a medicinal aroma in here, it smells so good. Cheng Sun took just one sip and recognized the chef's seasoning. Thyme and Bai Ji for fragrance, Huang Qi for energy, and Dang Shun to counteract dryness. This lamb is from Minchin, it's perfect for soup. The yellow braised lamb uses lamb from Jingyuan. In fact, every area in Gan province has different ways of cooking lamb. As Cheng Sun introduced, the others slurped the lamb soup. After half a bowl, everyone felt warm. Ren Xiaoyi finished a big bowl in one go, saying, It's so delicious, I want another bowl. Drinking so much soup, you'll have no appetite for meat later. The chef began bringing out the just carved whole roasted lamb along with skewers and ribs. Racing is a physically demanding sport, and everyone was already famished. As the scent of grilled meat wafted through the air, they immediately began to feast heartily. Tonight they opened a 1990 DRC Domaine de la Romanée, the very one that Chu Yin Ci said they would drink next. Gong Rue spun an empty wine bottle in his hand and took out his phone to snap a photo. Chung Ge is so generous. Even for barbecue, he brings us Romanée. How much is a bottle of the 1990 Romanée worth now? Chung Sun chuckled. I don't know either, but if you like it, I'll get you a box later. A box? That's so extravagant. For the 1990 Romanée, I have 20 boxes of OWC original cases in my wine cellar, along with many other years. Gong Rue quickly shook his head and refused. I can't accept that. This bottle is probably worth 70 to 80,000. An OWC original case costs around 500,000. Chung Sun waved his hand dismissively, saying, then each of you 6 can have a bottle as a parting gift. Chung Sun turned to call Lin Min and gave a few instructions. Thank you, Qingguo. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. Yi Bingwen smacked his lips, savoring the aroma. It really is delicious. As expected, you get what you pay for. After a few glasses of wine, everyone became increasingly casual in conversation. Ren Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow at Chung Sun and asked with a mischievous smile, by the way, did you find any of those pretty girls today appealing? Me. It's Xia Ning. Ren Xiaoyi waved his hand. Xia Ning doesn't count. Chung Sun feigned displeasure. Am I really that desperate in your eyes? Ren Xiaoyi pointed at Chen Yu. Dead queer. What was Chung Sun doing the first night we met him? Chen Yu excitedly clapped his hands. That night Brother Sun was driving that SVJ to pick up girls on Anfu Road. Chung Sun slapped the table. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I was just waiting for someone there. Ren Xiaoyi placed his hands on his hips, raising an eyebrow. Don't deny it, you changed places because you ran into an acquaintance. Everyone knows your little thoughts. Chung Sun didn't argue. Fine, whatever you say is what it is. Ren Xiaoyi picked up his glass and took a sip of wine, continuing to ask, how about the 2 I picked for you today? Chung Sun was caught off guard. Which 2? Wang Churen and Chen Yao. I brought them right to you, and you're still pretending to be clueless. What are you talking about? So that's what you're thinking. I must say, Miss Ren, you're really lewd. The entertainment industry is indeed too dark. Gong Rue snapped his fingers at Chung Sun. Just say whether you're interested or not. Hey, let's eat meat. Chung Sun pointed at the roasted meat on the table, calling everyone over. Yi Bingwen clapped and cheered. While wanting to eat meat already after just meeting Brother Sun is a bit eager. Go, don't corrupt the kids. As he spoke, Chung Sun handed a piece of rib to the bewildered Xiao Hui. Chen Yu laughed out loud, holding his belly. Better not. Xiao Hui probably knows even more than you do. She's a well-known artist on the internet. I felt embarrassed just looking at her little comics. Chung Sun looked at the quiet girl in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Ahem, as everyone knows, I'm also very interested in art. Ren Xiaoyi said with a suggestive smile. I'll send you a private message tonight. Xiao Hui still maintained her calm demeanor, adding, you need to use a VPN to access it. After a round of banter, Chung Sun suddenly asked, by the way, I've always been curious, what is Xiaoyi's sexual orientation? Everyone looked at Ren Xiaoyi, who asked, what do you think? Chung Sun stroked his chin. I think you're straight. Ren Qi's eyes lit up. Why? Intuition. Ren Xiaoyi nodded. Intuition is quite accurate. Chung Sun clinked his glass with Ren Xiaoyi's, his face full of eagerness for gossip. Xiao Hui covered her mouth while explaining, it's to avoid her dad's marriage pressure. Oh, so daring. Xiao Hui suddenly said, by the way, Xiaoyi, you better not let your dad meet Brother Sun. Oh, why? Hee, if your dad meets you, he will definitely do everything he can to matchmake you two. Chung Sun curled his lips. I wouldn't give up a forest for a single tree. Ren Xiaoyi scoffed. See, the true nature is revealed. The gathering continued until 11 o'clock and no one got drunk. Everything was just right. Lin Min arranged for a designated driver to take each of them home. Before leaving, Lin Min handed each person a sizable gift box which contained a bottle of 1990 La Tacha, a set of exquisite pastries made by the chef, a container of packed lamb soup, and a frozen leg of lamb. This small detail etched deeply into their minds. Whenever they recalled the first gathering at Brother Sun's house, they would think of that gift box and that warm lamb soup. In terms of wealth, they were still far from Chung Sun. Even their parents could barely be considered peers with him. However, this small gift successfully earned Chung Sun 6 sincere friends. Chung Sun believed that this gift would bring him even more surprises as they returned to their respective homes. After washing up, Chung Sun finally had time to deal with the flood of messages on his phone. First came the daily greetings from Lu Xiaorui, who was thousands of kilometers away. However, today was a bit different, including a screenshot of a flight ticket for the evening of Friday, November 21st. Chung Sun smiled slightly, replying, in 6 days I will do my best to stock up on ammunition. Next was a message from his senior sister. Rumor has it that my mentor and the dean got into a fight in the office. And today our vice dean added me on WeChat and said some nonsensical things. Did the junior brother make a move? Seeing this, Chung Sun raised an eyebrow, impressed by his teammates' quick actions and skillful use of strategy, playing a hand of using others to do the dirty work and secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. Chung Sun quickly replied, "Senior sister can just observe the changes of Vice Dean Wu. We can be trusted. If senior sister wants to graduate and stay at school, she can leave it to Wu Hui to coordinate. It should work out." The dorm group also had a bunch of messages. After quickly scrolling through, there wasn't much of substance. Xia Ning's messages were abundant, as usual, filled with various ramblings. "Today Rong Jie seemed a bit off, actually allowing me to eat meat. Our boss is also acting strangely, asking about my well-being for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. The new song is still being polished. Let me share a demo with you, praise me." Chung Sun downloaded the demo and listened to it once, finding it generally satisfactory. "Awesome. Just release it without mixing it." Next were greetings from the artists he had just added on WeChat today. Zhang Peiyao asked, "President Chung teacher song, one wants to add you on WeChat, is that convenient?" Chung Sun replied, "No problem." Lu Yuxiao sent over some meaningless emojis, which Chung Sun ignored. Chun Yao and Wang Churen sent a lengthy message expressing their hopes for future collaboration and care. Chung Sun recalled Rin Qi's words, feeling a bit of fire in his heart. After thinking for a while, he sent a message, "Let's bloom together and work hard. Take it slow. I'm not the kind of mindless fool who lets a small head control the brain." Next came the message from Yin Zheng, which was also a loyalty pledge. Han Han and Wang Yibao were not his artists, merely expressing their admiration for his driving skills and looking forward to playing together again. Li Yitong's message was a bit interesting, perhaps because of her age. She seemed a bit anxious. "Nice to meet you, President Chung. I hope we can have a chance to collaborate. I'm staying at the Bulgari tonight. I wonder if President Chung has time for a drink." Chung Sun didn't reply immediately, continuing to scroll down. There were still a few unread messages. Shen Chichi, Wang Mian, and Hani had similar messages, simply expressing gratitude for understanding and hoping to maintain cooperation in the future. Chung Sun couldn't be bothered to reply. They weren't on the same wavelength, so there was no need. Wang Yinglu's message was the briefest, a sneaky emoji followed by 4 words, "Are you asleep yet?" Seeing this message, Chung Sun was somewhat puzzled. Did this girl also want to make progress? "Not asleep, is there something?" Chung Sun replied by typing. Looking again at the previous message sent around 10 o'clock, it was now already noon. Feeling a bit bored. Did she reply instantly? Chung Sun's lips curled up quickly. Chung Sun directly asked, "Want to go out for a drink?" "Oh, isn't it unsafe so late? Send me the address, I'll have someone pick you up." After receiving the address of Wang Yingle's hotel, Chung Sun instructed Lin Min to arrange for a driver to pick her up. The business vehicle was relatively low-key and wouldn't attract too much attention. After everything was arranged, Chung Sun pulled out Li Yitong's WeChat and replied with 4 words, "Next time for sure." When he saw Wang Yinglu again, she was completely different from during the day. Wearing simple jeans and a white jacket, her slightly curly hair fell naturally, simply parted to the side. There was an air of lazy natural style, and she didn't wear full makeup, only a light foundation. Chung Sun pinched her oversized jacket, saying, "At least you're meeting the boss. You look too casual. Aren't we going for drinks? Dressing too elegantly would affect performance." Chung Sun didn't bother to retort, leading her into the room. "Boss, you're too extravagant. This place is amazing. It's just so barely enough to live in." Once inside, the heating was quite sufficient. Wang Yinglu directly took off her coat, revealing her fitted top underneath. Chung Sun stared for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, you're just too thin. You should eat more nutritious food normally." Wang Yinglu lowered her gaze, following Chung Sun's, finally realizing what he was laughing about. Standards of beauty have changed now. Look at those popular young actresses now, who is really big?" Chung Sun refuted as he led her down to the bar in the basement. "There are some. That Xiaodian is quite wealthy, isn't she?" Wang Yinglu scoffed. "Nonsense, she's all artificially enhanced." "Is that so? Anyway, she's very generous and the audience enjoys watching her. But that's not something I can control. It's okay, a little is quite cute." Wang Yinglu huffed, giving Chung Sun a light punch on the shoulder. "You're indeed too thin, there's no strength at all." On the table was a decanter filled with red wine poured in advance by Lin Min, a vintage from the millennium, perfectly timed. "Is red wine okay?" Wang Yinglu sprawled on the sofa, tossing her small crossbody bag to the side. "Sure, as you wish." Chung Sun took out 2 goblets holding the decanter and sat down on the sofa opposite Wang Yinglu. As he poured the wine into the glasses, he asked, "You're quite bold coming to my house after just one meeting." Wang Yinglu's face turned slightly red, and she pursed her lips without speaking. Chung Sun handed her the glass, raising his to signal. The 2 glasses clinked with a clear sound. Chung Sun remained silent, carefully observing the girl across from him. This girl had a bone structure that surpassed her skin, not conforming to the traditional standards of beauty in the acting industry. Her face was thin with slightly prominent cheekbones, giving her no advantage in historical costumes, making her look haggard. Her physique was also slender, unable to support the appearance of historical roles. However, her unique quality lay in that aloof wild aura with cold bone structure and youthful drooping eyes. There was no substitute in the domestic entertainment industry. A minimalist light makeup and modern cool style could maximize her beauty advantages. Her voice was a low female tenor naturally possessing a matte texture. This characteristic led to polarized reviews of her film and television voice. Some said her voice lacked clarity, while others noted its high recognition, strong atmosphere, and storytelling qualities. In summary, Wang Yinglu was more suited for the big screen and high-quality web dramas, and should avoid the historical romance route as much as possible. Wang Yinglu felt a prickling sensation from Chung Sun's gaze. She stretched out her hand and shook it, saying, "Mr. Chung, moi, are you malfunctioning?" Chung Sun suddenly asked, "Do you want to act in a movie? A cameo? That's fine." Chung Sun shook his head, starring role. Wang Yinglu pointed at herself in surprise, exclaiming, "Really? Me? You should be more suitable for the big screen. Ooh, I will find you an opportunity." Wang Yinglu directly lifted her wine glass and gulped down the contents. "Thank you, Mr. Chung. I'm down. Don't get too excited, I'll relax a bit." Chung Sun waved his hand and poured half a glass of wine into her cup. "You're born in 2000. Wang Yinglu nodded yes. "Have you dated anyone?" Wang Yinglu straightened up slightly, answering seriously, "I dated a boyfriend in college, but we broke up. Ooh, I haven't dated since." Chung Sun stroked his chin, nodding slightly. Still the same question. Why did you dare to come to my house?" Wang Yinglu held the napkin she had just used to wipe her hands, subconsciously tightening her grip. I heard that Wang Charan would also jump to the company, so I was a bit anxious. And I think, Mr. Chung, you're quite handsome and fit my type. Plus, you're very young, only 2 years older than me." "What you're saying? Wait, you don't mean to seriously date, do you?" Isn't it okay? You're not married, right?" And I asked Xia Ning if she didn't say she was dating you. Chung Sun rubbed his forehead. "Miss Wang, I have many girlfriends. Aside from money and opportunities, I can't give you anything else." Wang Yinglu looked confused. "My goodness, isn't that enough? Aren't we actors pursuing these two things in our lives? Do you really want something sweet in a relationship? How refreshing. It's way better than those love-brained female artists out there." Chung Sun took out his phone and quickly browsed through the crawling data about her again, confirming her background was clean with no hidden financial backers or powerful figures, and whether she had concealed any romantic history. After confirming, Chung Sun directly sat down beside Wang Yinglu. He reached out to hold the girl's chin, asking, "Have you thought it through?" "My demands are quite strict." Wang Yinglu nodded and directly straddled Chung Sun's lap, kissing him heavily. "Detected high-purity, joyful behavior actors, please take your places," triggering critical hit reward. Critical hit reward, who Hyde Park Hyatt Hotel has been entrusted to a professional team for reception. The next morning, light rain was falling outside the window. An autumn rain brings a chill. Chung Sun stood by the window watching the pedestrians on the street, seeing them all dressed in thick coats and jackets, lamenting that winter was approaching. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around him, pressing against Chung Sun's back, exhaling warm breaths. "Awake. I'm a bit hungry." The girl's voice seemed to have a stronger matte texture. Chung Sun turned around with a mischievous smile, picked her up, and tossed her onto the bed. "Hungry again?" In the kitchen, the nourishing lamb soup was heated again and again. At 11 o'clock, Chung Sun and Wang Yinglu had just finished washing up and went downstairs for a meal. Chung Sun reminded while eating, "Do not disclose our relationship at the company." Wang Yinglu hastily nodded. "I understand. I will be obedient." Zhang Sunwen said he would bring artists to visit me in Huai on Monday. You should have a private chat with them and gather their opinions. If there are any changes, report to me. Wow, a spy. How exciting, I love it. Chung Sun chuckled, pinching the girl's earlobe, especially Chin Chi-Chi and the others. Let's see if they have been in contact with our artists privately. Are you worried that they will take other artists away? It depends on their courage. Chung Sun pulled out his phone and brought up Chin Chi-Chi's profile, displaying some videos and photos. Wang Yinglu saw these photos and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Is this real? Chung Sun put away his phone, looked into Wang Yinglu's eyes, and said coldly, "In the entertainment industry, there may be artists I can't make popular, but there are none I can't bring down." Of course, this statement was somewhat exaggerated. Chung Sun did not control the media, and even if he found marketing accounts to publish negative articles, it could still be managed. However, it was enough to scare people. After arranging for a car to take Wang Yinglu away, Chung Sun went up to the study in the attic and began to study his two rewards. Yesterday, while riding a motorcycle, he acquired a dairy company. Last night, during exercise, he acquired a hotel. He first pulled up the relevant information for Baianduolan He Dairy Company. This enterprise specializes in high-end organic dairy products with a 10th Sandaker Organic Ranch in Baianduolan, housing a total of 3.0 Holstein and Jersey cows, producing 150 tons of raw milk annually. Its own dairy product factory mainly produces HTSD technology, 15-day shelf life pasteurized milk, as well as milk powder, butter, and cheese products. Currently, the enterprise does not have its own brand and operates entirely on an OEM model with an annual output value of about 400 million. After reviewing the information, Cheng Sun was somewhat puzzled about the system's intention in rewarding him with such a dairy company. However, since it was a gift, he naturally accepted it with a smile. At that time, he could use the best raw materials to create a brand air freighted to Huhai exclusively for himself and his friends, which sounded quite good. Continuing to look at the other reward, the Park Hyatt Hotel. Cheng Sun knew this hotel located in the Global Financial Center. The Global Financial Center is the bottle opener shape in the bun triangle with a Japanese investment background. The building has 101 floors, with the Park Hyatt occupying floors 79 to 93. The reward is actually an entity named Shoshire Hotel Co., Ltd., which is the actual operating body of Park Hyatt. The situation of Park Hyatt is quite complex. First, its property is owned by the building itself, and Shoshire Company has signed a lease contract with the building management company. Secondly, the Park Hyatt brand is actually owned by Hyatt Group. Theoretically, the operation management should be done by Hyatt, but it is not so simple. Hyatt is only responsible for the brand membership and standards. The actual on-site operation is still handled by Shoshire Company, which only needs to pay Hyatt an annual brand usage and management fee. Furthermore, Shoshire Company is also a Japanese enterprise. Now that Cheng Sun has acquired all shares of Shoshire Company, it means that this company is no longer a Japanese company. This also indicates that there will be a large number of managerial departures, and during the handover, Cheng Sun will need to fill many positions. Fortunately, the cooperation with Hyatt will not be affected, and most of the grassroots employees and brand operations can continue to maintain the hotel's operation. As for talent, Taiyang Chuanha also needs it. Yang Ming's exit will inevitably lead to a significant portion of senior executives leaving as well. Fortunately, Cheng Sun has 2 targeted talent recruitment cards, which can each supplement 1 top position for Park Hyatt and Taiyang Chuanha. As for the rest, they will have to rely on headhunting companies to dig them out slowly. Thinking of this, Cheng Sun directly used the 2 talent cards, setting them for the hotel industry and the entertainment industry. Talent targeting in progress. Target confirmed. The target will actively contact within 3 days. Please look forward to it. 3 days. Not too long, just about the time for the 2 companies to complete their transition. Outside the house, it was still raining. Cheng Sun was too lazy to go out, so he simply stayed inside and enjoyed his alone time. With a cup of tea and a book, he leisurely read for the entire afternoon. He even inadvertently gained a skill in art appreciation. By 6 o'clock, Cheng Sun heard the street gradually becoming noisy. He stepped out onto the small balcony and saw a huge crowd gathering at the street corner, making a racket. He called for Lin Min and pointed at the crowd, asking, "Is something happening outside? It's so loud." "Sir, those are customers lining up for Jian Song." Cheng Sun looked at her in disbelief. No way. How could Jian Song have so many customers? "I'm not sure." He made a phone call to the manager of the Wukong branch. "What's going on?" "Boss, it's Wang Churen and Chun Yao. They came to the store for a visit at noon and took a lot of photos. In the afternoon, they posted the photos on Weibo, and then it exploded. Wang Churen and Chun Yao." Cheng Sun immediately understood. During yesterday's event, when he was chatting with Rinshui, Wang Churen and Chun Yao, they had even asked about Jian Song. Goodness, this was blatant flattery. "Okay, I got it. Maintain order, don't rush, take it slow. Just keep the usual volume. Once sold out, close the store directly." "Huh, aren't we going to take advantage of this surge?" "No need. If our mini program is ready, we can promote it. Right now we aren't prepared, so let's just observe the situation. I estimate this wave of traffic won't last long." "Understood, I will relay that." After hanging up the phone, Cheng Sun opened Weibo and checked Chun Yao and Wang Churen's posts, and sure enough, the top was a selfie from Jian Song. "Found this treasure bakery, love it. Delicious and photogenic." The posts did not mention Jian Song by name, but Jian Song's logo appeared in every picture. Cheng Sun silently liked the posts, exited Weibo, and sent 2 thumbs-up emojis to both of their WeChat chats. Just as he finished sending, Wang Yingla's WeChat came in. 3 screenshots. The first 2 were Wang Churen and Chun Yao's Weibo posts. The other one was her own recent Weibo post. She posted 4 pictures, all from yesterday's Tianma racing circuit. Some showed her in a racing suit driving a go-kart, others cheering outside the track, and a group photo with Jiang Peiyao. There was even one of her standing in front of Jian Song's dessert table, holding a small cake in a playful pose. "Is this a puppy asking for compliments?" Cheng Sun chuckled and replied, "I really can't believe you guys making me run out of bread to eat." On Monday morning, Cheng Sun donned a suit. Today he was to attend a meeting at the company and meet with Zhang Sungwen and his team from the capital. Upon arriving at the company, he gathered all the middle management personnel in the conference room. The newly appointed director of the Consumer Goods Group, Yin Zhang, and the director of the General Affairs Department, Jiang Di, introduced themselves first. "Let's start with the updates on various projects. The first to report is Mei Wenhua, the director of the cultural tour. Currently, we have stationed finance personnel and internal control specialists at the Hangzhou Zhongzhou Hotel and the Ruading West Suburb Hotel, where they are improving the reporting processes between the company and our controlling party. Additionally, the vacant positions at Tianma Sports have been compiled for Director How of Human Resources, and the renovation bidding is currently being planned. The transition of the Park Hyatt Hotel is still ongoing and is expected to take another 3 to 4 days. Chung Sun listened attentively, jotting down notes in his notebook. He suddenly interrupted Mei Wenhua, instructing, "The Shosher company, once the transition is completed, needs a name change. Oh, I don't like this name." Mei Wenhua immediately noted, "Understood, I will take care of it." Additionally, Chung Zong, there is a situation. The Park Hyatt company has a permanent director seat in the Hotel Industry Association of the Huanghai Tourism Association, and Ruading West Suburb also has a director seat available. The election for the new board of directors is on the 2nd of next month. They have sent an invitation. Will you be attending? Is it only for permanent directors? What units are the vice presidents from? Mostly state-owned enterprises, chains, and large groups. Chung Sun noted this down and replied, "Let's put this on hold for now and discuss it later." If he could secure a vice presidency, Chung Sun would be very keen to join in on the excitement. But given his current lack of competitiveness, it could wait. Suddenly, Chung Sun had a thought. If he bundled several hotels together, would it be enough to elevate him to the position of vice president? Do you think it is necessary for us to integrate the cultural tourism section into a group company? Let's hear everyone's opinions. Mei Wenhua was the first to express his agreement, citing a simple reason: unified management of the supply chain. It is well known that the procurement positions in a company are the most susceptible to corruption. Establishing a group company to manage the supply chain uniformly not only reduces procurement irregularities across subsidiaries, but also enhances bargaining power and facilitates financial management. Director of Human Resources Hao Rin voiced his opposition, arguing that at this stage the number of hotels beneath them is not substantial and group management faces a significant talent shortage. Vice President Gao Fan leaned towards agreement, stating that group management and unified branding would be more beneficial for future development. Chief Financial Officer Wei Kai noted that the current scattered development faces a profit margin bottleneck. Internal Control Compliance Director Chu Feng believed that group management would enhance compliance construction and facilitate financial auditing. Ultimately, Chung Sun made a decisive statement: "Let's do it." After a heated discussion, the group reached a resolution to establish Yunjin Cultural Tourism Group and launch the self-operated Yunjin Hotel brand. The Hangzhou Zhongzhou International Hotel would be renamed Yunjin Zhongzhou Hotel. The Huanghai Ruading West Suburb S Hotel would be changed to Yunjin West Suburb S Hotel. The Huanghai Park Hyatt Hotel would be renamed Yunjin Park Hyatt Hotel, and over the next 3 years the Park Hyatt branding would be gradually phased out to restore a purely self-operated model. A separate Yunjin Haoshi Catering Management Company would be established to uniformly manage all restaurant operations within the hotels. A separate Yunjin Supply Chain Management Co. Ltd. would be established to manage all supply chain and procurement operations within the group. A separate Curson Technology Co. Ltd. would be established responsible for the group's hotel PMS systems, IT, equipment management, and network operations. Besides that, the Tianma Racecourse would retain its name and be directly incorporated into the Yunjin Cultural Tourism Group. The group would establish a board of directors with Chung Sun as chairman, Gao Fan, Mei Wenhua, and Chu Feng as directors. The future no. One position of Park Hyatt would also be a director, while concurrently serving as the group's vice president. All hotels and subsidiaries within the group would abolish their boards of directors, with their general managers appointed and dismissed by the group board. The group headquarters would be located at the Park Hyatt Hotel, sharing office space with the management team of the Park Hyatt Hotel. Once the planning was complete, all subsequent business registrations and recruitments would be handled by the relevant personnel, with Chung Sun only reviewing the final results. After the cultural tourism report was completed, the next to report was Yin Zhang, the director of the consumer goods industry, regarding matters related to the dairy company. Chung Sun instructed, "We need to create a brand that can initially supply our hotels and restaurants exclusively." He then continued to ask, "Currently, Anha Dairy has an annual production of only 1500 tons. How does this production level compare?" Yin Zhang replied, "In comparison, Junelbo's Yuxianhuo brand has an annual production of approximately 18500 tons, which is 12 times ours. From this comparison, our ranch's production isn't too small, but as long as we don't expand distribution nationwide, the current capacity is still very sufficient. Additionally, our ranch has 1000 acres of planted pasture. If we follow a purely organic high-end route, the current stock of 3000 cows is basically saturated. However, if we can purchase pasture in proportion, the number of cattle can double." Chung Sun nodded. Then let's first transfer all the production capacity of the Wanshan cattle to the self-operated brand, particularly for cream butter and cheese. Once produced, we will use them for trial in the Jiansong stores. Understood. The Park Hyatt can also open a Jiansong, and you will be responsible for that too. Yes. Next, it was the report from the General Affairs Department regarding the Pansure Security situation. The transfer of ownership for Pansure Security has been fully completed, and they are currently implementing the plan proposed during Chung Sun's last meeting for redistribution. The initial group of 10 bodyguards has been preliminarily formed, and detailed background checks are being arranged. Chung Sun recalled his crawling system, thinking that he could set up an interface for the Human Resources Center to conduct background checks on candidates. Next, TMT Industry Director Chen Ku reported on the progress of Taiyang Chuan's acquisition. The business registration change is expected to be completed today, and we have received resignation letters from 4 senior executives. There have been no changes in the artist sector for now. Chung Sun raised his eyes to look at Chen Ku. The artists are downstairs now, don't you know? Chen Ku was taken aback. Sorry, I was not aware of this situation. I just flew back from the capital yesterday. No worries, they came to visit me. Please continue. Chen Ku continued. I had a chat with Jiang Alei, who she has concerns about fully taking over PoppyTube. Is there a specific reason? Price, she said it was too expensive for her to afford. Chung Sun nodded slowly. Gotta continue. We have also completed the assessment of Donghua Film and Television, and the price we are offering is around 60 million. The 51 equity of Taiyang Chuanha is valued at 36 million. Including the penalties for Chen Chichi, Wang Mian, and Hani. How much is that? 2 billion. Chen Chichi's share occupies a large portion. What is the combined valuation of PoppyTube and the live streaming sales business? 340 million. Chung Sun noted both figures in his notebook. Have you met with the investors? Besides Yangming, Taiyang Chuanha has 3 other investors, ByteDance, Guangdian, and Zhenghe. Yes, they are still quite hesitant. I feel they might want you, Chung Zong, to meet them in person. Chung Sun chuckled lightly. No need. If they want to withdraw their investment, let them do so. It doesn't matter. You can directly ask them. Chung Sun will buy back their shares at a valuation of 2.5 billion and see if they are willing to sell. Chen Ku was quite surprised. Are you really asking like this? Just ask like that. Chung Sun waved his hand, signaling the meeting to continue. Next, it was the report from the office director Zhonglin. Chung Zong, according to the monitoring by the newly formed online public opinion group, New Public Sentiment, has emerged from yesterday to today. Several artists posted photos and marketing accounts have uncovered that Jin Song and Tian Ma's owner is you. Now everyone is speculating about the relationships between those female stars and you. It's simple. Release the press release about Heng Chuang's acquisition of Taiyang Chuanha at noon. Later, it'll take a group photo with the artists and attach it to the press release. Also have some marketing accounts spread the word that Wang Chuan from Fuxing and Chen Yao from Zhongshan might sign with Taiyang Chuanha. Chung Sun quickly made the arrangements. Zhonglin, while taking notes, said, understood. Also, I need to remind you that Friday is the Rui Airlines share. I remember. Anything else? Zhonglin checked her notes. That's all. Then let's adjourn. Chen Ku and Gao Fan joined the upcoming artist meet and greet. After resting for a while in his office, Chung Sun, accompanied by Chen Ku, Gao Fan, and Zhonglin, arrived at the largest meeting room in the company. Inside the meeting room, over a dozen artists and their agents had gathered. The artist director and PR director sat in the middle with Zhang Sungwen and Jiang Alei flanking them. Chen Chichi did not attend. Hani and Wang Mian, following his lead, were also absent. Yin Zhengjiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu had all come with the main group. Wang Yinglu still remembered the task Chung Sun had given her, weaving through the crowd to chat with other artists incessantly. Jiang Peiyao watched the tireless Wang Yinglu and quietly pulled her aside. Lulu, it's too obvious. Wang Yinglu looked innocent. Huh, what's wrong? Jiang Peiyao leaned in and whispered, your way of fishing for information is way too obvious. Especially since you posted on Weibo yesterday. Oh really? What should I do? Look at Jingjia and Shichi. Wang Yinglu craned her neck to scan the room. I see them. What about it? Teacher Sun when assigned them to gather intel. You should take a break. Huh, seriously. I didn't. Jiang Peiyao silently facepalmed. The point is not to be noticed, you know. Wang Yinglu looked crestfallen. Alright, I'm still too useless. Jiang Peiyao linked arms with Wang Yinglu and asked softly, did President Chung tell you to fish for information? Wang Yinglu immediately shook her head. No, it was my own idea. Was that reaction too obvious? Jiang Peiyao sighed quietly. Alright, fine. Suddenly the meeting room door was pushed open by Zhonglin, and the room fell silent instantly. Chung Sun strode into the meeting room with his head held high, followed by Gao Fan and Chen Ku. The moment they saw Chung Sun, almost everyone was secretly startled. Was this guy really not an artist? Zhang Sungwen and Yin Zheng were the first to stand up, followed by everyone else. Chung Sun nodded with a smile and shook hands with each person in turn. Teacher Sungwen, I've long admired you. I've known of you since the shadow play. Teacher Jiang, thank you for coming. Ajing, when are you and Han Han returning to the northwest? Zishuan, you're the young shamanist from the river, right? Actually, what impressed me most was Jiang Yilin from the left ear. Cheng Sun greeted everyone one by one, recalling a specific role for each person. Zhang Zimu, you're from my hometown. If I'm not mistaken, you're a senior in high school now. Why are you joining in this hustle? Who called you here? They'll have to give them a serious talking to. Seeing Cheng Sun's stern expression, the girl shrank back. President Cheng, I happen to be in Shanghai for the Shanghai Theater Academy's entrance exam. No one forced me to come. How did it go? It was definitely a success. Cheng Sun nodded. Alright, your top priority now is to prepare for your exams, understand? I know. After the artist came the artist director and the PR director. Not only had they not resigned, but they had also chosen to come to Shanghai together, which Cheng Sun greatly appreciated. After greeting everyone, Cheng Sun took the main seat at the podium. Looking at the dozens of people before him, he nodded to himself. Cheng Sun might not remember exactly who had come, but he had a little black book for those who hadn't. He cleared his throat and pressed the switch on the microphone in front of him. Technically, I should have gone to the Beijing office to visit everyone, but I have 1,000 things on my plate here and couldn't make. Teacher Sung Wen called me the other day saying he wanted to visit Shanghai. At first I thought everyone is so busy this long trip would be too much trouble. But then I reconsidered. At a time like this, a face-to-face conversation is absolutely necessary. A few days ago, I asked some friends from Tencent and Aichi to bring a few colleagues over for a gathering. We talked a lot about future development, our respective positions, and how we can not just survive but thrive in this tough environment. As he spoke, Cheng Sun looked at Jiang Peiyao and Wang Yinglu, who were sitting together, and continued. I asked Peiyao and Yinglu earlier, you two rarely go on variety shows. Is it because you don't like them? And Peiyao answered, she said it's because she's not famous enough, so no one invites her. That's the reality. The entertainment industry is essentially a circle of acquaintances. If I have a good relationship with you, I'll prioritize you when an opportunity comes up. If I don't have a good relationship with you, even if you're an amazing actor and your fee is cheap, I won't hire you. Every year, thousands of handsome men and beautiful women graduate from art schools. Where are all the opportunities? Look, didn't Peiyao even act in the dream of the performing arts circle? At this, the people below burst into laughter. Jiang Peiyao quietly looked at Wang Yinglu, who was grinning foolishly beside her, and thought to herself how carefree this kid was. To be honest, I'm an outsider. I've never run an entertainment company. Cheng Sun scanned everyone's expressions and paused for a long moment. But I know one timeless truth: relationships are greater than opportunities. Opportunities are greater than ability, and ability determines relationships. That might sound a bit convoluted. Take your time to think it over. Today, meeting all of you, I still want to give everyone a little welcome gift. I just threw these together. If you're not happy with them, don't secretly curse me, okay? These were resources Cheng Sun had bartered from various acquaintances using his connections. Zhang Sungwen and Jiang Qingqin's gift was a new contract with an improved revenue split. Zhang Yilei also received a contract selling 52 of Papatube held by Taiyang Chuana for 120 million after a discount. Yin Zheng was awarded an endorsement as the global brand ambassador for Ducati. Bai Yufan received an endorsement for Weidong Beverage under Jinyao. Jiang Peiyao was given the title of Rui Airlines promotional ambassador and the lead role in their promotional film. The male lead for the film was set as Zhou Xinjie, a young actor. Wang Yinglu received an endorsement as the chief experience officer for a tour hotel. Everyone else also secured contracts as guest members for at least 2 shows. Seeing the satisfied expressions on everyone's faces, Cheng Sun thought that the entertainment industry was actually pretty easy to navigate. If only Cheng Sun had access to high-end luxury resources, he would have made everyone a global ambassador, elevating them all instantly. After distributing the gifts to everyone, Zhong Lin arranged for a group photo. Cheng Sun stood at the very center, flanked by Zhang Sunwen and Jiang Qingqin, with Gao Fan and Chun Ku on the outer edges. Wang Yinglu positioned herself directly behind Cheng Sun, her face beaming with a radiant smile. After all these years in the acting industry, she had never secured a major endorsement, only managing to snag the title of brand friend for 2 luxury brands. That title was utterly useless. But this time, being an tour experience ambassador came with the genuine status of a brand spokesperson. The administrative department's photographer finished the shoot quickly. Cheng Sun did not arrange a large dinner gathering, considering that the artists could not easily move about in public places. Wang Yinglu sent a WeChat message asking to have lunch with him, but Cheng Sun flatly refused. No way. Today, so many artists had gathered in Jingan Carry Center, surrounded by countless reporters and paparazzi. How could he dare to go out alone for a meal? Just after the artists left the building with their gifts at exactly 1:20 noon, the official Weibo account of Taiyang Chuana posted a message. 10 years later, we look back. Now we start anew. The accompanying image was the photo taken in the large conference room. Just those 10 words with no other information. A minute later, the official corporate Weibo of Hengchuang Qixing reposted that message stating Hengchuang Qixing has officially taken controlling interest in Taiyang Chuanha. In the following 10 minutes, the various artists of Taiyang Chuanha reposted the message one after another, attaching heartfelt little essays polished by their management teams. Although Chun Chichihani and Wang Mian had already made it clear they were leaving, they still chose to repost the message in line with the others. It wasn't about emotional intelligence. Their Weibo accounts were all in the hands of their management teams. This dense wave of collective reposts naturally propelled Taiyang Chuanha onto the trending list. Cheng Sun, standing at the very center of that photo, was naturally pulled out by netizens for lively discussion. Is the guy in the middle a newcomer? So handsome he's on a different level. A newcomer taking the center spot. Even Arthur in his prime would have to step aside, right? Found him. The handsome guy in the center is the new boss. He's indeed a capital big shot. I found out he's about to take on the role of director at the listed company Rui Airlines. What? Handsome and rich. Which window did God close for him? As more information was dug up, the keyword Cheng Sun quickly climbed the trending list. Most incredibly, the official accounts of iQIYI and Tencent Video also reposted, tagging the dramas and variety shows they were collaborating on. Thus, various variety show official accounts joined in announcing the new guest stars that Taiyang Chuanha had placed. By the afternoon, artists like Chun Yao Wang Churen and Li Yitong also reposted, wishing their peer company Taiyang Chuanha continued success. Even Wang Yibo joined the fun, posting a stylish photo of himself on the track along with a group photo of Cheng Sun, Yin Zheng, and Han Han. Hope to feel the track passion with President Sun, director Han, and brother Zheng again. Wishing Taiyang Chuanha an even better next decade. Han Han directly reposted Wang Yibo's Weibo. President Sun's skills are top-notch, but he's too low-key. Otherwise, I'd drag him to make a cameo in Racing 3. Such a commotion naturally did not escape the attention of those in the industry. Everyone began to speculate about Cheng Sun's background. How could buying a company stir up such a frenzy, even getting iQIYI and Tencent to repost his Weibo? Those well-informed could find out that he was the one who had snatched billions in stocks from Shi Yuzhu, a young man currently attracting the attention of many big shots in Shanghai. Hoping to build a good relationship, they also chose to repost and send their blessings. Well-known agencies like Yuehua Wao Jiaying and Husong also posted their congratulations through their official Weibo accounts. The excitement lasted the entire afternoon, and Cheng Sun's phone never stopped buzzing. This was probably the first time Cheng Sun had appeared on such a large scale in the media, making him feel a bit elated. Detected high-purity joy behavior, known to the world, triggering a critical hit reward. Critical hit reward: privacy radar deploying. User guide docs or be doxed. That is not a question. What kind of item was this? Cheng Sun clicked on the details and silently studied it. After deploying the privacy radar, all his private information except for public data would be protected. This meant the public could only access Cheng Sun's publicly disclosed shareholdings, public social media content, and other information that must be disclosed according to regulations. All other information would be inaccessible. Moreover, any attempt to access his core private information would be recorded by the radar. Anyone trying to dox Cheng Sun through social engineering databases would not only get no results, but would also be reverse doxed and recorded in Cheng Sun's system. Brother System was truly thoughtful. This item came at just the right time. No matter how much outsiders tried to dig into his identity, it wouldn't affect his family or friends, and they couldn't find his real information. Brilliant. After studying the reward, Cheng Sun turned his attention back to his phone. There was a mountain of messages to reply to. First was the pinned family group. His mother had forwarded a news article and asked, "Son, is this you? You've become a celebrity's boss. Your cousin Xin likes that group times youth. Can you get her 2 autographed photos?" The message was from an hour. Cheng Sun quickly replied, "I don't know any times youth, but I'll keep it in mind and ask around if I get a chance. However, Gao Qiqiang is an artist from my company. If you want his photos, I have plenty." Next were the class groups. The large group was full of shock and polite remarks, while the small groups were clamoring to call him daddy, utterly lacking in substance. Cheng Sun only left a message in the small group of his closest college buddies: "Too busy today. Just leave a comment if you like anyone, and daddy will send you merchandise." Su Ranxin also sent a message: "So you're a big shot. My apologies. Don't forget the signed photo of Xia you promised me." Cheng Sun then remembered that he had gotten the photos long ago, but had forgotten to tell Su Ranxin. So Cheng Sun replied, "Give me your address, and I'll mail it to you." The other side instantly responded, "Boo-hoo, so there's a class barrier now. I thought I could still treat you to a meal tat." Cheng Sun was amused, sending a meme that said, "We're all brothers." Then he added, "Been busy lately. How about it?" Sure. Waiting for the big shot summons. Next were Wenqing Wang Weiqi, Chu Yanqi, Hu Nianwei, Lu Xiaorui. He also needed to send individual messages to thank friends like Rin Xiuigong, Rui Xiaohui, and Yi Bingwen for their immense support. After all those endorsements he gave away had been obtained from them, It wasn't until Zhong Lin knocked on the door that Chung Sun realized it was already past 4 o'clock. President Chung Jiang is here in meeting room 1. In the reception room, Chung Sun and Jiang Yilei sat opposite each other. May I ask why you, Mr. Chung, chose to abandon the MCN business? Chung Sun smiled subtly and replied, to be honest, I am not abandoning MCN. Pausing for a moment, he continued to explain, in my view, a team like PoppyTube, which started from Weibo and focuses on content creation, is not suited for the current restless society. Overall, it represents 2 different paths. Jiang Yilei nodded thoughtfully. Actually, I don't have much confidence in running a company. So, I found a partner and needed to split the contract into 2 parts. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Chung. Chung Sun shrugged. I completely understand and fully respect that. He instructed the legal department to produce 2 new contracts for Jiang Yilei to take back for review. After work, Chung Sun took his chief assistant Zhong Lin and set off for Sinan Road. He even made a trip home to fetch a box of mitai. Tonight he had arranged to dine with several leaders from the bank at a private restaurant run by Rin Qi's aunt. Having eaten Yuan Hang's lamb, it would be a bit unreasonable not to invite them out for a meal. Arriving 20 minutes early at the reserved private room, Zhong Lin proactively began to arrange the menu. The main guests tonight were 3 individuals: Yuan Ming, the branch manager, Qin Ruihua, the deputy branch manager in charge of corporate business, and Xiao Peng, the general manager of the private banking department. As the client manager, Hu Nianwei naturally needed to accompany them. Before long, the group arrived together. After some social pleasantries, Chung Sun arranged for everyone to be seated. As the host, Chung Sun naturally took the main seat, placing Yuan Ming on his right and Qin Ruihua on his left. However, Qin Ruihua repeatedly declined, insisting on sitting beside Yuan Ming and leaving the seat on Chung Sun's left for Hu Nianwei. To Hu Nianwei's left was her superior Xiao Peng, while Zhong Lin sat at the end of the table. After downing 2 glasses of wine, everyone relaxed and began chatting freely. While discussing their educational backgrounds, Yuan Ming suddenly asked, Mr. Chung, I recall your resume states you graduated from Huhai University. Chung Sun nodded. Yes, I studied computer science and graduated over 5 years ago. Are you interested in pursuing a master's degree? Oh, Chung Sun was quite interested in this. I have indeed thought about improving my qualifications, but isn't it too early? I missed the registration for this year. International joint MBA programs don't require entrance exams. The program offered by Peking University and UCL, as well as those by Fudan and HKU, are all directly recruiting students by the institutions themselves. After saying this, he gave Chung Sun a suggestive look. Chung Sun immediately understood the meaning of that glance. Are there any spring admissions? Yuan Hang looked at Xiao Peng, who understood, and answered, there are fewer options for spring admissions, and to be honest, their prestige is not as high. Most people only pursue them to obtain qualifications for promotions. Chung Sun nodded knowingly, and continued to ask, what recommendations do you have, Yuan Hang? Nearby, the Fudan program is quite good. Do I need to prepare anything? Xiao Peng replied, not at all. We will directly assist you with the connection, and you just need to show up for the interview when the time comes. What about the costs? Tuition is a little over 5,400, but there will be some scholarships available. Chung Sun raised his glass. Then I'll trouble Yuan Hang and Director Xiao with this. Yuan Ming waved his hand, raising his glass. It's nothing to worry about. Our bank has a dedicated program, and it has been operating quite smoothly over the past few years. Following this topic, Xiao Peng introduced several services aimed at high-net-worth individuals to Chung Sun, including various salons, forums, and other assorted offerings. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly knocked upon. To everyone's surprise, it was the restaurant owner Lan Jie Rin Qi's aunt. After all, that's what Rin Xiui called her, and Chung Sun naturally followed suit. She wore a modified chi pao in a greenish-blue color, holding a wine glass in her hand. Her hair was styled up, adorned with a delicate hairpin, revealing her graceful neck. Chung Sun was somewhat surprised that this mysterious aunt had actually appeared. The last time he had dined with Rin Xiui and the others after a competition event, he had only seen her when leaving. Rin Xiui himself mentioned that his aunt never enters the private room to greet guests. Chung Sun stood up and greeted, Lan Jie, are you not busy today? Lan Jie chuckled, I am never busy. I just knew you were here today, so I specially came to see you. Chung Sun was somewhat puzzled and had not noticed that Yuan Ming and Qin Ruihua had also stood up. The 2 bank managers exchanged glances, their minds racing. How would Chung Sun know her? Lan Jie, let me introduce you. This is Yuan Ming, the branch manager of the Bank of Communications, Huhai branch. Lan Jie interrupted Chung Sun's introduction, smiling. I know him. No need for you, Mr. Chung, to introduce me specially. She raised her glass. Let's drink with our young Mr. Chung. Chung Sun quickly raised his glass and clinked it lightly with Lan Jie. After drinking with Chung Sun, she turned to the others at the table and softly said, Yuan Hang, Qin Hang, Director, Xiao, feel free to visit often. The others quickly held their glasses with both hands and respectfully finished their drinks. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Chung Sun, come home for dinner when you have time. After saying this, she nodded and gracefully left the private room. Although she was gone, the atmosphere in the room still lingered with the calm aura brought by Lan Jia. Chung Sun was somewhat confused of what did Lan Jia mean by her last sentence. He didn't know anyone in her family apart from Rin Xiui, so why would she suddenly invite him to dinner at her home? He thought, could it be to matchmake him and Rin Xiui? Yuan Hang and the others were already somewhat numb at this point. This was indeed the legendary Lan Jia. In the Western-style house they were dining in, could it be the legendary Lan Ting? He was actually dining in the fabled Lan. What exactly was Chung Sun's background? Yuan Ming steadied himself and said, Mr. Chung, we are just having a simple meal. Why did you go through the trouble of booking Lan Ting? Chung Sun waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down quickly. Oh, it was a casual thing. Just happened that this spare private room was available today, so I let Lan Jia at a table. What a? At a table? Yuan Ming, who had just sat down, sprang back up. He realized that his startled reaction was somewhat impolite, awkwardly smiling as he quickly sat back down. Mr. Chung is truly impressive. Do I raise a glass to you? Booking a private room at a restaurant through the back door is considered impressive. What did that make of his own assets? Chung Sun felt that something was off. He discreetly took out his phone, opened the crawler system interface, and created a search task with the keywords set to Hu Hai Lan Ting Lan Jia. In the latter half, the atmosphere at the table became noticeably more lively. These few people had already elevated Chung Sun to the status of the most outstanding young entrepreneur in Hu Hai. However, Chung Sun did not get carried away. He clearly understood how he had come to possess these things. Essentially, Chung Sun was no different from those who would say, Grandpa, I want this. The meal lasted over 2 hours. After the dinner, Hu Nianwei conveniently got into Chung Sun's car. To the Mandarin Oriental. Chung Sun said to the driver. Hu Nianwei leaned against Chung Sun's shoulder, gently massaging his head while asking, Mr. Chung, what is the background of that Lan Jia? Chung Sun sighed, pointing to the sky. She has quite a powerful background, that's for sure. Based on Chung Sun's personality, he really did not want to interact with someone like Lan Jia. If the relationship was good, it could naturally bring great assistance. But if any unexpected situations arose in the future, it could also lead to significant backlash. Recalling the crawler report he had skimmed through earlier, Chung Sun felt a chill run down his spine. After reading Lan's report, Chung Sun could only think of 4 words inadvertently intruded upon a heavenly household. Lan was only 30 years old this year, widowed with a daughter under 10. She had been living with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law in Hu Hai. Usually there wasn't much going on, so she opened this Lan Ting restaurant, mainly dealing with mediation and brokerage. In the upper circles of Hu Hai, everyone shared a consensus: when something happened, go find Lan. As long as you had something that could touch her, you would definitely find a solution. Today she took the initiative to approach Chung Sun at the request of a business friend wanting to meet him to discuss matters regarding Minxing shares. Additionally, she really wanted to get to know Chung Sun. After all, her niece was not young anymore. If she was indeed outstanding, perhaps they could consider matchmaking. Chung Sun silently sighed, and then cast these distracting thoughts aside. He toyed with manager Hu's smooth hair and asked how his work been lately. Hu Nianwei lazily replied, pretty good. I've transferred my other clients to others. She looked up at Chung Sun, blinked, and softly murmured in her signature sticky voice, now, I belong Regarding Hu Nianwei's promotion, Xiao Peng had already spoken to her. He offered Hu 2 options. One was to continue in the private banking professional sequence with a promotion to senior private banking manager. The other was to switch to the management sequence, first leading a team in the private banking department, and then potentially becoming the deputy branch manager. Hu Nianwei currently had no interest in managing a team, let alone being transferred to a branch in the future with the heavy performance pressure it would entail. Therefore, she decisively chose to remain in the private banking department, taking the route of a wealth consultant expert. After returning to Hu Nianwei's apartment at the Mandarin Oriental, Chung Sun first took a shower. When he came out in a bathrobe, he discovered that Hu Nianwei had actually prepared clothes for him. Did you buy all of this? Hu Nianwei handed him a set of pajamas. I estimated the size. Why don't you try it on to see? Chung Sun tossed the pajamas aside and picked up manager Hu, throwing her onto the bed. Why were pajamas it? The next day, manager Hu took another day off. Looking at the sleeping Hu Nianwei, Chung Sun reluctantly left. He planned to enter seclusion for 2 days, relying on the web crawler system to develop a system for the group's HR center for background checks. This web crawler was one of Chung Sun's core secrets, and the secondary development of related interfaces would never be handed over to anyone else. He did not return to the old house, but instead went back to Jinggan Tianyu. He knocked on the door of 1802, but no one answered. His senior sister should have gone to school, and lazy Wang Ruiqi probably hadn't gotten up. Chung Sun left a message for Wang Ruiqi on WeChat asking her to prepare lunch for him and deliver it directly to 1801. He opened his computer and first pulled up the secondary development documentation built into the web crawler system to understand what interfaces the system provided and the detailed process for permission verification. After having a clear understanding, he began writing the requirements document for the talent background check system, drawing flowcharts and defining interface descriptions. After a morning's work, he had generally organized the requirements. At noon, the doorbell rang punctually. Wow. Is this the landlord? You haven't been back for so many days. It turns out you've been doing so well out there. Wow, so sarcastic. Where's the food? Come over to eat. You had to bring it over for just these 2 steps. What's wrong with you? Chung Sun curled his lips and followed Wang Weiqi back to the next room. Where's the senior sister? Wang Weiqi served Chung Sun a bowl of pork rib corn soup and casually replied, at school. Then why did you make so much? There were 6 plates on the table, 4 dishes, a bowl of soup, and a plate of fruit. I'm in a good mood. Chung Sun picked up the bowl and slurped a mouthful. The taste was average, but for Wang Weiqi, it was quite good. What's wrong? Did a new book become a hit? Wang Weiqi shot Chung Sun a glare. Don't mention it. We're still good friends. Then what are you happy about? I'm happy that our amazing landlord hasn't forgotten about me. Is that wrong? Fine. She is indeed being sarcastic. Chung Sun picked up the chopsticks beside him and gave Wang Weiqi a light tap on the head. Speak nicely. Wang Weiqi tugged at the corner of her mouth, speaking with a hint of grievance. You've been gone for several days. When are you going to come back and see your dear senior sister? Chung Sun explained with a righteous face. I've been super busy. Do you understand anything? Busy racing with those female celebrities. Oh, I know all about it. That Wang Churen even checked in at Jinsong. Did you know your senior sister hasn't bought bread in several days? Is this wave of popularity still not declining? Are there many people queuing at the Wujiacheng store? Yeah. Chung Sun took out his phone and first called the manager of the Wukong Road store to reserve a few of each type of bread, arranging for someone to go pick them up. He also asked Lin Min to arrange for someone to pick up bread from the store and deliver it to Jinggan Tianyu. It'll be delivered soon. If you want bread, just tell me directly on WeChat. If I don't ask, you won't say anything, huh? Chung Sun frowned. Oh, what's with this weird behavior? Wang Weiqi, what's wrong with me? I feel like you're using your senior sister as an excuse to be sarcastic with me. Know something? I say, Chime, you wouldn't miss me, would you? Wang Weiqi put down her chopsticks, stood up in a hurry. I'm not. You bastard. Wow, Wang Weiqi, I consider you a brother, and yet you. Before he could finish, Wang Weiqi rushed over and covered Chung Sun's mouth. Shut up. Chung Sun didn't try to pull her hand away, but instead playfully stuck his tongue out to poke her. Oh, Chung Sun, you're so disgusting. Wang Weiqi immediately let go, wiping her palm heavily on Chung Sun's clothes twice. Then she hugged her head and ran back into her room. With a loud bang, she locked the door. Chung Sun looked at the fleeing Wang Weiqi, and the corner of his mouth gradually lifted. Let's see if you dare to be sarcastic with me again. Chung Sun quietly finished his meal and then washed his own dishes. Before leaving, he went to Wang Weiqi's door and knocked. Chime, it's natural for people to have feelings. It's all right. Someone will come over with bread soon. Oh, remember to open the door. After saying that, he returned to 1801 and began his formal programming work. Detected high purity happy behavior, coding triggering critical strike rewards. Critical strike reward god level code. Once immersed, time flew by. Especially after receiving this god level code reward, it felt as if he had divine assistance. Outside, it was already dark and dinner was delivered warmly packed in a delicate pink lunchbox. Thank you, senior sister. Did you get the bread? Wenqing nodded. Yes, I did. This is way too much. Chung Sun smiled. It's fine. You two eat quickly. By the way, where's Wang Weiqi? Wenqing wrinkled her nose and said with some resentment, she said she had something and went back to her hometown. Are you going back home? Chung Sun was somewhat surprised. Could it be that he was vulnerable? So he hurriedly asked, is something wrong at home? Why suddenly go back? Do you need any help? Wenqing pushed up her glasses and shook her head. Nothing's wrong. I just think I miss home. It might also be that you're going home to confront your younger brother. Chung Sun could only nod and advised, all right, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. Chung Sun quickly finished his meal and prepared to wash the dishes. However, Wenqing directly took the lunchbox from him. You continue with your work. I see you are coding. Oh, just writing a little something out of interest. Chung Sun then asked, what's going on with your tutor now? Talking about this, Wenqing's expression became much more lively. She excitedly shared, he has been suspended and seems to be under investigation, but there's no outcome yet. Moreover, our SJ is reportedly being transferred supposedly to another school. Chung Sun chuckled. Wu Hui's actions were indeed swift, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, which was impressive. How are you students being arranged then? They've all been reassigned to other teachers. I chose Vice Dean Wu Hui based on your recommendation. That's good. Wenqing added, he also subtly asked about our relationship. Oh, how did you respond? The senior sister paused for a moment and softly replied, I said you are my junior brother, and we have a good relationship. Speaking of junior brothers, I might become a student at Fudan next year. Chung Sun chuckled, but by then you'll have already graduated. The senior sister's eyes brightened. Oh, are you taking the graduate entrance exam? I can't be bothered to study. It's an MBA program for working professionals, bought with money for a degree. That's still pretty good. I saw the resume posted by your airline. You have an undergraduate degree listed at the back, which seems quite mismatched. Senior sister, it seems you're quite concerned about me. When Qing blinked, somewhat prideful, you've already made it to trending topics. Do I need to pay special attention? This expression was rarely seen on the senior sister's face, quite adorable. Chung Sun feigned regret, and said, alright, I thought you were secretly keeping an eye on me. Smooth talker. When Qing picked up the lunchbox, chuckling softly, and took a step to leave. Senior sister, how is your uncle and aunt's store renovation going? Chung Sun suddenly asked from behind. It's still early. After the senior sister left, Chung Sun made himself a pot of coffee. Holding the cup, he stood on the balcony, silently admiring the flowing waters of the Suzhou River below. He suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Chung Sun's phone had long been set to automatically reject calls from non-contacts. The only unfamiliar calls that could come through were those associated with the system. Is this Mr. Chung from Hengchuang Qixing? A gentle male voice, sounding about 40, asked. This is Chung Sun. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Panda with over 20 years in hotel management. It turned out he was a talent recruited through the system's targeted talent card. For talents, Chung Sun certainly treated them with courtesy. Hello, Mr. Panda, have you arrived in Huai? Yes, I am currently staying at the Park Hyatt in Huai. I would like to schedule a meeting with you tomorrow. No problem, please rest well tonight, and I will contact you tomorrow morning. Moreover, barring any accidents, the Park Hyatt will be your main battleground in the future. The voice on the other end remained steady, showing no signs of turbulence. Understood, Mr. Chung. I will first experience the current services of the Park Hyatt from a guest's perspective. Additionally, I brought a few subordinates with me for this return to domestic work. They all came back voluntarily after learning about my resignation. I apologize for not discussing this with you beforehand, Mr. Chung. Chung Sun was taken aback. Was this a good thing? As for forming cliques, Chung Sun was not worried at all. After acquiring Park Hyatt, the original management team naturally formed a faction. If Panda entered alone, it might indeed be challenging to carry out work. Now that he brought a team with him, Chung Sun was no longer concerned. I have no problem on my end. However, Mr. Panda needs to send their resumes over so that I can arrange for HR to conduct a brief background check. After hanging up on Panda, Chung Sun immediately received an email from him. The email's attachment contained 9 resumes, including his own. Chung Sun studied them with great interest and found himself increasingly pleasantly surprised. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. It was said that Panda graduated from Cornell University's SHA school, the strongest hotel management program among comprehensive prestigious schools. Not only does it teach hotel management, but it also covers courses in cultural tourism, mergers and acquisitions, private equity, revenue management, and more. Compared to other hotel management schools, this program is more inclined to cultivate management personnel for large chain hotels with a stronger business-oriented attribute. After graduation, Panda first entered the world's largest all-inclusive resort chain, Club Med, starting from a resort butler. He climbed to the position of vice president at headquarters after a series of promotions. Then he switched to the Marriott Group, responsible for marketing the Sheraton Resort brand. Before his resignation this time, he was already the global brand head of Sheraton. The 8-person team he brought with him included half foreigners. Some of them are in regional operations, some in brand development, and there are also resident managers, room directors, and other professionals. He immediately set up a meeting on WeChat, inviting Vice President Gao Fan, Cultural Tourism Industry Director Mei Wenhua, HR Director Hao Ren, and Chief Butler Zhong Len. Sorry to interrupt everyone's rest, I'd like to synchronize something. I have brought a talent from the Marriott Group for our Yunjin, the former global brand head of Sheraton. Panda. He has already arrived in Huai. Moreover, he brought 8 subordinates with him who will also join the company. I have synchronized their resumes to the group so everyone can take a look and assign them positions. Before the group structure is fully established, let's arrange them all to Park Hyatt to help Panda quickly open up. Upon hearing this news, Hao Run was the most excited. A mature team. How much trouble could this save? Mei Wenhua was also very pleased. He was mainly responsible for mergers and acquisitions and investment financing business, but the hotel group matter had been tying him down, leaving Director Mei with much frustration. Now that capable people were coming to work, he could finally extricate himself from it. Gao Fan, however, raised some different opinions. Mr. Chung, will Mr. Panda bringing a team create any adverse effects? Here's my thought initially. Since we are short-staffed, let's utilize them first. Once the group structure stabilizes, we can consider reallocating them to specific business departments. Secondly, we need to select some personnel from Zhongzhou West Suburb S and the original management team of Park Hyatt to enter the group. Thirdly, I suggest establishing a rotation mechanism to prevent anyone from staying in one position for too long. Rotating is necessary to avoid becoming unwieldy. Chung Sun approvingly glanced at Gao Fan on the screen, finding his points quite reasonable. Mr. Gao, I generally agree with your thoughts and your suggestions can be implemented. However, in the initial stage, let's still observe their specific work situations. Who knows if they might not meet the standards and need to be let go. After discussing the arrangement for the Panda team, Chung Sun continued to ask Mr. May how is the progress on the Baiwa side? I would like to meet the Panda team directly at Baiwa tomorrow. No problem, Mr. Chung. The original Japanese team has already withdrawn. Chung Sun nodded. Good, then at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, arrange a conference room at Baiwa for our meeting with the Panda team. Mr. May and Mr. Gao will accompany me. Please arrange the itinerary and also procure some gifts as a token of our meeting. In addition, arrange for General Manager Hu Feihua from Zhengzhou, General Manager Liang Hua from Shijiao, and Deputy General Manager Ma Ben from Tianma Sports to attend the meeting together. We will announce the establishment of the Cultural Tourism Group at the meeting. After arranging the agenda for tomorrow's meeting, Chung Sun ended the online conference. After drinking coffee, Chung Sun felt quite energized and began coding again. Since he had to go to Baiwa tomorrow morning, he might as well work overtime tonight. Also working overtime were those who were called out by Chung Sun, especially Hu Feihua from Zhengzhou, who was currently gathered with several hotel executives. Arranging for us to go to Huhai for a meeting at this late hour, isn't this just tormenting people? By the way, this Mr. Chung has been quite popular recently. Oh, what's the story? You can just check online to find out. Haha, what does it matter if you can find it online? Despite the complaints, they still had to attend the meeting. A few of them packed their bags and drove through the night to Huhai. At the same time, 100 kilometers away at Nantung, Heyman Wang Weiqi was hitting someone. Sister, I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me. What did you do wrong? Everything. Boo-hoo. Wang Jiehua and Wen Ping sat on the sofa eating sunflower seeds while watching their sister hit their brother with great interest. After watching for a while, Wen Ping waved her hand. All right, Chi-Chi, are you tired? Eat some fruit, and then you can continue hitting him. Mom, you're biased. The younger brother Ahao was crying so hard it was as if the sky was falling. This scene started an hour ago. Wang Weiqi had just gotten off the bus and saw her younger brother playing with his friends at the street corner. Thinking to surprise her brother, Wang Weiqi quietly snuck up to the wall behind him under the cover of night. Your sister is nothing. My sister is the best. Hearing little Ahao speak so proudly of her, Wang Weiqi couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. It wasn't in vain that the elder sister brought him toys. If my sister can eat poop, can yours? Just as Wang Weiqi stood tall, she almost fell over. Wang Ruihao, are you trying to die? Wang Weiqi jumped and locked her brother down. Grabbing Ahao's hair, she explained loudly. I've told you so many times that was melted chocolate, not poop. I'll show you. Saying this, she grabbed her bag with one hand and Ahao's hair with the other, angrily heading home. It was past 7 and Wang Weiqi hadn't had dinner yet. When her parents saw their daughter suddenly return, they hurriedly heated up the rice and cooked dishes. After eating to her fill, she began to lecture her brother. This lecture lasted half an hour until when Ping called her to eat some fruit. Pushing Ahao aside, Wang Weiqi sat back on the sofa munching on fruit. Why did you suddenly come back? Don't you have work tomorrow? No, I took a leave of absence. Wang Weiqi hadn't mentioned her resignation to her family, yet if she did, she would definitely be nagged to death. When Ping took Wang Weiqi's hand, asking various questions. How are Uncle Wen and his wife doing in Huhai? Are they adjusting well? Very well, the store is still under renovation. What about Wen Qing's boyfriend? Have you met them? Sighed. They aren't officially together yet, so why would they meet the parents? What does that young man do? What is his family like? Wang Weiqi chose to return to her hometown for a few days to avoid Chung Sun. Unexpectedly, her parents bombarded her with questions. She responded impatiently. He runs a company worth billions. The character Gao Qiqiang from that show Kuang Biao calls her boss. When Ping covered her mouth in surprise, asking, is his family really that well off? The person in the photo you took last time looks quite young too. He is a year younger than Wen Qing. Oh my god, Xiaoqing is really low-key, but impressive. Aunt Nanji is— What about you? You and Wen Qing are together every day. Haven't you thought about getting her boyfriend to introduce some— Wang Weiqi clicked her tongue. Forget it, I don't want to date. I enjoy being free and happy on my own. Oh, she silently added in her heart, even if there was someone she liked, they couldn't be together. She didn't even know when she developed these unrealistic feelings for Chung Sun. Every time she thought of it, she felt like a bad woman. How could she have such sordid thoughts about her best friend's Chung Sun's joke at noon today completely broke Wang Weiqi's defenses. She carefully kept this feeling hidden deep inside, while maintaining Wen Qing's relationship with him, yet this scoundrel used it as a joke to mock her. It's intolerable. What kind of talk is this? At your age, if you don't date, what do you want to do? Your Uncle Liu's son is 2 years older than you, and he's a doctor. Do you want me to arrange for you to meet him? Wang Weiqi stood up, suddenly feeling irritated. This unexpected movement startled Ahao, who was standing. Wang Jiehua pointed at his daughter's back and angrily said, This girl, I see you have been in Huhai for years and your thoughts have become wild. When Ping tugged at her husband's arm. All right, stop talking. She should still be feeling down since she returned this time. Just go along with her and let her rest for a few days. Besides, is there any urgency to find a partner in these few days? Wang Jiehua snorted coldly. If you had Wenqing's luck, I could laugh myself awake from dreams. Alright, say no more, go take a shower. In the room, Wang Ruiqi was elbowing a giant white bear plush toy. Bang bang. Suddenly the phone beside her rang twice. Wang Ruiqi picked it up to see that her landlord had sent 2 WeChat messages. Why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Is there something you want to tell me? Looking at these 2 messages, Wang Ruiqi felt even more upset. This person is really annoying. Nothing, just going home to clear my mind. Wang Ruiqi casually replied. After receiving Wang Ruiqi's response, Cheng Sun felt a bit relieved. It seemed that there was not much of a problem. Looking back now, he realized he had indeed been a bit too cheeky at noon, and his joke had gone a bit too far. If this girl really had feelings for him, his joke would indeed bring her some psychological pressure. It was also his fault for interacting with strange women lately, and he ended up applying the same approach he used on them to Wang Ruiqi, a normal girl. Cheng Sun thought for a moment and added, do not listen to the sound of the leaves rustling through the forest. Oh, why not hum a tune and walk slowly? As long as you respect your own heart, everything will be fine. Good night. Early the next morning, Cheng Sun first returned to the old villa to change into a suit and had breakfast. Zhong Lin also arrived at the villa early. As Cheng Sun's chief manager in business, she needed to appear alongside her boss. Accompanying them was Cheng Sun's other assistant, Xiao Jiang. A little past 9, the Hongqi L5 slowly drove out of Xinghua Road. In the quiet car, Cheng Sun suddenly asked, Zhong Lin, how is the IT service company under the Cultural Travel Group preparing? Zhong Lin hurriedly took out a tablet, accessed the company's OA system, and checked the documents related to the Cultural Travel Group's project. Currently, we have identified a target for acquisition. This company has been focused on government and enterprise project development and has a mature technical foundation. This case is currently handled by the Chunka team, who are negotiating the price. Cheng Sun nodded, silently lost in thought. The technology company under the Cultural Travel Group is mainly responsible for maintaining the PMS systems and member systems of the group's hotels, as well as deploying personnel to maintain networks and equipment at various hotels. However, once the core interface development of the talent background check system, which was developed based on the Vortex crawler, is completed, which department should be responsible for its maintenance? After all, this involves all companies within the Hengchuang system in the future, and placing it within Yunjin Group would inevitably cause management chaos. There must be a separate technical support company established under Hengchuang, specifically responsible for the development and maintenance of OA email and other systems within the Hengchuang system. Similarly, this talent background check system can also be incorporated into this company. Make a note, once that company is acquired, it should be placed under Hengchuang. The IT company of the Cultural Travel Group will find a new target or simply be restructured. Understood. Zhong Lin immediately created a new task on her tablet and copied it to Director Mei Wenhua and Director Chen Ku. The driver timed it perfectly. At 9:50, the car stopped at the entrance of the Grand Hyatt Hotel in the Global Financial Center. Gao Fan, Mei Wenhua, and Chu Feng, who had arrived early, welcomed Panda at the door. Standing in the second row were Hu Feihua from Hengqin, Zhongzhou Liang Hua from Shijiao S, and Ma Bin from Tianma Sports. The rest were waiting upstairs in the hotel. Mr. Pan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cheng Sun extended his hand to shake hands with Panda. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Cheng. Mr. Hu, thank you for making the trip last night. Where are you staying? Hu Feihua replied with a smile. Mr. Cheng, you're too kind. We are staying in the Shijiao area, and I came over this morning with Mr. Liang. Cheng Sun turned to look at Liang Hua. Since acquiring the Shijiao S hotel, Cheng Sun had yet to visit, so he naturally had not met Mr. Liang. Liang Hua took a step forward, extended both hands to shake hands with Cheng Sun, and sincerely invited Mr. Cheng. All of our hotel staff are looking forward to your guidance on our work. Cheng Sun nodded. This is my oversight. Please have Zhong Lin coordinate the itinerary. Zhong Lin immediately responded from behind. Understood, Mr. Cheng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group confidently walked through the Grand Hyatt's iconic winding corridor and reached the elevator lobby. The elevator went directly to the 87th floor hotel lobby. They then switched to the hotel's internal elevator to descend to the multifunctional salon floor on the 86th floor. The 86th floor features the Park Salon multifunctional banquet hall, which includes 7 small to medium-sized conference rooms and private dining rooms. There's also a cloud lounge area providing afternoon tea, light meals, and beverage service. The introduction was provided by Lin Jia, the Deputy General Manager of the Grand Hyatt, who is currently the highest-ranking executive still employed there. Cheng Sun nodded and took the lead into Salon Room No. 3, which had already been converted into a conference room. At this time, dozens of participants were already seated in the meeting room. They included hotel management personnel who had come with Hu Feihua Liang Hua, as well as management staff from the Grand Hyatt and workers involved in the Cultural Travel Group's preparation projects. In addition, there were also 8 team members brought by Panda. As soon as Cheng Sun entered, everyone stood up and applauded. He smiled and waved to everyone before taking a seat in the center of the podium. There were a total of 5 positions on the podium, and Gao Fan Mei, Wenhua Chu Feng, and Panda also took their seats. These 5 were the first board members of the Cultural Travel Group. On the large screen behind them, the theme of the meeting was displayed: Preparatory Meeting for the Establishment of Yunjin Cultural Travel Group. Good morning, colleagues. As you can see from the title on the screen, you must know the theme of today's meeting. Currently, Hengchuang Qixing has acquired 3 hotels, Hangxing Zhongzhou Shijiao S, and the Grand Hyatt Hotel, where you are now. Upon hearing this, part of the audience was momentarily stunned. The Grand Hyatt Hotel, the top luxury hotel in Huhai, has actually been acquired by Cheng Sun. When did this happen, and why was there no news at all? Seeing a few people whispering, Cheng Sun did not stop them. He continued, "Yes, we have fully acquired the operating entity of the Grand Hyatt Hotel Shosher Company. We will use the 3 hotels we currently control as the foundation to launch our brand new Yunjin Hotel brand." As soon as he finished speaking, the relevant 6 logo for Yunjin Hotel appeared on the screen behind him. At the same time, we will establish the Yunjin Cultural Travel Group to integrate resources and supply chains, unify the membership system, strengthen mutual communication, and enhance service quality. Now I will announce the group's personnel arrangements. The meeting continued, and the news of the Grand Hyatt Hotel's change of ownership began to spread. In the office of Lansing, a secretary knocked and entered. "Sister Lan, there's new information. The business registration shows that there are 2 changes in the operating entity of the Huhai Grand Hyatt Hotel Shosher Company. The first is that the shareholder has changed to Hengchuang Qixing's wholly owned control. The second is that the company name has changed to Yunjin Grand Hyatt Hotel Management Co., Ltd. Hearing this information, Sister Lan couldn't hide her shock. The news only came out after the business registration changes. The secretary nodded. Yes, there was no relevant information before. What is the valuation of the Huhai Grand Hyatt? How much did Cheng Sun spend? The secretary glanced at her notebook and replied, according to CW's hotel revenue model, the valuation is around 5 billion. As for how much Cheng Sun spent, there is currently no related intelligence. Sister Lan chuckled softly. Interesting. What did you find out when I asked you to investigate Cheng Sun's background? The secretary hesitated for a moment and replied, honestly, Sister Lan, I could only find public information. Nothing else was obtained. Oh. Sister Lan's eyes narrowed as she fell into deep thought. After a long while, she finally emerged from her contemplation and instructed, do not investigate further. Also prepare a gift and arrange a time to meet with his assistant. Ooh, I want to visit him. The secretary was startled and hurriedly replied, understood, Sister Lan. I will take care of it right away. Then turn around and leave. Wait. Contact Chiu E and have her accompany me. Jinyao Group. Chu Ruiheng sat in his office listening to his assistant report on the work arrangements for the coming days. The day after tomorrow, Friday, is the shareholders' meeting of Rui Airlines. Chu Ruiheng responded with an acknowledgement, his eyes not leaving the documents in front of him, instructing, later call Cheng Sun and see if he is available for dinner tomorrow night. Let Yin Ci know as well and invite her too. All right, Mr. Chu. By the way, I just heard a piece of news. It seems that the Hyatt Hotel on top of the Global Financial Center has been bought by Cheng Sun. Hyatt Hotel? Isn't that a Japanese investment? Chu Ruiheng raised his head to look at his assistant and asked, yes, like the Global Center, it is also a Japanese enterprise. Cheng Sun always accomplishes great things quietly. All right, I understand now. Once the assistant left, Chu Ruiheng immediately took out his phone and called Chu Yin Ci. Hello, is Yin Ci busy? Chu Yin Ci casually replied, not busy, what's up? How are things going with Cheng Sun? Why haven't you brought him home to meet the family yet? Chu Yin Ci felt a headache coming on. Last time, after hearing Cheng Sun's nonsense, she brought back some snacks from his home. As a result, her father had been nagging her at home every day. Today he asked why she hadn't gone on a date with Cheng Sun. Tomorrow he would ask why she hadn't brought Cheng Sun home for dinner. Although she had received a promise from the vice president of the group, it didn't seem to make her very happy. Instead, the pragmatic concern from her family only made her more irritable. Speaking of which, Chu Yin Ci hadn't been home for over a week. She had been busy wrapping up the work on the Zhua Diary project. She had already submitted her resignation to her superiors and would officially leave at the end of this month to join Jinyao Group. Before that, she tried to avoid going home to prevent Chu Ruiheng from asking too many questions. Faced with the questions from Chu Ruiheng on the phone, she answered ambiguously, he has been quite busy lately. I know he's busy, didn't he just buy the Hyatt? I'm aware of that. You shouldn't just focus on work every day, you need to show some concern for Cheng Sun. He's out there building a career, and you need to support him. Cheng Sun bought the Hyatt. How much money does this guy have? Chu Yin Ci suppressed her curiosity and feigned calmness as she said, yeah, got it. Feeling her daughter's indifference, Chu Ruiheng finally got to the main point. I asked my assistant to arrange dinner with Cheng Sun tomorrow night to discuss the shareholders' meeting. You should come with him. Oh, got it. After hanging up, Chu Yin Ci sighed. Then she took out her phone and called. After gathering her emotions as soon as the call connected, she used the sweet tone she had just learned, saying, "Hello, what are you doing?" However, the voice that came through was not Chung Sun's, but a gentle female voice. "Hello, Miss Chu, I'm Chung Sun's assistant. Chung Sun is currently in a meeting. Miss Chu, Chung Sun has instructed me to convey any important messages you may have." "It's fine, there's nothing important. Just have him call me back when he's done." "All right, Miss Chu, I've noted that down. I will have him reply to you as soon as he's out of the meeting." After hanging up, Assistant Xiao Jiang expressionlessly jotted down another name on the notepad. The fifth one. In just over half an hour, this was already the fifth young woman to call in. At 1130, the meeting concluded successfully. Following the recent appointments, Panda has officially taken the position of General Manager of Yunjin Hyatt Hotel and is also nominated as a Director and President of Yunjin Group. Yes, Chung Sun directly promoted him to the position of President. Panda accompanied Chung Sun and quietly said, "President Chung, lunch is arranged at the Yuxian Chinese restaurant, which is upstairs." "Good, but it's still early. Have them go up and rest for a while first, then we'll sit in the office for a bit." The executive office of Hyatt Hotel is in the basement. Lin Jia led Chung Sun and Panda down from the logistics freight elevator to the B2 level. "President Chung, President Pan, this is our office area. The hotel administration and staff office areas are all located here. In addition, the logistics warehouse and linen center are also set up here." Chung Sun was somewhat surprised. He had always thought that the Hyatt office would be upstairs, but unexpectedly, it was in the basement. Looking at the low ceiling and dim environment, he felt somewhat oppressed and casually remarked, "These management staff really don't treat people well. Working here long-term, wouldn't the employees get depressed?" Lin Jia smiled awkwardly. "Generally speaking, it's still quite convenient." Chung Sun walked around the entire B2 area belonging to Hyatt and told Panda, "It seems this place is not sufficient to support Yunjin Group's operations. Let's rent a new office upstairs. Get one floor if possible, preferably one that's already renovated." "All right, I'll take charge of the new office matter." Chung Sun continued. "Also move the administrative offices of Hyatt upstairs. Leave B2 for linen warehouse, logistics, employee cafeteria, and changing rooms." After arranging the office matters, Chung Sun took Panda to find an empty office. The two sat across from each other on the sofa, and Chung Sun slowly said, "President Pan, I'm quite surprised that you brought your team here. I hope you can lead your team to adapt quickly and stabilize the Hyatt as soon as possible. In the meeting just now, I didn't express it too strongly, but based on your feedback, this transition has indeed had quite an impact on the middle-level employees. This will be a test for you. Once the Hyatt stabilizes, your focus will shift to the group's operations. Expansion, mergers, brand marketing. These are your strengths, and I will provide you with a stage to showcase. You won't hold the position of Hyatt's general manager for too long. It's up to you to determine this position. A tasty carrot is a great motivator." Panda nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, President Chung, I will not let you down. All right, you can go meet your future colleagues. I need to return a few calls." After Panda left, Chung Sun was left alone in the office, finally having time to handle the calls and messages on his phone. Assistant Xiao Jiang thoughtfully noted down the calls that needed to be returned on a notepad, and he just needed to reply in order. The first entry made Chung Sun frown. An assistant claiming to be Sister Lan contacted Zhong Lin, wanting to visit her at home. Looking further, Rin Xiao Yi had also called. He called Rin Xiao Yi back directly. "Xiao Yi, you called me. Yeah, my aunt seems to have some issue and wants to visit you." His tone was filled with helplessness and exhaustion. "Wasn't I having dinner at Lanting that night? Your aunt even came to our private room to drink a couple of glasses with us." Upon hearing this, Rin Xiao Yi's tone rose by 3 notes. "What? It's over, it's over. She must have set her sights on you. Why don't you go abroad and hide for a few days?" Chung Sun recalled the terrifying background of Sister Lan, feeling a bit uneasy inside. However, he forced himself to speak casually, saying, "Let's do it tonight, come to Xinghua Road." Rin Xiao Yi confirmed in disbelief. "Are you sure? Do you know what my aunt does?" "Of course, I even know your aunt's daughter's name." "All right, it's settled then. I still have several calls to return." After hanging up Rin Qi's call, Chung Sun did not ponder Sister Lan's intentions. He thought to himself, what could she possibly do to him? He then skipped a few calls that he didn't need to respond to right away, such as Wang Yinglu and Hu Yinwei. "CEO Chu, what instructions do you have?" Chu Yin's voice sounded normal this time. "Chung, my father wants to invite you to dinner." Chung Sun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is it a family matter or a business matter? I want to see what gifts I should bring." Chu Yinsi detected the teasing tone in Chung Sun's voice and chuckled lightly, asking, "What if it's a family matter? Then I'll bring a box of Mao Tai and 2 packs of cigarettes and perhaps some supplements and gold jewelry." Chu Yinsi scoffed. "I don't believe you dare to show up like that." With the teasing at an end, Chung Sun shifted to ask, "All right, what's the matter?" "It's about the shareholders' meeting." Chung Sun remembered he had to entertain Sister Lan that night, and quickly replied, "I can't tonight, I have social engagements." "What about tomorrow night?" "Tomorrow night works, just send me the time and place later." Chu Yinsi sighed lightly. I need to go too. You have to come pick me up from the company first. Sure, I got it. After finishing all the calls, Chung Sun checked the time. It was almost time for dinner. He left the office and Zhong Lin was waiting at the door. Zhong Lin, update the schedule. Tonight entertain Sister Lan on Xinguo Road. Tomorrow night have dinner with Chu Ruiheng, and before that pick up Chu Yanxi. On Friday night, I need to pick up Liu Xiaorui at the airport, and the hotel room is booked at Bulgari. Okay, noted. As for why Liu Xiaorui was arranged to the expensive Bulgari, it wasn't for luxury, but for privacy. If the boss brings a young lady to a hotel, how would the employees think? Should they acknowledge it or pretend not to see? It's better to avoid it. Everyone would be more comfortable. After lunch, Chung Sun formally toured the Park Hyatt Hotel. The hotel occupies the 79th to 93rd floors of the building, with a total of 15 floors designed by the master designer, Ji Yutong, featuring 173 guest rooms. In terms of dining, there are 4 uniquely themed restaurants: Yueshuan, specializing in Jiangnan cuisine; Century 100 Steakhouse, focusing on steak; Century 100 Cantonese restaurant, and an all-day dining restaurant located in the lobby. In addition to the formal restaurants, the hotel also offers Cloud Afternoon Tea, a lobby bar, and a dual-themed bar at Century 100. For banquets, there is not only the Park Salon area used during the meeting, but also the North-South Pavilion Banquet Hall on the 93rd floor. It can host high-end banquets like ceremonies and weddings. For leisure, there are a Guerlain certified spa, an infinity pool, and a fitness center. While introducing the room types, Lin Jia invited, "Chung, would you like to stay in our chairman's suite tonight?" Chung Sun gently shook his head, declining. "Not possible these days, my schedule is quite full. Let's find another." Originally, Chung Sun planned to take a 2-day retreat to finish writing the core interface for the background check system before the shareholders' meeting of Rui Airlines. However, so many matters came up unexpectedly. After leaving the hotel, Chung Sun went directly back to Xinguo Road, preparing to continue coding until Sister Lan arrived. Then he received an unexpected phone call. The caller was Vivian, the owner of Jumping Sea Bar, and a friend of Chu Yanxi, known as Rui Weiwei. Upon seeing this name, Chung Sun recalled her red dress and snow-white skin. "Vivian, what's up?" The woman's voice carried a hint of seduction. "I'm here to ask Chung for a job." "Oh, is the bar closing down?" "I'm moving back to the capital, and I heard you acquired Taiyang Chuana, so I'm hoping to get a meal from CEO Chung." Chung Sun was somewhat confused. Was this woman a bit strange? He indeed remembered that she had written 3 titles on her business card: oil painter, artist, agent, bar owner. But receiving a sudden call asking for a job felt a bit abrupt. Just as Chung Sun was trying to find an excuse to brush her off, the system vibrated in his mind and popped up a reminder: talent recruitment target has been directed, view candidate, resume. Rui Weiwei. "Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chung Sun began chatting with Vivian while pulling up her resume. Wow, she has quite the background. The artists she managed were all top tier, and they all rose to fame under her guidance. Later, she worked as an artist supervisor at Huai and left her position 4 years ago when she divorced, returning to Huai to open a small bar. However, Chung Sun was clearly looking for a top executive as CEO, yet she was presenting herself as an artist manager. What did that mean? Chung Sun patiently continued reading. So that's how it is. Rui Weiwei's uncle is the second-in-command of the Zhuang Diantai, and her aunt oversees the film business. This connection is impressive. I must secure her, even if it's just as a mascot. It will be worth it. CEO Chung, I don't need a very high position, just let me continue managing the artist department. Chung Sun directly interrupted Rui Weiwei, saying, "Sister Rui, I feel that the stage at Taiyang Chuana somewhat limits your potential. How about this? I'll offer you the position of Senior Vice President of Hengchuang Qixing Cultural Entertainment Division, while also serving as the Executive President of Taiyang Chuana. What do you think?" Hengchuang Qixing doesn't have a dedicated cultural entertainment division, nor does it have a senior vice president position. But that's alright, we can create it. If the previous position didn't attract Rui Weiwei much, what Chung Sun said next was what truly moved her. "Your bar, I can take it over and help you continue operating it. If one day you want to return to running the bar, I can transfer it back to you." "Really?" "Of course, I Chung Sun never lie." "Deal." Rui Weiwei and Sister Lan are both people with deep backgrounds. Oh, why does Chung Sun have such different ways of interacting with them? Firstly, Rui Weiwei was recommended to him by the system's talent card, which naturally carried a trustworthiness. Sister Lan, on the other hand, came up to him suddenly with a strong sense of purpose. Secondly, Rui Weiwei is a person with a normal career and her resume shows her professional abilities. Sister Lan, however, is a professional broker, someone who can be persuaded by money. So Chung Sun has always kept his distance from her, trying to avoid any involvement in financial or commercial dealings. As for Rui Weiwei, Chung Sun was willing to give her a relatively high position as a mascot. After hanging up, another call went to Zhong Lin, arranging a few matters, first to assist Rui Weiwei in onboarding with the position of Senior Vice President at Hengchuang Qixing, reporting directly to Chung Sun, ranked just below Gao Fan and above the directors. Second, change Gao Fan's position to Executive Vice President and add VP titles to all industry directors. In investment banking, a VP doesn't carry much weight, and inflation in the position of vice president isn't a concern. Third, issue a notice to Taiyang Chuanha appointing Rui Weiwei as executive president overseeing both artist management and TOG public relations. After arranging Vivian's onboarding, Chung Sun called her again. Vivian, I will take you to the capital for your new position next week. Let me briefly outline your main tasks once you are settled in. Chung Sun assigned 3 tasks to Vivian. The first was to negotiate the termination of the contract with Chinchichi and ensure that Donghua Film and Television was swiftly removed. Secondly, assist TMT's director Chen Ku with the asset divestiture of PoppyTube. The third task was to monitor the joining of Chun Yao and Wang Churen. As for the specific business matters, those were her responsibilities, and Chung Sun didn't need to arrange them specifically. By the time these trivial matters were handled, it was already 4:30. Rin Xiui sent a message saying she had already set off from Sinan Road. Chung Sun hurried back to his room to change into a fresh shirt. Sister Lan's car drove directly into the courtyard, stopping at the main door. Her vehicle was an Audi A8L in the Hosh version, the legendary model boasting 6 horizontals and 12 verticals. Lin Min stepped forward to help Sister Lan open the car door. Chung Sun took a step forward and greeted, Sister Lan, welcome to my home. Today Sister Lan wore a black coat over a formal women's suit. Mr. Chung, so this 324 alley is your property. I've heard it was renovated for 4 or 5 years, and indeed it is a grand endeavor. Chung Sun smiled lightly. It was a serendipitous acquisition. The nearby area has too many tourists. Being close to the street makes it a bit noisy. I heard Sister Lan lives at Sinan Mansion. It must be much quieter there. This exchange of banter served as a test between the two parties. Rin Xiui, uninterested in their back and forth, asked, Chung Sun, what are we having for dinner? As Chung Sun led the two inside, he replied, I heard Sister Lan is from Sichuan and enjoys spicy food, so I specially arranged Sichuan cuisine. Rin Xiui chuckled, Sichuan cuisine sounds great. I love it. Lin Min hung up the coats that Sister Lan and Rin Xiui had taken off and then handed them fresh cotton slippers. In the tea room, Chung Sun prepared to brew tea but was halted by Sister Lan. Rin Xiui placed a brocade box he was carrying on the tea table and said, a small gift from my aunt for you. Oh, I am quite looking forward to it. Chung Sun moved the box in front of himself and carefully opened it. Inside was a beautifully crafted teacup. Chung Sun recognized the cup at first glance. The 12-flower goddess cup. Mr. Chung is indeed well informed. This is a polychrome version from the Kangxi era featuring March peach blossoms and accompanied by a poem from Xuaneng. Chung Sun held the cup, reluctant to part with it. Winds and flowers in the new society, the season of old spring farming. Thank you. I really like it. This cup alone is worth 2 to 3 million of Sister Lan's generosity is impressive. Chung Sun placed the cup on the adjacent cup rack and continued to boil water for tea. Sister Lan curiously asked, is this Mingding Huangya? Yes, Sister Lan, give it a try and see if it suits your taste. This was a specially selected type from Mingding Mountain in Sichuan. Sister Lan picked up the teacup and took a small sip, nodding repeatedly. Very good, the tea and brewing are both excellent. Chung Sun, noticing Rin Xiui looking bored, asked, when are you going to the capital? Rin Xiui sighed and replied, not yet decided. It might be next week or the week after. I might have to leave first next week. I have arranged a mascot for Taiyang Chuanha, and I will send her to the capital for her new position next week. Who is it? Vivian. Sister Lan furrowed her brow slightly at Vivian's name, but quickly suppressed it. Rin Xiui appeared quite surprised. Vivian. Why would she want to return to the capital? Chung Sun smiled mysteriously, perhaps due to the power of the system. Chung Sun could understand Rin Qi's surprise. When Vivian divorced, her family was completely against it, but she was very resolute. As a result, she fell out with her family and ran back to Huhai alone, becoming a solitary wanderer. The reason she suddenly wished to close her small bar and return to the capital was not recorded in the reports. Chung Sun shrugged. Perhaps they have reconciled, who knows? Rin Xiui sighed. The incident back then was quite a big deal. I heard Vivian went to the hotel with a knife to catch her cheating spouse, nearly chopping off the third son of the Su family. Sister Lan chuckled. Isn't that also the third Zu's own fault? Since he chose this path, he should conduct himself with more propriety. Chung Sun continued. So you see how the Su family has fared over the years. Those who do not adhere to propriety do not last long. Sister Lan's eyes held a deeper meaning upon hearing this. It was no wonder Chung Sun was aware of these, but she couldn't figure out which family he belonged to. In the capital, it was hard to think of any prominent family with the surname Chung. Mr. Chung, where are you from? Chung Sun took a sip of the scalding tea and self-deprecatingly said, from Anhui Province, Luzhou. I'm from a small place, and not really noteworthy. Sister Lan felt a bit frustrated. Oh, why was this guy so hard to deal with? Can't we be a bit more honest with each other? What you said, Mr. Chung, if you are not noteworthy, then we who run a small restaurant are even less significant. Hearing this, Chung Sun felt 1,000 despises in his heart. You're pretending, aren't you? Everything I said was the truth, yet this woman was playing mind games. It was tiresome. By the way, Sister Lan, I have a document here that I think you might be interested in. Consider it a return gift for the cup. Chung Sun took a leather document folder from the nearby bookshelf and handed it to Sister Lan. Sister Lan was a bit confused as she accepted the document folder, untied the strings, and pulled out several sheets of paper. When she looked up, her heart felt as if it had been tightly clenched, pounding wildly. What is this? This is the truth behind the so-called accident involving your husband Zhou Peng years ago. Sister Lan's hands began to tremble uncontrollably as she tried to turn the pages, but couldn't control her fingers. She glanced at Ren Xiui, her eyes seemingly pleading for help. Ren Xiui stepped forward, took the document from Sister Lan, flipped to the second page, and leaned in to look together. They spent over 20 minutes reading the 3 pages, scrutinizing every word, rereading sections. Suddenly Sister Lan shot her head up, her eyes red, staring at Chung Sun. Where did this come from? Chung Sun shook his head. I'm sorry, you know the rules. Sister Lan's tone turned stiff and cold. Chung Sun maintained his calm demeanor, slowly uttering 2 words, no. Ren Xiui stood up, walked over to Chung Sun, and bowed deeply. Chung Sun, since you were able to obtain this report, you must know about my aunt and uncle's relationship. Please. Chung Sun looked at Sister Lan's lost expression and smiled slightly in his heart, thinking to himself, let's see how long you can keep up the act. These past few days, Chung Sun had been contemplating how to maintain an appropriate distance in his interactions with someone like Sister Lan. The answer lies in showcasing an irreplaceable ability. Chung Sun's trump card, aside from the sporadic system rewards, was that mysterious creature. This mysterious creature represented an information-gathering ability that disregarded all obstacles. After thoroughly studying Sister Lan's data, Chung Sun decided to reveal the truth about her husband's death to both intimidate her and those behind her. He aimed to instill in her a sense of caution and respect. Only by doing so could Chung Sun gain the initiative in their relationship rather than being passively anxious and constantly guessing their thoughts. It turned out that this incomplete document indeed had an unexpectedly powerful effect. Chung Sun suddenly regretted presenting it too soon. What kind of meal is there to be had now? Sigh. Chung Sun sighed, deeply, reaching out to help Ren Xiui straighten her bent waist. Come with me. Chung Sun led the 2 of them to the vault on the 2nd underground level, openly unlocking the main vault door in front of them. Then he pointed to a large table in the center of the room, indicating for them to sit down. The 2 women looked at the vast vault filled with numerous safes, somewhat perplexed by Chung Sun's intentions. Chung Sun was certainly being deliberate. He found safe A504, unlocked it with a fingerprint and code, and took out a folder. The document you just saw is only half of it. It's an excerpt. To fully understand the case's ins and outs, you need to find the complete original. The original bears the signatures of the lead officer Han Lu and the forensic Dr. Lu Weiguo at the time. This is a scanned copy of Lu Weiguo and Han Lu's personnel information. The moment he said this, he pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the folder and slid them in front of Sister Lan. Lu Weiguo has passed away, but Han Lu is currently at this address. Chung Sun pulled out a note with an address written on it and slid it over. Ignoring Sister Lan's reaction, he continued, this investigation report was supposed to be destroyed, but Han Lu secretly hid it away. Upon hearing this, Sister Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, Han Lu suddenly developed dementia last year and forgot where he had hidden the original. Chung Sun's next words extinguished that spark of hope. But how fortunate it is. When the precinct moved and sorted documents, this file, hidden in Han Lu's drawer, was unexpectedly rediscovered. Ren Xiui was speechless. Chung Sun, please stop torturing me and just say it all at once, will you? Chung Sun glanced at the 2, thinking they looked rather pitiful. He simply dumped everything from the folder out. The toxicology report is with Han Lu's apprentice. This is his contact information and address. When contacting him, make sure to arrange it for a later date to ensure his safety. This is a deleted screenshot of surveillance footage. The video was completely erased, and the screenshot was recovered later. This is a record of the suspect's online purchase of raw materials for drug preparation. This is the report and investigation records regarding the suspect's silencing. This is a record of calls between Zhou's third son and the suspect. That's all, although the evidence chain doesn't connect, it's enough for you to use. When Chung Sun discovered this, he was left dumbfounded. The story was too melodramatic. Sister Lan and her husband Zhou Peng had married quite early. Rue Weiwei, who had a crush on Zhou Peng, was a university classmate of his. Upon learning that Zhou's third son and Rue Weiwei were arranged to marry, he became furious upon discovering that she had once liked Zhou Peng. What charm did Zhou Peng possess? Handsome, beloved by his wife, and rapidly promoted, he had become an obstacle in Zhou's path. So he hired someone to deal with him. Zhou's third son was quite cautious, nearly leaving no trace. Had it not been for Han Lu secretly hiding the toxicology report that should have been destroyed, Chung Sun would have had no way to uncover the truth. As for those screenshots, purchase records, and call logs, they were all deduced by the creature following the clues. After reading through these materials and understanding the sequence of events, Sister Lan steadied her nerves. Chung Sun, this matter will be considered a debt owed by the Zhou family. Once I handle it, I will provide you with a satisfactory reward. After all this, it still came down to a transaction. However, this aligned with Chung Sun's views on Sister Lan. Chung Sun glanced at his watch and tentatively asked Sister Lan, "Are we still eating?" "Yes. The world is vast, but eating is paramount." Sister Lan adjusted her makeup, restoring her gentle demeanor. One must learn from her ability to regulate her emotions. At the dining table, Sister Lan expressed her gratitude once again. She raised her glass and said to Chung Sun, "I will rush to the capital tonight, aiming to resolve this matter before you arrive next week." The implication was that she would reward Chung Sun in the capital. That made sense, as she likely planned to extract some benefit from the Su family and cut a piece for Chung Sun. After all, it was unlikely that Zu's third son would pay for his life. After dinner, Chung Sun saw the two out. Just before Rin Shui got into the car, she whispered in Chung Sun's ear, "Contact me over the weekend. Oh, I will bring Sun Zhongwei to meet you." Watching the car slowly leave the courtyard, Chung Sun felt no relief. During dinner, Sister Lan had been fishing for information. Dealing with such a shrewd woman was quite exhausting. Inside Sister Lan's car. "What does my aunt think of Chung Sun?" Sister Lan pondered for 2 seconds before giving her evaluation. "He is a very contradictory person." "How so?" Sister Lan explained to her niece. "He doesn't resemble a traditional heir, but possesses an intelligence far beyond ours. Although he carries himself, well, his habitual actions reveal that he is not old money. It's difficult to discern his path to success, yet the shape of the gloves remains unclear. A very contradictory person, yet quite charming, isn't he?" At this point, Sister Lan turned to look at Rin Shui, smiling as she asked, "Does Chung Sun have a girlfriend?" Rin Shui laughed lightly. "You should ask how many girlfriends Chung Sun has." "I know what you mean. Those you refer to do not count. And haven't you noticed? He is not the type to find a woman to marry seriously." She hooked her arm around Sister Lan's, "So there's no need for you to worry. You seem to understand him quite well." Sister Lan smiled. "I was actually thinking of finding a father for Xiaonan. Come on, the act you just put on was so convincing, he wouldn't dare to mess with you, a widow." Rin Shui teased her. "You can't even compete with the young and beautiful, let alone find someone with a child." Sister Lan pinched Rin Qi's ear playfully, saying, "Am I really that old? Besides, Zhou Xiaonan is not my biological child." Chung Sun remained immersed in his code, oblivious to the conversation between the two people in the car. He seemed unaware of the inherent limitations of the crawling system. While it appeared capable of bypassing permissions to scrape information from any device, it could only access objectively existing data and could not penetrate into a person's consciousness. Any content that had not been digitized could not be crawled. Moreover, the most important point was that the crawler could not discern the authenticity of isolated data. Just as a person reading a book can only summarize and infer knowledge based on the content of the book without being able to verify the correctness of the viewpoints presented, they also cannot glimpse the author's true thoughts. If the author deliberately wrote erroneous information in the book, the reader could only passively accept it. Of course, this magical crawler was somewhat intelligent. It would cross-validate information from multiple sources to eliminate obviously incorrect data. However, Chung Sun subconsciously believed that as long as the information was crawled, it was completely true, including the content he observed about Zhou Peng and Sister Lan's affectionate relationship and having a daughter. He had not considered how they interacted privately, or whether the birth certificate of that daughter might have been artificial. He mistakenly thought that possessing the truth about Zhou Peng's death would give him leverage over Sister Lan. Her reaction only reinforced his belief that he indeed had the upper hand. But in reality, it seemed otherwise. Fortunately, the information regarding Zhou Peng's death was indeed true, otherwise tonight's act would have turned into a complete joke. The next day, Chung Sun slept in until after 10 o'clock. He had become increasingly spirited as he coded, finally falling asleep around 2 o'clock. After washing up and going downstairs, Lin Min shared some good news with him. The security team was fully assembled and ready to be deployed at any moment. Chung Sun rubbed his hands excitedly, asking, "Where are they?" "They're waiting outside," came the reply. With the answer in hand, Chung Sun immediately headed out. Upon exiting, he saw 2 large pure black SUVs parked by the roadside in the yard. They were Hongqi LS7 models, the pinnacle of domestic full-size SUVs. At that moment, a slender young man in a black suit appeared by his side. "Hello, Mr. Chung." "Security Captain Wei Quan reporting for duty." "Hello, Wei Quan. Please introduce your team to me," Chung Sun responded. "Yes." Wei Quan pressed the communication button on his earpiece. "Assemble." With that command, over a dozen security